Old Chen saw that she was still not giving up and sighed. Dear, you should really stop. Didn't you hear what Wu Baohan said? That person is not to be messed with. If we cause more trouble, he might really turn against us. What if we get kicked out of the village? Have you thought about the consequences? What will happen to our son? I think we should just stay quiet. Old Lady Chen glared at him. Seeing you like this makes me angry. Wu Baohan is just a village official. Why are you afraid of him? Speaking nicely is just giving him face. If he pushes me too far, I might just use some rat poison to teach him a lesson. Old Chen turned pale. Oh my goodness, don't do anything foolish. If you get caught, you'll be accused of poisoning, and that could lead to serious consequences. All right, look at you being so timid. I was just venting. I wouldn't actually do something stupid, Old Lady Chen said, stretching her neck to look outside at the piles of bricks, feeling tempted to take them for herself. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Old man, do you want to get rich? Do you want to live in a big house? What do you mean? Old Chen sensed she was up to something and quickly shook his head. I don't want anything. I just want to live peacefully. Look at you being so scared. Don't worry, this time we won't confront them directly. If we can't do it openly, we'll do it secretly. We'll make sure no one knows. Secretly? How do we do that? Old Chen asked, curious. Old Lady Chen smirked. Do you see those bricks? I see them. They're all along the road. Do you know how much those bricks cost? I don't know. 1 penny for 2 bricks. What? 1 penny for 2 bricks. Old Chen was shocked, unable to believe it. Are they really that valuable? Old Lady Chen nodded. Bricks aren't cheap. That's why most people can't afford to build brick houses. Old Chen suddenly realized, dear, are you suggesting we do something with those bricks? All right, you finally seem to understand. Since we can't confront that girl openly, let's take action behind her back. Granny Chen raised her eyebrows with a mischievous smile. So what do you say, old man? Are you brave enough to let out your frustration? Old man Chen blamed everything on Chen Qingqing, convinced that Chen Zhanshan had been led astray by her. Otherwise, such a dutiful and honest son wouldn't ignore him completely. Even when he tried to greet his son, he was met with indifference, which made him angry. Old man Chen frowned and nodded. What's there to be afraid of? That girl has caused so much trouble for our family. If she had agreed to marry back then, we wouldn't be struggling for food, and Wan wouldn't have had to marry Fan Tong as a concubine. She's doing well now but hasn't offered any help to us. It's really heartless. Now she wants to build a big house? No way. Even if I can't get any money from her, I want to make her uncomfortable. Exactly. You said that perfectly. Granny Chen thought Old Man Chen understood her intentions and quickly asked, so, do you know what to do next? Don't worry, my dear. Even if I don't sleep tonight, I will go and give them a hard time. Granny Chen frowned and asked, give them a hard time? What do you mean? Old Man Chen replied, what do you think? Didn't you just say that if we can't fight them openly, we should do it secretly? I'll take advantage of the darkness tonight and break those blue bricks. Let's see how that girl builds her house. Hearing this, Granny Chen was almost furious, pointing at Old Man Chen. You really are clueless. How did I end up with someone so foolish? Can't you think things through? Stop being so silly. Why are you scolding me? Old Man Chen was taken aback, feeling angry. How did I become the fool? Didn't you just say that we can't confront them openly? Those blue bricks are cheap. I thought if I broke 100 or so tonight, it wouldn't cost much. Why are you suddenly blaming me? If you don't want me to do it, just say so. Why do you keep scolding me? Am I just your punching bag? Look at you. You can't take a little criticism. Granny Chen shot him a glare. Who's said to go break bricks at midnight? Can't you think of something else? Old Man Chen, feeling defiant, replied, you're being unreasonable. I would rather use fire, but that won't work either. Old Mrs. Chen was stunned and speechless, really wanting to see what was going on in Old Man Chen's head. After stammering for a long time, she still couldn't say a word. All right, stop stammering. If you think breaking bricks is risky and you're afraid of getting caught, I can skip it. Is it really necessary to get this angry? Old Man Chen said, glancing at Old Mrs. Chen. Seeing her eyes nearly popping out, He felt pleased. You called me foolish, but now I've left you without words. Let's see if you remember this next time. If it happens again, I'll really give you a hard time. Old Mrs. Chen panted for a while before calming down. She clenched her teeth and glared at Old Man Chen. I've said all this, and you still don't get it. You're really being foolish. I just want to pull your head off and wash it out. Are you done, old woman? How am I being foolish? Old Man Chen felt frustrated and stubbornly replied, those bricks can't be eaten or chewed, and they won't catch fire. What else can we do with them? Tell me. Can't we take them home to lay on the ground or build a chicken coop? Isn't that better than breaking them? Old Mrs. Chen's words finally made Old Man Chen see the light. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Right. Why didn't I think of that? If we can bring back a few hundred bricks in one night, our family would be rich. It wasn't easy, but you finally got it. Old Mrs. Chen sighed and continued, let's try not to sleep at night for the next few days. We'll aim to steal bricks from 3 big tile houses. Then we can build a new house and a wall, showing that girl we can live just as well as she does. Hearing old Mrs. Chen talk about building with bricks made Old Man Chen feel a wave of bitterness. In the past, their family was one of the wealthiest in Nanshan Village. If it weren't for their third son needing an education, they wouldn't have sold their good brick house to move into a thatched hut. Over the years, he had had enough of the villagers' disdain and mockery. Those villagers would flatter him on the surface, saying the third son would succeed, but behind his back, they would point and say he was just dreaming. Instead of living well, he was supporting a scholar, and in the end, their life became a mess. Listening to these rumors, Old Man Chen always held his breath, firmly believing that even if they didn't rely on their third son to become a high official, their life could still improve. The opportunity has finally come, and he looks excited. Wife, you are absolutely right. We can't let that girl outdo us. 3 small rooms are not enough. If we're going to steal, we should take a bigger courtyard. That would be much better. But Chen Laohan paused, looking troubled. But where will we put all those bricks? If that girl finds out, it will be a disaster. With her stubborn nature, she might accuse us of theft, and then we could end up in jail. Chen Laotai thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped her thigh. Don't worry. Just steal boldly. We have plenty of space at home. As long as we don't let outsiders in, no one will notice. Yes, that's a good plan. Once the noise dies down, we can build our house openly. Exactly, but you need to be diligent these days. Don't worry. Tonight I'll clear out that pile of bricks in front of the door. In about 10 days or 2 weeks, I'll fill our house with bricks. Chen Laohan promised confidently. Chen Laodai frowned. Please don't irritate me. Can you think things through? Chen Laohan looked confused. What did I do to upset you? Can you not be so reckless? If you empty that pile of bricks, that girl will come knocking on our door tomorrow. There's a saying, haste makes waste. To be safe, you should steal from different piles a little at a time. That way, we won't get caught. Right. I'm glad you told me in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of that. Chen Laohan nodded repeatedly. I've got it. Just wait at home and count the bricks. That's good. Now hurry back inside, have some porridge, and rest up for tonight's work. Chen Laotai pulled Chen Laohan back into the house. The Liu brothers, seeing that everything was settled, got busy again. Chen Qingqing knew that Chen Laohan and his wife were up to no good. She thought they would wait until it was time to build the house to cause trouble, but she didn't expect them to get so anxious and start plotting as soon as they began unloading bricks. Fortunately, Wu Baoan arrived just in time. Otherwise, these 2 old folks would have learned the consequences of crossing her today. With a thought, she put away the prepared poison and smiled at Wu Baoan. Thank you, Uncle Li Zheng. Thanks to your help, these 2 won't leave so easily. Don't be polite, girl. These 2 old men are getting more foolish with age. Don't take them too seriously. After all, you share their bloodline. They have never treated me like family, so why should I care about that little bit of blood relation? Chen Qingqing laughed self-deprecatingly. Wu Baoan shook his head helplessly and sighed. Girl, I know it sounds a bit sentimental to advise you this way, especially since I haven't experienced the pain you have. But I don't want you to become narrow-minded. Living in hatred won't bring you happiness. I appreciate your kindness. As long as they don't bother me, I won't do anything to them. But if they try to bully me again, I won't hold back. Chun Qingqing finished speaking with a faint smile and changed the subject. Uncle, my house is a bit big. I want to build a candy shop too. Next spring, I plan to get everyone in the village to plant sugar beets. Sugar beets grow well in sandy and dry soil, and the yield is much higher than regular crops. I will handle the purchasing. Hearing this, Wu Baoan's eyes filled with joy. That's a great idea. Most of our village's land is poor, and growing sugar beets could bring in profits. That would benefit everyone. I support you. Chun Qingqing understood that cooperation and mutual benefit were key. Individual strength is limited, and only by helping everyone in the village can her business grow strong. If her family became wealthy while the villagers remained poor, she would surely become a target for jealousy and resentment. Only by ensuring that everyone can live well will the village atmosphere be harmonious, allowing her business to develop steadily. She came from the modern world, and fate gave her a chance to be reborn here, so she should bring change to this village. Okay. When Zhengzhong comes to deliver the sugar beets next time, I'll ask him to bring more seeds. Then I'll rely on you to rally the villagers. Sure, don't worry, girl. I've got this. Wu Baoan's eyes misted with excitement. His care for his fellow villagers touched him deeply. Days passed, and old Chen was active at night. He figured out the routine of the night guard, Danzi, and took the opportunity to sneak bricks home. In just a few days, he managed to steal back several thousand bricks. Looking at the room full of blue bricks, old Chen's wife couldn't stop smiling as she waved to him when he entered. Old man, hurry, sit down and rest a bit. Don't wear yourself out. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. That big backside almost hit my face. Before I could react, it just burst out like a fountain, and I saw a hole form in the ground. This made Grandma Chen feel sick, and she frowned, saying, "Are you silly? Why didn't you move? If it had hit your face, it would have been disgusting." I wanted to move, but my legs were so weak I couldn't. I just had to cover my nose and hold on. I don't know what Dan ate that night, but the smell was terrible. Luckily, I haven't eaten much these days. Otherwise, I would have thrown up. All right, enough of that. It's too gross, Grandma Chen said, waving her hand in disgust. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Old man, this is a good chance for us to act. What chance? He's sick. What can we do? What if it hits my face again? You don't understand. As the saying goes, a strong man can't handle 3 bouts of diarrhea. It won't be long before Dan is too weak. You just need to work hard for a bit and try to bring back 100 or so bricks before dawn. Then I can reward you. Hearing this, Grandpa Chen got angry. Stop dreaming. You know our situation. We barely have enough to eat. How can you reward me? Last night, I only had half a bowl of thin porridge and I've been out all night. I'm starving and have no strength to work. Grandma Chen smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. I promise you'll have a full meal tomorrow. How? Do you have money for food? I don't, but we have someone who can earn it. Are you talking about Dabao? Yes, exactly. Don't forget, he's been working for that girl for a long time. We can ask him for some money for food. Forget it. Just save your breath. Grandpa Chen scoffed. Dabao is getting more and more disrespectful, coming and going without even looking at us. He's ungrateful and won't give us any money. Grandma Chen rolled her eyes. He will give it, whether he likes it or not. At dawn, I'll have Air's wife ask him for money. I don't believe he'll just watch his own mother starve. Go ahead and try, Grandpa Chen said as he stood up. Wife, you should get some sleep. I'll go take another look outside. Wait, don't rush. Mrs. Chen called her husband back just as he was about to leave and pulled out half a leftover pancake from under the pillow. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat this. Mr. Chen frowned, thinking it was the same tough pancake from a few days ago that had a strange taste. He waved his hands, saying, Thanks, but this is too hard for me to chew. You should keep it and enjoy it in bed. Stop talking nonsense. This is a fresh one I bought yesterday. It's not hard. Eat it so you have the energy to steal some bricks back. Wife, this isn't fair. We don't even have food to cook at home, and you still have money to buy pancakes? That's wasteful. Look at you, complaining when I offer you something nice. To be honest, I didn't spend any money on this pancake.
What?
You didn't spend any money? Mr. Chin was surprised and found it hard to believe. The pancake seller doesn't know you well enough to give it away for free. Unless he's lost his mind, or you. His head buzzed, and he didn't dare to finish his thought. Mrs. Chin shot him an annoyed look and said, "Stop talking nonsense. The pancake seller is not even as good-looking as you. Do you think I would be interested in him? You really underestimate me." Mr. Chin looked at the half pancake in his hand. "What's going on? If you don't explain clearly, I'll go confront that pancake seller tomorrow." "All right, you're acting like an old grump. The truth is, I traded 4 bricks for this pancake." "You traded bricks for it?" Mr. Chin was shocked. Is the pancake seller out of his mind? Why would he want bricks? Mrs. Chin smiled proudly. He didn't want them at first, but when I took a bite of the pancake and had no money, I offered him 4 bricks. He had no choice but to take them and left looking defeated. Now I understand. That makes me feel better about eating it. Mr. Chin took a bite, and the crispy outside and soft inside filled his mouth with a rich sesame flavor. He quickly finished half of it, looking satisfied. This is really good. Once you're full, hurry up and go. It would be best to bring back some beams so we don't have to buy them. I can't do that, dear. The beams are stuck under the big house, and I can't move them alone. Then let's just focus on getting enough bricks for now. Okay, you get some rest. I'll try to fill our house with bricks before dawn. Old Chin turned around and left the house. A rooster crowed, breaking the quiet of Nanshan village. Old Chin worked all night, putting down a stack of blue bricks in his arms, feeling tired and worn out as he climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, Old Chen's wife woke up from her dream. Looking at the room filled with blue bricks, she felt so happy that she wanted to kiss her husband, who was already asleep. He was so capable, bringing back hundreds of blue bricks in one night. There was hardly any space left in the house. To avoid any trouble, she hurriedly put on her shoes and rearranged the bricks. Then she found some old burlap sacks to cover them. Feeling satisfied, she finally stepped outside. Sun came out carrying a night pot and bumped into Old Chen's wife. "Have you made breakfast yet?" "I'm starving." Sun frowned. "There's no rice left to cook." "What do you want me to make breakfast with?" "A few days ago, I gave you a small bag of corn. How could you finish it so quickly?" "Mom, 5 pounds of corn lasted us 5 days. Do you expect that little bit of food to last forever?" Sun felt frustrated. With 5 people in the family, 1 pound of rice a day was not enough. The second child had become thin from hunger, and even she felt weak, as if she might fall at any moment. She blamed Old Chen's wife in her heart. If she hadn't secretly sold the food supplies to support Chin's Zonsai's studies, they wouldn't be out of food now. With a displeased expression, Sun scoffed, "You wasted all the food, and we haven't eaten enough these past few days. You need to figure something out quickly, or we might really starve, and you won't benefit from your scholar son." Old Chen's wife felt anger rise and retorted, "You need to clarify what you mean by wasting food. Supporting Zonsai's education was meant to give you all a better life. Now that we're out of food, why are you blaming me?" "Enough, Mom. Stop twisting the truth. You know exactly what's going on. This isn't the time to argue. Instead of wasting time, you should hurry and find some food. I hate to say it, but us younger folks can manage being hungry for a couple of days, but you and Dad are older. If you go hungry for too long, it could be serious." Sun sighed lightly and pretended to be regretful, saying, "If you all go hungry, even if your youngest son becomes an official in the future, you won't be able to see him, touch him, or enjoy any good fortune." Old Lady Chin was left speechless by these words, feeling so angry that her side hurt. What nonsense are you talking about?" "Ugh, you really have a sharp tongue." "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know in your heart," Sun replied. Sun had seen through Chin Zonsai long ago. He was a selfish person who thought it was only natural for his family to support his education and had no sense of gratitude. Even if he became successful, his family would not benefit at all. If it weren't for her husband insisting on keeping the family together, she would have left long ago. With a face full of indignation, she continued, "You only bully the second branch. If you have the ability, why don't you show some strength to your third son? You extorted so much money for his bride price. Why didn't he leave you anything? Why doesn't he care about your well-being? You still hope to enjoy a good life with him? I think you should save your breath. What do you know? The third one only has one daughter. Taking the bride price back is to secure a future for Roland. Earning money to support me is not the same. Even if that money is given to me, can I accept it?" Sun rolled her eyes and muttered softly, "You can't take Roland's bride price, but you can take advantage of Qingya. You're really confused." Though Sun's voice was low, old lady Chen heard her clearly. She really wanted to point her finger at Sun and argue loudly. But then she thought about how there was no food at home and how she was counting on getting money from Daba to buy rice. She couldn't afford to anger Sun right now. With that thought, her anger quickly faded. She forced a smile and said, "Second branch, selling the family's food was indeed wrong, but you must understand my intentions. I was hoping that if the third one succeeded, we could also live a better life. The past is behind us. Even if you blame me, there's no food to cook. We should focus on how to get through this tough time." Sun rolled her eyes again. "What can I do? I'm not in charge. Don't rush. As the saying goes, there's no sky too high to reach and no mountain too steep to climb. With several capable people in our family, I believe we can come up with a plan to get through this difficult time." Hearing her say that, Sun's tone softened. "That's true, but right now we have no money and no food. What good ideas can we come up with? I think the best plan is to go to the town and ask Zhang Kai to bring back some silver to buy food and get through these tough times." No, that's not a good idea. This is the most important time for Zhang Kai's studies. We can't add to his troubles. If he gets distracted thinking about home, it will definitely affect his exams. Then I'll go work for Qing Yatu. With my looks, I can probably get some advance pay, and that way our family can barely get by. No, Zhan Shan still needs someone to take care of him. If you go to work, who will look after him? Old Lady Chen had also thought about letting Sun work, but when she considered that Chen Zhanliang, who was lying on the bed, needed someone to serve him tea and water, along with the endless household chores, she hesitated. Seeing her suggestion opposed again by Old Lady Chen, Sun became a bit angry. "This won't work, and that won't work. What do you suggest we do?" "Suichin, my dear daughter-in-law, why are you getting so worked up? It takes 100 days to heal a serious injury. I'm just worried that Zhanliang won't have anyone to take care of him. If he doesn't recover well, he could end up with a permanent disability, and his life would be ruined. We can't even afford to eat, so how can we take care of him?" Mentioning her husband made Sun emotional. "Mother, let me ask you, how many times have you seen Zhanliang since his injury? Do you even know how he is doing? If you truly care for him, you should ensure he eats and drinks well to recover, not just talk about it." Old Lady Chen felt embarrassed. The family relied on this couple to work, and even if she pretended, she couldn't believe she hadn't visited him even once. She had been too careless. She awkwardly pulled at the corner of her mouth and forced a smile. "Zhanliang has you to take care of him. As his mother, I shouldn't worry. I know you care for him, but don't worry. I already have a plan to ensure Zhanliang doesn't go hungry." "What plan? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense." "Zhanliang has only had a bowl of thin porridge since yesterday and is already starving. Don't rush. This will require your help again." After saying this, Old Lady Chen glanced toward Chen Daba's room and asked, "Where's Daba?" Upon hearing her mention Daba, Sun felt a pang of anxiety, realizing Old Lady Chen was thinking of using Daba's wages. She knowingly asked, "Daba went to work early. What do you need him for?" Old Lady Chen tentatively spoke, "I want to borrow some money from Debao to buy food. After the autumn harvest, I will pay him back with the money I earn from selling the grain." Sun shook her head and waved her hands, refusing directly. It's not easy for Debao to earn money with his long hours. He's getting older, and it's time for him to think about marriage. As his mother, I can't help much, and I shouldn't ask him for money. You don't understand my point. We are not asking for a gift. We are borrowing. Once we have extra grain after the harvest, I will return the money to him. Besides, he is still young, and there's no rush for marriage. Once his uncle becomes a scholar and then a successful candidate, our family will be well off. Debeo is the nephew of a scholar, so he won't have trouble finding a wife. At that time, we can't just settle for any ordinary girl. We need someone from a good family. She should be from a wealthy family to match our Debeo. Hearing her elaborate plans, Sun quickly interrupted. All right, enough. We can't even afford food right now, let alone worry about family status. I don't expect a fancy title to help Debeo find a wife. I won't ask him for money. You need to think of another way. Old Lady Chen was anxious. My dear daughter-in-law, things are urgent now. You can't be stubborn. Think about it. Zhanliang is still hungry, and Erbao is at a growing stage. If he doesn't get enough food, he won't grow properly. Do you want him to sell pancakes? After saying this, she glanced at Sun and saw her expression soften. Old Lady Chen swallowed hard and continued. Suichin, my good daughter-in-law, Debeo has always been sensible and grateful. If you talk to him nicely, he will lend us the money. I promise you, once we get through this tough time, I will pay him back after the harvest. Sun felt pleased. Even if Old Lady Chen hadn't mentioned it, she was already planning to ask Debeo for some money to buy rice. Although her in-laws had not always treated her well, they had been supportive over the years. As long as they didn't harm her children or husband, she couldn't let them go hungry. All right, I will give it a try, but I will make sure to pay Debeo back. Don't worry, as soon as I have the money, I will return it to him. Okay, I trust you this time. I'm going now. Sun left the house and headed straight to the Wu family home. She had been wanting to see how the red sugar was made, but had been delayed because no one could take care of Chen Zhanliang due to his leg injury. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw several people in the yard working, washing beets, dicing them, and taking them to the village entrance to extract juice. Sun was very envious. If it weren't for Granny Chen stopping her, she might have been able to earn money and wouldn't have to rely on her son. When Chun Qingqing came out of the house, she saw Sun at the gate and hurried over to greet her. Auntie, what brings you here? Qing girl, I came to thank you. Thank you for letting Debeo work here and for bringing good food for Bao every day. Auntie, you are too polite. When we first moved out of the old house, if you hadn't brought us steamed buns to eat, we probably wouldn't have made it through. Chun Qingqing smiled. As the saying goes, when someone helps you, you should repay them with kindness. It's only right for me to help you a bit now. Sun felt a little emotional. Good child. Auntie, please come inside and sit. Sun glanced into the yard. I won't go in.
I want to talk to Debeo about something.
Can you ask him to come out? Sure, I'll call him for you. Before long, Chen Debeo hurried out of the yard. Mom, you called for me? Sun looked at Debeo with a troubled expression. Although he was her son, asking for money still felt awkward, and she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Debeo felt anxious. Mom, I'm busy working. What do you need me for? It's nothing serious. You come and go so much that I haven't had time to talk to you. Debeo laughed. Mom, you called me just to say that? No, I want to discuss something with you. Debeo's face showed urgency. Mom, just tell me what it is. Don't beat around the bush. I'm busy here. Well, it's like this. You haven't eaten at home for a long time, and we're at the point where we have no rice to cook. I didn't want to ask you, but your grandma said she would pay you back when she has money, and I can't just ignore it, so I came to see if you could. All right, Mom, you don't need to say more. Debeo grew more frustrated and interrupted Sun. Mom, you're being foolish. The way things are at home now, who can we blame? If we have no money for food, it's their own doing. Don't worry about their problems. Let them figure it out themselves. Sun nodded helplessly. Debeo, you're right, but they're all adults now. What can they do? All the money at home has been spent on my third uncle. They should ask their precious son for help. Chun Debeo felt frustrated and expressed his thoughts. Mother, please listen to your son's advice. Hurry back and divide the family assets. I will earn money to support you all. Sun sure also wanted to separate, but her husband disagreed, leaving her helpless. Debeo, although your grandparents are biased, they have never harmed or plotted against our branch. Because of this, your father will not agree to a division. Please stop bringing this up. Mother, even if they haven't harmed us, they don't support us either. They only care about the third branch, and to them, our branch is like cattle and horses, just a burden. When it comes to the third branch's education, they have no limits and might do something terrible. We would regret it too late. Enough, Debeo. You go on with your work. I won't trouble you anymore. Seeing her son refuse to give money, Sun Sure interrupted him and turned to leave. Mother, wait, Debeo said. Seeing Lin Shure's disappointed expression made his eyes turn red. He hadn't wanted to care about Chen Laohan and his wife, but seeing his mother in such a difficult position, he couldn't bear it. He took out 30 coins from his pocket and handed them to Sun Sure. Mother, use this money to buy some food. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Sun Sure smiled happily at the coins in her hand, knowing her son wouldn't neglect her. This is enough to buy 2 sheng of millet, and the remaining 18 coins can buy rice bran. If we save, it should last until the autumn harvest. Chun Debeo lowered his head. He had been working for Chin Ching for 2 months and saved a few hundred coins. If he took it all out, his parents wouldn't have to eat rice bran. But thinking of his grandparents' favoritism, he felt a knot in his heart. Since he could remember, all the good food was given to Chinjansai, while all the hard work fell to his parents and his uncle's family. He recalled a time when he was sick and wanted some hot porridge, but Grandma Chen scolded him for being spoiled. Yet, when Chinjansai wanted meat, Grandma Chen killed the only rooster for him. He was willing to give his hard-earned money to support his parents, but he really didn't want to give anything to Chen Laohan and his wife. If his grandparents had shown him even a little kindness, he wouldn't feel so conflicted. Chun Debeo clenched his fists, looked up at his mother's appreciative gaze, and thought of his father's hunger, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Forget it. I'll help them this once for the sake of my parents. Mom, the rice bran is really hard to eat. We should use this money to buy corn. Once we finish it, I'll give you more money.
Well.
Sun's expression showed hesitation. Chen Qingqing came over with the bamboo basket. She had listened to their conversation clearly. She smiled and said, Debeo, I know you are filial, but earning money is not easy for you. Grandma Chun has been controlling things for years. Our family has been forced to cut ties, and she thought she could easily manipulate us, but she didn't expect us to stand firm. Now they're struggling to support Chinjansai's education and are almost out of food, while the third family acts like leeches, never satisfied. Next year will be even harder for them. If you give them all your money now, they won't appreciate it. They'll just think it's their right. If you trust me, listen to your mother. Mix the rice bran with corn. As long as they don't starve, let them manage for now. A little hardship might actually be good for them. Sun nodded repeatedly. Ching girl, you mean to let them feel the despair of hunger, so they can change and reflect on their mistakes? That's partly right, but also not. Bad people don't change easily, Chen Qingqing said with a sly smile. Anyway, if you trust me, don't let her manage the money you earn. Chen Qingqing knew that Grandma Chen and her husband had placed all their hopes on Chinjansai, but he was becoming increasingly lazy in his studies. He couldn't even carry a load. Even if he did pass the exams, with his selfish nature, he wouldn't care about his grandparents' well-being. After next year's exams, Chinjansai's true character would likely be revealed. Sun smiled at Debeo. Let's follow what your sister Qingqing says. Aren't you going to the town to deliver goods? Help me buy some rice bran and 2 pounds of corn on your way back. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to Sister Qingqing. Since being saved by Chun Qingqing in the Wolf Valley, Chen Debeo had looked at her differently. He believed everything she said was right. Qing girl, you all keep busy. I'll head back now. Sun turned to leave. Second aunt, here's some snacks I bought for you. I was just about to deliver them, so take them back with you. They will be good for Uncle's health, Chun Qingqing said, handing the bamboo basket to her. Sun waved her hands.
No.
Qing girl, you should take this back. It's too precious for us. We can't afford it. Here, take it. Air Bao is at the age where he needs to grow and needs extra nutrition, so don't be polite with me. Thank you, Qing girl. I will thank you on behalf of Air Bao. Sun handed over the bamboo basket with both hands. For the past few nights, there had been noises in the yard at midnight. At first, I thought it was a big rat looking for food. But it kept happening night after night. Last night, unable to sleep, I peeked through the door crack. I saw Old Chin sneaking out of the yard, and before long, he came back carrying something. Although it was dark and I couldn't see what he was holding, my instinct told me that this old couple was definitely up to no good. Since that day when they tried to extort money, the Chin couple had been quieter, but they had turned into night owls. Recalling what happened last night, I suddenly realized and leaned in to quietly remind her, Qing girl, Air Dan is watching so many materials alone. You need to remind him to stay alert at night and not let any bad people take advantage. Chun Qingqing understood immediately and frowned. The Liu brothers were busy with work in another village, so they hadn't left anyone to keep watch here. She had specifically hired Air Dan from the village for 10 coins a night to watch over the building materials. Although Sun didn't say it directly, her words were clearly a reminder. Chun Qingqing smiled and nodded. Thank you, second aunt. I will remember. All right, Qing girl, you two go ahead and get busy. I'll head back now. Sun smiled and turned to leave. Night fell. Old Chen, having eaten his fill, smiled at Old Lady Chen, who was counting bricks. Wife, you don't need to count anymore. You've counted these blue bricks at least 10 times. Tonight, I'll bring back a few hundred more for you to count. This is money. 2 bricks for 1 coin. There are a total of 1,028 blue bricks, which is 514 copper coins. That can buy over 100 big pancakes. Eating one every 2 days could last almost a year. So tell me, how can I not be happy? Wife, you really have a knack for counting, but you're a bit early with your calculations. There are still many days ahead. At the speed I'm going, I can bring back at least 10 or 8,000 more. Calculate that, and it'll be at least 5 taels of silver. By then, you can have big pancakes every day without any problem. This made Old Lady Chen so happy that she almost cried. Good old man, you've worked hard. When the pancake seller comes again, I'll get you a pancake to reward you. Chen, the old man, shook his head with a smile. It's my duty to work hard, so there's no need to be polite. But those pancakes are really delicious. Next time you come, make sure to trade for a few more. I want to trade, but I haven't heard anyone selling pancakes these days. That old man is probably avoiding me on purpose. When I see him next time, I'll definitely get a few more pancakes. All right, dear. Those pancakes aren't worth much money. There's no need to steal them. If caught, it won't sound good. Besides, we aren't short on cash right now. We can earn it back by working a bit more tonight. Look at you, so proud. Waking up early is not easy, and earning money is hard. So we should save where we can. If we can get it, we shouldn't hesitate. In recent days, Chun, the old man, had become addicted to stealing bricks, seeing it as a way to get rich. The later it got, the more energetic he felt. Estimating it was already midnight, he stood up and looked outside. The second son's family should be asleep. It's time for me to get to work. Wait for me, old man. Mrs. Chen put on her clothes and shoes. I'm going with you. It's dark outside. You should stay home. Those bricks are heavy, and if you hurt your back again, it would be painful. Mrs. Chen touched her lower back. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Saying this, she took out a cloth bag from the cupboard. I prepared this. I can carry it on my shoulder, and it will hold as much as you can with your hands. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. If you get too tired, it won't be worth it. Don't worry, I won't take too much. Just enough to trade for 2 pancakes. Good, then let's go. At that moment, Qin Zhanshan and Air Dan were hiding near a pile of wood, blending into the night. Chun Qingqing and Xiao Yu were hiding behind a stack of bricks, watching everything around them with wide eyes. Suddenly, they saw 2 figures slowly walking from the old Chen house. The 2 of them moved quietly, looking around. Wu Baohan was also called by Chun Qingqing. At first, he didn't believe her when she said they were catching thieves, but seeing the two figures not far away, he frowned. This old couple really was hopeless. Just as Xiaoyu was about to rush over, Chen Qingqing held his hand, signaling him to wait. It wasn't the right time to catch them. Even though it was dark, Chen, the old man, was already familiar with the path and easily made his way to the pile of bricks. Old Mrs. Chen was a bit anxious and picked up a brick to put in her bag. Old Mr. Chen quickly stopped her, saying, "Wait, let me see where Dan is. If he finds us, we won't be able to escape." "Okay, I understand." Mrs. Chen reluctantly put the brick back down. After a while, when Mr. Chen still hadn't made a move, she grew impatient. "Old man, if no one is watching, let's hurry up. Don't rush. Something feels off." Mrs. Chen was startled by his nervousness. "What's wrong, old man? What feels off?" Mr. Chen frowned. Every day at this time, Dan walks around with a lantern, checking the area. But I've looked for a long time and haven't seen him. Doesn't that seem strange? You're being too cautious. You know what kind of person Dan is. He never puts in much effort and is probably asleep by now. Don't scare yourself. This is a rare opportunity. Let's act quickly and try to take half a room back tonight. All right, follow me. Mr. Chen thought it made sense and felt less worried. But as he tiptoed forward, he suddenly stopped. "Wait, don't make a sound. Something really seems off." Mrs. Chen's eyes widened in fear. "What's wrong, old man? Is someone coming?" "No, just listen carefully." "What should I listen for? There's no other sound. What's going on?" Mrs. Chen's palms were sweaty from nervousness. Mr. Chen pointed towards a nearby shed. "It seems like there's no one inside." When Mrs. Chen heard this, she almost fainted from anger. "You old fool. I'm here to keep you company, and you're scaring me for no reason. Be careful, or I might hit you with that brick." "Please don't be angry. I'm just being cautious. It's better to be safe." "Cautious my foot. Your nervousness will eventually scare me to death." "I'm not trying to scare you."
It really seems like there's no one in that shed.
Usually, if Dan is asleep, he snores loudly, but tonight there's not a sound. "I feel something is wrong. How about we go back and wait until later to come out? Look at your timid nature. What else can you do?" Madam Chen glanced at old man Chen with disdain. Dan is always up to no good, probably off somewhere wasting time with a young widow. Stop hesitating. It's already morning, so hurry up. Hearing this, old man Chen lost his earlier tension. Realizing the moment was right, he lowered his voice and said, "Wife, I'll keep watch here. You quickly start putting things in your pocket." "Okay, I understand." Madam Chen was eager and quickly stepped forward. Seeing a pile of bricks nearby, her heart raced with excitement. This was money. If they could take these home, they wouldn't have to worry about food or money anymore. Whenever she craved something, she could just take out a few bricks and trade them for a big flatbread. Thinking this made her lick her lips. She was determined. If she was going to act, she would do it decisively. She started stuffing her pockets with bricks. Old man Chen quickly grabbed a stack too. Feeling they had enough, they hurried back inside, then returned to continue their earlier actions. Seeing the right moment, Chen Qingqing quickly walked up behind Old Man Chen and gently tapped his shoulder. Old Man Chen, already on edge, nearly jumped out of his skin when someone tapped him from behind. Turning around, he saw Chen Qingqing smiling at him, leaving him stunned and speechless. Madam Chen was still busy filling her pockets when she suddenly felt a kick on her backside. Ignoring it, she muttered under her breath, "You old fool. When did you start kicking people? If you have time for that, come help me. I can barely fit any more in here." Just as she finished speaking, she felt another kick. Still not turning around, she chuckled softly. "I see you're getting playful again. Stop messing around and focus on the task. Let's try to get this pile of bricks home tonight. Tomorrow I'll trade some for a big flatbread for you. I've been talking for ages. You should hurry up." Suddenly, Madam Chen turned around and let out a loud gasp, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What are you doing behind me? Trying to scare me to death?" Chen Qingqing smirked coldly. "So, how does it feel to steal? Is it thrilling? Do you feel like you're about to be scared to death?" Madam Chen was genuinely startled but quickly regained her composure, trembling as she retorted, You can't accuse me like that.
Who's stealing anything?
We just came out for a walk. How did it turn into stealing? What use is this broken brick? Can it be eaten or chewed? Old Chen also tried to deny it, but he forgot he was holding a stack of blue bricks in his arms. Chun Ching snorted and pointed at the cloth bag on the ground, caught red-handed. And you still want to deny it? How shameless. Old Chen almost fainted. Ever since she had separated from the main family, she felt like she had fallen into Chun Ching's trap. In the past, that girl couldn't even make a sound, and she was slow and dull. But now, she had become smarter and even started making money. Why was she doing better? Old Chun had planned to steal some bricks to build 3 big houses to show the villagers that they were doing well too. But how did this girl find out? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, making her teeth itch. Remembering the more than 1,000 blue bricks in the house, she shivered. No, she must not admit to stealing the bricks. If they found out, returning the bricks would be the least of her worries. Being kicked out of Nanshan village would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Old Chin played the fool. Who are you calling out? What do you mean caught red-handed? I was just bored and putting a few bricks in my bag to play with. How can you accuse me? Dan, holding a lantern, stepped forward. He had been hired by the girl to guard the materials for 10 coins, and now, right under his nose, they had stolen something. He looked frustrated. All right, Auntie, stop making excuses. We've been watching you for a while. Just return the stolen blue bricks, and this will be over. If you keep denying it, you can expect to see the authorities. Old Chin knew she could never admit it. If she slipped up, it would be trouble. She kept a straight face and shouted, Dan, shut your mouth. Don't put the blame on me. If you keep accusing me, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson as your elder.
Bah.
Dan spat angrily. The facts are clear, and you still refuse to admit it. Do you think I'm foolish? Believe it or not, I'm just here playing with the bricks because I can't sleep. You really can make excuses. Is Uncle Zhong also just holding blue bricks for exercise? Wu Baoan emerged from the darkness, looking furious. Mrs. Chen's face turned pale when she noticed Mr. Chen standing there, seemingly dazed, holding a stack of blue bricks. She chuckled. Security, you really guessed right. My honest husband and I haven't been able to sleep well these past few nights, so we've been getting up to exercise. The security guard, with a serious expression, said sternly, It's really disappointing to see you both acting this way at your age. How can you steal and then pretend to be innocent? Quickly tell me, how many bricks did you take? Yes, tell us how many bricks you stole. No excuses, just be honest, said Danzi, joining in. Seeing the situation, Mr. Chen panicked and stumbled over his words. Security, why are you here? This is all a misunderstanding. We are upright people. We would never steal. This is just a joke. Yes, security, since you're here, you must help us. Mrs. Chen quickly pretended to be wronged, pointing at Chin Ching Ching. It must be that girl who hates us for driving her family away, and she is framing us. You have to help us. Watching them bring the bricks into their home while twisting the truth, Chin Zhanshan's face darkened with anger. These were his parents, who he had respected for decades, stealing and then calling his beloved daughter a bad girl. He was so furious that he shook with rage, shouting, Chen Zhongho Wu Fong, be quiet. The facts are clear, and you still deny it. You are beyond help. The security guard frowned. Uncle Zhongho, Auntie, we all saw you take the bricks home. Stop making excuses. Mrs. Chen's expression stiffened. Although she felt guilty, as long as she didn't admit it, no one would dare to confront her. She raised her chin defiantly. What do you mean, security? Are you clearly siding with that girl and wronging good people? Although the security guard found their behavior shameful, they were still Chin Zhanshan's parents. If things escalated, it would hurt him too. He patiently advised, Auntie, just admit it and apologize to the girl. Return the bricks and we can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I can't help you. Mrs. Chen thought he was trying to trick her and put on an innocent expression, spreading her hands. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need your help. Don't pretend to be a good person. Seeing the stubborn expression on old lady Chen's face, Chun Qingqing really wanted to report her to the authorities for the punishment she deserved. But when she turned and saw Chun Jianshan's disappointed and conflicted eyes, her heart softened. It wouldn't be impossible to take extreme measures, but it would leave a lasting pain in Chun Jianshan's heart. Never mind, sending them to the authorities would only bring temporary satisfaction. Watching them become lonely and isolated would be much more satisfying. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Old Lady Chen, since you refuse to admit anything, don't cry later. Old Lady Chen tightened her breath. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Aren't you being stubborn? I'll make sure you have nothing to say. After saying this, Chun Qingqing ignored Old Lady Chen and turned to walk towards her house, with others following closely behind. Old Man Chen was so anxious he almost lost control. Wife, this is bad. They're heading to our house. What are you standing there for? Hurry and stop them. We must not let them inside. Old Lady Chen, frightened, quickly ran after them. You stubborn girl, stop right now. Old Man Chen knew how serious the consequences would be if they found the hidden bricks in their house. He used all his strength and finally caught up to Chun Qingqing and the others at their doorstep. You all stop. I remind you, breaking into someone's home is against the law. Right, you're breaking into our home. Old Lady Chen shouted as she caught up. If you break into someone's house at this hour, it's considered burglary. If I report you, you'll face severe consequences. Chun Qingqing scoffed. Go ahead and report us. According to the laws of Danning, stealing someone's property can lead to 30 lashes and up to 3 years in prison. For serious cases, it could mean confiscation of property and exile. Just wait to be reported. You're talking nonsense. Who's stealing? Don't slander us. Whether something was stolen or not, we'll find out once we go inside.
How dare you?
This is my home. If anyone tries to enter, I'll fight back.
Right.
Let's see who dares to take a step forward. Everyone, step back. Old Man Chen picked up a stick from the ground and brandished it. Chun Jianshan, worried that Chun Qingqing would be at a disadvantage, quickly moved to shield her and shouted at Old Man Chen, Put down that stick. Aren't you too old for this? The facts are right in front of you. Stop arguing and embarrassing yourself. You ungrateful brat, who are you talking about? Old Chen didn't expect Chun Jianshan to confront him like that, making him very angry. Old Lady Chen was also furious. Who do you think you are, teaching me a lesson? Get out, just leave. Wu Baoan frowned and couldn't help but advise, Auntie, please calm down. You were indeed moving someone else's bricks, which is considered stealing. If you apologize to the girl and return the bricks, I promise no one will know about this. Old Lady Chen scoffed, continuing to argue. Baoan, how can you so quickly assume we were stealing? As the saying goes, seeing isn't always believing. I already said that we were just bored and counting bricks for fun. Why don't you believe us? If you didn't steal anything, then just let us take a look inside. Why are you making excuses? Old Lady Chen threatened. What do you want to come into my house at this hour? I tell you, if anyone steps into my home, that's trespassing. According to village rules, they would be punished and taken to the authorities. As the village leader, you can't just stand by while bad people do wrong. You need to help us. Yes, if you dare to enter my house, I will report you for making false accusations and trying to frame us. Old Man Chen chimed in. Chun Qingqing sneered. Go ahead and report. When the officials find stolen goods in your house, let's see how you explain that. You, how dare you? Old Lady Chen felt a chill. Chun Qingqing stared at her. Do you think I won't? If you don't want trouble, step aside and don't force me to act. What do you want to do? I warn you, I'm not well, and if you touch me, I'll make your life miserable. Stop talking nonsense, just move aside. Chun Qingqing didn't want to argue further and pushed her aside. Caught off guard, Old Lady Chen stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. You dare to touch me? I won't let this go. Seeing this, Old Man Chen hurried to help her up. Are you okay, dear? Watching Chun Qingqing head straight for the door, Old Lady Chen panicked, clapping her hands and stomping her feet. You foolish old man, don't worry about me. Quickly stop that girl. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Old Mrs. Chen was terrified by these words. She knew that if the stolen bricks were discovered, not only would she go to jail, but she could also be kicked out of the village. However, who wouldn't want to gain some unexpected wealth? Seeing the angry face of security guard Wu, Mrs. Chen steadied herself. All those bricks were brought back by Old Man Chen, and she had nothing to do with it. She wanted to shift the blame entirely onto him, but felt it was too unfair. Then she remembered the saying, "Couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly apart." Now, she couldn't worry about that. To avoid prison, she had to act. With that thought, Mrs. Chen gritted her teeth and pretended to be heartbroken, tears welling up in her eyes. "My dear guard, my nephew, please don't scare Auntie. Your honest uncle acted on impulse. Don't send him to the authorities. His old body can't handle it. Even a few lashes could take his life. I can't bear to be a widow." Upon hearing this, Old Man Chen felt cold inside, trembling with anger. He couldn't help but shout, "You heartless woman! This was your terrible idea, so why blame it all on me? Be quiet and stop talking nonsense." Mrs. Chen quickly shot him a warning glance. They had promised to share both good and bad times, but human hearts are hard to read, and life is unpredictable. In the end, they could share joy, but not suffering. Old Man Chen felt hopeless. Since she was so unfeeling, he wouldn't be kind either. Ignoring Mrs. Chen's glance, he shouted angrily, "Wu, are you even human? If it weren't for your scheming, I wouldn't have dared to do this. If I go to jail, you should go with me. You can't put all the blame on me. You big fool, you'll drive me crazy. And you think you won't be the one to get me into trouble?" Old Man Chen retorted defiantly. Mrs. Chen was at her breaking point. At this stage, arguing was pointless. With pleading eyes, she said, "Nephew, you are the village leader. Please consider our relationship. Your uncle's brother's wife is my uncle's niece. We are practically family. You can't be so cruel as to send us to the authorities. If we end up there, we might not survive. Moreover, next year, Jean Kai will take the exam to become a scholar. If we, as his parents, have a bad reputation, how can he hold an official position?
You should help Jean Kai.
If someone from our village becomes a scholar, it will bring honor to you as the village head." Wu Baoan shook his head and sighed. There had been thefts in the village he managed, and if he handled it poorly, he would be blamed by the authorities and could face consequences. He said sternly, "You are harming the interests of the young girl. It won't help to ask me. You must seek her forgiveness. As long as she doesn't hold you accountable, I can keep this matter quiet." Old Lady Chen clenched her fists, feeling desperate. She wanted to be tough and say whatever happens, happens, but she lacked the courage. The thought of the punishments in the court made her shiver. She decided to swallow her pride and seek forgiveness from the girl. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head and spoke insincerely to Chen Qingqing, "Young girl, it's all our fault for being foolish and doing something we shouldn't have. Please forgive us and give us a chance to change. We won't dare to do it again. Next time? Do you really think there will be a next time?" Chen Qingqing interrupted her with a cold laugh. "You have done so many bad things and caused me trouble repeatedly. I have given you chances before, but you still haven't changed. This time, you must learn your lesson." Old Lady Chen felt furious, but couldn't show it, so she cursed in her heart. This disrespectful girl was really pushing her limits. She thought, let her be arrogant for now. When my son becomes a scholar next spring, I will make sure to deal with her properly. Though she was angry inside, she didn't dare show any hatred on her face. Suddenly, she remembered her son had said they should reconcile with the eldest family. Why not take this opportunity to mend their relationship? If the girl forgave them, they could live in a big house and enjoy a better life. Thinking of this, Grandma Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Qingqing's hand, smiling insincerely. "Qing girl, my good granddaughter, I know I was wrong in the past. Please forgive me. The disownment and separation letters don't count. I take back all the foolish things I said. From now on, I will love you just like I love Ruolin. Yes, yes, your grandmother is right. Grandpa will love you a lot too." Old Man Chen chimed in, inspired. Chun Qingqing subtly pushed Grandma Chen's hand away and replied coldly, "No need. My parents love me enough. As for you, you abandoned me when I needed you the most. Now that my family is doing well, I don't need your cheap affection. Put away your fake smiles and think about how to deal with the county official." Grandma Chen was stunned. How could this girl be so hard-hearted? What should she do now? She broke into a cold sweat, glancing at Qin Zhanshan beside her, her eyes spinning as she came up with an idea. To avoid prison, she had to endure humiliation. She immediately rushed to Qin Zhanshan, crying, "Zhanshan, my son, you can't just stand by and watch your parents suffer. No matter what, I carried you for 10 months. Even if I didn't do much, I worked hard. Please help us and say something nice. Don't let Qingqing report us, okay?" Chun Zhanshan frowned, feeling very pained. "Where were you all this time? I can't help you now. Just wait for your punishment."
You
ungrateful." Grandma Chen was furious and about to yell, but suddenly remembered this wasn't the time for anger. She quickly put on a forced smile, acting as if she cared deeply. "Zhanshan, even though we have cut ties, I am still your mother. I don't want to say much, but since you left home, my heart has been aching. I worry about whether you're eating enough or sleeping well. I often can't sleep myself. My health is getting worse every day. I don't expect you to take care of me, but you can't just watch me go to jail." Chun Zhanshan looked down, unable to bear the thought of his parents going to prison. But the suffering that his daughter endured was not something he, as a father, could decide on. When they were just cut off from their connections, the family only received a small bag of rice husks. If it weren't for Qing Yadu risking her life to go into the dangerous Wolf Valley to find ginseng, they might have starved to death long ago. He felt stuck and was so upset that he couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing that he was slightly moved, Old Man Chen quickly took the chance. "Zhanshan, what your mother said is true. She misses you so much and wants to talk to you, but you ignore her and don't give us a chance. We old folks thought of using a sneaky way to get your attention to bring us closer. We are really forced into this." Chun Qingqing was so angered by their shamelessness that she almost laughed. Afraid of going to jail? Well, this time, they would definitely learn their lesson. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Even if you talk nonsense today, you must go to jail. Seeing that Qin Zhanshan remained unmoved and that Chun Qingqing was pressing hard, Old Lady Chen was so frightened that her legs trembled, and she fell to the ground with a thud. She pleaded in a trembling voice, "Qing Yadu, let's talk nicely. Please don't report us. We really know we were wrong and promise it won't happen again. Just spare us old folks. Yes, please spare me. Even if someone encourages me, I won't do anything wrong again." Old Man Chen chimed in with flattering words. Before Qin Qingqing could respond, Qin Zhanshan's eyes turned red. "You must remember what you said today. If there's a next time, don't think Qing Yadu will forgive you. I won't let you off easily either." After saying that, he looked at Qin Qingqing. "Qing Yadu, for your father's sake, let them go this time. If there's a next time, I won't say anything more. I know this puts you in a difficult position, but let me fulfill my duty as a father just this once. Okay? Just give my second uncle some face." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhanliang, supported by Sun, came closer. "Qing Yadu, my parents did wrong and should be punished, but since I can't earn a lot of money to repay them, please let them go this time for the sake of me and your second aunt." "Yes, Qing Yadu, please let them go this time. Our family can't have someone in jail. If this gets out, our descendants will be looked down upon." Sun also pleaded. Wu Baoan felt a bit relieved upon seeing the situation. After all, he didn't want any troublemakers in his area, as it would reflect poorly on his leadership and invite ridicule. He added, "Qing girl, let's just leave it at this and not dig deeper." Chun Qingqing glanced at everyone and finally focused on the old Qin couple, nodding. "All right, for the sake of everyone here, I'll let you off this time. I hope you think twice before acting recklessly again. If you do, I won't be so forgiving." Okay, we promise we won't do anything wrong again." The old man Chen sighed in relief. Old Lady Chen felt pleased, thinking they were easily swayed by a few kind words. They were still inexperienced and dared to challenge her. Just wait until her third son passes the exams. She would make them regret it. While she felt triumphant inside, she put on a grateful face, saying, "Ching girl, don't worry. I will definitely change my ways. If I cause you trouble again, may I end up with nowhere to go. Remember what you said, don't take it back later." Chun Ching scoffed. "How will you return the blue bricks you took from my house?" The old man Chun quickly replied, Right. We won't sleep tonight, and we'll return them right away." "Good, but remember, not a single brick can be missing." Hearing this, the old man's heart sank. His wife had taken 4 bricks to trade for pancakes. What would he do now? He glanced at old lady Chun and whispered, "Look what you've done. Where am I supposed to find 4 bricks? You fool, who would know if you don't say anything?" "Just don't cause any trouble," the old man said nervously. "Ching girl, my wife traded 4 bricks for pancakes. To make up for it, can I help you with night watch?" Old lady Chun felt embarrassed, wishing she could hide. Chun Ching laughed in frustration. "All right, but don't get any funny ideas. If our people find out you're up to no good, you know the consequences." "Don't worry, I promise it won't happen." Soon, the autumn harvest was over and the new house began construction on schedule, taking shape in just a few days. Chun Ching focused on explaining the construction of the restroom, which, although lacking running water, was built according to modern standards, featuring a separate septic tank and stone flooring. Though simple, it was much better than a makeshift restroom made of 2 wooden boards over a pit. All the houses have tiled floors, and the yard is paved with bluestone. Chun Ching spent another 50 taels of silver on these. Although the candy shop was busy, it was well organized, allowing Chun Ching to relax completely. One day, she suddenly remembered the ginseng in Wolf Valley and decided to go dig it up. 6-leaf ginseng is already very rare, while 7-leaf ginseng is even scarcer, with very few people having seen it. However, the ginseng in Wolf Valley has 9 leaves. It is said that 9-leaf ginseng can grant immortality and even has the power to bring the dead back to life. While the truth of these legends is uncertain, it is a fact that the higher the grade of ginseng, the more valuable it is, and the better its medicinal effects. Since she was fortunate enough to see it, it must be fate, and she had to get it. After making up her mind, she prepared and took Xiaoyu into Wolf Valley. At first, she was a bit nervous, remembering her previous encounter with a pack of wolves, and constantly reminded Xiaoyu to stay alert. But they went through without any issues, not even hearing a wolf's howl. Chun Ching didn't want to waste time, and led Xiaoyu straight to the hillside where the ginseng was growing. She handed him a crossbow and repeatedly instructed him, "Xiaoyu, stand here. If any wolves or other wild animals come close, use this to shoot at them, understood?" Xiaoyu was somewhat reluctant, "Miss. You just said there's a big python. I need to protect you. If it dares to show up, I'll smash its head." "Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I'll be fine. Just stay here and guard." Chun Ching didn't want Xiaoyu to come with her. He wasn't very clever, and if he got involved with the big black python, it could lead to trouble. After all, she was well prepared. As long as she scattered the poison she had, she would be safe. Xiaoyu could only obediently nod, then be careful. "If you're in danger, shout, and I'll come to save you." "Okay, don't worry." After saying this, Chun Ching carefully climbed up the rocky wall, reaching the top of the hill. She looked around at the overgrown weeds and bushes, quickly finding a stick to test the area as she moved forward. Suddenly, she spotted the ginseng in the grass not far away. Chun Ching immediately felt tense. She knew the big black python was nearby, and if it opened its mouth to attack, it could spell disaster. She was fully alert, carefully observing her surroundings, ready to throw the poison in her hand at any moment. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled, and a foul wind hit her face. Then, the weeds next to the ginseng parted, revealing a large black python that raised its head sharply. Chun Ching was prepared, but still felt her heart racing with fear. She couldn't delay any longer and threw the poison at the giant black python. For safety, she quickly threw a few more packets of poison. The large python slowly closed its eyes, standing still as if it were asleep. Chun Qingqing thought the sleeping potion had worked and that the black python was unconscious. However, she still didn't let her guard down. She cautiously moved a few steps closer while watching the python's movements. Suddenly, the black python opened its eyes wide and lunged at her with its long, red tongue. Chun Qingqing was terrified by this sudden attack and exclaimed, "This stupid system almost got me killed by selling fake medicine." As soon as she said that, a notification sound rang out. "Don't worry, host. Xiao Jie never does dishonest business. This python is too big, and it didn't inhale enough powder, so the effect hasn't fully taken place. I'm about to be eaten by this python, and you tell me it hasn't worked? The instructions clearly said it would be unconscious in 3 seconds, so why isn't it? It's your fault for not using it properly. The python inhaled too little, and you blame Xiao Jie. Okay, I was wrong about you. Just tell me how to make this big python completely unconscious." You should have been humble earlier. After Xiao Jie finished speaking, Chun Qingqing felt something new in her hand. Looking down, she realized it was a tranquilizer gun. She felt a surge of joy and raised her hand to shoot into the python's mouth. With a bang, the tranquilizer shot into the snake's mouth. "Nice shot, pretty accurate," Xiao Jie teased, then became serious. "Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, down." The large black python fell to the ground just a meter away from Chun Qingqing. Looking at the python so close, she swallowed hard, her face pale. "You stupid thing. You almost got me killed. Why didn't you give me this good stuff earlier? Please don't be angry, host. Xiao Jie only randomly selects suitable weapons when your life is in danger. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The tranquilizer gun costs 100 taels of silver, so please make the payment in the trading system as soon as possible. A friendly reminder, this medicine only works for 2 hours, so please hurry to dig up the ginseng. If you wait too long, you might miss your chance." Chun Qingqing felt anxious upon hearing this. She knew that digging ginseng was very time-consuming and that she couldn't use a shovel or knife. She could only use specialized tools to carefully dig it up without damaging the roots. She quickly took out the right tools and, following the steps for digging ginseng, began to carefully excavate with a deer bone. Time passed slowly, and after more than an hour of effort, she finally dug up the ginseng. Just then, she heard a sound in her mind. "Ding, the host has obtained a 9-grade ginseng. Would you like to sell it at a high price? You greedy thing, go away. I'm not selling it. Host, that's not fair. I'm not being greedy. I'm sincere. If you sell it, this ginseng could make you rich in an instant." Chun Qingqing became interested. As the saying goes, 7 taels is for ginseng, 8 taels is for treasure. This ginseng weighed over a pound, making it a rare treasure that could potentially save a life in a critical moment. She was curious about how much silver it could sell for. Rich in an instant? Tell me, how much can this ginseng sell for? 500,000 taels. Will you sell it? 500,000 taels of gold? You're thinking too optimistically. At most, it's 550,000 taels of silver. Do you want to sell it? No sale. Chun Qingqing refused without hesitation. This was a treasure that money couldn't buy, and she wouldn't sell it easily. Although 550,000 taels of silver was very tempting, she firmly chose to decline and exited the space. She couldn't bear to part with such a valuable ginseng. She carefully wrapped it up and placed it in her space before getting up to leave. Xiaoyu had been waiting anxiously and hurried over when he saw Chun Qingqing return. "My dear, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's go home."
Great.
"This place isn't fun at all. Finally, we can go home," Xiaoyu said, holding Chun Qingqing's hand like a child as they walked forward. Chun Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Ever since Little Fish woke up, she had insisted on helping him with acupuncture every day, hoping to restore his memory and help him find his family. However, there had been no improvement. His health indicators were all normal, but she didn't know what the problem was. Perhaps this was his fate. He might only be able to live as a fool in this life. Time flew by, and soon winter turned to spring. Throughout the winter, Chen Qingqing stayed in Nanshan village. Since moving into their new house, Chen Zhanshan and his wife had not stopped smiling. Chen Han made remarkable progress in his studies at the academy. Because he had a great memory, Master Yi was very optimistic about him and encouraged him to take the student exam this year. During the new year, Chen Feng returned for a few days and discussed with Chen Qingqing his plan to leave Qingshui restaurant by the end of March to open his own restaurant. Chen Debao had become very skilled at delivery, and in his spare time, he studied reading and writing with Chen Qingqing. After months of practice, he could handle calculations and bookkeeping without any issues, so Chen Qingqing had completely entrusted the delivery work to him. Debao's salary had increased from 900 coins to 2 taels of silver a month. However, he was quite discreet about this. Only Chen Qingqing knew, and he hadn't told anyone else. As the weather warmed up, spring equinox was approaching. To expand production, Chen Qingqing encouraged everyone in the village to plant beets. With Wu Baoan's strong promotion, most villagers showed great enthusiasm. Chen Qingqing distributed beet seeds to registered villagers, personally demonstrated how to plant them, and explained how to save seeds for the future. One day, dozens of villagers gathered at the village entrance to discuss beet planting. This is a great opportunity. I'm planning to plant beets in all my fields this year. You're right, DeLongzi. I think the same. Beets sell for 3 coins a pound and have a high yield. It's much better than planting grains. That may be true, but no one has ever planted them before. What if they don't grow? Our families will go hungry. Yeah, if they don't grow, we'll have to beg. You timid folks will never have a good life. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come from taking risks. If you don't take some chances, how can you make big money? I don't care what you think. I believe in Qingqing. I'm going to plant beets on all 10 acres of my land. The 6th brother's wife is right. The person I admire most in Nanshan village is Qing Yatu. Whatever she says, I wholeheartedly agree, and my family has also started planting beets. At this moment, old lady Chen was also standing in the crowd. Everyone in the family agreed to plant beets, except for her, who was strongly opposed. She believed that agreeing to plant beets meant working for Chen Qingqing, which was very embarrassing. Why should they work hard in the fields while that girl benefits without effort? Old lady Chen secretly despised Chen Qingqing and pinned all her hopes on her 3rd son. As long as her son could become a scholar, she would feel relieved. At that time, she would make those who mocked her regret it. Seeing that everyone in the village agreed to plant beets, old lady Chen felt sour inside and disdainfully said, "You all need to think this through. After all, we have never planted that before. They say the yield is high, and they will buy it back for 3 coins a pound, but what if it doesn't yield anything? Or if it does yield, but they change the price to 3 pounds for 1 coin? Will you still sell it then? So we need to be cautious and not let others lead us." DeLongzi asked in confusion, "Andy, what do you mean by that?" "What I mean is, we shouldn't plan it. Let them plan it themselves. If it really works out, we can plan it next year." Old lady Chen's words sparked discontent among the crowd. "Auntie, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you think too poorly of people. Qing Yatu is not someone who is unreliable." "Exactly. Qing Yatu is kind-hearted. She wants everyone in the village to prosper. How can you speak of her so small-mindedly?" "Right. Qing Yatu is now a well-known figure in our entire Qingshui town. Everyone knows her brown sugar is in high demand. Would she ruin her reputation for a little money?" "Exactly. I fully trust Qing Yatu." Old lady Chen rolled her eyes at the criticism and replied irritably, "You can plant if you want. I won't." Hearing this, the 6th brother's wife couldn't help but mockingly say, "Auntie, we simple folks can't compare to you. Your family should be preparing for the exams. If your son becomes a scholar this year and then a higher official, your family will be well off and won't have to suffer planting those beets." Other villagers chimed in, "Yes, Andy, we rough folks can't compare to your family. The exam should have ended by now. Has your son John Kai received any news? Did he pass? I hope he didn't fail again. If he didn't pass, it's okay. He can try again next year. If one day your son John Kai passes, you must invite us to celebrate." Right. If your son John Kai passes, even if I have to scrape together some money from my chickens, I will contribute to your celebration." As soon as De Long spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Grandma Chen was furious at their teasing, rolling her eyes in frustration. How dare they make jokes about her son? These short-sighted, poor folks better watch out. If her son succeeds, they won't be able to reach him anymore. She thought it was a good plan, but she felt uncertain inside. The exam should have ended long ago, so why hadn't John Kai sent any news? Did he fail again this year? That couldn't be. She had spent the money needed and made all the necessary arrangements. But what if he really didn't pass? As his mother, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Thinking about this made her feel extremely low, and she kept her head down, not daring to speak. Just then, a donkey cart appeared in the distance, approaching the village. "Look, who is that coming back?" "Oh, isn't that John Kai?" "Yes, it is. Auntie, your son John Kai is back." The donkey cart slowly came to a stop, and Grandma Chen hurried to greet them, her voice trembling as she asked, "John Kai, you're back. How did it go?" Before John Kai could reply, Lu Fengjiao excitedly exclaimed, "Mom, he passed." John Kai passed the exam. The sudden good news left Grandma Chen in shock, standing frozen for a moment before she regained her senses. She excitedly grabbed John Kai's hand and exclaimed, "John Kai, really? You passed the exam?" "Mom, what are you doing?" "It's just an exam. Why are you so surprised?" John Kai said, but inside, he was overjoyed and wanted everyone to know he had passed. Grandma Chen was so excited she nearly jumped up, shouting, "My son passed. He passed the exam. Our family is finally successful." At that moment, the surrounding villagers were stunned and gathered around. Those who had just made jokes stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, almost dropping their jaws. Wow, they really didn't expect this. As Chen Zhansai approached his home, he saw the newly built 3-story mansion of Chen Qingqing from a distance. The dramatic changes in the big house had driven Chen Zhansai to jealousy. He had thought that passing the exam would make him a legend in Nanshan village, someone to be respected. However, he realized that all the attention had shifted to that girl, Chen Qingqing. At that moment, he felt nothing but hatred towards her family, resenting their lack of compassion and support as they made money without helping him or caring for their parents. He saw them as heartless. He even felt that the separation of the family was a trap set by the main branch. The girl from before wasn't as clever as she is now. She must have been hiding her true abilities to escape the constraints of the old house. What a deep scheme she had. A sinister smile crossed Chen Zhansai's lips. No matter how much money or how big the house is, it means nothing in the face of power. This autumn, he would work hard for the county exam and strive to become a scholar. Once he achieved that, he could become a low-ranking official like a county magistrate. It would be easy for him to deal with those powerless villagers. Hearing the villagers' praises behind him, Chen Zhansai felt elated. He thought it was necessary to make the main branch regret their past actions for not supporting him. If they had let Chen Qingqing marry the butcher back then, he would have become a scholar, and they could have shared in his success. But even if it drove them crazy with envy, he could never forgive them. Lu Fengjiao's tired face was filled with uncontainable joy. To show her status as the scholar's wife to the main branch, she shouted loudly before reaching the front door, "Dad, come out quickly. Zhansai has become a scholar." At that moment, Chen Laohan was sitting inside, frowning and smoking, worried about their future. After paying taxes following last year's harvest, there was hardly any food left, and their meals had been getting worse each day. Every mealtime, the smell of food from the neighbor's yard made him feel even hungrier. He had to go up the mountain to gather firewood almost every day, and with a diet of chaff, he felt weak and dizzy while walking. He missed the days when the main branch wasn't pushed out. His eldest son used to work odd jobs in town, bringing in a little extra money now and then for a better meal. Now he felt like an old donkey, working all day without rest. Just as he lamented his misfortune, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Zhansai has become a scholar." He jumped up from the edge of the bed and hurried to the front door. When he saw Chun Laotai and Chin Jiansai enter, his cloudy old eyes brightened, and he trembled as he asked, "What did you just say?" "Dad, Jiansai has become a scholar," Lu Fengjiao said, her face full of joy. Sun Shi was coming out of the house with a basin of water when she heard Lu Fengjiao's words. Startled, she dropped the basin with a loud crash, splashing water everywhere. At first, disbelief crossed her face, followed quickly by overwhelming joy. Really? Did Zhang Kai really pass the exam to become a scholar? Sun was so excited that her voice changed. "Zhang Liang, come out. Zhang Kai has passed the exam and become a scholar." She cried tears of joy. After years of struggling to support Qin Zhang Kai's education, they had reached the end of their resources. Now that her wish had come true, how could she not be overjoyed? She had sold the best 4 acres of land and was worried about this year's harvest. Recently, she had suggested splitting the family with Qin Zhang Liang, but he refused. Now everything had turned around. Qin Zhang Kai had truly become a scholar, and they would be exempt from this year's taxes, and her eldest son's labor duties would also be lifted. Inside the house, Qin Zhang Liang heard the shouting and quickly ran out, trembling with excitement as he grabbed Qin Zhang Kai's arm. "Zhang Kai, did you really pass?" Qin Zhang Kai proudly lifted his head. "Yes, second brother, I didn't let you down." Qin Zhang Liang's eyes turned red. "Great. I knew my brother would succeed. After all these years of waiting, it has finally come true. Yes, our Qin family finally has a scholar. Let's see who dares to look down on us now." Old man Qin was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and without hesitation, he knelt down and bowed his head repeatedly. God has opened his eyes. My son has finally become a scholar. Our Qin family has finally made a name for ourselves. Zhang Kai has brought honor to our family. Old Lady Qin rolled her eyes at him and said, "All right, get up quickly. Can't you see there are people outside? Crying and shouting like this is embarrassing. You are now a proper scholar's father, so mind your words and actions.
Don't speak like you used to."
"You're right, my dear. I was too hasty." Old man Qin quickly stood up, wiped his tears, and smiled widely. "From now on, I am the scholar's father, and you are the scholar's mother. Our home is a scholar's home. We will be important figures in the village. We must speak properly now." Old Lady Qin gave him a look. "Look at you showing off.
There's no need for that.
If you act too proud and forget how to speak, it will be a problem." Yes, I was just joking. I know being overly formal can be awkward." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Back inside, Old Man Qin quickly told Sun, second daughter-in-law, "Zhang Kai passing the exam is a big happy event. Go call Dabao back, so we can celebrate together as a family." "Okay, I'll go right now." Sun's worries vanished, and she turned to leave the house. Old Qin was very happy, rubbing his hands together and stretching his neck to look outside. "Wife, it seems everyone in the village has come. Since we have such a big celebration at home, we should show our appreciation. If we don't, people might talk and it won't reflect well on us." "Oh, dear, I can't believe I forgot about that. Hurry and give out some money as rewards," she replied. This left Old Qin stunned. "Wife, you're too excited. My pockets are emptier than my face. How can I give out money?" Only then did old Mrs. Qin realize, and she awkwardly smiled. "Our family is a bit tight on money lately. Maybe we should skip the rewards this time." Chen Jiansai quickly chimed in, "Mother, that's not right. Our family is different now. I am a scholar, and reputation is more important than anything. Besides, such joyful occasions are rare. We must follow the proper customs and spend what we need." Old Mrs. Qin looked worried. "Jiansai, I understand what you're saying, but you know our family is struggling. I wish I could help, but we have no money. After studying hard for so many years, finally becoming a scholar, and yet we can't even give out rewards? If people hear about this, it will be embarrassing," Qin Jiansai said with a frown. Seeing her third son unhappy, old Mrs. Qin became anxious, fearing he might feel wronged. Now that he had become a scholar, it brought honor to the family, and she worried that if he was upset about the rewards, it might affect his performance in the upcoming exams. With a furrowed brow and guilt in her eyes, she said, "Son, it's my fault for not being prepared. How about we sell some grain tomorrow and give out the rewards later?" Chen Zhongliang frowned slightly at the mention of selling grain. They had been eating rice bran for over a month, and the cornmeal in their food was running low, making it hard to eat. If they sold the little grain they had left, they might not even have rice bran to eat in the future. If that happened, his wife would surely complain. Chen Zhongliang knew he couldn't blame his wife. It was his parents who spoiled the youngest son. But as a son, what could he do? He couldn't agree to sell more grain, not just for himself, but also for his younger brother's sake. This winter, thanks to Daba bringing food to Erba every few days, otherwise, who knows how thin he would have become. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke up to stop her. "Mother, it's only March now, and the fields haven't been planted yet. If we sell the grain, what will we eat?" Old Lady Chen knew this well. She sighed helplessly. "Zhongliang, I understand your concerns, but your third brother has passed the exam to become a scholar. If we let this pass without celebration, it would make our family look bad. What does face matter? It doesn't feed us. We can't suffer just to save face." Yes, Zhongliang is right. Just passing the exam has already brought honor to the Qin family. Everyone in the village envies us. Let's forget about the reward money. Old Man Qin chimed in. No, we can't let such a big event go uncelebrated. Old Lady Qin shook her head repeatedly. "Zhongkai, how about you take out some of Rulin's dowry money to help us now? When we sell the grain in the fall, I will pay you back, okay?" Qin Zhongkai had his own plans and smiled slightly. "Mother, you don't need to worry. I've already made full preparations with Fengjiao. The reward money is all ready." As he spoke, Qin Zhongkai gestured to Lu Fengjiao. "Wife, bring the money to Mother." Lu Fengjiao smiled and took out a pouch of money from her pocket, handing it to Old Lady Chen. "Mother, please take this for now. You can give it back to us later. My good daughter-in-law, don't worry. I will never take advantage of you, even if I have to sell the house or land." Old Lady Chen smiled as she took the pouch and looked inside, surprised and delighted. "Fengjia, you've given too much. Quickly take some back." "Mother, please take it. I know you've been tight on money lately. Zhongkai passing the exam is a big event for our family, and we should celebrate properly, so I brought all the 10 taels we had." Although Lu Fengjiao said this, she felt very upset inside. This money was indeed all they had saved. Originally, the dowry money for Qin Rulin was in her hands, but Chen Zhongkai only cared about eating and drinking with his classmates and often asked her for money. If she didn't give it, he would sulk. She had no choice. Because of Wang Qizhong, she felt guilty towards Qin Zhongkai and had to let him spend freely. Wang Qizhong was older, but as strong as an ox, full of energy. He would often come to find her, leading to endless trouble, making her weak at the sight of men's legs now. To get rid of Wang Qizhong's entanglement, I want to use money to cut ties and set clear boundaries. Wang Qizhong looks decent on the outside, but he is very dark-hearted. After taking 100 taels of silver, he still clings on like a bottomless pit. 250 taels of silver were wasted by both of them. Recently, I was worried about getting rid of Wang Qizhong, but my man has made us proud by passing the exam and becoming a scholar. With the status of a scholar's wife, Wang Qizhong will surely think twice before bothering me again. Madame Chen happily nodded while holding her money bag. "Fengjiao, you are absolutely right. Our family has gained a lot of face, and we must celebrate grandly so everyone can see that the Qin family is rising." Old Man Chen was also grinning from ear to ear. "Wife, you are right. We need to organize a good celebration and invite those in the village who have a good relationship with us, as well as distant relatives, to celebrate together. Look at you, thinking too small. Can't you think bigger? Our family has a scholar now, and everyone will want to get close to us. So, we must give them this opportunity and invite everyone, no matter how close or distant." "Invite everyone? How much will that cost?" Old Man Chen exclaimed in surprise. Madame Chen frowned and gave him a look. "You really are clueless. How much can it cost to host a meal? Don't forget, they will come with gifts." After her reminder, Old Man Chen suddenly understood. "Right? I didn't think of that. We've given contributions before, 2 eggs from the Zhao family, 2 pounds of brown rice from the Sun family, a pound of oil cake from the Li family, and 3 coins from old Wu's family. They all owe us favors, and this time we must make sure they repay us. Finally, you've figured it out. I'm telling you, this time we will only profit. Exactly, this is a great opportunity for our family to get rich. As he spoke, a glint of excitement flashed in old man Chen's eyes. Wife, what about that girl? Should we invite her? Yes, we must invite her. It wouldn't be right without her. Madame Chen recalled the last time she was humiliated by Chen Qingqing for stealing bricks, and she held a grudge. This time, she wanted to show her that she had crossed the wrong person and had gotten into big trouble. Madame Chen smirked. This time I will make that ungrateful girl see that our family is about to rise up. I want her to regret it, to be afraid, to feel guilty, and to come running to please me. Wife, you are absolutely right. That girl is really something else. We must humiliate them properly this time, said old Chen, looking troubled. What if they don't come? They will come, whether they like it or not. They have no choice.
What do you mean by that?
Old Chen was taken aback. Old Mrs. Chen sneered. We don't need to handle this ourselves. Just leave it to security guard Wu. Can he really handle this? You really are clueless. Our son just passed the exam and became a scholar. That's a great honor for our whole village. It also brings pride to the village head, so it's his duty to help out. Hurry up and find security guard Wu. I'll talk to him. Okay, I'll go right now. Wait, come back. Old Chen paused, looking confused.
What now?
You're startling me. Old Mrs. Chen frowned and glared at him, then carefully pulled out a handful of coins from her purse and handed them to him. Distribute the congratulatory money first, and remember, don't keep any for yourself. Don't worry, I won't keep a single coin. Old Chen smiled widely and hurried out the door. Looking at the coins in his hand, he felt conflicted and reluctant, mumbling to himself, this is money. Giving it away feels like a waste. But his son said this was important for the family's reputation, so he couldn't be stingy. Whatever, he usually saves every penny, but this time he finally had a chance. He decided to keep a few coins for himself to buy some pancakes later. With his mind made up, he excitedly rushed out of the house, causing the old hen in the yard to squawk and flap its wings in panic. The villagers, seeing old Chen rush out, greeted him warmly. Uncle Zhongho, the scholar's father, congratulations. Congratulations, scholar's dad. Your son is amazing. He became a scholar. Don't forget us common folks when he becomes a high official. Yeah, once your son becomes successful, don't forget about us. Old Chen was delighted by the compliments. Although he usually didn't like flattery, he had to admit that being praised felt wonderful, and he was full of energy. He smiled widely, his wrinkles all coming together, and hurriedly bowed to the villagers around him. You all are too kind to my son John Kai. He just passed the scholar exam. He still has a little way to go before achieving great success. But don't worry, if my son becomes a higher official in the future, he will definitely remember all of you. If anyone has difficulties, just let me know, and I will help. Old Chen spoke passionately, his chest puffing up with pride. All right, Uncle Zhongho, remember what you said today, and don't let us down. Don't worry, I won't forget my promises. Old Chen, feeling pleased, got carried away by the praise. He waved his hand and scattered the coins he was holding, shouting, It's time to share some joy. Everyone enjoy the good luck. The villagers saw the coins fall and immediately rushed to pick them up, their eyes shining with excitement. The children weaved between the adults' legs, quickly grabbing the coins from the ground. The young men stretched out their arms, eager to gather as many coins as they could. The women chanted, We're getting rich, while carefully collecting the coins, afraid to miss any. Air Dai rushed too quickly and accidentally bumped into DeLong, and both stumbled but quickly got back to picking up the coins. Lao Lu's wife simply lay on the ground, searching wildly for coins, her hair falling loose and forgotten. Old Chen watched the chaotic scene before him, feeling both proud and a bit pained. He was proud to have such influence, but pained about the coins he had scattered. Before long, the ground was cleared of coins. Those who found coins wore satisfied smiles, while those who didn't looked disappointed, regretting their slow reactions. Old Chen suddenly felt a sense of superiority and coldly thought to himself, "These poor folks often spoke harshly to us, but soon they will come to flatter and please our Chen family." Then he realized something and quickly checked his pockets, feeling frustrated and regretting his carelessness. He had planned to save a few coins to buy some pancakes, but in a moment of excitement, he had spent it all. How careless of him! But then he thought, his son is now a scholar, and it won't be long before he achieves success. In the future, they can have whatever they want to eat: cucumber salad, shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and occasionally some braised pork that makes your mouth water. That would be much better than just pancakes. While he was lost in thought, Wu Baoan squeezed through the crowd, smiling widely, his eyes squinting with joy. "Uncle Zhongho, congratulations. Your son Zhang Kai has brought you honor."
You're too kind, Baoan.
"Congratulations to you too. Come in quickly. Your aunt asked me to invite you," Old Chen said, pulling Wu Baoan inside. Inside, Old Lady Chen was happily chatting with Chen Zhang Kai. When she saw Wu Baoan enter, she quickly got up to serve tea and warmly welcomed him. "Baoan, please sit down." After some flattering remarks, Old Lady Chen spoke first. "Baoan, you are well informed. Zhang Kai has become a scholar, and we want to celebrate this big event with everyone in the village. We need your advice on how to host a proper feast that satisfies everyone while maintaining our family's reputation." Wu Baoan frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Aunt, you are right. Zhang Kai becoming a scholar is indeed a great joy for our Nanshan village, and we should celebrate. However, if we go all out as you suggest, it will be quite costly. Perhaps we should start with a few simple tables."
No.
"This is a major event for our family. We can't just set up a few tables. That would be disrespectful." Old Lady Chen interrupted him. "Baoan, as you said, Zhang Kai becoming a scholar is a rare occasion for our village. We must celebrate properly and cannot take it lightly." Wu Baoan's expression stiffened. It was just a scholar title. Did it really need such a show? But since Chen Zhang Kai was the first scholar from Nanshan village, he felt he should give some respect. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and said, "Aunt, don't rush. We will definitely hold a banquet, but I think we shouldn't go overboard. Let's just gather our friends and family to celebrate. After the autumn exams, if Zhang Kai does well, we can have a big celebration and invite everyone from the village. That way, you will have even more pride." Old Lady Chen shook her head and waved her hands. No, it's not about the money. It's a big deal that my Zhang Kai has finally passed the exam. We must celebrate properly so that everyone in the village can share in our joy." Yes, your aunt is right. My Zhang Kai has worked hard for years. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Old man Chen chimed in, seriously counting on his fingers. "It seems he has studied for 32 years. Just think, how many people have 32 years? Zhang Kai has finally passed the exam. We must celebrate with the whole village." Hearing this, Wu Baohan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, almost laughing out loud. Upon reflection, it was true. Chen Zhang Kai had been studying for over 30 years. The Chen family was quite biased. Most families would have given up long ago. Seeing the elderly couple determined to hold a grand celebration, Wu Baohan understood their intentions. First, they wanted to show off, as they had faced ridicule from the villagers for years. Now that they finally had a chance, they wanted to indulge their vanity and enjoy some praise. Second, they likely wanted to take advantage of the occasion to gather some money. Noticing that Chen Zhang Kai remained silent, Wu Baohan thought to himself that if he had any self-awareness, he would strongly oppose his parents' plans. After all, he still needed to take the exams, and if he didn't do well, life would become even harder for his family. Wanting to hear Zhang Kai's thoughts, Wu Baohan asked in a consulting tone, "Zhang Kai, what do you think we should do about this?" Chen Zhang Kai cleared his throat, put on an air of superiority, and shook his head, pretending to be wise. As the ancient saying goes, respect the elders with courtesy and honor them with virtue. Confucius said, Filial piety is the foundation of the world. Mencius said, if you do not care for your parents, you cannot be a person. If you do not obey your parents, you cannot be a good child. I will listen to my parents' wishes. Seeing him talk in such a pretentious way, Wu Baoan was so annoyed that he wanted to slap him a few times and thought to himself that this person was hopeless, acting all high and mighty. Old Lady Chen's eyes lit up as she couldn't help but praise. After all, he is a scholar. The way he speaks is different. It sounds so elegant with all that yun and hu. Old Man Chen chuckled and rubbed his hands. That's true. It sounds nice, but I only understood the part about my parents making decisions. I didn't get anything else. You ask me? How would I know? Old Lady Chen rolled her eyes at Old Man Chen and then looked at Chen Jiansai. Son, quickly explain it to your father. If he doesn't understand, he'll be up all night scratching the walls. You are really blind to the obvious. Chen Jiansai shook his head helplessly and explained, Yun and you mean to say or speak. You need to remember this. If outsiders find out that the scholar's parents don't understand anything, they'll laugh at us. Okay, I'll remember, son. Old Man Chen nodded eagerly, then frowned and asked, Son, didn't you just say something about Laozi? Laozi said, filial piety is the foundation of the world. Chen Jiansai replied casually. Old Man Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. Son, I don't remember saying that. Why'd you say it's something I said? Old Lady Chen was so angry she gritted her teeth and scolded. You say? What nonsense. It's giving me a headache. Can you speak properly? Old Man Chen scratched his head, looking embarrassed. What my son said is that you means to say, and to say is you. I'm just trying to sound a bit knowledgeable. Foolishness is truly frightening. Chen Jiansai's comment completely confused Old Man Chen. Son, what does foolishness is frightening mean? This is really confusing me. Old Lady Chen couldn't help but chime in. Yes, Jiansai, both your father and I are simple folks. Just speak like you usually do. Otherwise, we have to think hard, and we still can't figure out what you mean. Isn't that a hassle? All right, I see how it is with you too. Chen Jiansai sighed helplessly. Dad, listen carefully. Laozi is a great thinker. You're right, Laozi is the head of the family. When I'm out, how can I not miss home? Before Chen Jiansai could finish speaking, the old man Chen couldn't help but interrupt. Take me for example. When I was young, I wanted to follow the traders from the village to Huaiyuan County to sell mats. It would take over a month going back and forth. As soon as I left home, I regretted it. My heart was filled with longing and reluctance. After just 3 days, I missed home so much that I couldn't stand it anymore. Forget about doing business. I turned around and came back. Since then, I haven't left Nanshan village. So, you tell me, someone like me who loves home so much, can I not be considered great? That's just foolishness, completely ignorant. Chen Jiansai said angrily, slamming his hand on the table. I am a great sage. How can you compare to me? The old man Chen was startled and stood there speechless for a while. Wu Baoan couldn't watch any longer and said, Jiansai, speak properly. Just now you said to respect the elders with courtesy. Why are you slamming the table and glaring now? Sit down quickly. Chen Laotai sensed the tension and shot a fierce glare at the old man Chen. Look at you, old man, not doing anything serious and just rambling. If you don't understand, just listen. Why ask so many questions? It's annoying. Okay, it's my fault. I won't say anything anymore, the old man Chen said, shrinking his neck and falling silent. Chen Laotai quickly smiled and turned to Wu Baoan. Baoan, you have experience. How should we arrange the banquet? Seeing that the family was unreliable, Wu Baoan decided not to persuade them further and agreed with their ideas. Auntie, since you want the guests to eat well and maintain dignity, how about a 2-8 banquet? Great, a 2-8 banquet sounds good. 8 dishes and 8 bowls, 4 cold and 4 hot, for meat and 4 vegetables. That's perfectly balanced, Chen Laotai said, nodding with satisfaction and smiling brightly. The old man Chen also agreed, saying repeatedly, yes, this has a good meaning. Let's go with the 2-8 banquet. It will show our family's generosity. Chen Jiansai stood up, smiling broadly, and said, Then it settled. In 3 days, we will have a grand banquet, and I have a surprise to announce then. Chen Zhongliang, listening from the side, was confused and didn't understand what Chen Zhansai was up to. For all these years, he had only asked for money from home. What good could come from that? He frowned and thought. His third brother always did things that surprised people. Although he passed the exams, he neither received a government salary nor any rewards. His mysterious plans surely weren't anything significant, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Unable to hold back, Chen Zhongliang asked, "Zhansai, what good news do you have? Just tell us." Old Lady Chen was also curious. "Yes. What is the surprise?" Chen Zhansai pretended to be mysterious and waved his hand. "You'll know when the time comes. It will definitely be a new milestone for our Chen family." "What milestone?" Old man Chen was confused again. "Why would you set up a milestone on a happy day? That's unnecessary and unlucky." "Father, you really don't understand anything. This milestone is not what you think. It refers to commemorating a significant event. Forget it, you wouldn't get it anyway." "Exactly, stop wasting time talking to him." Old Lady Chen rolled her eyes at Old Man Chen. "Just keep quiet. If you don't understand, why pretend? Just stay calm." "All right, I was wrong." Old Man Chen shrank his neck in fear. Chen Zhansai had passed the scholar exam, and as the village leader, it was fine for him to come and congratulate them, but he couldn't get involved in the Chen family's matters. If things went wrong, he would be blamed. Seeing Chen Zhansai acting so grand, Wu Baoan suppressed his annoyance and stood up. "Auntie, since the banquet is already set, I won't disturb you any longer. It's a big celebration, so you all should prepare well." "Wait, don't rush to leave." Old Lady Chen quickly stopped him, smiling broadly. "Baoan, there's one more thing that needs your help. Others might not have the same influence." "Auntie, you flatter me too much. Your Zhansai is now a scholar, and even the county magistrate has to show him some respect. What could I possibly help with?" Wu Baoan spoke humbly, inadvertently raising the Chen family status. Old Lady Chen felt as happy as if she had honey in her heart. Now, even Wu Baoan dared not provoke the Chen family, and they could really hold their heads high in the village. She grinned and said, "Baoan, please don't say that. This task is solely yours. It won't work if someone else tries. Auntie, just let me know what you need. I will do my best to help. Here's the thing. Since we're going to have a big celebration, we must invite everyone in the village to the feast. Although Zhansai has become a scholar, his influence in the village is not as strong as yours. So, could you please help spread the word and let them know to come to Zhansai's celebration in 3 days?" After hearing this, Wu Baoan was slightly taken aback but nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem. I will make sure to notify everyone."
You can count on me. Thank you, Baoan.
"I appreciate your help." Old Lady Chen had a calculating look on her face and reminded, "Remember to invite everyone in the village. Don't leave anyone out." Wu Baoan looked troubled. He had already agreed to notify the villagers because Chen Zhansai had passed the scholar exam, but now asking him to ensure everyone came was a bit too much. The Chen family didn't have many friends in the village. Over the years, since they had a scholar in the family, they felt superior, which made the villagers unhappy. However, being from the same village, no one would easily offend a scholar, so most would likely come to congratulate. But he couldn't guarantee that Chen Zhanshan's family would come. The young girl had strong principles and had not bowed to Old Lady Chen's pressure during tough times. Now that her family was becoming wealthier, they might not feel the need to honor Chen Zhansai. He wanted to refuse, but then thought that having a scholar was a good thing for Nanshan village. Even if the young girl had objections, she probably wouldn't refuse, as they would see each other often, and offending Chen Zhansai wouldn't benefit her. Getting together was a common courtesy. Thinking this, he nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I will notify everyone." Good, good, good. Just make sure to let everyone know." "All right, you all get back to work. I'll head home now. Take care on your way back." Just as he saw Wu Baoan off, Sun Sure came back from outside. Old Lady Chen quickly asked, "Where is Debao?" "Mother, Debao went to the town to deliver goods. He probably won't be back for a while. What a foolish boy, running to the town all day. Doesn't he know there's such a big event at home? Mother, why are you being unreasonable? Sun Shi frowned and retorted, Debeo has his own things to do. He can do what he wants. Is it necessary to insult him? Chen Zhongliang also frowned. Exactly. What do you mean by foolish? Is that how you talk about your own grandson? If Debeo hadn't worked for the young girl, we would have starved last autumn. We wouldn't be here now. Who says otherwise? When we were out of food, why didn't you ask Lao San for money to buy grain? The bride price for Rulon was 250 taels. Why didn't Lao San think to leave some for the family? Sun Shi rolled her eyes in annoyance. As the saying goes, what is far smells sweet, and what is near smells bad. Those who can do are not as good as those who can talk, and those who can talk are not as good as those who can pretend. A good heart is never as valuable as a smooth tongue. Chun Jiansai's face turned pale. He knew his family was out of food, but the little money he had was not enough to cover expenses. He had told so many lies to scrape together 150 taels from Lu Fengjiao. Otherwise, how could Hua be so devoted to him? Lu Fengjiao was left speechless. She thought that after Wang Qizhang took 50 taels as a bribe, he would leave her alone. But that scoundrel was untrustworthy and extorted another 50 taels from her, totaling 100 taels. In the end, she had underestimated Wang Qizhang. Wang Qizhang took the money but had no intention of letting Lu Fengjiao go. Instead, he intensified his threats, saying that if she dared to refuse him, he would expose her for trying to charm him, ruining her reputation. She was afraid, so she endured it all. Now, hearing Sun speak ill of them, Lu Fengjiao bit her lip, looking sorrowful. Sister-in-law, all the blame is on me and Jiansai. We took the money to spare Rulin from suffering and to give her a way out. We wouldn't dare spend a single coin recklessly. We already gave it all to Rulin. Chun Jiansai looked down, then suddenly raised his head, agreeing repeatedly, yes, yes. We really have no money now. How could we bear to ignore our family? Mentioning Chen Rulin reminded old lady Chun of her beloved granddaughter, and she quickly asked, Jiansai, Fengjiao, how is Rulin doing? Is Fan Tong good to her? Lu Fengjiao shook her head with a bitter smile. Mother, I haven't seen Rulin. I've been to the Fan house a few times, but they wouldn't even let me through the front door. Chen Jiansai was also frustrated. He thought that if his daughter married a wealthy man in town, he would benefit from it, but the Fan family didn't recognize him as her father-in-law. He remembered that not long after Chen Rulin entered the Fan household, he was out enjoying himself with some classmates at Qingfeng restaurant, reciting poetry and having a good time. To show off his status, he told his classmates he was Fan Tong's father-in-law. They didn't believe him, and in a moment of excitement, he decided to take them to the Fan house to see Chen Rulin. As they walked and talked, they arrived at the Fan house. Chun Jiansai's vanity got the better of him, and to show off in front of his classmates, he pretended to knock on the Fan family's door. A servant peeked out, sizing up Chen Jiansai and recognizing him as the father of the fifth concubine. Everyone in the Fan family knew that Master Fan despised the new fifth concubine and had instructed that anyone coming to visit her should not be allowed in and should be thrown out immediately. The young servant looked at him with disdain and said, Who do you think you are? This is not a place for you to shout and make a scene. Chun Jiansai's expression stiffened as he sensed the atmosphere was off, but he had to muster the courage to say, I am the father of your lady. Go inform Master Fan that I have come to see my daughter. The servant sneered, You dare to pretend to be the father of my lady? You really don't know your place. If you don't want trouble, leave now. Chun Jiansai felt embarrassed and explained quietly, My daughter, Chen Rulin, is the new concubine of your master. I am her real father. There are many concubines of our master. Who knows which stray cat or dog your daughter is? Hurry up and leave, or you'll dirty the Fan family's ground. A few classmates nearby pointed and laughed. Brother Chen, you're really exaggerating. Just go, or else if the Fan family sets their dogs on you, you won't be able to leave. Brother Chen, the Fan family says they don't have a relative like you. You must be drunk to say such nonsense. Exactly, you're just daydreaming. Hearing their mockery, Chen Jiansai felt his face burn with shame and shouted at the servant, "You blind fool! How dare you insult your master's father-in-law? You must be tired of living. If you don't want trouble, go inform them. I'm a reasonable person and won't hold this against you, but don't blame me if I speak ill of you in front of Master Fan." The servant didn't take Chen Jiansai seriously and laughed. "Who do you think you are? You think you can see my master? A concubine's father trying to climb the social ladder is just embarrassing. Someone, throw him out." As soon as the servant finished speaking, a group of guards rushed out and began to beat Chen Jiansai. He was left bruised and battered, but the worst part was losing face in front of his classmates, becoming the subject of their ridicule. Putting away the memories, Chen Jiansai felt a deep sense of injustice. In the past, he had no money or power, and he wasn't even allowed to enter the Fan family's door. Now that he had passed the scholar's exam, he was determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost. He couldn't believe that Master Fan would dare to mistreat a scholar. Facing his mother's inquiry, Chen Jiansai gritted his teeth and said, "Mother, Rulin must be having a hard time in the Fan family. Those who look down on us don't take us seriously, but you don't need to worry. I have become a scholar now, and I will seek justice for Rulin and make the Fan family understand that the Chen family is not to be bullied." Old Lady Chen shook her head and sighed. "My poor Rulin, if I had known, I shouldn't have let her into the Fan family. Zansai, you must keep your word and not let Rulin suffer. Mother, just wait and see. After the wedding feast, I will go to Fan Tong and settle this," Chen Zansai promised, patting his chest. Sun rolled her eyes dismissively. "Zansai, even though you passed the exam, you're still not an official. The Fan family is powerful. I heard that Fan Tong's brother-in-law is the county magistrate of Anyang. You can't afford to offend him." Chun Zongliang chimed in, "Your second sister-in-law is right. It's not worth offending the Fan family over a girl getting married. As long as Rulin is happy, we shouldn't interfere."
Exactly.
"If we don't get anything out of it and end up embarrassed, Rulin will lose face in the Fan family." Hearing this, Chen Zansai glared at them. "Shut up.
What are you talking about? I am a true scholar now.
Even the county magistrate gives me some respect. What's so scary about a county magistrate? You're just stirring up trouble.
You always talk nonsense.
Can you all just be quiet?" Old Lady Chen shot a sharp look at Chen Zongliang and his wife. "On this joyful day, you keep bringing up trivial matters. Aren't you tired? You just bought a few days' worth of food with Daba's money. Is it necessary to keep bringing it up? Once the third son passes the next exam and gets a government salary, I'll pay you back." Fine, fine, it's all our fault. We won't interfere anymore." Sun rolled her eyes in frustration. Old Lady Chen waved her hand impatiently. "All right, second family, stop with the nonsense. Tell me, does Chen Zanshan know that Zansai passed the exam? The whole village is buzzing about it. How could they not know? Good. And what about that girl? What was her reaction?" Hearing Old Lady Chen refer to her as that girl, Sun's expression darkened. "Mother, can you please speak properly? She has a name. She hasn't taken anything from you, so why do you keep calling her that girl? With your attitude, how can you call yourself a scholar's mother without being embarrassed?" "That's true. The main family has already cut ties with us. Zansai passing the exam doesn't benefit them at all. What kind of reaction do you expect from them?" Chen Zongliang added, not holding back. Old Lady Chen glared. "What's wrong? I'll call her what I want. Do you have a problem with that? That girl is heartless and ungrateful. She's just a nobody. It's a miracle I don't call her shameless. What can a young girl do? Can she turn the world upside down?" Sun was speechless, turned her head, and ignored her, walking out of the room. Chen Zhanliang followed closely behind. No matter how Chen Laotai viewed Chen Qingqing, in his heart, he believed that Qing was loyal and caring. As her second uncle, he would do anything for her. Chen Laotai also paid no attention and began discussing the preparations for the banquet with Chen Zhan. At the Kung Fu Academy in Qingshui town, the student exams had just ended, and it was time for the winter break. Chen Qingqing arrived early at the academy gate to wait. She stretched her neck to look around and finally saw Chen Han coming out. She hurriedly smiled and greeted him. Xiao Han, come tell me. Did you pass the exam? Chun Han hung his head, looking sad. Sister, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Chun Qingqing smiled gently and comforted him. It's okay, my Xiao Han has worked hard enough. If you didn't pass this time, there's always next time. Chun Han suddenly looked up, grinning, and said, Sister, I actually passed the exam. Chun Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then playfully poked Chun Han's nose and pretended to be angry. You little rascal, how dare you tease me? Just wait until I get you. Chun Han laughed and quickly dodged to the side, begging for mercy. Good sister, please forgive me. I won't do it again. All right, Xiao Han, let's hurry home and share this great news with Mom and Dad, so they can be happy too. Lu's General Store. Since purchasing Chun Qingqing's brown sugar at a lower price, the retail price has also dropped, attracting more customers. Rice, flour, and spices were also selling well, and business was booming. Mr. Lu was all smiles. Chun Debao arrived as usual, delivering brown sugar to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu greeted him warmly. Debao, you're here? Mr. Lu, I brought today's sugar for you. Please weigh it, Debao said with a smile. Mr. Lu waved his hand cheerfully. No need to weigh it. We've been working together for so long. I trust you and Miss Chen. However, under Chun Qingqing's guidance, Chun Debao knew that in business, every detail matters. Even with familiar faces, it was essential to check the goods and sign for them to avoid any mistakes. He smiled sincerely. Mr. Lu, while we have a good relationship, we can't be careless in business. Let's check the goods first before signing. That's the rule. Lu Zhonggui showed a hint of surprise, then smiled and nodded. All right, you make a good point. Debao skillfully opened the goods bag, allowing Lu Zhonggui to inspect it while he introduced, look at the color, purity, and quantity of this batch of brown sugar. Please check it, and if everything is fine, could you please sign for it? If there are any issues, please let me know so we can improve. Lu Zhonggui nodded repeatedly, secretly admiring Debao's careful thinking and organized approach. After personally checking and confirming everything was correct, Lu Zhonggui signed in the ledger. Chun Qingqing and Debao agreed to meet at the entrance of Lu's general store. After delivering the goods, Debao waited outside with Lu Laohan. Before long, he saw the siblings approaching and quickly walked over. Qingqing, you must be tired. I'm not tired. How did it go? Is Lu Zhonggui satisfied with the goods? Chun Qingqing asked. Very satisfied, don't worry. Debao replied, then turned to Chun Han and asked Xiao Han, how did you do on the exam? Chun Han nodded and smiled shyly. Debao, I passed the entrance exam. Wow, Xiao Han, that's amazing. At such a young age, you passed the exam. You must be destined to be a top scholar in the future, Debao exclaimed. Hearing the praise, Xiao Han smiled humbly. Debao, you're exaggerating. Passing the entrance exam is just a stepping stone to becoming a scholar. The questions are all basic knowledge and very simple. To achieve a degree, you must first pass the scholar exam, which is very difficult for most people. In our academy, many have studied for over 20 years and still haven't passed, let alone become a top scholar. It's incredibly hard. You have a point. Our family's elder has been trying for over 30 years and still hasn't succeeded. At this rate, he might never pass the scholar exam. Chun Debao vented his frustration. Chun Han couldn't help but laugh. Debao, you might be mistaken. It seems that our third uncle has actually passed the scholar exam. They even posted his name on the honor roll at the academy. What? He passed the scholar exam? Chun Debao exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Chun Qingqing was also taken aback, thinking to herself that it was quite an achievement. It seemed Chen Jiansai had some talent after all, not wasting all those years of study. One person's success lifts everyone up. It looked like the Chen couple would have something to brag about again. She shook her head and smiled. All right, this doesn't concern us. Let's hurry and take the cart home. With that, the group climbed onto the ox cart, and Lu Laohan slowly drove them away. At this moment, Li Fu from Li's grocery was chatting with his cousin, Li the butcher. Suddenly, he saw Chun Qingqing walking by and felt a surge of anger. Ever since he had turned down her offer for brown sugar, his luck seemed to have run out. Not only were fewer customers coming in, but even his regulars had started going to Lou's general store. His business had taken a serious downturn. To improve sales, he asked his suppliers to lower the price of brown sugar, but they refused. It was understandable. Transporting goods from the south to the north made it hard to cut prices. He blamed Chun Qingqing for this situation. He had already decided to swallow his pride and approach her for supplies, but that stubborn girl had signed an exclusive selling agreement with Lou's general store, leaving him with no options. She claimed she had a 3-year contract with them and would only consider working with him afterward. Thinking about this, Lee the shopkeeper couldn't help but curse. What a shameless person. I really underestimated her. Lee the butcher, who was chatting with him, was taken aback and followed his gaze, his eyes landing on Chun Qingqing. She had become even more charming after a few months, and he couldn't help but swallow. "Brother, do you know her?" Lee the shopkeeper sighed. "Don't mention it. That girl has really caused me a lot of trouble. If it weren't for her, my business wouldn't be so slow." "What happened, brother? Please tell me," Lee the butcher urged. Lee the shopkeeper sighed again and began to explain. "Last summer, this girl came to my store to sell brown sugar. I thought she was a servant from a wealthy family who had received some sugar as a reward and wanted to sell it for some money. I had encountered this before and usually bought low and sold high. But this time, I misjudged her. She went straight to Lou's general store. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just a few pounds of sugar, and Lou's store wouldn't affect my business. However, I never expected this seemingly ordinary girl actually knew how to make sugar. She signed an exclusive sales agreement with Lou's general store. That old man Lou became arrogant again, selling brown sugar for 2 coins less than my store. As a result, all the restaurants, bakeries, and pharmacies in town started buying from Lou's general store. Isn't that frustrating? At this rate, my store will have to close for good." Lee was frowning, not realizing that his low opinion of others and his greedy nature were the real issues, instead blaming everything on Chun Qingqing. "Enough, brother. There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world," said the butcher, his eyes flashing with anger. "This girl is like a cat with thorns, really something else, making us both suffer." "What's this, brother? You know her too?" Lee was surprised. The butcher recalled how he had suffered at Chun Qingqing's hands twice and couldn't help but sneer. "Not just know her, I'm very familiar with her. She was almost my bride. She's the village girl who refused to marry you?" "I can't believe such a coincidence exists," Lee exclaimed, then teased. "Good thing she didn't marry you. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful flower in a pile of manure." The butcher's eyes widened in anger, his face shaking with irritation. "What are you saying, brother? Are you happy I can't find a wife?" No, brother. That's not what I meant," Lee chuckled awkwardly. "I just meant, how could you let such a strong girl slip away?" The butcher sighed and shook his head. "At first, everything was going well. We were about to get married, but she absolutely refused. Now I'm still single, with no warm bed to share, and it makes me angry just thinking about it. You're the top guy in Taiping Bridge, and you can't handle a village girl? If this gets out, it could ruin your reputation. Don't remind me, brother. I wanted to be forceful, but she had a letter breaking off the engagement." "What do you mean, a letter breaking off the engagement? What happened?" Don't even get me started. I can only blame that old woman from the Chin family, the girl's grandmother. She's a real fool. She accepted the bride price and agreed to let her granddaughter marry me. But this girl is strong-willed. When she heard she was supposed to marry me, she refused outright. That old woman got so mad, she hit her with a stick. She even threatened that if she didn't agree to marry me, she would break off the engagement. Without hesitation, the girl agreed. You have to wonder if that old woman's head was kicked by a donkey. Because of that, my engagement was completely ruined. I think you shouldn't let this matter go. Since her grandmother called off the engagement, you should make a fuss about it. Cause a big scene, and if they don't give you an explanation, just stay at their house until they serve you well. That old woman is almost in the ground. It's not worth my time to argue with her," the butcher said with a generous expression. But on the other hand, that girl named Chin does have some skills. I heard her family built a big new house last year. She must have made a lot of money. The shopkeeper's eyes turned red with jealousy, and he felt a surge of anger inside. She's making a fortune. I heard that brown sugar is a very profitable business. Old Wang, who often works for me, said a merchant from the south brings a batch of sugar beets every 20 days. They sell to the Chin family for just 3 coins a pound, and that girl turns it into brown sugar and sells it for 85 coins a pound. With that profit, how can she not get rich? I can accept her getting rich, since she invented the sugar-making process. But I just can't stand it. Why should Lu's grocery store be better than mine? You don't know, since last year, Lu's not only expanded his shop but also opened several new stores. It's outrageous. Seeing the shopkeeper looking gloomy, the butcher smirked and said, "Brother, as the saying goes, rivals are enemies. Since that old Lu is blocking your way to wealth, why don't we take some action against him?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "That's too risky. Don't underestimate Lu's connections. I heard his sister's husband is a government official. If anything serious happens, the first suspect will be me. It's better to be cautious. If you don't agree, then just wait for your business to close." "Brother, do you really want to help me get back at him? Look at you. When have we ever talked nonsense? I value loyalty above all. As long as you respect me, I'm ready to face any danger for you." "All right, that's good to hear." The shopkeeper felt happy, relieved to find a willing helper. The butcher patted his chest. "Brother, just tell me how to help you. Should I cut off Lu's arm or take off his leg? I promise to deliver it to you by tomorrow morning. No need for violence. We just need to cut off his source of income, and we will achieve our goal." "What do you mean, brother?" "Be clear. As long as we find a way to become partners with that girl named Chun and sell brown sugar, my crisis will be solved." "What you're thinking sounds good, but will she agree?" "Because she probably won't agree. I want to ask for your help." "What can I do to help?" The butcher was taken aback, then said fiercely, "Are you suggesting I should get rid of that girl named Chin?" The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. "I absolutely won't let you do anything like that. I just need you to support me. In a few days, I plan to visit Nanshan village to discuss this matter with her in person. If she is sensible, we won't push her too hard. But if she is stubborn, we can act tough and scare her. I doubt she won't be afraid." "Oh, I see what you mean." After hearing this, the butcher frowned, recalling the last time he was beaten up, feeling a bit uneasy. That big fool fought without holding back and almost hurt him badly. His chest hurt for a long time. He had been wanting to get revenge, but knew he wasn't a match for that fool, so going would just mean more trouble. With that in mind, he hesitated and said, "Brother, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I think it would be pointless for me to go." The shopkeeper laughed dismissively. "What are you talking about? With your looks, even dogs would be scared of you, let alone those country bumpkins who have never seen much." "Brother, you don't understand. There are many things involved." "What do you mean? Are you saying you don't want to help? We are family after all." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression darkened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "I'll tell you, Li-san, if it weren't for me, your older brother, giving you 5 taels of silver to start your shop, would you be where you are today? You were ready to fight for me, but when it comes to business, you're making excuses. Do you really think I'm foolish?" "Oh, my dear brother, where are you going with this?" The butcher was anxious and quickly explained, "Honestly, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just that there's a big fool beside that girl. Don't underestimate him. He's quite strong, and I've suffered because of him, so that's why I'm worried." "What are you afraid of from a fool?" Thinking of the young man, the butcher felt a shiver run through him, and a hint of fear crossed his face as he frowned. "Brother, it's not that I'm afraid of him. That foolish kid really knows how to fight. 2 or 3 of me together probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you have to think more," the shopkeeper said, glancing at him with some dissatisfaction. "Can't you bring a few more brothers along? There's an old saying, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. Even if that fool is strong, we have the numbers, and he wouldn't dare to act recklessly." The butcher scratched his head, looking troubled. Brother, you're right, but the brothers I know are just a bunch of loafers. They're fine for eating and drinking, but getting them to help with something is a real hassle. If I don't spend some money, no one will want to back me up. To get 10 or more people to help us with food and drinks, it would cost at least several dozen taels of silver. You know I'm just a pork seller. I don't have spare money for revenge, so I have to hold back my anger. The shopkeeper shook his head and smiled, waving his hand generously. This little money is nothing. As long as it helps my brother and also helps me close a deal, I'll cover it. How about I give you 100 taels up front? That's more than enough. As long as you're willing to spend, I'll take care of it. The butcher replied excitedly, but he was also calculating in his mind. Last time he was beaten badly by that big fool, but this time with more people he planned to show off. If that guy didn't back down, he would make sure to teach him a lesson. The shopkeeper nodded in satisfaction. He had been waiting for this response. If that Chin person didn't know her place, she would have to pay the price. His eyes smiled, but there was a hidden malice beneath. Brother, I'm counting on you for this.
Don't let me down.
The butcher grinned. Don't worry, brother. My guys can handle this. It's just a show of strength. We won't cause trouble. But if things escalate, it's not too scary. As long as no one gets seriously hurt, with our connections to Wang Chichong, we can downplay it. You're right, but we shouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. All right, big brother, I've noted that down. When are we going to find that girl? Hearing this, Manager Lee thought for a moment and replied, I have some matters to handle in the next few days. You gather the brothers, and I'll notify you when I'm ready. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Although Manager Lee was giving advice, he knew that the group under Butcher Lee were a bunch of troublemakers who bully the weak and fear the strong. If they took action, that girl named Chen would definitely not have a good outcome. In Nanshan village, Chen Zhanshan was very happy to hear that Chen Han had passed the exam. Lin Shi was full of pride and joy. She grabbed Chen Han's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. That's wonderful. Our family has a scholar now. You really made your parents proud. Yes, keep working hard, and aim to become a top scholar, Chen Zhanshan added. Chen Han nodded seriously. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will work twice as hard and won't let you down. That's good. As long as you put in the effort, Chen Zhanshan smiled, then spoke earnestly to Chen Han. Even though you passed the exam, you must not become arrogant. If you only learn halfway, your mother and I won't let your sister support you in your studies anymore. Before Chen Han could respond, Lin Shi shot a glare at Chen Zhanshan and scolded. Today is a day of celebration. Why say such things? Our little Han is not that kind of child. Dear, I'm not being negative. Remember, your third brother passed the exam a year before Chen Han, but he became lazy and spoiled, turning into a useless person who can't even carry a load. He's practically worthless. Regardless, he has now become a scholar, Lin Shi replied with a smile. All right, head of the family, just relax. Our little Han is sensible and won't end up like him. Listening to their conversation, Chen Qingqing knew that Chen Zhaokai had brought too much disappointment to their parents. To support him, they worked hard year after year in the fields and carried heavy loads at the docks, sacrificing their own needs, hoping he would one day succeed. But in the end, they were forced to sell their eldest brother's daughter and pressure him into a life of servitude. Such a heartless and ungrateful person could only bring sorrow. Chen Qingqing smiled and chimed in, Dad, let's not think about those sad things. We want little Han to study for a better future. As for how far he can go, we just hope he does his best. If he isn't cut out for studying, at least being literate is still a good thing. Chen Han, acting quite seriously, said, Dad, don't worry. I know my abilities. If I really can't succeed in studying, I won't force it. All right, I believe you, Chen Zhanshan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Wu Baoan arrived at Chen Zhanshan's home. He had gone door to door to inform the villagers about the celebration for Chen Zhansai passing the exam, which would take place in 3 days. From their expressions, it was clear that most people were reluctant. However, they all shared the same concern. If Chen Zhansai became successful, his petty nature would likely lead him to seek revenge. They reluctantly agreed to attend. Hearing laughter from inside the house, Wu Baoan called out, Is Qing girl home? Chun Qingqing quickly stood up to greet him. Uncle Li Zheng, please come in. I saw you come back, so I came over. Wu Baoan smiled as he entered the house and noticed Chun Han was also there. He casually asked, Little Han, you're back. How did the exam go? Chun Han cupped his hands and replied, Thank you for your concern, uncle. I passed the exam smoothly.
Great.
That's impressive. Keep studying hard and aim for success. Only then can you stand out and bring honor to your family. Little Han will remember your advice and will not disappoint my parents and sister. Chun Han nodded in agreement. After some casual conversation, Wu Baoan got to the main point. Zhanshan, you must have heard that Chen Zhansai passed the exam. Their family is planning a big feast in 3 days and wants to invite. Really, it's like a beetle climbing onto a plate, not knowing its own worth. Chen Zhanshan interrupted before Wu Baoan could finish. Their family is so poor, yet they want to hold such a grand event. It's truly unrealistic. Lin Shi shot him a disapproving glance. That's their business.
Why worry about it? You're right.
I won't concern myself with their affairs. Let them do as they please. They'll face the consequences eventually. Although Chen Zhanshan said this, he was very angry inside. He was genuinely happy that Chen Zhan had passed the exam, as the Chen family's efforts over the years had not been in vain. As long as he studied hard and became a successful scholar, he would achieve great things. However, what was unexpected was that before he even received his diploma, he was already acting boastful and wanted to hold a big banquet, clearly trying to show off and elevate himself above others in the village. As the saying goes, a proud person will not have good fortune. Chen Zhanshan thought that this was just his character, and he would never amount to much. Chun Qingqing couldn't help but laugh and said, Dad, Mom, let's just focus on our own lives. We should take care of ourselves and not worry about others. It's not worth getting upset over them. You're right, Qing girl. If they want to show off and make money, we won't give them that chance. Chen Zhanshan nodded firmly. Lin also agreed, saying, Yes, let them go if they want. We definitely won't attend. If no one shows up, it would be truly embarrassing for them. Wu Baoan shook his head and smiled. You're mistaken. Everyone in the village has already agreed to attend the banquet. Really? Chen Zhan usually doesn't interact with the villagers and always acts superior. Who would support him? Chen Zhanshan looked incredulous. Wu Baoan cleared his throat and said with a smile, Zhanshan, I came here specifically to inform you about the banquet. Out of courtesy, you should go and congratulate him. Even if Chen Zhan acts superior, he has passed the exam, and the villagers will acknowledge that. You wouldn't want to lose face, would you? Let them go if they want. I won't participate in this nonsense. Chen Zhanshan refused without hesitation, as he truly didn't want to see Chen Zhan's arrogant face. Lin shook her head and gently said, Village chief, we really don't have time. We can't leave the candy shop, so we won't be attending. Seeing her parents so resolute, Chun Qingqing silently admired them. But if everyone in the village was going, wouldn't they be the odd ones out if they didn't attend? As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. It wouldn't be too difficult to attend just to satisfy Chen Zhan's vanity. Besides, since Wu Baoan came personally to inform them, it wouldn't be appropriate to ignore him. Thinking this over, Chun Qingqing smiled and said, Dad, Mom, since everyone in the village is going, it would be unusual for us not to attend. Let's go.
Well.
Chen Zhanshan frowned and looked at Lin. Xiaomei, what do you mean? The head of the family, we were driven out by the people from the old house. Now that Chen Zhansai has become a scholar and asked the village head to invite us, I feel they just want to show off. I don't care if you go, but I definitely won't. Wu Baoan sighed, Zhanshan. To be honest, I also disagree with their extravagant celebration, but having a scholar in our village is a rare joy. They want to invite the villagers, and as the village head, I have a responsibility to help organize it. Since everyone in the village has agreed to attend, it wouldn't be right for your family to refuse. After all, we see each other often. Can you please consider my position and just go this once? Lin recalled past events and felt emotional. Village head, it's not that I don't want to support you, but Chen Zhansai is too arrogant. They just want to show off in front of my family. I don't want to give him that chance. Wu Baoan looked troubled but continued to persuade. That's how it is, but think about it. Although being a scholar isn't an official position, it still means he has some recognition. No matter how he shows off, he has gained respect in the community. I believe you should attend. Chun Qingqing also encouraged, Mom, let's listen to Uncle Village Head. We can just go and let him show off. But, Qingqing. Chun Jianshan was about to object when Chun Qingqing interrupted. Dad, we're all from the same village. Let's just go. All right, I'll follow your lead, Chun Jianshan agreed. Seeing that everything was settled, Wu Baoan stood up to leave. Okay, then it's decided. I'll head back now. After Wu Baoan left, Lin frowned, feeling confused. Qingqing, those people next door are just troublemakers. It's better for us to keep our distance and not join this fuss. Yes, Qingqing, your mother is right. Now that Chun Jiansai has suddenly risen to fame, he will be extremely arrogant, and it's unpleasant to watch. We should avoid going, Chun Jianshan expressed his thoughts. Chun Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Dad, Mom, what you say is true, but even if we don't want to go, we should still give the village head some respect. If we refuse again, it might make us seem too small-minded. Chun Jianshan thought about it and stopped opposing. The day of the banquet arrived, and the Qin family's yard was beautifully decorated and lively. Chun Jiansai was dressed in a new outfit, wearing a round-collared jade-colored robe and a square scarf, looking like a refined scholar. He couldn't help but ask Lu Fengjiao beside him, My dear, how do you like my outfit? My husband is quite handsome, and this outfit makes him look even more elegant. However, Lu Fengjiao said, resting her chin on one hand, frowning as she looked him up and down, murmuring, It seems like something is missing. Missing what? Chun Jiansai was surprised and spun around a few times, suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh, my memory. I felt something was missing too, but couldn't figure it out. Thank goodness you reminded me, or I would have embarrassed myself. With that, he rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a folding fan, quickly opening it with a snap. My dear, take another look. Does this add a bit more elegance and charm? Yes, yes, yes. A fan was exactly what was missing. Now you look even more refined. Lu Fengjiao nodded repeatedly. Today, Grandma Chen dressed up specially, pulling out an old dark blue jacket from the bottom of her chest. Her hair was neatly styled, with a copper hairpin inserted, and her wrinkled face was covered with a thick layer of powder. Finally, she applied some blush that Chen Rilin used at home to her lips. She happily admired her reflection in the basin until she felt satisfied before heading to Chun Jiansai's room. Upon entering, she saw Chun Jiansai in his elegant scholar outfit and was immediately impressed. Oh my son is truly a natural model. Thankfully, we're at home. If he were on the street, people would think he was a young master from a wealthy family. Chun Jiansai felt proud inside. This long robe was a symbol of his scholar status, and he had spent most of his savings to get this outfit, wanting to impress his fellow villagers today. Mother, I take after you, otherwise, how could I be so handsome? Hearing this, Grandma Chun beamed with joy. Of course. When I was young, I was the beauty of our village. Everyone knew me. If it weren't for the good conditions of the old Qin family, I wouldn't have looked at your father, that old goat-eyed man. All right, Mother, please don't say that. If my father hears you, you two will start arguing again. I'm not afraid of him. Now that my son is a scholar, if he dares to poke fun, just watch how I handle him. Old Lady Chen changed her tone and smiled, saying, Zhangkai, Feng Jiao, how are you both getting ready? The villagers who came to congratulate us should be arriving soon. We need to go outside to greet the guests. Chun Zhangkai, feeling quite important, thought he was above the villagers and didn't want to lower himself. Mom, there's no rush. Just having those country folks come to my celebration for passing the exam is already a big deal for them. Let them wait outside for now. Old Lady Chen nodded repeatedly. What my son says makes sense. You two keep busy. I'll go check on the people in the kitchen helping with the food. If they sneak a bite, we'll be in trouble. Mom, come back. As Old Lady Chen turned to leave, Chen Zhangkai called out, Isn't Dad there? Why do you need to go? Yes, Mom, you can relax with Dad around. Lu Feng Jiao added with a smile. Old Lady Chen pouted. What can your father do with his lazy ways? He acts like a starving ghost. Since yesterday, he hasn't stopped eating, either grabbing peanuts, munching on a radish, or sneaking a pancake. If I hadn't locked the pancakes in the cupboard, he would have eaten them all. Chun Kai frowned. Mom, you make Dad sound like a nobody. He hasn't even had time to eat while buying ingredients. It's normal for him to be a bit hungry, so why hide the food? You don't understand. I bought 50 pancakes, and just now I counted, there are only 38 left. Old Lady Chen widened her eyes, gesturing with her fingers. See? In less than a day, 12 pancakes are gone. If I don't hide them, what'll happen? Chun Kai used to find food in town, found the course meals back in Nanshan village hard to swallow. After a few days of eating rough cornmeal and rice porridge, he felt sick. Finally, he bought dozens of pancakes yesterday and ate several at once, even hiding a few in his blanket for later. He blushed and said, Mom, you're really wrong about Dad. I ate all the pancakes. So you like pancakes too? I thought your dad was the one eating them. Old Lady Chen looked at her beloved son with satisfaction and affection. If you like them, I can get you more.
No need, Mom. I'm not hungry right now.
Can you help me check if my outfit looks okay? Alright, that's impressive and really catches the eye. Old Lady Chen looked at the folding fan in Chen Jiansai's hand and frowned. It's not hot today. Holding that fan seems out of place. Why don't you put it away? You really don't understand anything. Chen Jiansai opened the fan and waved it gently. This is not just for cooling, it's a symbol of a scholar's status and a trend. Never mind, I won't explain it to you since you wouldn't get it. Fine, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. If you like it, keep it. Just then, Old Man Chen hurried in. What are you all doing in here? The village head is here. Hurry out and greet him. Alright, I got it. You go out quickly and keep an eye on the cooks. Don't let them sneak any food. Old Lady Chen quickly pushed him out and turned to Chen Jiansai. Son, it's enough now. Don't keep Wu Baohan waiting too long. After all, he's the village head, and we should show him some respect. Okay, I'll go greet him. Chen Jiansai straightened his clothes, held his head high, and walked out with a swagger. Old Lady Chen followed closely behind. Just as she was about to greet Wu Baohan, Chen Jiansai grabbed her arm. Mom, don't rush. You're a scholar's mother now. Don't act too hastily. Maintain your composure. Alright, I'll listen to you. Old Lady Chen was a bit taken aback, unsure where to put her hands or how to step forward. Chen Jiansai smiled as he approached Wu Baohan, clasping his hands together. Welcome to my humble home, village head. I'm sorry for not greeting you properly. Seeing his overly dramatic behavior, Wu Baohan felt a bit nauseated and waved his hand. Alright, Jiansai, we all live in the same village. No need to be too formal, just act as usual. He didn't want to hear more of Chen Jiansai's flowery language and quickly asked Old Lady Chen, Annie, is everything ready? Yes, it's all ready. Old Lady Chen pointed to a table covered with thick red cloth. Look, the ink, paper, and brushes are all set. We're just waiting for you to record the gifts. Good, then you all carry on. I'll handle the accounting with DeBeo. There's no rush. The guests haven't arrived yet. How about you come in for some water? No need. You should stay at the door to welcome the guests. Just then, they heard someone shout from outside. Andy, we're here to congratulate you. Jiansai, congratulations. Seeing the villagers had all arrived, Grandma Chen greeted them with a big smile. Come in. Please find a place to sit in the yard. Chen Jiansai also cupped his hands in greeting, pretending to be polite. Thank you. Dear villagers, please come inside. The villagers began to praise him. Congratulations, Jiansai, for becoming a scholar. You have brought honor to our village. I've watched Jiansai grow up since he was little. I knew he was destined for greatness. Look, he has returned as a top scholar. He will surely bring glory to the Chen family. That's right. Jiansai has always been exceptionally smart. He is bound to shine like gold and has a bright future ahead. There are people who don't eat horse meat, but no one who doesn't flatter. Chen Jiansai was so flattered that he felt a bit dizzy. He was very pleased and proud, raising his chin and nodding arrogantly. "Thank you for your kind words, villagers. I will not let you down, and will strive to achieve my goals soon." The villagers continued to shower Grandma Chun and her daughter-in-law, Lu Fengjiao, with compliments. "Congratulations, Auntie. You have raised a wonderful son. He has brought you honor. You will be the mother of a scholar. Once Jiansai becomes a high official, you will enjoy a comfortable life." "Exactly. You won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." Feng Jiao is a diligent and thrifty daughter-in-law. "Absolutely. Feng Jiao is now the wife of a scholar, and soon she will be a lady of a high official." Grandma Chen had lived a long life, often facing hardships, and it was the first time she had been praised like this. She was so happy that her smile almost reached her ears. Lu Fengjiao, hearing the villagers call her the wife of a scholar, felt overjoyed. Since marrying Chen Jiansai over 20 years ago, she had waited for this day, and now her hard times were finally over. This time, no matter what it took, she was determined to cut ties with Wang Qichong and focus on being a good scholar's wife, never again letting a man down. She wanted to live well with him and hoped to have a son and a daughter to make up for the coldness she had shown him over the past 6 months. Thinking of this, Lu Fengjiao smiled shyly. At that moment, Dan hurriedly ran up to Chen Jiansai. "Third brother, the people have arrived at the village entrance. When should we bring them in? Don't rush. Let them wait at the entrance for now." "I'm sorry, brother, but those guys seem unwilling to wait. They said they are in a hurry to return the sedan chair, so why not just carry it into the village first?" "That's not possible. I have planned for it to enter the Chen family gate only before the banquet. If everyone knows in advance, there will be no surprise." Saying this, Chen Jiansai casually took out a few coins from his pocket and handed them to Danzi. "Distribute this money to them and tell them not to act without my orders." "Sure, this will definitely work." Danzi took the money and turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and said with a grin, "Third brother, when will you give me the reward you promised?" "Don't worry, as long as you don't reveal anything to outsiders, the benefits for you will only increase." "Don't worry, I won't let a word slip. I promise to complete the task." With that, Danzi ran off towards the village. Lu Fengjiao approached Chen Jiansai. "Dear, what were you just discussing with Danzi?" "Nothing much," Chen Jiansai said, lost in thought. Lu Fengjiao's sudden question startled him, and he hurriedly explained, "I was just chatting with him." "That doesn't seem right. I thought I heard something about a sedan chair being brought into the village. What's going on?" "Don't ask yet, you'll find out soon. Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep it a secret." "Don't rush, my dear. It's a surprise." Seeing Chen Jiansai's mysterious expression, Lu Fengjiao playfully glared at him, thinking to herself, "I remember Chen Jiansai promised that if he passed the exam, he would hire a sedan chair to proudly marry me again, so the villagers could see that I, Lu Fengjiao, did not marry the wrong person." Recalling this, Lu Fengjiao felt a wave of emotion. This man is truly thoughtful. After all these years, he still remembers this. Her eyes glistened, and she softly said, "Jiansai, if you pass the exam, my parents and brothers will definitely come to congratulate you. Considering all the years I've spent raising our children, please don't hold it against them." When Chen Jiansai heard her mention her parents and brother, his expression darkened. Over the years, every time he visited their home during festivals, they would mock him, openly and secretly saying he wouldn't pass the exam and wasn't cut out for studying. Who could understand how much discrimination he faced and how many disdainful looks he received from them? Now that he had passed the exam, they would come to curry favor with him, thinking too highly of themselves. Besides, he still had to announce the good news. What if they came and caused trouble? Wouldn't that ruin everything? Thinking of this, he shook his head and smiled. "Fengjiao, you should quickly visit your family. Let your in-laws and brother come another day. There are so many people today. If we don't host well, it might cause some complaints." "It's fine, my family doesn't mind," Lu Fengjiao replied, pulling Chen Jiansai's hand. "Come on, let's go see. Wu Baoan is writing the accounts." "All right," Chen Jiansai thought to himself about what to say later. As they approached, They saw the wife of the village's old Lu placing a bamboo basket on the table and taking out 6 eggs, smiling as she spoke to Wu Baoan. Li Zheng, could you please write this down? It's my family's gift. Sure, Zhao Old Lu's family gift is 6 eggs. Wu Baoan wrote it down and then called out to the villagers coming in, is there anyone else with gifts? Come here to register. Hearing his call, the villagers gathered around and began to whisper to each other, hey, how much are you all planning to give? My family doesn't have much money, so we're giving 2 eggs. Yeah, my family isn't doing much better. I'll give 3. We don't raise chickens, so we're giving 2 pounds of coarse rice flour. That's about right. We small families can't compare to the wealthy. Old Lu's wife just gave 6 eggs. Really? That's a lot. Let others give as much as they want. My family doesn't owe the Qin family anything, so I'll just give 5 coins. You're absolutely right. Just a little is fine. If it weren't for Li Zheng personally notifying me, I wouldn't even come to this gathering. That's true. I feel the same way. If you don't come, you'll miss out. I heard the Qin family is really putting in the effort this time, hosting a big feast. It's a rare opportunity, so we should eat well. You rascal. But honestly, I haven't eaten since yesterday because I want to enjoy this meal. All right, enough talk. Let's go give our gifts. Wu Baoan was loudly announcing while registering Qin Era's gift, 3 eggs. Liang Fugue's gift, 5 coins. Li Daha's gift, 2 pounds of coarse rice. Chen Zhantsai's frown deepened, and his smile faded. He had thought that the villagers would give generously to curry favor with him, so he wouldn't have to worry about living expenses and tuition for the upcoming exams in the second half of the year. But the villagers brought just 2 eggs or 2 pounds of flour, and while there were many who came with gifts, none were substantial. What was even more frustrating was that someone even brought a basket of yams as a gift. He couldn't help but quietly complain to old lady Chen Mother, today is my big day, yet they bring such small gifts. It's clear they don't think much of me. Son, you're mistaken, old lady Chen replied with a smile. You see, most villagers haven't had much connection with our family. The fact that they came to give gifts shows they want to please us. You really are too easy to please. Look at what they brought, either 2 eggs or 2 pounds of brown rice. This is no way to celebrate. Oh, my son, just be grateful. That girl who just got married comes from a poor family where 4 people share 1 pair of pants and can't even have a full meal all year. If she can bring 2 eggs, think about how much that means for our family. Those 2 eggs are probably already spoiled, Qin Zhankai scoffed. I thought we could collect more gifts, but at this rate, just breaking even would be good. Old lady Qin didn't agree. She had already calculated things in private with old man Qin. Although most families in the village were struggling, there were still some wealthy ones. As long as they all came to give gifts, they could break even. She waved her hand with a smile. Don't worry, son. I promise we'll come out ahead. Thinking back to the big house's joyful move last year, Qin Zhankai felt disheartened. Why did everyone celebrate the big house's move with enthusiasm, while for him, those villagers brought only a few eggs? Even their smiles seemed mocking, and they gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. Qin Zhankai felt anger rising and said sternly, this isn't giving gifts. It's like they're trying to get rid of charity cases. They clearly don't respect me. Otherwise, they wouldn't act this way. When the big house moved last year, they wouldn't have brought just 2 eggs or 2 pounds of rice. I heard everyone in the village went, and it was quite a scene. After hearing this, old lady Qin couldn't help but swallow hard. That girl from the big house invited everyone in the village, but she didn't invite her. She didn't mind not being invited since she didn't want to join the crowd anyway. However, the delicious smell of meat wafting from Qin Qingqing's yard made her restless. As the saying goes, if there's a bargain, take it. So, she decided to boldly go and enjoy a meal, thinking it would be a shame not to eat if she had the chance. She grabbed 2 eggs and went with old man Chun to mooch a meal. As soon as they entered the gate, the sight before her almost made her jealous. In her entire life, she had never seen such an impressive house. She regretted not realizing how capable that girl was. If she had known, she wouldn't have let their family break apart. She wanted to make a scene to win back such a profitable granddaughter, but she was too scared. Just thinking about Chen Qingqing's cold face and the written notice of separation made her swallow her pride. Although no one paid them any attention, they weren't asked to leave either. When they reached the banquet hall, the table was filled with an abundance of dishes, many of which she had never seen before. Crispy chicken, garlic pork knuckles, stir-fried cabbage with big slices of meat, braised lion's head. In short, there was a variety of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Seeing all this made her envious, and she almost cursed Chen Qingqing in her mind. How could her ungrateful granddaughter serve such delicious food to strangers? What was even more frustrating was that despite the good food, they didn't ask for gifts, leaving her with the 2 stinky eggs in her pocket, which ended up breaking and making her smell bad. The people sitting at the same table looked at her as if she were something dirty. But she didn't care about their strange looks and urged Old Man Chen to eat as much as he could. The 2 of them happily devoured the food until they were stuffed. After looking around and seeing no one was watching, she quietly tucked a roast chicken into her coat and happily led Old Man Chen home. However, just as they stepped out the door, she couldn't hold back a burp, and a mouthful of meat came up. In a panic, Grandma Chen quickly caught it with her hand. Looking at the meat she had just thrown up, she felt it was a shame to waste it and popped it back into her mouth. Now that she thought about it, Grandma Chen still felt a bit unsatisfied and wished she could have enjoyed another meal like that. She shook her head and smiled, saying, "My dear, you really can't complain about this. When that girl moved away last year, all the villagers came, but she didn't ask for a single penny in gifts. Instead, she let everyone eat freely." When Chen Jiansai heard this, he finally felt a bit more at ease. "Is that really true? Why would your mother lie to you? I was there too, planning to bring a couple of eggs, but they didn't accept any gifts at all, leaving me smelling like eggs all over." Old Lady Chen said this and instinctively glanced towards the door, unable to help but smile. "Look who has arrived." Chen Jiansai was startled and quickly looked up to see Chen Jianshan and his family walking in. He sneered, "These ungrateful people still have the nerve to come to my celebration. They are such opportunists."
Don't say that.
"We really need this girl to earn money for us."
What do you mean by that? Oh, my son, think about it.
"That girl is currently in a strong position, making a lot of money. Our family is not what it used to be. Regardless of whether she regrets breaking ties with us, logically speaking, you are now a respected scholar in our village. Wouldn't she want to come and please us? She can't give us less as a gift." Chen Jiansai nodded repeatedly. Chen Qingqing's earnings could support him for a year. As a scholar now, she would surely be generous to build a closer relationship with him. "Mother, how much do you think she will give us?" Old Lady Chen smiled. "I think she will at least give us 5 taels of silver. If she is a bit more generous, it could even be 50 taels." Old Lady Chen's words made Chen Jiansai nod in agreement. "You're absolutely right, Mother. Given the terrible things they did before, even if they gave 500 taels, I wouldn't forgive them."
Exactly.
"No amount of gifts from these heartless people can ease my anger." Old Lady Chen felt conflicted. If Chen Qingqing could forgive her and live in a big house with plenty of food, she would be willing to kneel and apologize. But what's done is done, and she regretted her past choices. "All right, Mother, it's a happy day, so don't get upset. Go greet them." Noticing her daze, Chen Jiansai quickly reminded her.
Okay.
Old Lady Chen composed herself, forcing a smile as she approached. "Oh, Jianshan, Xiaomei, you're here. Please come in and sit." Chen Jianshan and Lin nodded coldly to Old Lady Chen, acknowledging her. Seeing their indifference, Old Lady Chen snorted quietly and didn't want to make things awkward. She glanced at Chen Qingqing behind her. She knew that Chen Qingqing managed the money for the family, so she bypassed Chen Jianshan and spoke directly to Chen Qingqing. "Qing girl, hurry up and write the accounts. The banquet will start soon." Chen Qingqing shot her a sideways glance, but ignored her. She walked straight to Uncle Wu and placed the box on the table. "Uncle Wu, please help me note this down under my father's name." Uncle Wu looked at her with admiration. This girl was sensible. Although Chen Jianshan's family owed their success to her, she still knew how to maintain her parents' dignity. He smiled and asked, "How much are you planning to give as a gift?" As soon as he finished speaking, Old Lady Chen's eyes widened. She wanted to see how much Chun Qingqing would give. If it was 100 or 80 taels of silver, they would be rich. Even if it was less, it should be at least 3 to 5 taels. No matter what, they wouldn't lose out on the banquet. Chun Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Since it's a celebration of success, isn't giving money a bit too common? Hearing this, Old Lady Chen was first taken aback, then filled with joy. If such a large box didn't contain money, it must hold something else valuable, perhaps even a big gold nugget. Just then, Chun Qingqing opened the box and took out several smaller boxes, opening them one by one. Uncle Wu nodded in approval. This gift is good and meaningful. Old Lady Chen's smile instantly froze. She was extremely disappointed and couldn't help but exclaim, "What can this junk be worth?" Chun Jiansai was also full of expectations, but when he saw the writing supplies on the table, he felt deflated. He had thought Chun Qingqing would give dozens of taels of silver as a gift. With that money, he could move back to town and indulge himself again. But to his surprise, it was just writing supplies. What use were they? He glared at Chun Qingqing with a dark expression. Chun Qingqing had already anticipated their reaction. She had specially bought a set of writing supplies in town. Although they seemed ordinary, they were the best in the Great Ning Dynasty, made by the Imperial Brush Pavilion, used by nobles in the capital, symbolizing status. This set cost her 100 taels of silver. If Chun Jiansai recognized its value, it wouldn't be a wasted gift. If he was short-sighted, then he simply lacked vision. Seeing Chun Jiansai's angry expression, Chun Qingqing smiled slightly and said slowly, "Although these writing supplies are not valuable, they symbolize hard work and academic success, which cannot be measured by money." Wu Baoan also glanced at Old Lady Chen, feeling dissatisfied. "Auntie, what kind of talk is that on such a happy day? What do you mean by saying it's only worth a few coins? I think Qing girl's gift is very good. Some things cannot be measured by how much money they cost." "How good can it be? It can't be eaten," Old Lady Chen replied sarcastically. Chun Jiansai also scoffed. "We have plenty of writing supplies at home. We don't need this." If Qing girl isn't sincere with her gift, she might as well take it back for Chen Han. Chun Qingqing looked amused. "Since the scholar doesn't appreciate my gift, I'll exchange it for something else." With that, she took out 2 coins she had prepared earlier and handed them to Wu Baoan. Wu Baoan announced loudly, "Chen Jianshan's congratulatory gift, 2 coins. 2 coins are equivalent to 2 taels of silver, much better than those writing supplies." Old Lady Chen immediately brightened up. Good. Please come in. We'll start the meal soon. Make sure to eat well." Chun Qingqing took back the writing supplies from the gift table and casually handed them to Chen Han. "Xiao Han, since the scholar doesn't want these writing supplies, this limited edition set from the Royal Brush Pavilion is yours." "Thank you, sister." Chen Han smiled happily. "Scholar, I appreciate your kindness. I've gained such a great benefit, and I thank you again." Upon hearing this, Chun Jiansai's face turned various shades of red, looking very uncomfortable. He secretly blamed himself for being blind, realizing he had missed out. That was a limited edition set from the Royal Brush Pavilion, something every scholar dreams of owning. The most basic writing supplies from there cost 50 to 60 taels of silver, and this limited edition set would be worth at least 80 taels. Even if sold secondhand, it would be snatched up for 60 taels. At this moment, he regretted it deeply, staring at the box in Chen Han's hands, wishing he could snatch it back immediately. Seeing her son's strange expression, Old Lady Chen was confused and quickly asked, "Jiansai, what's wrong?" Chun Jiansai lowered his voice. "Mother, that set of writing supplies is worth a lot, at least 70 or 80 taels of silver. I really didn't recognize its value." "Oh my, is that old thing really worth that much?" Old Lady Chen exclaimed, stomping her feet in regret, muttering, "What a situation this is." Just when the atmosphere became a bit awkward, someone outside shouted, "My dear son-in-law, my good son-in-law, your father-in-law has come to see you." This shout made everyone turn their heads and whisper among themselves.
Who are these people?
Didn't you hear what that old man just shouted? The old man in front is Lu Dashan, the father-in-law of Chen Jiansai.
Really?
This is the first time I've seen him. I heard people say he's not a good person. That's right. I have a relative from their village who says this old man is not nice at all. He has a lot of bad thoughts and looks down on others, just like the Chen couple. This is truly a case of bad people gathering together. Seeing the newcomers, Chen Jiansai's already serious face turned even darker. The people who just entered the yard were his father-in-law Lu Dashan and his 3 brothers-in-law. Lu Dashan had 3 sons and 1 daughter, living in the neighboring village, with over 10 acres of good farmland, making them a middle-class family in their village. His 3 sons worked on the farm, and all got married and had children. His daughter, Lu Fengjiao, was once considered a great match for him when he was around 16 or 17, as he was the most promising young man in the area. Lu Dashan was very pleased to marry her off to him. As time passed, he failed the scholar exams year after year, and Lu Dashan grew to look down on him more and more. In the early years, he was treated well, but later, whenever he visited, Lu Dashan would show disdain, breaking dishes and scolding him. His brothers-in-law looked down on him too, thinking he was useless and not worthy of their family's respect. Chen Jiansai often faced their bullying. Lu Dashan not only did nothing to stop it but also took pleasure in his misfortune. The last time he saw Lu Dashan was 5 years ago, when Lu Dashan pointed at him and insulted him, saying, "Chen Jiansai, look at your pathetic self. Year after year, you fail the scholar exams. You're just a blockhead who can't learn anything. I was truly blind to marry my daughter to a failure like you. My daughter is unlucky to be with you. If you had any sense, you would write her a divorce letter and not waste her future." He still vividly remembers those words, echoing in his mind. A person has a face, and a tree is bark. How could he endure such humiliation? He immediately cut off ties with Lu Dashan's family and vowed never to visit his father-in-law again. Now that he has passed the exam and become a scholar, these people shamelessly came to curry favor with him. It's true that when one is poor, no one cares, but once one becomes famous, everyone wants to be close. Chen Jiansai coldly stared at Lu Dashan, who walked in through the front door, showing no intention of greeting him. Old Lady Chen was upset about the set of writing tools and wanted to snatch them back, but Chen Han tightly held the box in his arms, not giving her a chance. She was so angry that her face twitched. When she suddenly saw Lu Dashan enter the courtyard, a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who is smiling. The visitor is a guest, and they are family. She suddenly noticed that Lu Dashan was carrying a large piece of pork, and her expression brightened. "Oh my, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this my father-in-law and mother-in-law? What brings you here?" Lu Dashan smiled broadly. "Sister-in-law, congratulations. I just heard the news that my esteemed son-in-law has passed the exam, so I brought my whole family to congratulate him." "That's right. Our whole family got up early to travel. Luckily, we ran into a familiar carriage driver along the way. Otherwise, we would have missed my son-in-law's celebration." Lu Posey also greeted with a smile. Old Lady Chen nodded with a smile. "Congratulations to you too. You came to visit, but why bring something?" "Of course. My son-in-law has worked hard these years, so now that he has become a scholar, I, as his father-in-law, wanted to give him something suitable. I know he loves meat, so I specially brought 2 pounds of pork to help him regain his strength," Lu Dashan said, handing the meat to Old Lady Chen. "Thank you very much. I will express our gratitude to my son." Old Lady Chen happily accepted it. Seeing that Chen Jiansai looked a bit displeased, Lu Fengjiao quickly whispered, "Dear, my parents were indeed a bit excessive before, but no matter what, they are here to congratulate you. Can you please greet them for my sake?" Chen Jiansai frowned, recalling the various humiliations he had suffered from his father-in-law's family. Anger surged within him, but then he thought, weren't they just trying to flatter him? Since they had come to him in a humble manner, he might as well take this opportunity to regain some dignity. With that thought, he smiled lightly. "My dear wife, what are you saying? My esteemed father-in-law treats me this way because he cares. As the saying goes, not being from the same family, one does not enter the same door. Now that we are family as a younger generation, how can I hold grudges against my elders? After saying this, he straightened his chest and walked confidently towards Lu Dashin, cupping his fists in salute. Father-in-law, esteemed mother-in-law, please allow your son-in-law to pay his respects. Good son-in-law, please, there's no need for such formalities, Lu Dashin quickly replied with a smile. Lu Posey pretended to be warm and pulled Chinjansai's hand. Oh, my good son-in-law, you truly bring us honor. When you achieve great success, don't forget your mother-in-law. I brought Lu Bao, Lu Zhen, and Lu Go here to congratulate you. As she spoke, she pulled her 3 sons closer. Hurry up and congratulate your brother-in-law. The eldest, Lu Bao, grinned and said, Congratulations, brother-in-law. You will surely rise to a high position in the future, but don't forget your little brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, congratulations. You're amazing. Don't forget us in the future. Lu Zhen and Lu Go chimed in. Seeing their smiling faces and their eager gestures, Chinjansai couldn't help but snort. Don't worry, Chinjansai, am loyal and grateful. I will always remember the kindness you showed me. Just wait, you will benefit from my success. The last sentence was said with particular emphasis. Hearing this, Lu Bao sighed dramatically. Brother-in-law, you see, we were just joking around before. Why are you holding a grudge? Brother-in-law, as the saying goes, to hit is to care, to scold is to love. We used to tease you because we valued you. But from what you just said, it sounds like you want to settle scores with us. Lu Zhen added.
You ged adopting la carefree attitude.
Brother-in-law, this is where you're wrong. We may have been a bit rough before, but there were reasons for it. Now we are here to make amends, hoping you won't hold the past against us. What's this? Now that you've succeeded, you're acting all high and mighty with us? Chinjansai paused his breath. His 3 brothers-in-law were no different from troublemakers. He intended to act tough in front of them, but these 3 young men were not impressed at all. He wanted to keep up the act but feared provoking them. If they decided to retaliate and publicly humiliate him, it would be a disaster. Realizing this, he dared not pretend anymore, but he felt frustrated and trembled with anger. After a long pause, he managed to say, You truly disgrace yourself. Lu Dashin had come with impure intentions, hoping that once Chinjansai became successful, he would take care of his 3 sons. However, the ungrateful sons were oblivious to his advice not to speak to Chinjansai as they did before. Just after a few sentences, their true colors showed. Lu Dashin was nearly furious enough to explode. He scolded them. How can you 3 speak to your brother-in-law like this? He is now a scholar. Do you know what that means? Even the county officials must show him respect. Who do you think you are to act so boldly? You are just a bunch of useless fools. Go stand in the back and don't embarrass yourselves. Lu Bao, Lu Zhen, and Lu Go were scolded thoroughly and felt too embarrassed to say anything more. Lu Dashin turned to Chinjansai with a smile. Good son-in-law, they are still young.
Please don't be too hard on them.
They are already fathers themselves, and you still call them children? Chinjansai saw his brothers-in-law behaving obediently under their father's scolding and felt more confident. He sternly replied, There's an old saying, if a son is not taught, it's the father's fault. If you ignore their behavior, they will surely cause trouble in the future and end up in serious trouble. Yes, you are absolutely right, son-in-law, Lu Dashin nodded repeatedly, smiling. From now on, I will strictly discipline them. I will make sure they go east when told, and won't dare go west. If I tell them to chase a dog, they won't even think about barking at a chicken. They won't dare do anything foolish. Once you succeed, please remember to help them out. Father-in-law, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but at your age, you should be wiser. Why are you becoming more confused? Chinjansai deliberately insulted him. As the saying goes, you can't help a pig that won't stand up, and you can't change a foolish person. If a dead pig is fine, why would you pour boiling water on it? Can a rotten wood be carved into something useful? Isn't this putting you in a difficult position? In the past, Lu Dashin would have slapped Chen Jiansai several times for being so rude, especially for insulting his 3 sons. Although he was angry, things were different now. Chen Jiansai had become more successful, and if he were to pass the exams, he would be a respected official, someone everyone would want to please. Even with all his anger, Lu Dashin had to hold it in and keep a smile on his face. You're right, son-in-law. Even a donkey can have its good days. Who knows, maybe one day they will do well too, and I hope you will support them. The more Chen Jiansai listened, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but mock. As the saying goes, without good seeds, you can't grow good crops. Don't expect much from them, father-in-law. Hearing this, Lu Dashin was furious, but Lu Posey quickly reminded him in a low voice, stay calm. Your son-in-law is not the same as before. Don't act foolishly. After this reminder, Lu Dashin managed to calm down and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Son-in-law, I admit I was blind before, and my 3 sons-in-law were immature. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize for my behavior. As he spoke, Lu Dashin bowed deeply to Chen Jiansai. Lu Fengjiao couldn't stand it anymore and shot Chen Jiansai an annoyed look before quickly helping Lu Dashin up. Dad, we are all family. Saying such things makes it awkward. Chen Jiansai has succeeded now, which is good for the Lu family. Don't worry, he just vents his frustration sometimes, but he will take care of his 3 brothers. All right, that makes me feel better, Lu Dashin said with a smile. Chen Jiansai felt more at ease and was about to insult the Lu family again when he saw Chen Laohan walking quickly from the kitchen, joking with Lu Dashin, father-in-law, it's rare to see you. I thought you were gone. Oh, my dear brother, as long as you are alive, I can't leave before you. Mother-in-law is here too. Don't just stand there. Find a place to sit. The meal will start soon. Please don't mind us, Lu Dashin said as he led his family to an empty table. Lu Bao looked very unhappy. Dad, look at how arrogant Chen Jiansai is. Why should we put up with this? Let's just teach him a lesson. Exactly. What's so great about passing some exams? Look at how smug he is. He's getting carried away. Lu Go pouted in agreement. Lu Zhen was also angry and huffed, looking defiant as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight for his pride. Lu Dashin glared at them. You don't understand anything. Behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. Even though Chen Jiansai is just a scholar now, he has a bright future. If he gets lucky and becomes a successful candidate, he will be an official. With him, as our relative, we will have a better life. Lu Posey added, your father is right. If we endure now, we can benefit later and live well. Lu Bao, Lu Zhen, and Lu Go were unhappy but dared not say more. Old Man Chen and Lu Dashin exchanged polite greetings before approaching Old Lady Chen. Wife, is everyone here? They should all be here. Old Lady Chen nodded and then asked, how is the banquet preparation? Don't worry, we're just waiting for your signal to start. Don't just listen to me. You should ask our son. Whenever he says to start, we can serve the food.
All right, I'll go ask Jiansai.
Come back first. Old Lady Chen called Old Man Chen back and whispered, these poor folks didn't bring much as gifts. You must remember to control the portions of the food. If we serve too much, we will lose a lot. Old Man Chen patted his chest. Don't worry, I promise we will only profit. That's good. Let's hurry and ask our son when to start. Old Lady Chen approached Chen Jiansai. Son, everyone is here. If there's nothing else, let's begin the banquet. Mother, why the hurry? Don't forget, today is my big day. I should say a few words. Right, my son makes a good point. Old Lady Chen nodded repeatedly and shouted to the noisy crowd. Everyone, please settle down and find a place to sit. Let my son Jiansai say a few words before we start the banquet. Hearing Old Lady Chen's words, Chen Qingqing found it amusing. Chen Jiansai was just a poor scholar. What was so impressive about that? He had only read a few more books and could write a few characters, yet he acted like he was someone important. If he ever became a successful candidate, he would surely boast about it. Chen Qingqing didn't want to waste any more time and said to Lin Shi beside her, Mother, I'm going back with Xiaoyu.
Wait, Qing girl.
There's still a lot of work at home. I can't stand listening to them argue. It's exhausting. Lin's face was filled with annoyance. Chunhan also stood up. Mom, I haven't finished the homework assigned by the teacher. I'll go back with you. Seeing the three of them about to leave, the village head's wife quickly stood up to stop them. Qing girl, don't leave yet. We all live in the same village, and it would be awkward to leave now. Please show some respect to Chun Jansai. After all these years, he finally became a scholar, which brings pride to our village. It's a good thing. Think about it. If he succeeds in his studies and becomes an official, you might end up on his bad side if you leave now. Just listen to me and stay a little longer to enjoy the atmosphere. Aunt, I sit straight and don't fear those who are arrogant. I know you aren't afraid, but you still need to cook when you get home. Just bear with it for a bit. It won't hurt to keep Aunt company. All right then, I'll listen to you. Chun Qingqing sighed in resignation. Lin also felt that the village head's wife's words made sense. Leaving now did seem inappropriate, so she nodded and sat back down. When the villagers heard Chun Laotai's words, they immediately started to complain. Old aunt, everyone in the village knows your son became a scholar. Stop saying unnecessary things and let's eat. Yes, we haven't had breakfast and are waiting to feast at the scholar's house. If we don't eat soon, I'll be starving. Exactly, it's already noon and my stomach is growling. Hurry and serve the delicious food you prepared so we can enjoy a big meal. Chun Laodai raised her hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone, please don't rush. We must go through the formalities first. Soon, you can eat to your heart's content. Now, let's invite my son, the scholar, to say a few words. Chun Jansai proudly lifted his chin, glanced at everyone, then cleared his throat to speak. Dear neighbors, I, Chen, have studied hard for over 30 years to finally achieve the title of scholar. This celebration was supposed to be honored by the county magistrate himself, but I know he is very busy and I wouldn't dare trouble him. After much persuasion, he couldn't come to congratulate me. Just then, Chen Laotai couldn't help but interrupt. Jansai, how could the county magistrate come to our house to congratulate you? Such a great honor is hard to come by. How can you push it away? Mom, don't interrupt. Chun Jansai glared at her and lowered his voice, saying, I'm just talking nonsense to make myself look good. Why are you causing trouble here? Go stand aside. Oh, I see. I thought it was true. Chen's grandmother closed her mouth in disappointment and quickly stepped aside. Chun Jansai cleared his throat and continued, I owe my success today to the blessings of my ancestors, the support of my parents, and my own hard work day and night. Back then, I studied late into the night, waking up before dawn to read. It was like hanging my head from a beam and pricking my thigh to stay awake. In the summer, when mosquitoes were everywhere, I soaked my legs in a bucket of water to focus. In the cold winter, when my hands and feet were frozen, I would walk around to warm up before diving back into my books. During those years of poverty, when I couldn't afford candles, I read by the light of the moon. On nights when the moon was hidden, I would silently recall what I had learned, reviewing to understand better. Day after day, year after year, I never slacked off. My classmates laughed at me for being too obsessed with studying, not realizing that nothing is too difficult if you are willing to climb. Finally, my efforts paid off, and I began to shine in the imperial examination, earning my title. The more Chun Jansai spoke, the more excited he became, losing track of time and unable to stop. After a long while, he was still going on, showing no signs of finishing. Meanwhile, the villagers sitting at the table were already very hungry. A little child couldn't help but tug at his mother's sleeve, saying, Mom, I'm so hungry. When will the scholar finish talking? Don't worry, dear. Just hang in there. He should be done soon. The mother gently reassured him. Beside them, a young man named Dalong couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and shouted, Hey, scholar, you've been talking for almost an hour now. It's time to wrap it up and serve the food. His loud voice made the villagers express their dissatisfaction, and they chimed in, Yes, say something shorter. We're getting tired just listening. You should take a break too. Exactly. Your words are longer than my wife's sewing thread, and it's making our heads hurt. Why don't you set up the feast first, and we can eat while you talk? That should work.
Right.
If this goes on forever, we might just leave. Hearing the villagers' comments, Chen's grandmother also felt her son was dragging on, so she stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Everyone, don't worry, it will be ready soon." She looked at Chen Jiansai and suggested, "Son, that's enough for now. If we keep talking, it will be time for dinner." "Yes, dear, the villagers are hungry. Let's start the meal." Lu Fengjiao also encouraged. Chen Jiansai felt he could continue talking but realized it had been too long, so he nodded. "All right, let's stop here for now. Then let's get the meal ready." Chen Laotai sighed with relief. Just as she turned to leave, Chen Jiansai called her back. "Wait a moment, mother." "What is it, son? Is something wrong? Don't you remember? I said I would announce a surprise at the banquet." "Oh, dear. How could I forget that?" Chen Laotai smiled widely. "Son, what is the surprise? Tell me so I can be happy." Lu Fengjiao was also eager, thinking the surprise was related to her.
Dear, what is the surprise? Don't keep it a secret from me.
"Don't worry, you'll find out soon." After Chen Jiansai spoke, he looked around at everyone and clasped his hands together. "Everyone, please don't rush. I have a big announcement to make before we start the banquet. I ask all the elders here to witness it." As soon as he finished, someone shouted, "Scholar, what is the good news? If we don't start soon, we might just eat the tables." "Please be patient, it will be ready soon," Chen Jiansai said with a smile, then instructed Heir Danzi, who was standing nearby, "Go prepare." "Okay, scholar. I'm on it," Heir Danzi replied, clapping his hands and running out of the village. The crowd was confused, whispering and guessing. What could the good news be? Did Chen Jiansai receive a reward from the court? Impossible. A mere scholar wouldn't get a reward. I think he might be planning to open a private school in our village which would benefit everyone. Then our village children won't have to go to town for school. That's even less likely. Chen Jiansai is quite proud. Would he lower himself to be just a teacher? De Longzi said, stroking his chin. After thinking for a moment, he added, "I believe he must have met some important official like a village chief who is coming to congratulate him." The sixth daughter-in-law snorted lightly. "That's impossible. You're all wrong. I think it might be that Lu Fengjiao is expecting a child. Having children is a great joy in life." Yes, that sounds reasonable," Liang Fugue agreed enthusiastically. Hearing the villagers' chatter, Lu Bao leaned closer to Lu Dashan and said with a mischievous smile, "Dad, did you hear that? They just said my sister might be pregnant. This is double happiness. Why are you so surprised?" "Dad, that's not what I meant. A few years ago, I overheard my sister telling my mom that they wanted to have more children while they're still young, but for some reason, she just can't get pregnant. Later, when they went to see the doctor, guess what happened?" Lu Dashan shot him an annoyed look. "You rascal, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say." Lu Bao pouted in dissatisfaction and then whispered mysteriously, "The doctor said my brother-in-law can still farm, but the seeds are too poor to sprout. Think about it, it's been so many years. If my sister really got pregnant, it means the seeds must have been changed. My sister must have been unfaithful to Chen Jiansai, and he doesn't even know. Still showing off. Stop talking nonsense."
Who told you that?
"I don't know anything about this. If you keep making stuff up, I'll deal with you," Lu Dashan said angrily. Lu Bao shrank back in fear and quickly explained, "Dad, please don't curse. If you don't believe me, ask my mom. The second and third brothers can also confirm if I'm telling the truth. Right, what my brother said is true. We were there too, and it really happened." Lu Zhen and Lu Go nodded in agreement. Lu Dashan turned to Lu Pozi. "Is this true?" Lu Pozi glared at her three sons, annoyed. This was something Lu Fengjiao had privately told her, but they had accidentally overheard it. If she denied it, Lu Dashan would definitely not let the three sons off the hook, so she reluctantly nodded. "Well, our son-in-law really isn't capable, but don't worry, he still doesn't know he has a problem." "You say that easily, but anyone can tell whose child it is, unless they're foolish. If our son-in-law ever suspects something, he might divorce our daughter, and then we won't benefit at all," Lu Dashan said, pulling at his hair in frustration. Lu Posey rolled her eyes at them. "You all seem to have too much time on your hands. This is just speculation from those people. There's no truth to it. Why are you all so worried?" Yes, it's indeed too early to worry before we know if there's any good news." At this moment, not far away, Chun Qingqing wanted to get up and leave several times. She didn't want to see Chen Jiansai's ugly, smug face, showing off like a silly monkey. But each time, she was stopped by the village head's wife. Seeing Chen Jiansai teasing again, she stood up to leave once more. The village head's wife quickly urged her, "Qing girl, don't be in a hurry. Let's see what good news he has. Aunt, haven't you had enough? Listening to him talk like this will make me sick. Let me go ahead." You're right. Chen Jiansai really loves to show off. To be honest, I'm also a bit restless. But if we all leave now, it would be embarrassing for the host family. Since we're already here, let's endure it a little longer. The village head's wife looked helpless. With no other choice, Chun Qingqing had to sit back down patiently. Just then, everyone heard the sound of drums, gongs, and trumpets coming from the direction of the village entrance, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers. The villagers showed surprised expressions. What's going on? Why is there music and firecrackers? Yeah, with all this noise, someone must be getting married. Don't be silly. Everyone in the village is here. Who could be having a celebration? Exactly, so what's happening? Who knows? But it sounds like it's getting closer, probably coming this way. Yes, it's definitely coming this way. Listening to the approaching sounds, Lu Fengjiao felt excited. It seemed her guess was right. The surprise her husband mentioned was hiring a sedan chair to formally marry her again. Lu Fengjiao couldn't help but grip her clothes tightly, her heart racing as if it would jump out of her chest. She imagined herself wearing a red veil, sitting in the flower sedan chair again, with drums and gongs sounding, the bearers moving in rhythm. What a grand sight! Thinking of this, she felt a pang of guilt. Ever since being taken advantage of by Wang Qichong, she had reluctantly strayed from her husband. But her husband remained unaware of her mistakes. She silently vowed to treat her husband with all her heart from now on, to manage the household well, and to raise their children, never again engaging in actions that would shame him. She couldn't help but look at Chen Jiansai beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude. Husband, thank you for the surprise. I will repay you well in the future. Okay, I understand. Chen Jiansai was lost in his own joy and didn't really hear what she was saying, so he just said something casually. Lu Fengjiao didn't mind. She stood on her tiptoes and stretched her neck to look outside the door. The lively sound of drums sparked Chun Qingqing's curiosity. She looked up and saw a wedding sedan chair being carried by 4 people. She seemed to realize what the big happy event Chen Jiansai was talking about was. At that moment, she felt a bit sorry for Lu Fengjiao, who had just become a scholar's wife and was now facing the loss of love. It must be very upsetting for her. Today was not a wasted trip. She had stumbled upon quite a surprising event. As the sounds grew louder, the villagers couldn't help but look towards the entrance. Danzi rushed into the yard, shouting, "The bridal sedan is coming." Lu Fengjiao could no longer contain her excitement and dove into Chen Jiansai's arms, her eyes filled with emotion as she looked at him. She playfully punched his chest with her fist, saying, "Husband, you're so annoying. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Now I'm completely unprepared." Chen Jiansai was taken aback by her sudden action and quickly pulled away, saying, "I just wanted to give everyone a surprise." "You're so bad, husband. You really gave me a big surprise." "I'm feeling so nervous now." "I'm a bit embarrassed," Lu Fengjiao said, her face turning red as she playfully stomped her foot. Chen Jiansai was surprised. He had thought Lu Fengjiao would be upset about the marriage, so he planned to announce it after the fact. But he didn't expect her to be so supportive. He felt touched and looked at her with gentle eyes, smiling as he said, "Don't be upset, my dear. I thought you would oppose it. I didn't realize you were so understanding. If I had known, I would have told you earlier, so you could help me make this celebration even more lively." Lu Fengjiao's eyes sparkled. She wanted to make up for the coldness she had shown Chen Jiansai over the past 6 months in the most passionate way possible. But she knew she had to hold back until the banquet was over. At that time, she would express her love and gratitude for everything he had done for her.
Husband, you underestimate me.
Am I really that stubborn and conservative? I'm actually very happy about this. How could I oppose it? You've done so much already, and I'm very satisfied. That's good to hear, very good. Chen Jiansai was completely focused on Ru Hua and couldn't understand Lu Fengjiao's meaning. Seeing the bridal sedan chair stop at their doorstep, old lady Chen was puzzled. Son, what's going on? Why is there a wedding sedan chair? Chen Jiansai smiled proudly. Mother, don't ask now. You'll know soon. Yes, mother, you'll find out shortly. I will need you to toast later. Lu Fengjiao said shyly, lowering her head. Old lady Chen looked confused. Child, I'm just getting older. Why would you toast to me? All right, let's not talk about that now. I have important matters to attend to. Looking at the wedding sedan chair outside, Chen Jiansai felt grateful. Thankfully, he received a bride price for marrying off his daughter, which allowed him to redeem Ru Hua from the spring breeze and after many years. He had been worried about bringing her home, but unexpectedly, he passed the scholar exam. With this status, he could officially marry Ru Hua. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait any longer, adjusted his clothes, and walked confidently toward the sedan chair. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what Chen Jiansai was planning, and they all stood up to follow him. Lu Fengjiao looked at the wedding sedan chair at the entrance, feeling like she was in a dream. This was the scene she had longed for. Her eyes were slightly red as she remembered how simple her marriage to Chen Jiansai had been. He had brought her home on a donkey. On their wedding night, Chen Jiansai promised to give her a proper wedding in the future, and now he had truly fulfilled that promise. Lu Fengjiao felt a rush of emotions and quickly approached the sedan chair, eager to sit in the bridal chair she had dreamed of. As the joyful music played, the sedan chair was set to circle around Nanshan village. No, it would go around 3 times. She wanted to be the most envied bride in the village. With excitement, she lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and was about to step inside when she suddenly froze in place. Everyone present was equally stunned, their faces showing shock. Oh my, it's a bride. After a moment, someone shouted first. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chatter. My goodness, it really is a bride. Chen Jiansai is marrying again, this time a new wife. The scholar is impressive. My son hasn't even married yet, and he's marrying too. This is nothing strange. As the saying goes, in books, there are beauties. If your son can pass the exams, he can also bring home a few lovely wives. Oh, come on. Having a few is too much. One is already hard enough to take care of. If he brings home several, that would be overwhelming. Exactly. How can one person manage 2 wives? If he spends the first half of the night with the first wife and the second half with the second, he won't get any good sleep. That shouldn't happen. If it did, he'd be exhausted in no time. I think he would switch between them each day, treating them equally. You're wrong. Even that wouldn't last long. I think they should just sleep separately and not disturb each other. No way. Can 2 wives agree to that? They would be pulling their hair out. Haha, you all are mistaken. I think they would definitely share the same bed. Really? If one is left wanting, the other would get upset. Oh, if that happens, it would be quite amusing. You men always talk about these silly things. Why not show some sympathy for Lu Fengjiao? Look at her now. She looks so upset she might cry. Anyone would struggle with this situation. She'll have to adapt slowly. There's nothing to adapt to. A capable man having multiple wives is just normal. True, if I were a wealthy official, I would also marry several wives. If I were Chen Jiansai's father-in-law, given what happened today, I would definitely give him a piece of my mind. All right, everyone stop talking. Lu Fengjiao's family is here today. It might really turn into a fight. Lu Fengjiao snapped out of her shock, her eyes filled with disappointment, and her voice trembled. Husband, what is going on? Is this your so-called surprise? Yes, surprised, right? I'm not surprised at all. A wave of anger surged within her, feeling mocked. Lu Fengjiao could no longer control her emotions, pointing at Chen Jiansai. You heartless man. I have worked hard for you to achieve success, taking care of you like a servant, and now that you have some accomplishments, you want to take a concubine. Stop right there. Chen Jiansai's face darkened as he interrupted her sternly. You were just cheerful and open-minded, and now you're acting so petty. This is truly unreasonable. I, Chen Jiansai, am now a scholar. What's wrong with marrying a second wife? Do you really want to stop me? If you say one more word, don't blame me for sending you away from the Chen family and making you regret it for life. Hearing this, Lu Fengjiao felt a sharp pain in her heart. She wanted to slap Chen Jiansai hard, but in the end, reason won over impulse. She knew that Chen Jiansai was not the same as before. Although he was just a poor scholar now, if he continued to study hard, he could become a respected official in the future. What man with ability doesn't have multiple wives? Why should she be angry about him marrying a younger wife? Thinking this way, she calmed herself and forced a smile. Husband, please don't be angry. I was just too emotional and didn't mean to blame you. Chen Jiansai snorted. I know you won't dare to oppose me. Now step aside. This scholar needs to invite the bride down from the sedan chair. As he spoke, he smiled and lifted the curtain of the sedan. My dear wife, please step down. The bride, with a red veil over her head, got down with his help. Not far away, Lu Dashin was already furious, his veins bulging as he gritted his teeth, secretly cursing Chen Jiansai. This man, who looked ordinary but had a cunning mind, was trying to show off just as he was getting ahead. How could he, as the father-in-law, bear such humiliation? He wished he could call his 3 sons to beat Chen Jiansai up and relieve his anger. But then he thought, no, he must not act impulsively. Hitting a scholar was a serious crime, and if he ended up in court, he could face severe consequences. He had to swallow his anger and not show any resentment. If he angered Chen Jiansai, his daughter could be divorced, and he would lose any chance of benefiting from this marriage. Lu Posey was also furious with Chen Jiansai, nearly spitting blood. Seeing her husband frozen in shock without any reaction made her even angrier. She waved to her 3 sons, come on, let's go teach that shameless man a lesson and stand up for your sister. Lu Bao, Lu Zhen, and Lu Go were already fed up and rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge forward. Lu Dashin glared at them. Behave yourselves. Don't go causing trouble. Dad, Chen Jiansai is really outrageous. He's even marrying a younger wife. Isn't that asking for a beating? Lu Bao said angrily. Lu Zhen was also furious. Dad, he's treating us like fools. In the past, you would have already gone up to confront him. Chen Jiansai is really full of himself, enjoying what he has while eyeing what others have. Has he grown a backbone? I think we should just confront him and see if he behaves, Lu Go said as he tried to charge forward. Lu Dashin pulled him back. You really have no sense. I've said it many times. Chen Jiansai is not the useless person he used to be. Now he is a respected scholar, not someone we can afford to offend. If we provoke him, we will be in big trouble. Lu Bao was a bit dissatisfied. Dad, are we just going to stay silent and hide? You can tolerate it, but I can't swallow this humiliation. You have to swallow it. We need to think about the bigger picture, Lu Dashin replied, glancing at Lu Posey. Wife, as the saying goes, when one person rises, everyone benefits. For our future, you must not cause any trouble. Doesn't that mean our daughter is being wronged? What are you saying? A married daughter is like spilled water. You can't control her. Besides, it's normal for capable men to have multiple wives. If our daughter can't accept this, how will she live her life? You men are all the same, Lu Posey said, clearly unhappy, and stomped her foot, falling silent. At that moment, old lady Chen squeezed through the crowd and was taken aback, pointing at the bride in the red veil. Jiansai, what's going on here? Yes, son, whose daughter is getting married that she ends up at our doorstep. Old man Chen, who had just arrived, asked. Chen Jiansai looked pleased. Dad, Mom, this is the new daughter-in-law I brought home. Old man Chen almost dropped his jaw in shock. Son, you know our family situation, right? Why did you bring home another wife? Your mother, and I can't handle this.
Dad, what are you saying?
I'm a scholar now, my status is different. What's wrong with marrying another wife? Besides, I didn't ask you for any money, so why the fuss? That's not what I meant, son. Old man Chen, who had initially thought his son was being reckless, felt relieved upon hearing he wouldn't need to spend any money. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he changed his tone. You should have discussed such a big event with us beforehand, so we could be prepared. Chun Jiansai shook his head and smiled. I just wanted to surprise you. Old Lady Chen was stunned for a while, finally coming back to her senses from the shock, her face showing an excited and happy smile. Oh my goodness. My good son, you are so capable. You brought home a daughter-in-law, really making our Chen family proud. Let me see what my new daughter-in-law looks like. As soon as Old Lady Chen's hand touched the red veil, it was suddenly grabbed by the bride, who softly said, Mother, please don't rush. I'm a bit shy and not ready to meet my in-laws yet. What's there to be shy about? Even an awkward daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. Come on, let me see you. The bride took a step back, avoiding Old Lady Chen's hand. I'm afraid I might startle you. This child is quite considerate. You are my daughter-in-law. How could you scare me? Oh my, you were right. You truly are a reasonable person. The bride, who had been speaking softly, suddenly raised her voice. This loud voice startled Old Lady Chen, who was completely unprepared, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled kindly. You are quite straightforward, not pretentious. I like this about you. Old Lady Chen praised as she took the bride's hand and gently patted it. Looking at the hands that were larger than hers, Old Lady Chen couldn't stop smiling and continued, Just by looking at these hands, I can tell you are a blessed child. Take good care of Zhang Kai at home, and I won't treat you poorly. Now, let me see your face. Lu Fengjiao's pale face felt like it could drain water. Her mother-in-law was clearly mocking her. With such a foolish person, how could she be blessed? She really didn't understand when her mother-in-law's eyes had gone blind. Hearing Old Lady Chen's praise, the bride's face under the veil was full of smiles. The sisters at Chunfeng Tower all said that the scholar's mother was the hardest to get along with, but it seemed to be a rumor. She felt happy and, before Old Lady Chen could act, suddenly pulled down the veil, grinning widely, Mother, I am your new daughter-in-law, like a flower. Old Lady Chen was taken aback by the bride's appearance, shivering in surprise, and quickly withdrew her hands. Old Man Chen was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out, standing there dumbfounded, unable to say a word. The children who came with the adults were gathered around the flower sedan, watching the excitement. When they saw the bride lift her veil, they quickly hid in their mother's arms, covering their eyes, too scared to look. Mom, the bride is so ugly. She looks like a monster. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, dear. I'm here. She's not a monster. She just has a bit of a masculine look. What does that mean? It means she has a woman's body, but a man's face. Will she eat people? Don't worry, she won't eat anyone. The crowd gasped in shock. The bride had thick eyebrows and big eyes. If she grew a beard, she would look like a man. Seeing this, Chun Qingqing thought of a character from a classic movie who picked her nose. She tried to hold back her laughter, but her shoulders couldn't stop shaking. Although this bride was not the same as that character, she wasn't much better. Besides not having a beard, she did share some similarities. Chun Jiansai's taste was quite unusual. Marrying a second wife was one thing, but bringing home such a woman was surprising. It seemed Chun Jiansai was quite pleased with her, but it was unclear what special quality she had that captivated him so much. With such an unreliable man and such a strange woman, Lu Fengjiao's future didn't look bright. At that moment, the crowd was buzzing. Oh my goodness! This bride looks so manly, right? Such a pretty name wasted on her. I think calling her Big Wintermelon would be more fitting.
Exactly.
I was envious of her earlier, but now I feel a bit nauseous. How can anyone accept this? Looks like the scholar has a peculiar taste. What's the difference between her and a man? Don't say that. There are differences. Who knows what special talents she might have? Come on, if she had talents, wouldn't they just fight? Haha, you all need to be more sensible. As the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. The scholar likes her, so why worry? After a while, Grandma Chen finally recovered from her shock. She pointed at the bride and asked Chen Jiansai, "Son, who is this?" "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you so confused?" "This is your new daughter-in-law, Hua. This is the surprise you gave me?" It's clearly a shock. Madam Chen rubbed her hands and stomped her feet, pulling him closer and speaking in a low voice, "My dear son, I don't mind if you want to take concubine, but she should at least be decent. Why would you bring home such an unattractive woman? Are you trying to scare everyone?" Chen Jiansai immediately frowned. "Mother, why judge by appearance? Although Ru Hua looks rough, she has a charm that is hard to resist. Never mind, you wouldn't understand, but I like her." "Son, I may not understand, but this girl really isn't pretty. To be honest, she's even harder to look at than your father. We can't rush into this. Listen to me. You should send her away. Ru Hua is someone I rescued from Spring Breeze House. Where do you want me to send her?" Chen Jiansai said, getting flustered and accidentally revealing too much. Madam Chen was taken aback. "Rescued? Where did you rescue her from?" Chen Jiansai didn't dare to tell the truth. If people found out that Ru Hua was rescued from a place like that, it would tarnish his reputation as a scholar, and he would be ridiculed as a wasteful person. He quickly made up an excuse. "Mother, you misunderstood. I meant that Ru Hua has no family and grew up with her uncle. Now that I have married her, this is her home." Madam Chen glanced at Ru Hua, feeling troubled, and earnestly advised, "Son, I don't care what charm Ru Hua has, but I know you must be confused. To prevent future regrets, I, as your mother, must stop this marriage." "Enough, mother, are you done?" Madam Chen's words were interrupted by Chen Jiansai, who was impatient. "Everyone has their own preferences. I think Ru Hua is beautiful and I like her just the way she is. Please stop worrying about it." "How can you say your mother is worrying too much?" Old man Chen had come closer without anyone noticing, and he was anxious. "Son, your mother only wants what's best for you. We can't accept a daughter-in-law like this. Just listen to what the villagers are saying. They say you have strange tastes and that you're mismatched. They're laughing at you." Chen Jiansai didn't care. "Enough, father. Why are you adding to the chaos? Those people are just envious because they can't have what I have. What is so good about this girl? Why would you marry someone who seems so odd?" Old Chen looked confused. "Dad, why do you speak so harshly? There's a saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't decide someone's worth based on their appearance. True beauty lies within. Some people shouldn't be judged just by how they look, but also by their inner qualities." "That may be true, but with her looks, how can you go through with it?" Hearing his father's question, Chen Jiansai smiled with satisfaction. "Dad, let me ask you, why do men marry? Isn't it obvious? To carry on the family line and keep warm at night." "Exactly, Dad, you hit the nail on the head." Chen Jiansai couldn't help but recall the first time he met Ru Hua. It was 3 years ago on a night when he and his classmates had finished a meal and were encouraged to visit a place called Spring Breeze Tower. Once there, all his classmates had partners, leaving him alone. He wanted to find a pretty girl to spend time with, but all the girls had customers. Feeling disappointed and about to leave, he was stopped by a money-hungry madam who told him there was still one girl, Ru Hua, who hadn't had a customer yet. If he wanted, she could spend the night with him. Intrigued by Ru Hua's name and hearing she hadn't had a customer, he became interested. However, when he saw Ru Hua, like everyone else, he was almost put off by her looks. He turned to leave without hesitation, but the madam stopped him, saying he should make do. How could he possibly make do with that? At that moment, he really wanted to slap the madam. But she insisted that although Ru Hua wasn't the prettiest, she had everything a woman should have. Close your eyes and it's all the same. Every woman is like the famous Yang Guifei. If he was willing, the price could be half off. Hearing this, he changed his mind. Chen Jiansai thought to himself, normally it would cost 100 coins, but at half price, he would save a lot. He glanced at Ruhua and felt a bit hesitant, but then he thought, even if Ruhua wasn't the prettiest, she was still a first-timer, which was a good deal. Besides, the madam had a point. It's all the same in the dark. So, he reluctantly agreed to make do. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Madam Chen was completely speechless. She couldn't understand why her son seemed so clueless. Marrying someone a bit plain wasn't a big deal, but why did he have to choose someone so odd? Seeing her lost in thought, Chen Jiansai quickly smiled and explained, Mother, Ruhuai is just straightforward. Don't take it to heart. All right, I won't take it to heart, Madam Chen nodded repeatedly. She didn't want to talk to Ruhuai anymore and pointed to Chen Laohan. This is your father. Ruhuai bowed deeply to Chen Laohan and loudly said, Father, I am Ruhuai. I will take good care of you. If you... Okay, you don't need to say more. I understand. Chen Laohan quickly interrupted, not wanting to hear any bad omens. He pointed to Lu Fengjiao and said, This is Fengjiao. From now on, you two should call each other sisters and take care of my son, Jiansai. Let's hope he succeeds soon, understood? Father, your daughter-in-law understands. Ruhuai nodded at Lu Fengjiao and cheerfully greeted, Nice to meet you, sister. I'm new here, so I hope you'll be kind to me. Seeing Ruhuai's appearance, Lu Fengjiao felt even more guilty. It was her fault for not letting Chen Jiansai get close to her these past months. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for someone so unusual. What kind of hunger must he have felt to choose someone like this? Lu Fengjiao forced a smile. Don't worry, sister. We'll help each other from now on. At that moment, the villagers who were already hungry started to complain. Is this ever going to end? Hurry up and serve the food. Exactly. Stop stalling and bring out the dishes. We're starving.
Right.
I still have chores waiting at home. I need to eat and get back to work. Hearing the crowd's dissatisfaction, Madam Chen quickly smiled and said, Everyone, please be patient. Go back to your seats, and we will start the banquet soon. Although Lu Fengjiao was upset earlier, seeing Ruhuai's appearance made her lose her anger. She approached Ruhuai and pretended to be polite, linking arms as they entered the house. Once everyone was seated, Madam Chen instructed Chen Laohan, Let the feast begin. All right. Coming right up, Chen Laohan shouted. Hurry up with the dishes. In the Chen family's kitchen, Chen Zhanliang and his wife had been busy since morning without a moment's rest. Listening to the sound of drums and gongs outside, Sun asked Chen Zhanliang while stir-frying the vegetables, Zhanliang, why is it so lively outside? It sounds like a celebration. What's so strange about it? Didn't the third brother say a few days ago that he had a surprise for us? Maybe it's his classmates or some talented friends coming to celebrate. That's true. After so many years of studying, who doesn't have a few close friends? As soon as Sun finished speaking, Erbao rushed in like the wind. Dad, Mom, guess who's outside? Who is it? Sun asked eagerly. Erbao chuckled. It's an ugly person. My second uncle just married a new wife, and she's really not pretty. Sun was taken aback and then angrily said, How could Chen Zhanlai do this? We worked hard to help him celebrate, and now he takes a concubine? Does he have no shame? Chen Zhanliang was also furious. Didn't he know the family situation? Just after passing the exam, he brings home a young wife. How will they manage in the future? He wanted to confront Chen Zhanlai, but thought about the villagers being around. If he made a scene, it would embarrass Chen Zhanlai. Seeing his wife was also upset, he quickly said, Suiqin, don't be angry. There's a saying, family troubles should not be aired outside. Let's focus on the feast first, and later we can settle things with the third brother. At that moment, Sun really wanted to quit and make a scene, but she didn't have the courage. After all, Chen Zhanlai had just become a scholar, and their family was exempt from taxes. The men and sons didn't have to do labor. They couldn't afford to offend him now. If he turned against them, they might be driven out, and they wouldn't be as fortunate as the main house. Even though Daba earned 30 coins a day, to be exempt from labor, one person had to pay 5 taels of silver. Daba's earnings were barely enough, and with daily expenses, it was not sufficient. Even if she could work for Qin Qing, what if one day her candy shop didn't do well? Wouldn't the second family's future be bleak? Thinking of this, Sun sighed. Considering he is a scholar now, I will give him some face today. But if he dares to bully us in the future, even if I don't rely on his status, I will separate from them. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Zhanliang nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, they heard Chen Laohan calling to serve the dishes, and he quickly got busy. The villagers were also excited, eagerly waiting to enjoy the feast. Everyone stretched their necks to see what the first dish was. If it was braised pork knuckle, they needed to act fast, or it would be gone in an instant. But when they saw the large bowl on the table, everyone was stunned. What is this? Just watery soup. Can't you tell? It's just plain radish. Does the banquet really have this dish? I haven't tried it, but I've heard that a traditional banquet has 8 bowl dishes and 8 plate dishes for cold and 4 hot. This plain radish might be one of the soups. Yes, you're right. It seems the main dishes haven't come out yet. Then Chen Zhanliang brought out potato soup, bean sprout soup, and cabbage soup. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't they say it was a traditional banquet? Why are we getting soup? Yeah, this isn't a banquet. Mixed together, it's just pig food. Exactly. Are they trying to feed us like pigs? Don't say that. If your family feeds pigs this good stuff, then honestly, I haven't had bean sprouts in years. Be grateful. None of these dishes are worth anything. Even with 2 eggs, I feel cheated. Right? At a traditional banquet, there would be stewed meat. We've had 4 dishes already, and there's not a single meat dish. What kind of celebration is this? At the table, DeLongzi couldn't take it anymore and shouted to Old Lady Chen, "Hey, Auntie, you're being too stingy. How can we fill up on this watery soup?" Old Lady Chen shot him a glare. What do you mean stingy? You're just being foolish. You can't keep your mouth shut when there's good food. Just eat what you have. This stuff is barely edible. How can I eat it? Do you have any real dishes? Hurry up. There are real dishes. Old Lady Chen shouted into the kitchen. Zhanliang, hurry up with the main dishes. Everyone perked up, ready to dig in. Chen Zhanliang came forward holding a tray and shouted, "The main dish is here." When everyone saw a plate of fried peanuts in front of them, they all deflated. DeLongzi looked shocked. "Zhanliang, is this really your idea of a main dish?" Chen Zhanliang scoffed. "What's wrong with this? If you want something harder, should I bring you a plate of fried stones? Can you even bite that? All right, stop joking. Just tell me, what other dishes are left? I was thinking we still have noodle soup, tofu soup, egg soup. All right, no more about the soup. What about the 8 dishes? The 8 dishes include stir-fried bean sprouts, sautéed radish, spicy shredded potatoes, fried soybeans, braised cabbage, simmered tofu, and stewed noodles. Oh my, these dishes are too plain. Is there any meat? Listen, DeLongzi, look at the times we live in. It's tough to find enough to eat, so stop being picky and just eat. After Chen Zhanliang said this, he turned and walked away. Everyone felt upset and quietly expressed their dissatisfaction. They say this is a celebration for the scholar, but these poor dishes can't even compare to last year's housewarming feast at the Zhan family. Exactly, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. There's no comparison. Chen Laotai is really stingy. Although the villagers were unhappy, they were too hungry to care and started eating heartily. Soon, there was lively chatter, clinking glasses, and games. To show off, Chen Zhankai, accompanied by the old couple Chen Laohan, went from table to table toasting. After Chen Zhankai finished his toasts, he felt a bit tipsy and started to slur his words. He thought it was time to show off his status. If he didn't make up for the humiliation he had faced before, he feared he wouldn't be able to control these villagers. He swayed over to DeLongzi, who had once mocked him, and raised his voice intentionally. "I say, DeLongzi, remember how you used to say in front of many people that I would never become a scholar? Well, look at me now. I, Chen Zhankai, am not a fool. I have become a scholar and brought honor to my family." DeLongzi felt 100 times disdainful, but forced a smile and raised his glass in response. "Zhankai, you are now a respected scholar. The Chen family is a prominent household, while I am just a commoner. I hope you will take care of me in the future." Chun Kai immediately felt elated. Being a scholar was indeed great. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, my brother. Chun Kai, am not a petty person. You just want me to take care of you, right? That's nothing. Once I succeed, I won't forget any of you here. If you need anything, just ask me, and I promise I won't refuse. Now, let's drink to this. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Old Mrs. Chin was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling and waved to everyone, saying, "Today, we have double happiness at our home. Everyone, eat and drink as much as you like, don't hold back. Yes, don't be shy. If you don't like the mixed grain rice, you can go over there and grab some pancakes," old Mr. Chin added. Old Mrs. Chin pinched him hard and whispered, "You silly old man, save the pancakes for us. Aren't they delicious?" Old Mr. Chun winced in pain, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly called back someone who was about to get pancakes. "Don't go. It seems they are all gone. You should stick to the mixed grain rice." "Yes, there aren't many left. Better to eat the plain rice," old Mrs. Chin said, glancing at Chin Ching Ching and the others at the next table, letting out a cold snort and signaling to Chin Jansai. Although Chin Jansai was a bit tipsy, he quickly understood old Mrs. Chen's meaning and swayed over to the next table. At that moment, Chun Ching Ching looked at the simple spread in front of her and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. True to form, old Mrs. Chin called this low-key gathering a simple feast. What a stingy son. Wu Baoan also shook his head with a wry smile, thinking the Chin family really knew how to put on a show. They promised a grand celebration, but it turned out to be such a meager feast. Wasn't that just deceiving people? The people present showed no interest in eating. Seeing this, Chin Jansai quickly asked, "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't anyone eating?" Chun Ching Ching was listening to Chin Han talk about the academy and didn't even look up. The others were chatting among themselves, ignoring him, which made Chin Jansai feel a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Baoan raised his glass. "Jansai, congratulations on passing your exams. Let's have a drink." "Thank you, but I should toast you first," Chin Jansai said, unsteadily approaching Wu Baoan and patting him on the shoulder. "Brother Baoan, this drink is for you. Thank you for taking the time to support me today. Let's drink until we're completely tipsy." "That's enough, Jansai," Wu Baoan said, removing Chin Jansai's hand from his shoulder. "You've had enough to drink. It's best if you stop." "Who says I've had too much? I'm perfectly clear-headed." "What? Are you not giving this poor scholar any respect? If that's the case, then you, as the village head, are in the wrong. Although being a scholar isn't a big position, it does come with some privileges. While everyone is here, let me tell you about the privileges of being a scholar." Old Lady Chin believes that since Chun Jansai has become scholar, their family status has changed. It's important for Chin Ching Ching to let these common folks know that no matter how rich they are nothing compared to a scholar. She smiled and added, "Yes, let my son explain to you what privileges scholars have." Chun Jansai cleared his throat and raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention. "What privileges do scholars have? First, it's about clothing. Look at my outfit from head to toe." He gestured to his attire. "This on my head is called a scholar's cap, and this robe I'm wearing is a scholar's gown. This is the standard outfit for scholars, but not everyone can wear it. Only those who are scholars, like me, can dress this way. That's the first privilege. Secondly, scholars are exempt from labor and taxes. I don't need to explain that, as I'm sure everyone understands. Another privilege is that scholars can have servants. You all know what that means. Servants are the pretty maids who help out. These maids have their own significance. They can even be considered as secondary wives. I won't go into detail about what they do, but I'm sure you understand. Furthermore, when scholars meet officials, it's a big deal. Common people must kneel and bow to officials, but I don't have to. If I'm in a good mood, I might just nod at them. If I'm not feeling great, I won't even look at them, and they can't say anything about it. Being a scholar really is powerful." Hearing this, the villagers began to whisper among themselves. Chun Jansai is really full of himself. His family is so poor they can barely eat, and he thinks he can have servants. Right? Look at how arrogant he is, wearing torn clothes and barely able to walk. Do scholars really have that many privileges? Is he telling the truth? It must be true. I've heard that being a scholar is impressive, and even officials treat them with respect. Well, no wonder he boasts. He really does have some standing. Exactly, so we should be nice to him and flatter him. If he becomes an official later, it could benefit us, and there's no harm in it. Yes, you're right. Everyone, let's start flattering him. Jean Kai, you are different from the other village kids since you were little. I always said you would be successful in the future. Look how right I was. That's true. Jean Kai is impressive. Becoming a scholar is really something. When the scholar wears that long robe, he looks so distinguished. He will surely achieve great success and return as a top scholar. I think the scholar might even become the county magistrate in the future. Hearing these flattering words, Jean Kai felt even prouder. He smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone, let me speak. Where was I? You were talking about how impressive the scholar's status is. Someone in the crowd reminded him. Jean Kai arrogantly nodded. Yes, that's where we left off. The previous privileges are nothing compared to the last one, which is the scholar's immunity from punishment. What does immunity mean? For example, if Dan gets into a fight with me and we end up at the county office, regardless of who is right or wrong, the magistrate would first punish Dan. Dan, already a bit drunk, was so scared by this that he almost crawled under the table. Scholar, even if you gave me 2 more lives, I wouldn't dare touch you. Please don't let the magistrate punish me. I'm terrified. Jean Kai was annoyed by the interruption and glanced at Dan. Have you had too much to drink? This isn't true. I was just making an example. Dan laughed foolishly and scratched his head. Oh, I thought I did something wrong, and you were going to send me to the magistrate. Enough. Stop causing trouble and sit down. After scolding Dan, Jean Kai paused for a moment, looked around, and continued. Regardless of right or wrong, ordinary people must first face punishment. Even if you are wealthy, you cannot escape a beating. But being a scholar is different. Even if there is a mistake, the magistrate cannot punish you at will. This is the privilege of immunity. Now you all understand how powerful the scholar's privileges are, right? The villagers, listening to Jean Kai's grand speech, couldn't help but flatter him again. Wow, becoming a scholar comes with so many privileges. It's truly remarkable. Yes, Jean Kai is indeed talented and knowledgeable. He deserves these privileges. How can you just call him by his name? Now we should call him Scholar Jean Kai. It's Scholar Jean Kai who is truly talented and knowledgeable. Yes, Scholar, you will definitely have a bright future, and our village will surely benefit from it. Hearing these flattering words, Jean Kai felt even more pleased with himself. Seeing Jean Kai show off so much, Wu Baoan didn't want to spoil his mood, as what he said was true. The scholar did have those privileges. Although he was the village head and not afraid of him, it wouldn't be right to embarrass him. Wu Baoan had to patiently raise his glass. Jean Kai, you are overthinking. We live in the same village, and if you become a scholar, I will naturally be happy for you. Since you want a drink, let's have a toast together. Great, you are generous, village head. I will drink to that, Jean Kai said, tilting his head back to drink. Chen's mother, worried about her son, quickly advised, Son, you've had enough to drink. Don't have more. Mother, it's easy for you to say. I am now a scholar, and on this happy day, I must toast my big brother. How can I drink less? As he spoke, he swayed over to Jean Kai, putting one hand on his shoulder and pulling him close, the smell of alcohol immediately hitting Jean Kai's face. Big brother, my dear big brother, we haven't eaten together in a long time. Shouldn't we drink well today? Jean Kai, feeling uncomfortable, pulled away and coldly replied, I don't drink. You should drink by yourself, scholar. Big brother, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you don't drink? Just lift the glass and drink. Come on, let's toast. You should know that I never drink. Seeing Jean Kai disrespecting her son, Chen's mother became angry and couldn't help but speak up. Jean Kai, what are you doing? Today is your younger brother's celebration. Just drink when asked. Why embarrass him in front of so many people? Exactly. Your younger brother is now a scholar. Toasting you is a sign of respect. Don't be ungrateful. Chen's father added with a disdainful snort. Before Chen Jianshan could respond, Chen Jiansai quickly interrupted. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? This is between us brothers. You don't need to interfere. Then, smiling at Chen Jianshan, he, fueled by alcohol, began to speak nonsense. Big brother, I know what you're thinking. Do you find me particularly boring, particularly shameless? Even after splitting the family, I'm still trying to get close to you? If that's what you think, then you're wrong. Although we have had unpleasant moments in the past, there were reasons for it. But it's been a long time. Why are you still holding a grudge? Is it really necessary? I don't care how you are, but as a brother, I am loyal and will help if you need it in the future. Chen Jianshan moved back, overwhelmed by the smell of alcohol, and didn't respond. Seeing this, Grandma Chen gritted her teeth in anger. Third son, he's ignoring you. Why are you trying so hard to get close? Chen Zhan didn't mind and shook his head. Mother, you're wrong. There's a saying, if there's fire, it warms the bed. If you're close, you're more like family. Who says I can't be successful just because I'm a poor scholar now? My good son, you are loyal, but he doesn't appreciate it. Whether he appreciates it or not is his problem, but I must do what I should. Chen Zhan moved closer to Chen Jianshan again. Elder brother, don't just sit there quietly. I know you look down on others, but don't forget, even though I'm just a poor scholar now, in a few months, there will be the big exam. With my knowledge, passing and becoming a jinsher is within reach. Do you know what being a jinsher means? It means I can become an official, like a county magistrate, and there's a good chance I'll return to my hometown to serve. At that time, you and everyone here will be my people. If you keep this attitude, it's like disrespecting the officials of the court. I, as your brother, might ignore it, but my subordinates won't. They could punish you severely. This was clearly a threat. Chen Jianshan's face twitched in anger, and he was about to speak when Wu Baoan stood up with a smile to defuse the situation. All right, Zhan, your brother can't handle alcohol. I'll drink this for him. Wu Baoan could no longer tolerate Chen Zhan's arrogance. He wanted to scold him, but remembered his new status. If Chen Zhan became a jinsher and sought a position, he would likely retaliate against anyone who crossed him. It's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. Chen Zhan shook his head and scoffed. Since the official has spoken, how can I, a scholar, disagree? Let's not take it too seriously. Come on, let's toast. Wu Baoan drank it all in one go. To avoid any trouble, he quickly smiled and said to Chen Jiansai, Jiansai, our table is almost done. Why don't you go greet some other tables? Li Zheng, what are you saying? I haven't finished my business yet. If I just leave, that would be rude. After Chen Jiansai spoke, he glanced at Chen Han with a cold smile in his heart. This little guy didn't seem like much, but he had surprisingly good luck and passed the exam. However, despite his young age, he was quite clever. Last time, the teacher posed a question. In today's world, business is growing, but agriculture remains the foundation. If you were a local official, how would you balance the development of agriculture and commerce to ensure local prosperity and the well-being of the people? Many answers were given, but only this little guy's response was logical and well-supported. He said, as a local official, both agriculture and commerce should be valued equally. Agriculture is essential for food, while commerce is important for profit. Agriculture is the foundation, and commerce is the wings. Agriculture is fundamental and affects the people's well-being, so it cannot be neglected. To support agriculture, we need to promote new farming methods, introduce good seeds, and improve the quantity and quality of crops. Supporting commerce is also crucial. We should build roads for trade and reduce business taxes to encourage growth. Only by balancing agriculture and commerce can we ensure abundant resources. Encouraging cooperation between farmers and merchants will help sell agricultural products far and wide. This speech still echoed in his ears. Although Chen Jiansai looked down on him in front of classmates, privately, he thought the argument was very impressive and reasonable. He secretly wrote it down and memorized it, hoping to show off his talent someday. By chance, he ended up with a lucky break, as the exam topic was exactly this. He was overjoyed and wrote down Chen Han's argument word for word without hesitation. To his surprise, he actually passed the exam. He felt relieved, thinking that if he hadn't memorized Chen Han's argument, he might never have achieved success in his studies. Reflecting on this, Chen Jiansai smiled and approached Chen Han, patting him on the shoulder. Xiao Han, I heard you also passed the exam. I didn't realize you had such a clever mind. Impressive. Thank you for the compliment, senior, Chen Han replied politely. Chen Jiansai sneered and began to speak passionately. What do you mean, senior? I'm your third uncle. Don't think that just because you've studied for a couple of days, you can act superior in front of me. You think getting into elementary school is impressive? Let me tell you, when I was your age, I was already a student too, but what good did that do me? To succeed, you need to become a scholar. Maybe you're feeling proud and think becoming a scholar is easy, but that's a big mistake. I was sharper than you when I was young, answering questions clearly and logically. Unlike your answers to the old master's questions, which are all over the place and make no sense at all. As Chen Han listened to Chen Jiansai's sharp words, his expression grew serious, but his good upbringing kept his anger in check. He calmly smiled and said, Have you said enough? Everyone has their own opinions, and you don't need to belittle me just because you disagree. What's wrong, Xiao Han? Can't take a little criticism? What I mean is, studying is tough, not as easy as you think. You know, I've taken the exams year after year, failing time and again for over 20 years before I finally made some progress. How many people have the perseverance I do? Chen Jiansai shifted his tone. The reason I'm saying all this is to advise you. Just learn a few characters. Don't think that the praise from the teachers in the academy means you're something special. They're just flattering you because of me. If you want to shine like me, that's simply impossible. Save your money for when you grow up and want to marry and have a family. If you really want to do something, come to me and I'll help you get a position in the government. Chen Han chuckled lightly. I don't need you to worry about me. Take care of your own matters. Chen Jiansai jumped up like a startled cat. Xiao Han, do you know who you're talking to? How can you speak to me like that? For his own good, I think you're just afraid that Xiao Han will outshine you one day. Chen Qingqing couldn't help but laugh coldly. Chen Jiansai's expression suddenly darkened. You're talking nonsense? Chen Jiansai panicked. He really thought that Chen Han was more talented than him. The teacher had privately said that Chen Han was a rare genius, and it was only a matter of time before he succeeded. He was mad with jealousy and wanted to criticize Chen Han today, but he didn't expect this girl to defend him so fiercely. Chen Jiansai hid his anger and quickly put on a smile. Qing girl, actually your third uncle is doing this for your own good. It's not easy for a girl like you to earn money. Even if Xiao Han doesn't study, I can't just sit by and watch him do nothing. Don't worry, I will help Xiao Han find a good job in the future. No need. I believe my Xiao Han is as good as anyone else. Chen Qingqing raised her eyebrows, her tone full of disdain. If you really have good intentions, you should focus on passing the exam first. Don't wait until our Chen Han succeeds while you are still stuck in the same place. It was a blatant insult. Chen Jiansai wanted to turn and leave, but thinking of the girl's sugar-making skills and the bustling courtyard, he had to force himself to hold back his anger. He chuckled. Qing girl, it seems you still have some complaints about your third uncle. Chen Qingqing had come to congratulate them patiently, but instead, she witnessed the petty side of him. If he hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have bothered with him. If he started trouble, she wouldn't let him off easily. She chuckled lightly. What are you talking about, scholar? I'm just an ordinary person. How could I have any complaints about you, a great scholar? Chen Jiansai laughed. Good, as long as you have no complaints. Seeing Chen Qingqing smiling, Grandma Chen felt quite pleased. In the past, this girl would act like a wild cat around them, never so obedient. It seemed that the scholar's status could indeed keep this disrespectful girl in check. Since she was afraid, it was time to set some rules for her. Grandma Chen raised her chin arrogantly. Qing girl, since you have no complaints about your third uncle, you should quickly apologize. Your third uncle won't hold it against you. Yes, apologize quickly, old man Chen echoed. Chun Qingqing smiled softly. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I don't even know how I offended the scholar. Grandma Chen snorted coldly and said impatiently, You said that even if Chen Han passes the exam, your third uncle will still be stuck in the same place. With such insulting words about the scholar, shouldn't you apologize? Old Chen shouted, Exactly. How can you speak so poorly of a scholar? Taking advantage of their connections, the couple was already so arrogant before Chen Jiansai even passed the exam. If one day Chen Jiansai achieves something with parents like these, he will surely face trouble. Chun Qingqing smirked, her eyes full of mockery. I'm just stating the truth. Chen Jiansai only passed the scholar exam. There's nothing to brag about. If you want to show off, wait until you become a higher official. Don't underestimate people, Chen's grandmother said, her nose almost twitching in anger. Before she could say more, Chen Jiansai raised his hand to stop her. All right, mother, let's keep it down for now. Chen Jiansai narrowed his eyes, seeing Chun Qingqing's disdain for scholars, and his anger grew stronger. Today, he would make his point clear. If she was sensible, they could have a good conversation. If not, she would regret it later. Determined, he spoke more freely under the influence of alcohol. Qingqing, whether you have a grudge against me or not, as your elder, I have always treated you like my own niece. When you threw a tantrum and separated from the family, if you had met a rough person, you would have faced serious consequences. But as your third uncle, I didn't say a word of blame because I thought you were still young and didn't understand. I wanted you to move out to experience life and learn some lessons before welcoming you back. But you have a bit of luck finding a ginseng on the mountain. Now that you have money, I am genuinely happy for you. However, I must remind you that even if you've earned some money, you must not be impulsive or arrogant. Seeing him ramble on, Chen Qingqing felt he had ulterior motives. She raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, You don't need to flatter me. Just say what you want directly. Chen Jiansai felt as if she had seen through his thoughts. This was good. It saved him some effort. Qingqing, my intentions are for your own good. As the saying goes, people are divided into different classes. Since ancient times, society has been divided into 4 categories: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. The term scholar refers to educated people. Merchants are placed last because, no matter how much money they have, they hold no social status and are often looked down upon. As the saying goes, a business cannot thrive without officials, and officials cannot prosper without business. It's good to have strong support when pursuing wealth, otherwise, it can vanish in an instant. However, these worries are unnecessary with me, your uncle, backing you. You can boldly pursue your goals. Even the county magistrate respects me. As long as you don't commit serious crimes, I will definitely support you. By the way, while the village head and everyone are here, quickly tear up that family separation document and that unpleasant disowning letter in front of everyone. Let's reunite the 2 families. Wouldn't that be wonderful? From now on, what's yours is ours, and what's ours is yours. You saw that I brought home a new aunt for you. Our 3 mud brick houses can't accommodate everyone, and having too many people around can be inconvenient. So, go back and tidy up your big house with 3 courtyards. Just clear out the first 2 courtyards, and your family can stay in the back. We'll all move in before dark. Hearing this, the villagers looked at Chen Jiansai with disdain, whispering among themselves, How shameless. Isn't he just after Qing Yao's property? Exactly. Does he think Qing Yao is foolish? Why should she give up her house for him? Right. That house is a treasure. Who wouldn't envy it? Chen Jiansai is so bold to think he can take it for himself. Just because he passed an exam, he thinks he's important. How can he make such unreasonable demands? Though the villagers spoke quietly, everyone heard them clearly. Chen Lao Tai's face turned red with anger as she glared at them. Be quiet. You don't understand my son's intentions. He wants Qing Yao to enjoy a good life with him, and you know nothing. Come on, Chen Lao Tai, do you think we're fools? Anyone can see through this. Don't think we're unaware of your intentions. Qing Yao worked hard to earn that house. Why should you get to live in it? Qing Yao runs a legitimate business. She doesn't steal or break the law, and she doesn't need a scholar to back her up. Well, Chun Han is also a student now. It won't be long before he can pass the exam and become a scholar. With a capable younger brother like him, does he really need your son? Chun Jiansai's face turned from green to white in embarrassment. Although he had become a scholar, he was still struggling financially. He thought he could gain some benefits from Chen Qingqing because of his status, but instead, he had angered everyone. With a grim face, he continued shamelessly, "Qing girl, I am genuinely thinking of you. Your business is so big, you need a strong backing. Although I am just a scholar now, my future is bright. If you can reconcile with the old house, it will only benefit you." How greedy and shameless. Just because he became a scholar, he acts so self-important and pretends to care for her. Chen Qingqing was furious and wanted to slap him to wake him up. But she couldn't act openly. After all, Chen Jiansai was a scholar now. If she hit him in front of so many people, it could lead to trouble. She thought of a way to deal with him quietly. With a thought, she had a packet of itch powder in her hand. Today, she would make Chen Jiansai embarrass himself in public and show him the consequences of his wrongdoings. Chen Jiansai was still dreaming big, speaking with spittle flying everywhere. Chen Qingqing casually raised her hand, and the powder fell into his collar. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable itch all over his body and tried hard not to scratch. But the itch only grew worse, as if insects were crawling all over him. It was too uncomfortable. He couldn't hold back any longer and started scratching uncontrollably, but the more he scratched, the itchier it became. Seeing him stomping in place, Chen Laotai felt puzzled and hurriedly asked, "Son, what's wrong with you?" "Mom, I'm so itchy. I can't stand it anymore." "You were fine just a moment ago. How can you be so itchy now?" Chen Laotai was flustered and called Chen Laohan to help scratch him. The others present were initially stunned, but once they realized what was happening, they couldn't help but laugh. Others noticed the commotion and stopped eating, turning their attention this way. Chen Jiansai was squirming and felt like thousands of tiny bugs were trying to crawl into his skin. Ignoring the curious looks from everyone, he hurriedly took off his long robe and tossed it on the ground, shouting, "It itches. I'm so itchy." Old Lady Chen was worried and jumped up and down, saying, "My son, don't take it off. You'll catch a cold." "Yes, Jiansai, don't move around. Let me help you scratch," Old Man Chen said, trying to assist. Chen Jiansai couldn't stand the itching, scratching everywhere and jumping around. Feeling frustrated, he raised his hand to pull down his pants. Old Lady Chen quickly grabbed his hands, saying, "Son, don't be silly. You are now a respected scholar. Mind your manners." "Mom, I can't help it. I'm so itchy." Just then, a loud voice called out, "Don't worry, my dear. Let me help you with my strong hands." Ru Hua stepped forward and scratched all over Chen Jiansai's body. Although his skin was scratched, he felt incredibly relieved, and soon the itching stopped. Feeling embarrassed about his earlier behavior, he waved his hand at Ru Hua, saying, "Okay, dear, stop now. Quickly help me put my clothes back on." "All right, I'll take care of you," Ru Hua said, picking up the robe from the ground, dusting it off, and helping Chen Jiansai get dressed again. Old Lady Chen asked with concern, "Jiansai, are you all right now?" "I'm fine. All better," he replied, glancing at Chen Qingqing, feeling uneasy. It was strange that he only felt itchy at such a crucial moment. Thankfully, he managed to stop it in time, or it would have been embarrassing. Still feeling restless, he straightened himself and approached Chen Qingqing. "Qing girl, did you understand what I said earlier? If you have no objections, you can go home and prepare." He had seen shamelessness before, but never like this. Since she was being so bold, he thought it was time for everyone to see just how shameless she could be. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I'm not going to believe you, you old rascal." As Ruahua said this, she covered her mouth and giggled. "You old man, how dare you hit me?" But those two slaps. They were good, they were great. They made me squeal with excitement. Why don't you hit me a few more times?
You.
Are you out of your mind? Old Chun was so angry, he almost spat blood. Ruohua didn't care about that. At that moment, she felt like the star of the show, flirting with the wealthy old man. She covered her face, stomped her feet, and playfully lunged at Old Chun again. Old Chun was completely stunned. He didn't dare think too much and turned to run. Ruohua chased after him, and soon the yard was in chaos. Everyone present was wide-eyed and shocked at the scene. Old Chen's wife was confused. How did her son's new wife get tangled up with the old man? In broad daylight, these two were flirting right in front of her. Did they not care about her at all? What a scandal. Did he really think he could get away with this? Just then, she saw Old Chen running away, with Ruohua shouting and chasing him. Dazong was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Oh my goodness. Just a moment ago, the scholar and his wife were fine. How did it turn into this? The daughter-in-law is chasing the father-in-law. I've lived half my life and never seen anything like this. What a spectacle. The crowd erupted in chatter, pointing and talking among themselves.
What's going on?
Why are the scholar and his new wife acting so crazy? Could they be possessed? Who knows? Look, that new wife is about to catch up with Old Chen. They're such a funny pair. This is too entertaining. Hearing this, the villagers burst into laughter, teasing them. Old Chen, run faster. Be careful not to get caught by your daughter-in-law. If she gets a hold of you, your reputation will be ruined. Hurry, run. A daughter-in-law chasing her father-in-law around the yard? I've never seen anything like it. What's so strange about it? Didn't you hear Ruohua? She's the star of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, experienced with many people. Why would she care about this? What's the Spring Breeze Pavilion? Are you really that clueless? It's a place for entertainment. The Spring Breeze Pavilion is where men go to have fun. Don't be ridiculous. With her looks, even a dog would be scared. Who would go there for fun unless they were blind? You're wrong. The scholar actually likes that kind of thing. We know, but let's not talk about it. If the scholar hears, it will be a problem. Right, let's not say anything. Look, what is Ru Hua doing? Everyone looked over and saw Ru Hua had stopped chasing and was standing there unbuttoning her clothes, shouting loudly, "Look at me, Ru Hua. Am I beautiful? With a slender waist and strong legs, I'm a sight to behold. I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, and today I'll let you all enjoy the view of my lovely figure." Old Chen took this opportunity to rush to Old Lady Chen's side, panting, "Dear, the new bride is acting crazy. She wants to take advantage of me." "Don't worry, I'm here," Old Lady Chen said as she shielded Old Chen, looking up to see Ru Hua taking off her clothes. She was so angry she shook all over. How could her son bring back such a thing from the brothel? It was too embarrassing. With the villagers around, she couldn't lose her temper and hurried forward. "Ru Hua, my dear daughter-in-law, you can't take off your clothes." Ru Hua stared blankly at Old Lady Chen and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your dear mother-in-law." "Wake up." "Mother-in-law?" Ru Hua thought for a moment and then smiled. "Who is that crazy guy?" She pointed at Chen Kai, who was still jumping around. Old Lady Chen frowned and shook her head, stamping her feet in frustration. "Oh no, what's wrong with you two? That's not just any fool. He's your husband." "My husband?" Ru Hua pushed Old Lady Chen aside and, still dazed, approached Chen Kai and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a dog. I follow whoever calls me." "If you like me, let's hold hands," Chen Kai said, panting and looking at Ru Hua. "Who are you?" "I'm a butterfly in a colorful world. I saw you having fun and wanted to join you."
"Great."
"I'm bored playing alone. You're a butterfly flying in the sky, and I'm a dog chasing on the ground. Okay, silly dog, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll take you flying." Ru Hua turned around and smiled, startling everyone. Old Lady Chen watched the two circling the table, worriedly hitting her head. How did her son end up like this? He finally became a scholar. Could it be he got too happy and lost his mind? That's not right. Just a moment ago, during the toast, everything was fine. Something must have triggered him. Old Lady Chen thought carefully and realized that her son's madness started when he mentioned moving into the neighboring yard. Could that girl have done something? Impossible. That girl doesn't have the ability. It must be that John Kai got drunk and lost his senses. Watching the two people chasing and pulling at each other in the yard, the villagers dared not approach and slowly backed away while whispering to each other. What happened to John Kai? Is he going crazy? I think he's getting what he deserves. Just think, he was fine until he mentioned taking over Qing girl's property, and then he started acting strange. It's clearly a warning from heaven, but he refuses to change his ways and uses his scholar status to bully others. Now look, he's completely lost it. Exactly. He's too wicked. Even heaven can't stand it. Look at him, making a fool of himself, swaying around like that. He doesn't even resemble a scholar anymore. He's worse than a dog. So keep it down. If something unclean attaches to us, we'll be in trouble. Right, let's back away quickly and avoid any evil spirits. John Kai's father-in-law and others were already frightened by this sudden scene and quickly retreated, afraid of being caught up in it. Lu Bao stretched his neck and looked around, standing on tiptoe. Dad, what do you think happened to my brother-in-law? Is he really possessed? Lu Dashin shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. From the way he was barking like a dog earlier, he must have been bitten by a mad dog. But being bitten by a dog shouldn't cause this. You silly boy, being bitten by a mad dog is serious. You could catch rabies, and that's life-threatening. It can spread. That's terrifying. Lu Bao said, scared.
Yugen gulped.
Dad, let's not stick around to watch. We should leave. Yes, Dad, if my brother-in-law bites someone, it could be fatal. Lu Go turned to run. Lu Dashin pulled him back. Don't move around. Mad dogs love to chase people. Be careful, he doesn't come after you. Oh, dear. What should we do? I want to go home. Be quiet. Why are you scared when so many people are here? If he really dares to bite someone, we'll just hit the dog with a stick. Lu Dashin said as he picked up a wooden stick from the ground. Hearing the villagers' discussions, Old Man Chen cautiously asked, Wife, what's going on? Is our son really out of his mind? Stop talking nonsense. Our son is just drunk and acting silly, said Grandma Chen, glaring at Grandpa Chen. What are you still doing? Hurry up and find a way to calm them down. We can't embarrass ourselves here. What can I do? That foolish woman almost had me in trouble just now. I can't get too close. If my daughter-in-law knocks me down, I'll be too ashamed to face anyone. Lu Fengjiao's eyes darkened. She thought, good, you deserve it for marrying a second wife. This is your karma. Although she was furious with Chen Jiansai, he had passed the scholar's exam. With that status, whether it was for his son's marriage or her daughter at the Fan family, they had some support. If he continued acting crazy, it would only bring trouble for her. She pretended to be anxious and said, Mom, Jiansai doesn't seem drunk. It looks like he's possessed. You should find someone to check on him. Hearing this, Grandma Chen felt uncertain. It was possible that her son was just drunk, but why was Hua, who hadn't had a drop of alcohol, also causing a scene? Could it be that he really encountered something unclean? What should she do? Grandma Chen was at a loss. At that moment, Chen Qingqing stood nearby with her arms crossed, squinting at Chen Jiansai, who was shouting and jumping around in a ridiculous manner. A cold smirk appeared on her lips. This foreign flower was a highly purified hallucinogen that could make those affected reveal their true thoughts. If someone was trying to take advantage of her or covet her possessions, she needed to teach Chen Jiansai a lesson, so he would remember. Wu Baoan was anxious and rubbed his hands together. He didn't want to see Chen Jiansai embarrass himself any further. Just as he was about to step forward to advise him, he was stopped by Chen Qingqing. Uncle Li, those two are acting crazy. It's better if you don't go over. It could be dangerous for you. Yes, Qingqing, I'm worried about that too. But the villagers are watching. Chen Jiansai is still a scholar, and making a fool of himself in public is a loss of face. I must stop him. If something happens, I'll be held responsible as the village leader. Chen Qingqing felt that the punishment wasn't enough. Chen Jiansai was so heartless. Letting him off easily wasn't her style. Uncle Lee, they seem to have lost their minds and might suddenly attack someone. For safety's sake, you should really stay back. Oh, dear. What should we do? Don't worry. He probably won't harm his own family. If he doesn't harm his family, that makes things much easier. Wu Baoan did not want to hurt anyone. He shouted to the old man Chen nearby, Uncle Zhongho, Annie, don't just stand there. Hurry, and get Zhang Kai to stop. Old lady Chen looked troubled. They're having so much fun. How can we make them stop? That would be unfair to them. Don't worry, you are Zhang Kai's family. He won't hurt you. Old man Chen trembled as he replied, No, I can't.
I'm scared.
Wu Baoan continued to persuade him, Uncle Zhongho, if you ignore this and they really go wild, it could hurt someone and that would be a problem. Oh, dear. What should we do? Old lady Chen was on the verge of tears. Old man Chen gritted his teeth and rolled up his sleeves. All right, it seems we have to take action now. What are you going to do? I'm going to slap some sense into those two embarrassing fools. If you touch my son, I'll fight you. Old lady Chen glared at him. Old man Chen stomped his foot angrily. Then what do you suggest we do? Zhang Kai has always responded better to kindness than force. You stay behind me, and I'll try to calm him down. As she spoke, old lady Chen carefully approached and grabbed the wildly dancing Zhang Kai, gently saying, My dear son, please wake up. Everyone in the village is watching. Let's not make a scene, okay?
Who are you?
I'm your mother. You're my mother? Zhang Kai squinted at old lady Chen and then burst into laughter. Where did this old woman come from, trying to pretend to be my mother? You look like a big bad wolf. Saying this, he picked up a bowl of radish soup from the table and dumped it on old lady Chen's head. Ru Hua also threw a bowl of soup at old man Chen behind her. Before the old couple could recover, Zhang Kai and Ru Hua each grabbed one of them and pushed them to the ground, straddling them like they were riding a horse, tugging at their collars and shouting, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chen Zhongliang had been busy all morning. Just as he wanted to sit down for a drink, he saw Zhang Kai, fueled by alcohol, babbling nonsense, which made him roll his eyes in disgust. How shameless. Just because he passed the scholar exam, he thinks he can act superior and take over someone else's house. I need to pull him back. I can't let him embarrass himself any further, Chen Zhongliang said as he stood up to go over. Sun Shi quickly stopped him.
Don't worry, dear.
A scholar like him won't intimidate a young girl.
He won't get his way.
As the two were talking, they saw Chen Zhansai and Ru Hua jumping around wildly, running all over the yard. After a while, they finally came to their senses. They thought Grandma Chen could convince Chen Zhansai, but unexpectedly, he was acting more and more outrageous, even treating Grandpa Chen like a horse. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Chen Zhongliang couldn't take it anymore. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Chen Zhansai off Grandpa Chen, shouting angrily, You little rascal! How dare you ride on your father's back and act foolish? I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he slapped him twice. Mrs. Sun watched coldly as Grandma Chen was beneath Ru Hua, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was ridiculous that someone so biased was being treated this way by a woman from a brothel. She deserved it. Grandma Chen was in a sorry state, with Ru Hua's large body on top of her, causing her pain. She grimaced as vegetable soup dripped down her hair, looking very pitiful. Mrs. Sun was angry but couldn't bear to see Grandma Chen suffer. She rushed over and pulled Ru Hua off her, then slapped her hard, saying, You shameless monster! How dare you cause trouble in my home? Let me teach you a lesson. Mrs. Sun was used to farm work and was strong, quickly leaving Ru Hua with a bruised face and a nosebleed. Grandpa Chen rubbed his sore back as he stood up, muttering, All that studying went to waste. What a rebellious child. Feeling lighter, Grandma Chen hurriedly got up from the ground, wiping the vegetable soup off her face. Seeing Chen Zhongliang beating Chen Zhansai, she shouted, Zhongliang, be gentle. You might knock your younger brother silly. Chen Zhongliang was furious. It would be better if he was silly. What use is this rascal? Grandma Chen anxiously patted her thigh. Oh, my dear son, you can't say that. The third one just passed the exam. If you really knock him silly, our family's honor will be gone. Grandpa Chen stepped forward to scold. Second son, stop right now. Didn't you hear your mother? Chen Zhongliang knew his parents were worried about the youngest and had to let go of Chen Zhansai. After Mrs. Sun vented her anger, she regained her composure with Lu Fengjiao's help. Chen Zhansai and Ru Hua stood there, looking dazed as if they were stunned. Just when everyone thought the situation was over, the two suddenly started jumping and shouting wildly again. Old Lady Chen was so scared that her face turned pale. She stumbled over to Wu Baoan and said with a trembling voice, "Village chief, please think of a way to stop these two. If this keeps going, we won't be able to live our lives." Wu Baoan frowned, looking anxious and helpless, but he tried to comfort her, saying, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll think of something." Chen Zhongliang angrily said, "What are you thinking about?" "I say just hit them to knock some sense into them so we don't have to see their foolishness." No, what if you hit them too hard and they get hurt?" Wu Baoan quickly waved his hand. "Zhongliang, go get some strong ropes and ask a few young people to tie them up first."
Right.
"Why didn't I think of that?" Chen Zhongliang called out to a few young men who were laughing, "Stop laughing and hurry up. Find some rope and tie them up." Seeing this, Old Lady Chen reminded them, "You young ones, be gentle. Don't hurt the scholar." "How gentle? Why don't you come do it yourself? We don't want to deal with this." "Exactly. What if they kick us?" "Who says they won't? Your daughter-in-law looks tougher than any man. If she gets angry, we'll all be in trouble. Village chief, we can't handle this. You need to find someone else." Many expressed their dissatisfaction. Wu Baoan shot Old Lady Chen an annoyed look. "Auntie, what are you worried about at a time like this? If you keep fussing, I can't help you." Fine, do whatever you want, just make them stop," Old Lady Chen said, watching Chen Zhansai throw tables and break bowls, reluctantly agreeing. The young men saw their chance and rushed in, grabbing arms and legs, quickly bringing Chen Zhansai and Ru Hua down to the ground. The two struggled fiercely, shouting angrily. The young men, afraid of getting hurt, tightened their grip. Then, they tied the two up securely with ropes. Even though Chen Zhansai's hands and feet were bound, his mouth was still active. "I am the new magistrate of Anyang County. Chen Qingqing from Nanshan Village is disrespectful and unfilial. Someone seize her family property and throw her into prison." Hearing this, everyone looked at him with disdain and mockery. Mrs. Chen felt extremely embarrassed. Although she wanted to inherit Chen Qingqing's fortune, saying it in front of so many people was quite shameless. She worried that Chen Zhansai was talking nonsense and quickly grabbed a cloth from the table and stuffed it in his mouth. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and look gratefully at everyone, saying, "Thanks to all of you for your help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how long these two would keep making a scene." Seeing that Chen Zhansai finally calmed down, Wu Baohan looked a bit more relaxed. "Auntie, don't be polite. This illness of Zhansai's is quite strange. You should hurry and call a doctor to take a look at him." The villagers gathered around and began to persuade her. "Auntie, the scholar is acting very strangely. He might have encountered something supernatural. You should quickly find someone to check on him." "Exactly. Did you see how he was acting just now? Jumping around, shouting and screaming, it was really frightening." "Yes, look at him now. His eyes are vacant, and he seems dazed, like a fool. He must be possessed. If we don't treat this quickly, who knows what will happen later. Auntie, you need to find someone to help. Don't hesitate to spend some money. I heard there's someone in our neighboring village who specializes in treating such strange illnesses. They're very effective. Should we send someone to invite him?" "I don't think that will work. I think we should go to the temple and pray for a talisman to ward off evil spirits. It might help. In my opinion, we should invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual to drive away the evil, and also bring in the healer for double the effect." "That should definitely work." "Yes, that's a good idea." "Enough. You are all wrong. My son-in-law is neither possessed nor cursed." Lu Dashan pushed through the crowd. Hearing this, Mrs. Chen quickly asked Lu Dashan, "In-law, what do you think is wrong with Zhansai?" Chen Qingqing in the crowd was taken aback. Did he notice something? If he figured it out, she wouldn't be able to punish the arrogant person. Just then, Lu Dashan frowned and said, I think Jean Sai must have been bitten by a dog and contracted rabies. Oh dear, my dear-in-law. Please don't say such nonsense. My Jean Sai is a scholar. How could he possibly run into a pack of rabid dogs? That's just ridiculous. It sounds like you're saying rabid dogs don't bite scholars, Lu Dashan said sadly, shaking his head. If he really has rabies, there's no hope. You should start preparing for the worst. Hearing Lu Dashan's words, Lu Fengjiao was not happy. Dad, is that how you talk? Jean Kai just has some unusual behavior. Why are you talking about preparing for the worst? My silly daughter, you don't understand. Being bitten by a rabid dog is a dead end. Don't you remember? There was a man in our village named Wang Laoba. He was bitten by a rabid dog and was gone in 3 days. Lu Fengjiao frowned and said, Dad, I know better than you whether Jean Kai has been bitten by a dog. You don't need to worry about it. What? He hasn't been bitten? Lu Dashan paused for a moment and then said, You know he hasn't been bitten, but do you know if he has stepped in dog poop? Lu Fengjiao stomped her foot in frustration. Dad, why are you bringing dog poop into this? You silly child. You just don't get it. I'm not talking to you. Lu Dashan turned to old lady Chen. Mother-in-law, whether Jean Kai has been bitten or not, I think he probably has rabies. If you don't believe me, hurry and find a doctor to take a look. If anything happens to Jean Kai, it would be the end of me. Old lady Chen panicked, jumping up and down. She called out to Chen Zhanliang, second son, stop standing there like a fool and quickly go get a doctor. Dog poop? Rabies? Listening to their conversation, Chen Qingqing almost laughed out loud. Chen Zhan Kai really had a terrible teammate. He was bound to suffer today. Okay, I'm going now. Chen Zhanliang turned to leave, but was called back by De Bao. Dad, where are you going to find a doctor? My sister Qingqing can treat illnesses. Right. How could I forget about this? Chen Zhanliang said, looking at old lady Chen. Mother, Qing girl can treat illnesses. You should let her take a look at Jean Kai. Just her? Old lady Chen shot a sideways glance at Chen Qingqing and waved her hand at Chen Zhanliang. Don't make things worse. Hurry and get a doctor. Mom, saving lives is the priority. This isn't the time for you to be stubborn, Chen Zhanliang insisted. Yes, Auntie Zhanliang is right. Saving lives is important. If something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret. You should let Qing girl help take a look. Wu Baoan also chimed in. Old lady Chen had doubts in her mind. Last winter, when people in the village had minor illnesses, it was this girl who treated them. It seemed too lucky for her to have such skills by chance. Moreover, Chen Zhanliang had a broken leg and was expected to be disabled, but she managed to heal him too. Based on this, it was clear that her medical skills were quite good. However, this girl had always been at odds with the third family. If she treated her precious son, what if she acted unethically or didn't try her best? If something went wrong, it would be too late to regret it. In a flash, old lady Chen analyzed the pros and cons thoroughly and decided not to use Chen Qingqing. Security, I know you're worried about Zhuang Sai, but this is a matter of life and death. Let's ask Dr. Wang from the neighboring village. He is older and has more experience. Wu's security shook his head helplessly. All right, Zhuang Sai is your son. I support your decision. Old lady Chen sighed in relief. If Wu's security insisted on having the girl treat her precious son, she wouldn't know how to refuse. Seeing Chen Zhanliang standing still, old lady Chen was furious and scolded. You fool. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and go to the neighboring village to fetch the doctor. Chen Zhanliang felt angry. Instead of using someone skilled, he was being sent to run errands. He wanted to give up, but since Chen Zhuangsai was now a scholar, they were exempt from labor and taxes, and life at home would surely get better. If he acted foolishly now, they might forget their gratitude and turn against him, making all their previous efforts in vain. Thinking this, he quickly ran out to the yard. Chen Qingqing watched coldly. The flowers in her space were highly purified, and no one else could diagnose the issue, nor could they detoxify Chen Zhuangcai. Hohot village was not far away. In no time, Chen Zhanliang returned with Dr. Wang. At that moment, Chen Zhuangsai was trembling, his eyes wide, and he was making muffled sounds. Hua was the same, her limbs moving restlessly, her swollen face showing alternating expressions of joy and anger, her mood fluctuating wildly. After inquiring about their symptoms, Dr. Wang hurriedly checked their pulses. After a thorough examination, his expression grew more serious, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Old Lady Chen, anxious, couldn't help but ask, Dr. Wang, "What illness do my son and daughter-in-law have?" Dr. Wang shook his head and sighed. "Honestly, I have been a doctor for many years and have never seen such a strange illness. I really can't diagnose the cause. You should find another expert." Guifei Village and Nanshan Village are separated by a river, and the reputation of the Qin family has long been a joke between the two villages. Now that Chen Zhansai has passed the scholar's exam, Dr. Wang did not want to get into trouble and hurriedly left with his medicine box. Old Lady Chen immediately collapsed on the ground, covering her face and crying loudly, "My life is so hard. Just as my son became a scholar, I have to face losing him. How can I live with this?" Old man Chen also wiped away his tears continuously. Wu Baoan remained calm and said, "Enough, Zhang Sai is not dead yet. Let's quickly have Qing girl take a look. There might still be hope." Old Lady Chen came back to her senses. With no other options, she decided to take a chance and hoped that the girl could really cure her precious son's strange illness. She looked at Chen Qingqing with a pleading expression. "Qing girl, please hurry and save my son. Are you not afraid I might accidentally harm your precious son?" Chen Qingqing laughed lightly. Hearing this, Old Lady Chen gritted her teeth in anger. That shameless girl. If it weren't for needing her help, she would want to throw her out. Never mind. As long as her son is okay, there will be plenty of chances to settle the score later. Old Lady Chen took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and her voice trembled. "Qing girl, I was just anxious earlier. Please have mercy and save my son." Chen Qingqing sighed and shook her head. "Fine, since I have a soft heart, I'll take a look at your scholar son." She approached Chen Zhansai and Ru Hua, pretended to examine them, and then started to make things up, looking at their dazed expressions and vacant eyes, sometimes dull and sometimes restless. Combined with their strange behavior earlier, I can conclude they have lost their minds. Lost their minds? What does that mean? Old Lady Chen asked, her eyes wide. Chen Qingqing pretended to be serious and cleared her throat. "It means they have been overly stimulated, leading to a mental breakdown." "Oh dear, is it serious? You saw their strange behavior and nonsensical talk. They can suddenly attack others without warning, causing harm without realizing it. If not treated in time, they could be in danger at any moment." "What? People can die?" Grandma Chen trembled and almost collapsed to the ground, urgently shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save him." "Exactly. Stop talking nonsense and treat him." Grandpa Chen jumped up in frustration. Chen Qingqing smiled dismissively. "I can treat him, but I have a rule. You must pay the consultation fee first." Grandma Chen's eyes widened in shock. "You want money?" "Of course. Does a doctor treat patients for free?" Chen Qingqing replied bluntly. She had already made up her mind. With Chen Zhansai's arrogant attitude, he didn't deserve any help. She felt it was a loss to give him even a penny and needed to get back the 2 taels she had given, or she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Grandma Chen's face turned red with anger as she gritted her teeth and asked, "How much do you want?" "Others charge 20 taels, but since you're the mother of a scholar, I'll charge you 2 taels." 2 taels? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Grandma Chen screamed. Grandpa Chen's eyes nearly popped out. 2 taels? This is just taking advantage of the situation. Chen Qingqing shook her head with a smile. "Since you're so unwilling to part with money, maybe you should find another doctor. There are other doctors in the world." "I really don't believe you," Grandma Chen shouted at Chen Zhangliang. Stop standing there like a fool and go find another doctor." "Mom, please don't make a fuss. We can't delay Zhansai's treatment. If something happens, it will be too late to regret," Chen Zhangliang said, standing still. Grandma Chen stomped her feet in frustration. This is driving me crazy. Old man, if you won't go, you go. Don't worry, dear, I'll go right now, Grandpa Chen said as he stepped outside. Chun Qingqing sneered. I remind you, there's still half an hour left. If you don't treat him in time, the scholar's life will be in danger. Hearing this, Grandpa Chen quickly stopped and approached Grandma Chen, lowering his voice. Dear, our son's life is important. Don't worry about the money. Just think of it as helping someone in need. Let this girl take a look. If something happens, it will be too late to cry. Grandma Chen was heartbroken over the two tails, but worried about Chen Jiansai's safety. Her son had worked hard to become a scholar, and if he were to die, all her efforts would be in vain. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. It's just two tails. In the future, if my son can pass the exams and become an official, that would bring great wealth. At that time, not just 2 taels of silver, but even 200 or 2,000 taels would be within reach. We must not make foolish decisions that cost us more than we gain. After some careful thought, old lady Chen looked at Chen Qingqing beside her and softened her tone. Qing girl, I was too hasty earlier. However, 2 taels of silver is indeed too much. Since our families are neighbors, could you please lower it a bit? How about 501? Chen Qingqing replied firmly, no negotiation. It's 2 taels of silver. Take it or leave it. All right, 2 taels it is, old lady Chen said, gritting her teeth. She asked the old man behind her to bring the 2 taels of silver she had just given and handed it to Chen Qingqing, reluctantly adding, This is the gift you just received. I didn't expect to return it so soon. Please take it and hurry to treat my son. Chen Qingqing didn't want to waste more time with her. She walked straight to Chen Jiansai and instructed the 2 nearby, You 2 hold him still and don't let him move. I need to start treating him now. She then took out a silver needle from her bag. Old lady Chen looked confused and quickly asked, What are you going to do with that? Yes. Aren't you here to treat him? Why are you taking out a needle? The old man asked, shivering in fear. Of course, I'm treating him. I will use this needle to prick his fingertip to release the bad energy from his body, so he can recover, Chen Qingqing replied impatiently, glancing at them and waving her hand seriously. Enough talk, you don't understand. Step back, so you don't get hurt. Wait. Old lady Chen raised her hand to stop her and asked, Does it hurt to use such a long needle? Where the heart is, the fingers feel pain. Do you think it hurts? Oh no, what should we do? My son has always been afraid of sharp things, she said worriedly. Yes, that needle looks so long, just looking at it makes me dizzy. If it pricks him, won't it hurt terribly? The old man added, grimacing. Chen Qingqing smirked internally, thinking, Aren't you the ones who care the most about him? Today you will see him suffer firsthand. Are you going to let me treat him or not? If we wait too long and something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility. All right, just do it. Mrs. Chen felt sorry for her son but was also worried about any accidents, so she had to nod in agreement. Chen Qingqing looked at Chen Jiansai in front of her and thought to herself, What a shameless person. I didn't want to deal with you, but now you want to take advantage of me and my family's wealth. Just because I seem weak doesn't mean you can push me around. Today, I will make you suffer a little so that whenever you think of me in the future, you won't dare to cause trouble. With that thought, she threw the antidote she had prepared earlier. Before long, Chen Jiansai slowly woke up, his mind racing as he recalled his recent wild actions, feeling deeply ashamed. What was happening? Why couldn't he control himself? Had he been possessed? He looked around and saw everyone staring at him in surprise. Just as he was about to explain, he realized his hands and feet were tied, and something was stuffed in his mouth. At that moment, Chen Qingqing waved a silver needle in front of him and chuckled, Scholar, can you hold on? I'm going to give you a shot to help you. Hearing this, Chen Jiansai was so scared that his legs went weak. He struggled to break free, making muffled sounds for help. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped back and shouted warnings. Qingqing, the scholar is starting to act up again. Be careful. Yes, he's really frightening like this. We mustn't let him break free. Right, Daba? You and Xiaoyu quickly hold him down. Don't let him hurt Qingqing. Daba exchanged glances with Xiaoyu and stepped forward to firmly hold down the struggling Chen Zhansai. As Chen Qingqing approached him step by step, Chen Zhansai's eyes widened in extreme fear. He shook his head desperately, trying to shout, but the cloth in his mouth only allowed muffled sounds to escape. Chen Qingqing swiftly brought the needle down and jabbed it into Chen Zhansai's finger. He watched the sharp needle glinting in the light as it pierced his skin, causing a jolt of pain that made him jump and scream with all his might. Chen Qingqing laughed coldly and pulled the cloth from his mouth, saying, "Go ahead and shout. Just let it out. You little brat, why are you poking me with that needle? Let me go, or I won't let this go." Chen Zhansai finally managed to speak, angrily cursing. Chen Qingqing felt pleased. This was the effect she wanted. The more they shouted, the more others would think he was crazy, and only then could she openly torment him. She took the chance to stir things up, pretending to be concerned, and said, "Scholar, can you understand me? If you can, stay calm and don't move. I'm trying to help you." "I'm calm. My foot." "You daring fools. How dare you tie up the scholar? I warn you. Let me go now, or I'll report you to the authorities and make sure you regret it." The villagers watching couldn't help but murmur. He doesn't even recognize his own niece. The scholar really has gone mad. Yeah, look at him spitting everywhere, his eyes nearly popping out. Good thing he's tied up, or he'd be hitting someone for sure. We should step back. If he breaks free, it'll be trouble. Qingqing isn't afraid, so why should we be? Don't say that. It's better to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Qingqing, be careful. Don't let him hurt you. Someone in the crowd shouted. Wu Baoan, feeling uneasy, approached Chen Qingqing. "Qingqing, how is it? Can you cure his condition?" "Uncle, don't worry. He's still rambling nonsense, so he's likely still in a crazy state. I just need to give him a few more needles and he should feel better." Wu Baoan advised, "All right, just be careful." He then turned to Daba and Xiuyu, saying, "You two hold him down. Don't let him escape." "Don't worry, uncle. With Xiuyu and me here, he won't get away," Daba said, tightening his grip. Chen Zhansai winced in pain and shouted at Wu Baoan, "Uncle, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. I'm not crazy. Make them stop. It hurts." Seeing that Wu Baoan didn't even glance at him, Chen Zhansai got furious and yelled, "Wu Baoan, are you deaf or dumb? Stop pretending. One day, when I'm in power, I won't let you off. You'll be begging on your knees." Wu Baoan frowned at his words and waved at Chen Qingqing. "Hurry and help him. We can't let him keep talking nonsense. It's really inappropriate." "Okay, uncle, just hold his hand so he doesn't move around." "All right, let's do this." Wu Baoan firmly held Chen Zhansai's tied hands. Chen Zhansai was stunned and shouted in fear to the nearby old lady Chen, "Mother, come help me. I'm not sick. This girl is trying to stab me with needles." "Don't be afraid, son. It's your mother who asked her to do this. Just endure it," old lady Chen said, turning her head away. Chen Qingqing didn't care about that. She raised her hand and pricked a silver needle into Chen Zhansai's fingertip. In pain, Chen Zhansai yelled, "Ah!" almost passing out from the hurt. Gasping for breath, he glared at Chen Qingqing. "You dare to use needles on me, a scholar? I will make you regret this. I'm treating you. Why can't you see that?" Chen Qingqing said as she pricked him again, smiling as she asked, "Scholar, how do you feel now?" "Yes, Zhansai, do you feel any better?" "If so, just nod," Wu Baoan casually asked. "I'll nod your head." Chen Zhansai, unable to bear the pain, cursed, "Darn Wu Baoan. You really pushed it. If you don't let me go, I won't be done with you." Wu Baoan ignored him and frowned. "Qingqing, you've pricked him several times, but why is he still talking nonsense? Is this method not working?" Chen Qingqing shook her head, pretending to be serious. "Healing doesn't happen that quickly. We must keep pricking him. When he stops talking nonsense, it means he is getting better." Hearing this, Chen Zhansai was so anxious that tears streamed down his face. "Let me go. I'm really not sick. Please stop stabbing me. I won't talk nonsense anymore." Seeing Chen Jiansai terrified and begging like a drowned rat, Chen Qingqing felt no pity. Over the years, Chen Jiansai had gone to great lengths for his studies, committing many wrongdoings. If he didn't face some consequences, he would never learn. Suppressing her resentment, Chen Qingqing addressed the crowd. Everyone, don't be fooled by the scholar's words. Those who have this illness often lack clarity. It's like a drunk person insisting they aren't drunk. The fact that the scholar is reacting now shows how serious his condition is. Wu Baoan nodded. Qingqing, we believe you. Please continue treating Jiansai. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiansai felt like he might explode. Why didn't anyone believe he was sane? He was in pain and urgency, his face pale, looking at Grandma Chen and Grandpa Chen with pleading eyes, desperately begging, Mom and Dad, please help me. I'm really not crazy. Don't let that girl hurt me anymore. I feel like I'm dying from the pain. Seeing her son crying out, Grandma Chen felt heartbroken and quickly approached him. Son, can you hear me? If you can understand, please stop shouting. It hurts my heart to hear you. Hang in there, son. It will be okay soon, Grandpa Chen shouted from behind. Chen Jiansai shook his head anxiously. Mom, I'm really not crazy. Everything I did just now was an act. I was pretending, please believe me. Hearing Chen Jiansai's words, everyone started to speak up. Grandma Chen, don't be soft-hearted. The girl was right. Sick people don't admit they are sick. Exactly. Jiansai cares a lot about his reputation. He wouldn't act so strangely if he weren't really out of his mind. I don't believe he was pretending either. Didn't the girl say that Jiansai lost his mind because of the excitement from fulfilling his long-held wish? Grandma Chen also believed in her heart that Chen Jiansai was indeed unwell. A mother knows her child best. Her third son was someone who valued his reputation. He wouldn't suddenly act crazy in front of so many people. With both concern and pain in her eyes, she advised, Son, I don't want her to hurt you, but you were acting wildly just now, jumping around and talking nonsense. We have to do this. Chen Jiansai shook his head in fear. Mom, I was just a bit agitated before, but I'm fine now. Please don't hurt me anymore. My dear son, just hold on a little longer. I know you're in pain, but it hurts me even more to see you like this. Chen Jiansai, furious, shouted, You old fool, it's me who is being hurt, not you. Why are you feeling sorry? Hurry, and let them free me. Hearing him scold her, Grandma Chen shook her head and sighed, Son, you can't even tell right from wrong now. It seems you really are quite ill. With worry in her eyes, she looked at Chen Qingqing, no longer the proud person she used to be. Qingqing, I beg you to help him get better quickly. Don't let him stay in this state any longer. All right, I'll give him a few more needles. As long as we can completely remove the bad energy from his body, he will be fine. Chen Qingqing bit her lip to hold back a laugh and raised the needle to poke at Chen Jiansai's fingertip. Chen Jiansai completely broke down, twisting his body and looking at Lu Fengjiao with fear in his eyes. Wife, please help me. I'm not crazy, you have to believe me. Having just passed the exam and married a second wife, all her years of effort felt like a joke. This little pain couldn't compare to the hurt in her heart. Lu Fengjiao acted as if she didn't hear him and turned her head away. Before Chen Jiansai could finish a sentence, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to convulse. He now understood that everyone had already deemed him a madman, and no one believed his words. If he continued to shout, he might face even worse consequences. If these foolish people accused him of being possessed, he could end up in serious trouble. He couldn't afford to lose his temper anymore. To survive, he had to speak kindly and make everyone believe he was fine. Thinking of this, he steadied himself and said softly, Qing girl, please stop poking me. I really feel fine now. Just let me go. Seeing him in such a state, Chen Qingqing felt satisfied. How shameless. Now that he was humbled, he must be feeling better. Though she felt relieved, she still had to pretend to be concerned. Scholar, how are you feeling now? Is it better? Chen Jiansai's face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Yes, much better. That's great. The evil spirit has finally been expelled. Chen Qingqing pretended to be casual and asked, Are you feeling thirsty or hot? Yes, that's exactly how I feel. Chun Jansai nodded eagerly to prove he was fine. Chun Qingqing frowned and put on a serious face. If you feel that way, it means the evil spirit is gone, but the bad energy is still inside. To help you fully recover and not fall ill again, I need to continue the treatment. Though the process is painful, it's worth it for you to return to normal. Just hang in there, and I promise I'll be gentler. As she spoke, she waved the silver needle in front of him. You won't be scared to death. Chun Jansai looked at the needle, which was longer than chopsticks and thicker than a shoehorn, and quickly shook his head in fear.
No, no, no.
I'm fine now, no evil spirit, no bad energy. My mouth isn't dry, and my throat isn't burning. Please don't poke me anymore. Chun Qingqing smiled slyly. Scholar, you are mistaken. If you have an illness, it must be treated. If you fear pain today, the illness may worsen tomorrow, leading to bigger troubles that could harm both you and others. Old Lady Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Zhang Kai, look at the soup on your father's head. This is all you're doing. You can't treat your father like a horse. Such things must not happen again. You need to listen and take care of your health. Old Man Chen recalled what had just happened and nervously agreed. Exactly, if you don't treat the illness at its root, it could come back and cause trouble. Wu Baohan nodded from the side. Zhang Kai, with the way you are speaking now, it seems the treatment is working. You should listen and let Qing Girl give you a few more needles. Chun Zhang Kai shook his head vigorously. Village Chief, it's not that it's working. I'm completely fine now. I don't need any more needles. Please let me go. No, whether you go or not is not up to me. Qing Girl needs to treat you, and you must listen to her. Qing Girl, I beg you, please believe my uncle this time.
I really am fine.
Please let me go, okay? Chun Zhang Kai kept trying to say nice things. Chun Qingqing sighed, feeling troubled. I can believe you, but one must have a conscience. Since I have accepted your family's payment, I cannot ignore your health. Even if you don't appreciate it, I must make sure you are well. If you insist on not treating it, and it comes back, it won't just be silly talk anymore. As she spoke, Chun Qingqing smirked and continued to warn him. To be honest, a mental breakdown can be as serious as rabies. If not treated promptly, it could lead to sudden death. For the scholar's long life, I suggest you endure a bit longer. Once the bad energy is expelled from your body, you can fully recover. That's right. Old Wang, who had rabies, did indeed die suddenly. Lu Dashan chimed in. Chun Zhang Kai tried to recall everything that had happened and felt something was strange about his illness, as if it was related to Qin Qingqing, but he had no proof. If what she said was true, he really had lost his mind, and after just becoming a scholar, he would be doomed, wasting all the hardships of his earlier life. But what if that girl was secretly playing tricks on him? Wouldn't that be unfair suffering? Never mind. Tomorrow he would go to the town to find a good doctor and make a decision then. Even if he really was ill, he didn't believe that another doctor couldn't cure him. Determined, Chen Jansai shouted to his mother, Mom, I'm really better now. Please come and untie me. My whole body hurts. Son, are you really okay? I'm fine, really. Oh dear. The more you say that, the more worried I get, Chen's mother said, frowning and shaking her head in disbelief. Chun Jansai was so anxious he felt like he could scream, Mom, I really am better. Why don't you believe me? It wasn't that she didn't believe him. She just couldn't take the risk. Her son had finally passed the exam and was about to bring honor to the family. She couldn't let anything happen to him. With a worried face, she said, My silly son, what mother doesn't believe her child?
But you were really sick just now.
Didn't the girl say that the bad energy has been expelled, but the evil spirit is still there? We need to get rid of it completely, otherwise you might get sick again. If anything happens to you, it would break my heart. Yes, son, listen to your mother. Even if you feel clear-headed now, if the bad energy comes back, it will be trouble. Just hold on a little longer, Chen's father added, trying to persuade him. Chun Jansai cried, wiping his tears, Dad, please don't make this worse. I'm really fine now. I feel clear-headed. How about I share a little secret that only we know? Chen's father paused. A secret? What secret do we have? Well, let me tell you. One night 10 years ago, I went out to relieve myself and saw you sneaking out of the yard. I was curious and followed you, but you went straight to Widow Wang's house. All right, stop right there. Chen's father quickly covered Chen Jiansai's mouth. Son, I believe you. It seems you really are better. Chen's mother frowned and pointed at Chen's father. What's going on? Let him speak. No, it's nothing. Don't let him say any more. Chen's father shook his head, but his mind drifted back to that night 10 years ago. He remembered it was a dark and windy night. When he saw that Chen's mother had fallen asleep, he quietly got dressed and went outside, stuffing a few dumplings into his pocket before heading straight to Widow Wang's house. But as soon as he stepped out, he was confronted by Chen Jiansai, who had been waiting outside. After many words, he finally agreed not to tell anyone. Those years, he lived in constant fear. He felt restless if he didn't go, but if he did go, he worried about being caught. However, he couldn't resist. After one time, there was bound to be a second. It wasn't until Widow Wang remarried and moved away with her child that he finally felt at ease. He devoted himself to living with old Lady Chen and no longer dared to misbehave. Thinking back on this, old man Chen gasped. If his wife found out, she would be furious with him. He quickly changed the subject. Dear, it seems that our son Zhuangsai has fully recovered from his illness. Old Lady Chen glared at him and demanded, stop dodging the issue. What were you doing at Widow Wang's house in the middle of the night?
Tell me.
Don't be angry. There's nothing to it, he replied. Don't lie. I suspected you were involved with Widow Wang when you were young. I can't believe you're still being unfaithful. Hurry up and confess how long this has been going on. If you dare to lie, I'll expose you in front of the villagers. Come on, dear, this is ridiculous. How could I do something so shameless? Really? You still want to deny it? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Old Lady Chen's anger flared up, and she started looking for something to use. Seeing this, Wu Baoan quickly stepped in to mediate. Aunt, what are you doing? Zhuangsai is still sick. Why are you fighting? This is just making things worse.
No.
He must explain himself, or I won't be able to calm down. Old Lady Chen insisted, pointing at Old Man Chen. You worthless man. Stop pretending. A real man takes responsibility. If you lie to me, you won't get away with it. I'll make sure you regret it. Oh, my dear wife, please spare me. I really didn't do anything. Old Man Chen panicked and glanced at his son Zhuangsai, signaling for help. Son, you need to explain what's going on. If you can calm your mother down, I will believe you are better. Okay, I'll talk. Zhuangsai thought to himself that he couldn't tell the whole truth, or no one would defend him. So he started to make up a story. Mom, where do you think your mind is going? Don't you know what kind of person Dad is? He gets embarrassed just seeing a dog, let alone getting involved with a widow. That night, he really went to the Widow Wang's house. At that time, I thought the same as you. He must be up to no good. So I followed him to see what was happening, but by the end, I was almost sickened. At this point, Chen Jiansai paused deliberately and gave a sly smile at the Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen's heart sank, and he quickly reminded, Son, you can't say such things. Be quiet. Chen Tai frowned at him. I had heard rumors about Old Man Chen and Widow Wang before. I had my doubts and even followed him secretly but found no evidence, so I let it go. Now that my son brought it up again, my anger flared up. How dare he sneak around behind my back? That old man deserves a good scolding. With a cold expression, Chen Tai asked Chen Jiansai, Son, what disgusting thing did you see? Did your father do something shameful with Widow Wang? If I revealed that Old Man Chen was having an affair, it would cause a big scene. Everyone in the village would know, and my son's reputation would be ruined. How could he continue to live with that stain on his name? Having a father who sneaks around would be a burden on his future. Chen Jiansai raised an eyebrow and quickly looked away from her face. Mom, it wouldn't be good for outsiders to hear this. Let's not talk about it. Just tell me. If he's not worried about his reputation, why should I be? All right, I'll tell you. I saw my dad crouching outside Widow Wong's fence. At that moment, I didn't know what was happening, so I moved closer. Oh, my dad didn't eat much that night. It almost made me sick. What happened next? Then he just went home. Didn't your dad do anything else? Chun Tai was a bit skeptical. Jansai, don't lie to me.
Chun Jansai shook his head.
Mom, why would I lie to you? Besides, Widow Lee is even less attractive than you. No, she's not even close to your looks. My dad might not have great taste, but he wouldn't choose her, right? What you said is true, but what does it mean for your dad to be outside her yard at night?
Chun Tai was confused.
How would I know? You should ask my dad. Chun Jansai tossed this tricky question back to Old Man Chen. Chen was so angry that he wanted to give Chen Kai a slap. How could he say such terrible things about him, claiming he went outside the fence to relieve himself? That was just disrespectful. But then he thought, while this accusation was a bit shameful, it was better than telling the whole truth. But how should he explain it? Forget it, he might as well make up a story. Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Wife, you know me, I don't have many faults. I just can't stand injustice. I think Widow Wong has bad behavior, so I wanted to teach her a lesson, to remind her not to flirt with other men. But since I couldn't confront her directly, I had to resort to this method. Chen's wife looked at him skeptically. Are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me. Chen insisted. When have I ever lied to you? I swear. Even if Widow Wong stood in front of me without clothes, I wouldn't even look at her. All right. Don't flatter yourself. With your looks, who else would want you besides me? Chen's wife waved her hand dismissively. But honestly, she hasn't done anything to you. What you did was really wrong. That was just youthful ignorance. Chen finally sighed in relief and changed the subject. Anyway, dear, let's not talk about that. Our son is still sick. Oh, dear. I can't believe I forgot about the important stuff in my worry. Chen's wife quickly turned to Chen Qingqing. Girl, my son is feeling much better now. Hurry and help him heal. Chen Qingqing secretly laughed. Chun Kai was really going to great lengths to avoid needles, even threatening his own father. It seemed Chen had indeed put a green hat on his wife. He looked so honest, yet he had his own tricks. But Chun Kai was thinking too simply. Just because he hadn't said he was cured didn't mean he was. Chun Qingqing said coldly, You all step back. Seeing this, Chun Kai panicked. Dad, quickly tell Qingqing that I'm back to normal and don't need any more needles. Hurry and let them free me. Okay, don't rush. Chun agreed and looked at Qingqing. Qingqing, since your uncle has revealed my past mistakes, it means he has regained his senses. So don't give him any more needles. That thing makes me uneasy just to look at. Chun Qingqing smirked. Scholar Dad, his recovery is temporary. If we give up now, all our efforts will be wasted. In the past, I treated Fan Tongji's illness, but because he didn't believe me, his condition worsened, and he ended up spending a lot of money just to save his life. Your family situation can't handle such troubles, can it? Old Lady Chen turned pale and scolded Old Man Chen. You think you're a good father? I care about our son too, but we can't let him do whatever he wants. His illness isn't fully cured yet. He looks fine now, but what if he gets sick again? If something happens, it will be too late to regret. You have a point, Old Man Chen said, feeling torn. If he didn't treat his son and something happened, he would be to blame. For his son's health, he gritted his teeth and said, Son, you heard her. We are really thinking about you. Just hold on a little longer. Once the illness is gone, you won't have to suffer anymore. Dad, I helped you earlier, so now you have to trust me. If you don't help me, don't blame me for what I say. Chen Jansai threatened Old Man Chen, trying to avoid the needles. Old Man Chen was anxious and looked at Chen Qingqing. Qing girl, I feel like my son's illness should be better now. Can we skip the needles and let him go? Chen Qingqing shook her head and smiled. The needles are to treat the scholar's illness. If you don't want to continue the treatment, I won't force you, but you will have to deal with the consequences. If something happens later, don't blame me for not trying. Hearing this, Old Lady Chen trembled and got angry at Old Man Chen. You useless man. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to harm our son?
No, it's not that, dear. I'm just worried about our son. There's a saying, a small needle can hurt the most. I really can't bear to see him suffer from the needles. Besides, a father knows his son best. I truly believe he is better now. You know him best? I think you know nothing. I won't allow our son to have any problems. You better go away.
All right.
Old man Chin sighed helplessly and went to Chin Jonsai. Son, I've done my best. Just hold on a bit longer. Dad, I really can't hold on anymore.
Please.
Before Chun Jonsai could finish, he saw Chun Qingqing waving a silver needle in front of him. Scholar, you have to endure. I'm going to help you with the treatment now. Wait. Don't come closer. At this moment, Chun Jonsai felt like he wanted to die. He shook his head and twisted his body, pleading with a face full of resistance. Qing girl, my dear niece, please don't poke me with that thing anymore. The pain feels like a needle piercing my heart. Chun Qingqing snorted coldly inside. He was scared, but this was just the beginning. She really wanted to poison this scoundrel who was eating bread dipped in family blood, but she couldn't do that. Although Chun Jonsai was despicable, he wasn't at the point of death yet. She spoke slowly. What the scholar said is not true. Traditional medicine says, when the flow is good, there is no pain. If you feel pain, it means your energy and blood are not flowing well. This is caused by evil winds and energies. As long as we expel the bad energy from your body, the pain will completely go away. That's nonsense. If the needle isn't poking you, you wouldn't know how much it hurts. It truly pierces the heart. I beg you, don't make me suffer, Chun Jonsai said, his face pale with fear. Chun Qingqing frowned, pretending to be troubled. I don't want you to suffer either, but your illness isn't cured yet. If you go crazy again, babbling nonsense, and end up dying, not only will your family be heartbroken, but I, as an outsider, will feel sorry for you too. As the saying goes, listen to advice and you will eat well. Just bear with it. I will be gentler with the needles. Qing girl, I know you mean well for my uncle, but you really can't poke me anymore. If you do, it will surely hurt me to death. Besides, I am very clear-headed now. I am not like before when my mind was out of control. If you don't believe me, you can test my intelligence. I am completely normal. Chun Qingqing found it amusing. Testing his intelligence? Really daring. She said seriously, your illness has improved, but that's because of my treatment. I know better than you whether you are fully healed. Since you don't trust me, I will ask you a few simple questions. If you can answer them, it means your madness is completely cured. If you can't answer or get them wrong, then I have no choice but to continue treating you.
Okay, it's settled then.
Chun Jonsai felt relieved, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Thank goodness, he wouldn't have to endure that piercing pain anymore. Answering a few questions should be easy for a distinguished scholar like him. Thinking of this, a smug look appeared on his face. Qing girl, don't ask simple questions. Choose some difficult ones, like reciting the 100 family surnames, the 3-character classic, or the disciples' rules. I guarantee I can recite them perfectly. Considering the 100 family surnames, the 3-character classic, and the disciples' rules, how can that work? Chun Qingqing shook her head and smiled. These questions are too complicated for someone just recovering from a serious illness. I'll stick to simpler ones. Anything is fine, just ask quickly. Okay, listen carefully and answer my question fast. Chun Qingqing paused for a moment. What is the number between 1 and 3? Chun Jonsai didn't think at all, and kept shaking his head while laughing. Qing girl, didn't Uncle Sen tell you? This question is too easy. Even a fool knows the answer is 2. You got it wrong. What did you say, wrong? Chun Jonsai looked confused. Isn't the number between 1 and 3 2? 1, 2, 3, there's no mistake. Chun Qingqing held back her laughter and said seriously, any normal person could answer this question, but you got it wrong, which means your mind is still a bit foggy. Impossible, I definitely didn't say it wrong, it's 2. Chun Jonsai was a bit unconvinced and turned to Wu Baoan beside him. Hey, let me ask you, what's between 1 and 3? Wu Baoan was initially surprised, but after thinking carefully, he couldn't help but laugh. Jonsai, I'm not saying you.
but you really are a bit silly. Between 1 and 3, isn't it the word and… How could you say it's 2? Hearing this, Chun Jansai suddenly realized and regretted deeply. If his hands weren't tied, he would have slapped himself. How could I be so careless? Just one word off, I shouldn't have, really shouldn't have. Chun Qingqing chuckled softly. Scholar, now you should have nothing to say, right? Just focus on getting better. Chun Jansai shook his head vigorously. No, I was just careless and didn't hear clearly, so I answered wrong. Don't ask those easy ones. Ask something challenging that makes me think. All right, since you won't admit you have a problem, I'll test you. Imagine there's a tiger in front of 6 caves, and each cave has a goat. Why did the tiger go into the 3rd cave? After Chun Qingqing finished speaking, Chun Jansai thought hard. Why did the tiger go into the 3rd cave? Yes, it must be something like that. He suddenly had a bright idea and blurted out. It must be because the goat in the 3rd cave is big and fat. Chun Qingqing shook her head. Wrong. Chun Jansai said again. Then maybe the goat is waiting at the cave entrance for the tiger to eat it. Chun Qingqing shook her head again. Even more wrong. Chun Jansai frowned. So there's a nest of little sheep in the cave. That's not right. Then it must be that the 3rd cave is big enough for the tiger to get in. After guessing for a long time without success, Chun Jansai began to doubt his own health. How could he not answer such a simple question? Could it be that there was something wrong inside him affecting his mind? Impossible. He felt clear-headed and didn't seem sick. So, what was going on? He had to keep thinking, otherwise, he would suffer from the pain of needles. Seeing him with his head down and silent for a while, Chun Qingqing couldn't help but smirk. With that silly look on your face, you either underestimate yourself or you're too clueless to figure it out. She smiled and asked, Scholar, have you figured it out? Or should I tell you what it really is? Please, don't say anything yet. Let me think a little longer. Chun Jansai pondered hard, nearly burning out his brain, but still couldn't come up with an answer, and his head drooped in defeat. I can't guess. Why does the tiger want to go into the 3rd cave? Chun Qingqing chuckled softly. The tiger can go into whichever cave it wants. Hearing this, Chun Jansai nearly dropped his jaw in surprise. It's that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Did you really think an animal would have any deep thoughts? Chun Qingqing laughed lightly and shook her head. Now you know you really have a problem, right? No, I'm not sick. Your question was just too tricky. Give me another one, and I'm sure I can guess it. Forget it, you might as well not guess anymore. It would be pointless. Please, Qing girl, just one last time. If I can't guess this one, it really means something is wrong with my brain. All right, since you're so persistent, let's test you. At this point, Chun Qingqing suddenly remembered a funny joke she had heard before and nearly laughed out loud. Why not use this to tease him? Clearing her throat, she said, Scholar, I'll give you a simple math problem. Listen carefully. There's a monkey on a tree and one on the ground. How many monkeys are there in total? Chun Jansai perked up, surprised by how simple the question was. He almost blurted out the answer but worried about being wrong, so he calculated it in his mind several times before finally saying, This time, I'm sure it's 8 monkeys. Wrong again.
What?
Wrong again. Chun Jansai widened his eyes in disbelief. 7 on the tree and 1 on the ground. Isn't that 8? Chun Qingqing almost laughed out loud. I meant riding a monkey, like riding a horse, not 7 monkeys. It's riding a monkey. I thought it was 7. Chun Jansai regretted his misunderstanding. Such a simple question had stumped him. He frowned and shook his head, wondering why he couldn't think clearly. If he couldn't answer such an easy question, could it be true what that girl said, that he had lost his mind and had some strange energy inside him? It seemed unlikely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confused. Chun Han couldn't help but smile, his face turning red. He was almost hurt from holding back laughter. His sister was clearly teasing Chun Jansai. Such a tricky question. Not just Chun Jansai, but anyone would struggle to answer it. Wu Baoan was also confused, thinking this question was clearly unfair. No matter how one answered, it would be wrong. It seemed Qingqing was clearly playing with Chun Jansai. Wu Baoan saw through it but said nothing. Chun Jansai was so arrogant, He needed to learn a lesson. Chun Qingqing chuckled and asked Chen Jiansai, "Scholar, do you believe you have a problem now? If you still have doubts, I can give you more questions to test you." "No thanks, I feel a bit of a headache now. I probably won't guess right anyway, so let's forget it." Chun Qingqing raised an eyebrow. A headache was expected. This was a trick question that confused anyone who tried to answer. "All right, you need to hold on. I'm going to give you a shot now." "Wait, please don't. I really can't take another shot." Chun Jiansai shivered at the sight of the shiny needle. "Qingqing, I believe I have a problem, but getting pricked really hurts. Can you find another way to treat me?" Seeing Chun Jiansai trembling, Grandma Chen felt pain in her heart. She wished she could take his suffering upon herself, but if her son didn't get better, the future of the Chen family would be bleak. She hurried over to smooth Chen Jiansai's hair and lovingly advised him, "My son, stop fussing. Our family needs you to shine bright in the future. If something happens to you, how will I live?" "Mom, it's not that I don't want to get treated. The pain from the needle is unbearable. If you poke me again, I might just faint from the pain. You have to endure it. Who told you to have a problem?" "No, I really can't take it anymore." Chun Jiansai shook his head and looked at Chun Qingqing, his face full of pleading. "Qing girl, I beg you, think again. Is there any other way to get rid of the evil wind besides acupuncture?" Chun Qingqing felt a sense of relief, her fingers hurting, but a few needles wouldn't be enough to break Chen Jiansai, who never touched water or dirt. Today, she would humiliate him thoroughly, making him lose all his dignity. After deciding, Chun Qingqing pretended to think for a moment. "There are other methods, but I'm afraid the scholar won't accept them." "What methods? Hurry up and tell me." "As long as it doesn't involve needles, I can drink medicine 8 times a day." Chen Jiansai's eyes lit up. Chen Laotai also felt happy upon hearing this. "There are other methods? That's great. Why didn't you say so earlier and let my son suffer so much?" Chun Qingqing snorted coldly. "Acupuncture hurts, but it works quickly. In less than half an hour, he can be completely healed. Other methods are slower, and I'm mainly worried about affecting the scholar's reputation." "Reputation isn't worth much. Health is the most important," Chen Jiansai quickly interjected. "Qing girl, just tell me. As long as it doesn't involve needles, I'll agree to anything." "Wait a minute." Chun Qingqing looked at Chen Laodai. "Do the family members agree?" "I agree. As long as it can cure my son's madness, I'm fine with anything." "Good. Then we will use the second treatment plan." After saying this, Chun Qingqing tried hard to hold back her laughter and instructed, "You all go find some fresh white spirit incense." Chun Laotai was puzzled. "What is white spirit incense?" Chun Qingqing replied, "You don't know? White spirit incense is cow dung. Cow dung is white spirit incense. But we don't raise cows, and it has to be fresh. Where am I supposed to find that?" Chun Laotai complained, then noticed Lu Laohan in the crowd and called out, "Old Han, hurry home and bring back some cow dung." "Okay, wait for me." Lu Laohan knew saving a life was important and quickly left the yard. Chun Jiansai was confused and couldn't help but wonder what this girl wanted cow dung for. She wouldn't make him eat it, would she? There's no way to treat someone with dung. That's just plain teasing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Qing girl, what do you need cow dung for?" Chun Qingqing looked serious. "Of course, it's to treat you. Cow dung, also known as white spirit incense, is a medicinal herb. Don't be ridiculous. That stuff looks disgusting. How can anyone swallow it? I'm not asking you to eat it. I'm going to use white spirit incense to prepare a good medicine. Just don't make me eat it." Chun Jiansai sighed with relief, his doubts gone. After a short while, Lu Laohan hurried back, placing a bamboo basket on the ground. "Qing girl, I've brought the freshest cow dung from my cow pen. This half basket should be enough, right?" Chun Qingqing smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's enough." Chun Laotai looked at the large basket of cow dung, grimacing in disgust as she waved her hand in front of her nose. "How can this smell so bad be used for healing?" "Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that cow dung can heal," Chen Laohan said, frowning. Ignoring their comments, Chun Qingqing continued, "You all need to find some child's urine as well.
Child's urine? What is that? Chun Laotai asked, puzzled. Chun Laohan laughed and added, You really don't know anything. Child's urine is just the urine of a child.
What?
With dung and urine, are we making mud? Chun Laotai stared wide-eyed at Chen Qingqing. Qing girl, why do you need child's urine? You don't understand. Chen Qingqing shook her head with a serious expression. Child's urine, also known as reincarnation wine or divine water, is cold and salty. It has detoxifying, anti-inflammatory, and blood circulation benefits and can treat headaches. Most importantly, it can drive away evil spirits. If someone has bad energy, we need it as a remedy to detoxify and heal. Chun Laotai gasped. Oh my, is that true? Can urine really cure so many ailments? Old woman, she must be telling the truth, Chen Laohan said quietly. When I was a child, my grandfather often had me drink my own urine for back pain. Chun Laotai nodded. I've heard of that, but I didn't know it could also treat headaches. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted money on medicine. Exactly. You've spent a lot on your migraines in the past, but it seems you won't waste money anymore. All right, enough talk. Hurry and get some child's urine. But I'm not a child. Where am I supposed to get it? Seeing Chun Laohan struggling to understand, Chen Laotai rolled her eyes in frustration. You silly man, I didn't mean for you to use your own. I meant to find a child to get some urine. Do you understand now? I thought you were confused. Now I get it. I'll go find some. Old Chen turned around and saw Erbao next to Sunday. He quickly shouted, Erbao, hurry up and go to the bathroom. I don't want to. Erbao, your third uncle is waiting for your special urine to help him feel better. Just go. Sun urged. Erbao turned his head away. I won't give it to him. Seeing that Erbao didn't move, Old Chen frowned and waved to Chenjai in the distance. Jai, come here and help your dad out. Grandpa, I just went to the bathroom, and I don't have any left. You silly child, who told you to go? This is wasting time. I didn't want to, but when I saw my dad acting crazy, I got scared and couldn't hold it anymore, Chenjai said, looking upset and on the verge of tears. Oh dear. How can you have an accident like that? Old Chen bent down to check. Can you squeeze out a little more? It's all dried up. What are we going to do now? Old Chen stood up and looked around, asking all the children present, but none had to go. He couldn't help but stomp his feet in frustration. What is this? How can none of you have to go? Someone in the crowd joked loudly. Uncle Zhongho, it seems no one can help you. How about I give you some? Get lost. Just stay out of it. I still need to hold it. Old Chen replied impatiently, turning to Grandma Chen. Wife, there are plenty of kids, but none can go. What should we do? You useless man, if the little ones can't help, can't you find someone a bit older? Grandma Chen ignored him and called out to Daba behind Chinjansai. Daba, hurry and go to the bathroom. What for? What do you mean, what for? We need your special urine for your third uncle to get better. Hurry up. Daba was so angry his face turned red, unable to speak. Chinjansai couldn't help but speak up. Mom, are you mistaken? Special urine means children's urine. Daba is already an adult. His won't work. What do we do then? Grandma Chen was also worried, looking at Erbao. Grandson, I know you can go. Please help your third uncle for Grandma's sake. Yes, Erbao, if you can, please give some to your third uncle. Sun added her encouragement. Erbao didn't want to agree, but he really couldn't hold it anymore, so he nodded and ran to a corner with a broken bucket and let out a big stream. Seeing everything was ready, Chen Qingqing instructed Chen Laohan. Quickly find a bucket and mix the children's urine with the white spirit fragrance thoroughly. Chen Laohan didn't ask any more questions and, covering his nose, began to work. Before long, he had a thick mixture. Chen Laotai watched in disgust, covering her nose and asking Old Man, You're not really going to use this to soak our son's feet, are you? Chen Laohan replied, No way. This stinks too much for that. Chen Laohan smiled proudly. You really don't understand anything. In winter, children often get frostbite. The elderly use fresh cow dung on the frostbite until it dries out, and then the frostbite heals. I even had cow dung on my hands when I was young. So you're saying it might be for foot-soaking treatment? As Chun Laohan stirred a few more times, he asked Chin Ching Ching, "Ching girl, do you think this is okay?" He asked while poking the mixture with a stick. Chun Ching Ching nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, that's enough. Hurry and bring it over." Looking at the dark, sticky cow dung in the bucket, Chin Jonsai almost felt like throwing up. "Ching girl, can this really cure illness?" "Of course. The white spirit fragrance can treat swelling and bad energy, and children's urine is pure and has strong protective effects. When combined, their effectiveness is greatly enhanced and can quickly drive out the bad energy from the scholar's body." Chun Jonsai listened, somewhat confused.
So, what do we do next?
"Next, you need to endure it. It's best to close your eyes while I apply the medicine." "Close my eyes? Why do I need to do that?" Chun Jonsai seemed to realize what was about to happen. "Of course, I'm going to apply the medicine on your face. Do you want to take it orally instead?"
No.
Chun Jonsai quickly shook his head. "Ching girl, a person has their dignity, and if this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone." Chun Ching Ching sighed, pretending to be troubled. "What should we do then? Should I continue with the needles?"
No.
"That would be even worse. I'll just have the medicine applied." Chun Jonsai shook his head repeatedly. Chun Laodai widened her eyes in disbelief. "Ching girl, this is cow dung. Can it really cure illness?" "Yes, but how can we put it on the face?" "It will smell terrible." Chun Laohan also found it hard to accept. Chun Qingqing frowned and said, "Who says this is cow dung? This is called by Ling Xiang, a folk remedy that can drive away evil and balance energy. If you don't believe it, find someone else. Don't publicly criticize my medical skills." Old Lady Chen quickly smiled and said, "Don't be angry. We just don't understand, and we're just asking." Old Man Chen, fearing that Chun Qingqing would stop helping, quickly added, Yes, you treat him however you want. We won't say anything." Chun Qingqing's expression grew serious as she said, "If you think applying it on the face is inappropriate, taking it orally works the same way. But I wonder if your son and daughter-in-law can swallow it?" Old Lady Chun hurriedly waved her hand. No. It's better to use it externally." At that moment, despite having many reservations, Chun Jonsai had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. After all, it was just applying something unpleasant on the face. What was the big deal? As the saying goes, one must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Without experiencing deep challenges, how can one appreciate the beauty of success? After finally passing the exam, he didn't even get to enjoy the glory before facing this embarrassment. Was all his hard work for nothing? Seeing the crowd of villagers, he felt his pride slipping away. Although these villagers didn't dare to say anything openly, they might be laughing behind his back. Thinking of this, he turned to Wu Baoan and said, "Village head, let's end today's celebration here. Please tell the villagers to go back to their business and stop watching." "Sure, I'll let them know," Wu Baoan replied, then called out to the onlookers, "The celebration at the Qin family is over. Please disperse and go about your day." Upon hearing this, the villagers looked at each other, showing no signs of leaving. They began to murmur among themselves. "We haven't seen enough excitement yet. How can we leave now?" "Yeah, I want to see how the remedy with dung and urine works." "All right, since the village head has spoken, let's go. If we annoy him, we might get scolded. Right, let's hurry." Although everyone was reluctant, they still respected the village head's authority. A few who wanted to linger were pulled away by others as they left the courtyard. Chun Jonsai finally breathed a sigh of relief when everyone had dispersed. Old Lady Chun, worried about her son's condition, quickly said, "Ching girl, hurry and apply the medicine." "Okay, I'll start applying the medicine to the patient now." Chun Qingqing, wanting to turn a fake act into reality, put on the gloves she had prepared in advance and calmly grabbed a large handful from the wooden bucket. Chun Jonsai thought she would use a stick to apply the remedy, considering it was cow dung after all. However, to his surprise, Chun Qingqing didn't even blink and directly grabbed a handful. Seeing this, all his doubts vanished.
It seemed he had underestimated her intentions. She was genuinely trying to help him. With this thought, he no longer felt disgusted. But just as he closed his eyes, a strong smell hit him, making him feel nauseous, yet he forced himself to endure it. Chun Qingqing, with a serious expression, applied the mixture. If she hadn't been trying so hard to hold back her laughter, she would have burst out laughing. Afterward, she detoxified Ru Hua and applied the cow dung, then pretended to relax and sighed. It's fine now. You can release them. The remedy needs to stay on for 2 hours before washing it off. Great, that's wonderful, said Grandma Chun as she helped untie the ropes, looking concerned. How do you both feel now? Is your head still spinning? Chun Jansai shook his head, not dizzy, just a bit uncomfortable on my face. I want to scratch it. Mom, it feels like something unpleasant is in my mouth. It has a salty taste. Please check it for me, Ru Hua said, using her finger to pull out a large, sticky mass from her mouth. Grandma Chun felt nauseous and almost vomited. What are you doing, child? Why are you sticking your tongue out and licking everything? Look at what you got in your mouth. Mom, please help me. I can't open my eyes either. Grandma Chun was really bothered and couldn't understand why her son brought home such a silly girl. She wanted to scold him, but held back for his sake. Ru Hua, just stay still. Why are you jumping around? Mom, I've never been sick at Spring Breeze Tower. How could I suddenly lose my mind? Is there something evil causing trouble for our family? Spit, spit, spit. Grandma Chun quickly spat on the ground several times. Don't say such things, Ru Hua. We don't have anything like that in our family. It's just that Jansai was too happy about passing the exam, which made him a bit crazy. You must have been too excited about being his wife, which is why you feel this way. That seems to be the case, Ru Hua nodded in agreement. At Spring Breeze Tower, no one really cared about her until she met Chun Jansai, who helped redeem her and brought her into his home with honor. She was indeed so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Old Lady Chun hurriedly helped Ru Hua adjust her appearance, saying, "All right, you two quickly go inside and stop messing around." Chun Jan Kai and Ru Hua entered the house with their painted faces. After dealing with Chun Jan Kai, Chun Qingqing felt a great sense of relief, finally releasing her pent-up frustration. She smiled lightly, saying, "Okay, there's nothing more to do here. I should head home." "Qing girl, wait a moment," Sun called out to Chun Qingqing as she turned to leave. "What is it, second aunt? Do you need something?" "Yes, I have a small request." Sun glanced at Old Lady Chen and cautiously asked, "Qing girl, I want to plant sugar beets on the 4 acres of land over by West Mountain. Do you have any extra seeds?" Before Chun Qingqing could respond, Old Lady Chen exploded. "What are you trying to do, second daughter-in-law? Are you bored? Our family's matters are not your concern. Just take care of your own chores." Sun shook her head and sighed. "Mother, sugar beets grow well and yield a lot. Everyone in the village is planting them. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Enough. You have enough to eat and drink at home. Stop thinking about unrealistic things and hurry up and clean the table." After scolding Sun, Old Lady Chen put on a fake smile, saying, "Qing girl, our family isn't planting sugar beets, so don't listen to your second aunt's nonsense." Sun and Qin Zhanliang both thought that planting sugar beets on those few acres was the best idea, but their in-laws firmly disagreed. She thought that casually mentioning it in front of Wu Bao and would persuade her mother-in-law, but she was surprised by Old Lady Chen's outright refusal, leaving her no face at all. Sun was nearly at her breaking point. "Mother, the 4 acres of sandy land at West Mountain can't grow food. Planting sugar beets is better than leaving it abandoned. The Chun family is not yours to manage. If I say we won't plant, then we won't. Don't bring it up again. If we don't plant, then starving won't just affect me." Sun wiped away her tears and turned to clean up the leftovers on the table. Chun Qingqing understood Sun's struggles, but felt powerless. She said nothing and left the Qin family, without looking back. Wu Bao sighed. "Aunt, Qing girl advocates for planting sugar beets for the villagers' benefit. It could bring in some extra income. Why are you so against it?" Old Lady Chen scoffed. "Li Zheng, I don't like what you're saying.
Even if we plant sugar beets, it's Qing girl who will profit the most while we just suffer. Besides, who in the nearby villages has ever planted that? What if not a single seed sprouts? Who will take the blame? I'm just being cautious. The girl has already made a deal with me. If the beets don't grow, or she doesn't buy them, there will be a compensation of 300 coins per acre. If you don't get involved now, you'll miss out on this opportunity. What? If they don't grow, we still get paid. Grandma Chen was completely confused and said doubtfully, Are you sure? Is there really such a good deal? You're not tricking me, are you? Old man Chen felt excited and couldn't hold back any longer. Wife, I think this is a great idea. Our sandy land in Shishan doesn't grow crops anyway, so why not plant beets? Just stay out of it. What beets? That girl is just trying to scare us. You really believe such nonsense? Grandma Chen glared at him and then smiled at Wu Baoan. You know, my son Zhuangxi is now a scholar, so we won't have to pay taxes. Whether we plant beets or not doesn't really matter. I'll wait and see how the harvest is this year. If it's good, I'll think about planting beets next year. Wu Baoan shook his head helplessly, knowing that saying more wouldn't help. All right, do as you wish. Take good care of Zhuangxi, and I won't disturb you any longer. With that, he turned and left. Night fell. The noise of Nanshan village quieted down. Old man Chen glanced at the stout woman sitting nearby, her face smeared with cow dung, and frowned. Was his son blind to marry such an unattractive woman? Although she had her qualities, it was still hard to look at her. Finding a three-legged toad is rare, but there are plenty of two-legged people around. Anyone would be better than her. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. He frowned and, taking on a father's authority, sternly called out to Qin Zhuangxi, who was standing nearby. Zhuangxi, you ungrateful child, get down on your knees. At that moment, Chen Zhuangxi was lost in thought, knowing that it had already been over an hour. If he held on a little longer, he could wash his face and enjoy a lovely moment with his wife. Just as he was daydreaming, old man Chen's shout startled him. He replied irritably, Dad, why are you shouting? What did I do to deserve this punishment? Sitting on the Kong, Grandma Chen couldn't understand why her son chose such an odd partner. Not only was he unattractive, but he was also a woman from a questionable background, which was truly embarrassing. Before Grandpa Chen could speak, she angrily began to scold him. What were you thinking? You can marry a second wife if you want, but you can't bring home a woman from a brothel. You've brought shame to the Chen family, and how can your father and I show our faces to others now? Chen Zhuangxi was taken aback. He thought that no one would know where Ru Hua came from after he redeemed her from the Spring Breeze Pavilion. But unexpectedly, she had openly revealed her past, and now he couldn't hide it anymore. His expression was unreadable, and his tone was firm. Mom, what do you mean by a brothel woman? Although Ru Hua comes from that background, she is pure and a good person. She treats me well and is willing to share both hardships and joys with me. For that reason, I must take responsibility for her. If you think marrying Ru Hua brings shame to the family, then I will move out tomorrow and never return to Nanshan village to bother you again. Chen Zhuangxi dared to say this because he knew his parents couldn't bear to see him leave. He was right. Grandma Chen's face quickly brightened with a smile after hearing this. What nonsense are you talking? Since she is a good girl and you truly like her, then let her stay. Thank you, Mom. Chen Zhuangxi smiled widely, and with his face covered in dirt, it looked quite unappealing. At that moment, Ru Hua was touched by his words. Her eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face, creating 2 clean streaks on her dirty cheeks. Thank you, my husband. I knew I chose the right person. Don't worry, no matter if we are rich or poor in the future, as long as you are good to Ru Hua, I will always be good to you. After saying this, she wiped her tears, but the dirt on her hands turned into a sticky mess, making her feel nauseous, and she had to spit. Chen Zhuangxi didn't mind at all, and quickly patted her back. Hua, are you okay? Ru Hua shook her head. I'm fine, it's just this mess is too disgusting. I want to wash it off. Don't rush. That girl said we need to wait for 2 hours before washing it off. We have to endure a little longer, or we will have suffered for nothing. Okay, I will listen to you, my husband. Seeing the two of them exchanging glances, Lu Fengjiao felt no emotion, only disappointment and disgust towards Chen Jiansai. She stood up and pulled her son Chenjai. Son, let's go back to the house and sleep. Wait a moment. Chen Jiansai called out to Lu Fengjiao. Dear, today is my big day. You and Ji should move to the side room for a while. I will sleep with Ru Hua in the west room.
What?
You want me and Ji to sleep in the side room? Lu Fengjiao was taken aback, her eyes filled with surprise. The side room in the west has been empty since the main family moved out. It's dirty and messy. If you want to live there, you can, but Ji and I will not be moving. Lu Fengjiao firmly rejected Chen Jiansai's request. She knew that being too kind could lead to being taken advantage of. If she compromised today, she would have to endure everything in the future. As a woman from a brothel, she couldn't be that generous. Chen Jiansai, breathing heavily, glared at Lu Fengjiao with wide eyes. Why are you being so unreasonable? Ru Hua is just starting here. As the main family, shouldn't you take care of her? That's not my responsibility. I have no obligation to cater to your feelings. After saying this, Lu Fengjiao ignored him, took Shinji's hand, and headed to the west room without looking back. Ru Hua pouted, looking unhappy. Jiansai, you said you wouldn't let me suffer.
It seems like Sister Fengjiao is targeting me.
Am I not doing well enough? Chen Jiansai immediately smiled and comforted her. Don't think too much about it. It has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault for spoiling her. That's good to hear. Ru Hua said, glancing at Grandma Chen on the Kong, then climbed onto the bed. Jiansai, since sister won't give us a room, let's sleep here tonight. It's fine to squeeze in with Mom and Dad. Seeing this, Old Man Chen recalled how Ru Hua had chased him earlier and shivered, his voice changing. No way, that won't work. Jiansai, you need to take your new wife to the side room to sleep. Grandma Chen was also stunned. This new daughter-in-law, coming from that kind of place, was indeed bold. It would feel awkward for them to sleep on the same bed. She forced a smile and said, Ru Hua, you and Jiansai are newlyweds. It would be inconvenient to sleep on the same bed as us. Be a good girl and let Jiansai take you to the side room. Ru Hua waved her hand and laughed casually. Mom, what's inconvenient about being family? You and Dad can sleep at one end, and Jiansai and I can sleep at the other. We can do our own things without bothering each other. Just as Grandma Chen was about to speak, Old Man Chen interrupted firmly. No way. Absolutely not.
Why not?
I'm sleeping in this room. If Dad disagrees, then you can go sleep in the side room. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Little Fish eagerly picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and placed it in Chen Qingqing's bowl, looking at her with bright eyes. Wife, the meat is delicious. You should eat it. Chen Jianshan and his wife were already used to Little Fish's way of addressing them. It was just a title. There was no need to argue with someone who had lost their memory. Fortunately, Little Fish was not unpleasant. Aside from calling Chen Qingqing wife, he was quite well behaved, learning quickly and even mastering the tasks at the candy shop. You should eat too. Chen Qingqing naturally placed a piece of meat in Little Fish's bowl. Thank you, wife, Little Fish said, blowing on the piece before putting it in his mouth. Suddenly, he smiled. Wife, it was so funny watching them go crazy after you gave them the powder today. And you even smeared cow dung on their faces. They deserved it. Chen Qingqing was taken aback. She had secretly poisoned Chenjian's food. So, how did Little Fish find out? He had good observation skills. This kid was not simple. Luckily, he had lost his memory. Otherwise, he would be a troublemaker. Chen Jianshan stared at Chen Qingqing in shock. Did you drug your third uncle? Qing girl, even though your third uncle is despicable, you shouldn't harm others. Lin also chimed in. Chen Qingqing smiled and shook her head. Don't listen to Little Fish's nonsense. I don't have that ability. Little Fish immediately pouted, looking very wronged. Wife, I'm not talking nonsense. I saw it all. That scholar said you should clear the room for them to move in, and I saw you with a small medicine bottle. While they weren't paying attention, you threw the powder out, and then those two went crazy. Be quiet
and eat your food. Don't say silly things, or I won't pay attention to you anymore, Chen Qingqing said, shooting him a sharp look. Little Fish immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head to eat his rice. Chun Han couldn't help but laugh. Sister, Little Fish is really scared of you. But even if you did give third uncle a crazy potion, he deserves it for trying to take advantage of our family. He should learn that we are not to be messed with. Yes, yes. Let him go crazy forever, so he won't bully my wife, Little Fish agreed wholeheartedly. Chen Zhanshan sighed. Your third uncle is certainly in the wrong, but you shouldn't embarrass him in front of so many people. After all, he is a scholar now. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin shook her head disapprovingly. Husband, why are you worrying so much? That person has no conscience at all, and even wants to take our family property. He is simply a heartless person. Chen Qingqing did not want to admit her involvement and quickly explained, Dad, Mom, I didn't give them any medicine. They are really sick. Otherwise, the doctor from the neighboring village would have found out, right? Saying this, she shot a warning glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu bit his lip. Although he really saw what happened, since his wife didn't admit it, there must be a reason for that. He didn't dare to speak and immediately lowered his head to eat. Lin nodded and smiled. Exactly. My daughter is so kind. She not only treated them but even endured the disgust to apply cow dung on their faces. How could she poison them? Xiaoyu, you must not say such things in the future, or Qing will get hurt, understand? Okay, I remember. Xiaoyu nodded heavily, feeling like he had done something wrong. After dinner, Chun Han returned to his room to study. Xiaoyu followed Lin to clean up the dishes and prepare for the sugar-making process for the next day. Chun Zhanshan was busy heating the Kong with firewood. Now, everyone had their own room, and heating the Kong kept him occupied for a while. When they built the house, they designed it so that all rooms except for the guest room had Kangs. This was because winters in the north are too cold, and sleeping on a Kong is warm. Chen Qingqing also preferred sleeping on a Kong. Lying on the warm Kong was simply wonderful. Back in her room, Chen Qingqing entered her space. To make storage easier, she cleared out about 10 cubic meters of space in the outdoor rescue area to use as a temporary storage space. In one corner of the space, she stored all her earnings, and with the sale of deer antlers and cordyceps, she already had 60,000 taels of silver. At this rate, without needing to buy and sell goods from the space, she could live well in this era. Now, she could completely hand over the sugar workshop at home and planned to visit her older brother Chinfeng in town in a couple of days to help him open his restaurant. Then she could focus on starting a medical clinic, as that was her specialty. After finishing everything, it was already dark, and everyone went to bed early to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Qingqing was tidying up the house when she saw Daba rushing in from outside. Qingqing, the shopkeeper Li from the town is looking for you.
Shopkeeper?
Which shopkeeper Li? The one from Li's grocery store. Is it him? Chen Qingqing suddenly remembered that the first place she sold brown sugar was Li's grocery. However, Li, the shopkeeper, was cunning and dishonest, so she did not cooperate with him. Later, she encountered him a few times in town, and he expressed interest in buying from her, but she had already signed a contract with Lu's general store, which prevented her from selling to others for 3 years. So, she politely refused. Today, shopkeeper Li suddenly visited, likely still about the matter of purchasing. Thinking this, Chen Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Let's go see what he wants. Qingqing, those people don't seem friendly. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Li brought more than 10 people, including the town's butcher, who insists on seeing you. They all look fierce and threatening, so Uncle asked me to warn you to hide. Don't worry, I have no dealings with them. They won't dare to do anything to me. Let's go out and see what they want. At the entrance. Where's the person in charge? Hurry up and bring them out. We have a business deal to discuss with her, shouted the leading butcher, looking unruly. Chun Zhanshan stepped forward and said, My daughter is not here today. What do you want to discuss with me? Discuss with you? Can you make decisions? The butcher sneered. You may be the head of the family, but everyone in Nanshan village knows that your daughter is in charge. You can't make any real decisions. As soon as he finished speaking, his more than 10 followers burst into laughter, mocking him. How strange. A good family has a young girl in charge, and he thinks he can discuss anything with her. What is he even worth? Exactly, a grown man who can't even be the head of his own house. He might as well just go away. Ha ha ha, this is a case of a woman in charge while the man stands aside. It's truly unique in the Daming dynasty, and he should be embarrassed. I see him as a useless man living off others, pretending to be important. He should just get lost. Chun Shan did not take their insults to heart. Just as he was about to speak, Chun Qingqing walked over, and he quickly approached her. Qingqing, these people are clearly looking for trouble. You should go back. I can handle this.
Dad, don't worry.
I'll take care of this. When shopkeeper Li saw Chun Qingqing, he approached with a big smile and said, Miss Chun, you're even more charming and beautiful than before. Chun Qingqing chuckled lightly. Shopkeeper Li, what brings you here today? Miss Chun, I came here to discuss the supply issue with you. If you agree to provide me with goods, we can negotiate the price. I'm really sorry, but I have a contract with Lu's general store that prevents me from supplying anyone else for 3 years. If you're interested in cooperating, we can talk again after that. Although Mr. Li was quite upset by this response, he remembered his purpose for coming and tried to hide his anger. Before he could speak, the butcher Li lost his temper. Hey, you rude girl. My cousin is being polite, and you just refuse? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Seeing the butcher, Xiao Yu quickly stepped in front of Chun Qingqing. Try to touch my wife. Did you not get enough of a beating last time and want more? You big fool, I was just looking for you to settle the score. Remembering how Xiao Yu had hurt him last time, the butcher became furious and waved to the men behind him. Brothers, come with me and teach this big fool a lesson. A dozen strong men pulled out wooden sticks, ready to fight. Stop right there. Mr. Li shouted, lowering his voice to the butcher. Cousin, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you we are here to talk business, not to fight? Okay, I understand, big brother. I got a bit carried away. The butcher nodded repeatedly, glaring at Xiao Yu, but saying nothing more. Mr. Li smiled broadly. Miss Chun, we had a small misunderstanding last year that prevented us from becoming partners. I came today to ask for your forgiveness for my mistake. Chun Qingqing smiled lightly, unconcerned. Mr. Li, you worry too much. Business is about mutual agreement. If you are interested, we will have plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. No, Miss Chun. You misunderstand my intention. I came today not for the future, but to finalize this matter today. Did I not make myself clear, or did Mr. Li not understand my words? Chun Qingqing frowned, growing a bit impatient. Mr. Li shook his head and smiled. Of course, I understand Miss Chun's meaning. It's just that you have a contract with Lu's general store for exclusive sales. That's not a problem. As long as I don't mention sourcing from you, no one will know. Mr. Li, do you think this is just about money? As the saying goes, without trust, a person cannot stand. Without trust, a business cannot thrive. If I lose trust with others, it would be like destroying my own future. I cannot be like some people who only focus on immediate benefits and lose the basic reason and conscience of being a person. Hearing this, Manager Li was furious, though he still wore a smile on his face. Miss Chun, you are being too harsh. I haven't made you lose trust with anyone. You and Lu Ji can cooperate as you wish. I don't want to take everything for myself. I just want to buy goods from you. Seeing that Chun Qingqing was silent, he continued, if you agree, I can offer you 2 more coins per pound on top of the price at Lu Ji's general store. Manager Li thought this condition was quite tempting and was confident that Chun Qingqing would agree, as no one in the world dislikes money. Looking at the more than 10 people behind Manager Li, Chun Qingqing realized he was just looking for trouble. This was merely digging a pit for herself. There is no secret that doesn't come to light. If she greedily agreed, it wouldn't be long before Manager Lu would find out. The contract clearly stated that she could only supply goods to Manager Lu for 3 years, and if she supplied to anyone else, she would have to compensate Lu Ji's general store 50 times the loss. The compensation wasn't the main issue. Losing her integrity was. She would never let someone as cunning as Manager Lee get his way. A hint of annoyance flashed in Chun Qingqing's eyes. Manager Lee, there's no need to say more. I've made my position clear. If there's nothing else, please leave. You ungrateful girl. How can you not know what's good for you? Butcher Lee shouted, unable to contain himself. My brother came to do business with you because he values you. Don't push your luck. Chun Qingqing scoffed coldly. A butcher should stop showing off here. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. You're really asking for it, Butcher Lee said, rolling up his sleeves to fight. Little Fish wouldn't give him that chance. He rushed forward and slapped Butcher Lee hard. Butcher Lee stumbled, his face turning red, and he saw stars. After a moment, he shook his head and pointed at Little Fish, shouting, You big fool. You hit me. I'll make you pay for this. Just as he tried to charge forward, Little Fish kicked him down, and he fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to get up. Manager Lee was shocked by this sudden turn of events. He didn't want to escalate the situation and quickly went to help Butcher Lee up. Brother, are you okay? Big brother, did you see that? This fool started it first. There's a limit to what we can tolerate. Lee the Butcher was furious and waved his hand to the dozen or so men behind him. Brothers, let's go together and take down this big fool. The strong men were already stunned by Xiao Yu's skills. They didn't expect him to be so quick. Before they realized what was happening, Lee the Butcher was knocked to the ground. If they rushed in, it would just be asking for trouble. They all raised their wooden sticks, pretending to be ready to attack, but they had no intention of actually doing it. Seeing their cowardly behavior, Lee the Butcher shouted angrily, What are you waiting for? Get in there. Big brother, it seems this fool is tougher than he looks. Yeah, big brother, it's not worth it to fight him. What if we accidentally hurt him? Exactly. Bullying a fool will just make us a laughingstock. Why don't we back off? The strong men began to retreat, arguing among themselves, but not daring to approach. Stop talking nonsense and get in there. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Lee the Butcher kicked one of them from behind. Reluctantly, they raised their sticks and surrounded Xiao Yu. Chun Qingqing, worried about Xiao Yu, stepped in front of him and warned the men, Do you have no sense of justice? What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Get out of my house. Lee the Butcher sneered. What justice? My fist is the law. Brothers, attack. More than 10 ruffians charged forward with their sticks. Chun Qingqing, unfazed, was a black belt in Taekwondo. Although it was a bit challenging to deal with a few ruffians, she was holding her own. One man with a scar on his face swung a stick at her head. Chun Qingqing dodged to the side, and the stick missed. The scarred man lost his balance and stumbled forward. Chun Qingqing seized the opportunity and swept his legs, causing him to fall hard. Several more rushed at her, but she skillfully avoided their attacks. She spotted a chance and kicked a big guy coming from the left, sending him stumbling back several steps. At this moment, Xiao Yu was surrounded by 7 or 8 big men. Although Xiao Yu had martial arts skills, he didn't dare to use his full strength. He was afraid of accidentally hurting these ruffians. Lee the Butcher kept shouting from the side, You all hit him hard. Just take him down, and the others won't dare to come at us. Little Fish wanted to deal with the people in front of him to help Chun Qingqing, but they held him back tightly. His eyes burned with anger, and he wanted to strike one of them down. However, he remembered what Chun Qingqing had told him before, not to fight and not to harm others. He suppressed his killing intent and used only a fraction of his strength to knock the troublemakers to the ground. Facing their relentless attacks, Chun Qingqing started to feel overwhelmed. The scar-faced man who had just been thrown down was looking for a chance to strike. Seeing that Chun Qingqing was struggling, he sneered to himself, thinking, You made me eat dirt, so I'll make sure to hurt you now. He quietly moved behind Chun Qingqing, ready to hit her with a stick. When Little Fish saw that Chun Qingqing was in danger, his pupils shrank and his heart raced. If that thick stick hit her, he couldn't think anymore. He threw aside all warnings about fighting and harming others. Watch out, my dear, he shouted, kicking one of the troublemakers away. In an instant, he appeared in front of Chun Qingqing, turning his body to protect her, but the falling stick struck his head. Little Fish felt like his head was about to explode, and a wave of pain washed over him. The scene in front of him became blurry, and the noise around him faded away. Memories flooded back, being poisoned by a trusted brother, being chased, and his subordinates risking their lives to protect him. Getting lost, suffering from poison, and falling off a cliff during a fight. Chun Qingqing heard Little Fish's shout and sensed the danger behind her. She turned to see the stick about to fall and instinctively tried to dodge, but the attackers held her tightly, not giving her a chance. It was over. That blow would surely injure her badly, or worse. With no way to escape, she closed her eyes to brace for impact. A dull thud echoed, but instead of the expected pain, she felt someone protecting her. She quickly realized it was Little Fish who had saved her. As she saw him slowly collapsing, her breath caught in her throat, and she hurriedly held him close, anxiously asking, "Little Fish, are you okay?" The group of strong men panicked, thinking someone had been seriously hurt, and they didn't know what to do. The butcher recalled the scene in Anyang County, where he was beaten by Xiao Yu, and anger surged within him. He mustered his courage and shouted, "Brothers, let's hit them hard. If anything happens, I'll take the blame."
Alright, Li Ye.
With your word, we have nothing to fear. The group of strong men surrounded Chun Qingqing and Xiao Yu, preparing to attack. At that moment, Xiao Yu lay on the ground, dazed and motionless. Seeing the approaching troublemakers, Chun Qingqing became furious. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she focused her thoughts, grabbed her crossbow, and shouted, "You're asking for trouble." Without hesitation, she aimed the crossbow at the butcher's head, intending to shoot him. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. She didn't want to get blood on her hands, and besides, if she killed someone, the authorities would not let her off easily. Thinking this, Chun Qingqing lowered her aim and shot at the butcher's thigh. With a cry of pain, the butcher rolled on the ground, holding his leg, while the others were terrified by the scene and began to retreat. Li Zhonggui didn't even see how Chun Qingqing had shot. Suddenly, the butcher had an arrow in his leg. Knowing that staying would only lead to more trouble, he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, let's retreat quickly." Upon hearing this, the group of troublemakers hurriedly helped the butcher escape. Chun Qingqing watched as Li Zhonggui ran away, her eyes filled with anger. She raised her crossbow again and aimed for his thigh. If they dared to come to her home looking for trouble, she couldn't just let it go. Even if she couldn't take their lives, they needed to know she was not to be messed with. As Li Zhonggui ran forward, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Looking down, he saw that an arrow had pierced his calf. Everything went dark, and he fainted from the pain. The group of troublemakers felt even more terrified, a chill running down their spines. To be hit from such a distance. If it had been in the head, they didn't dare to think further, and hurriedly helped Li Zhonggui crawl away from the village. Chun Qingqing quickly put away her crossbow and looked down at Xiao Yu, who was still dazed and motionless. Worried, she thought, Xiao Yu's mind hasn't recovered yet. This blow won't make him worse. With a worried expression, she said, "Xiao Yu, are you okay? Please don't scare me." At that moment, everyone gathered around, their faces filled with concern. Chun Zhanshan had been injured in one leg and was limping as he walked. De Bao's clothes had been torn during the fight, and his face was bruised, causing him to wince in pain. Lin's situation wasn't much better. She was worried about her daughter getting hurt, so she rushed to join the fight but was pushed to the ground by a strong troublemaker, hitting her forehead on a stone mill, and now there was blood seeping out. She quickly asked, "Qing girl, how is Xiao Yu? Is he hurt? Qing, is Xiao Yu okay?"
Zabao asket ansio Li.
Chun Qingqing didn't have time to answer, and hurried to check on Xiao Yu. She found his pulse steady and normal. Just as she was about to take him inside to check him properly, Xiao Yu slowly said, "Don't worry, my dear, I'm fine." "You scared me. I thought you were really hurt," Chun Qingqing said, relieved, and gave Xiao Yu's hand a gentle pat. Xiao Yu felt warmth in his heart, but quickly hid his sharp gaze. "I'm not foolish." "Good. As long as you're not foolish." Chun Qingqing finally felt at ease. At that moment, Wu Baohan was having breakfast when he saw Da Long rushing into the house. Hearing that someone was causing trouble at Qing Girl's house, he quickly put on his shoes and gathered a dozen villagers to come over. Seeing the mess in the yard, he was furious. Qing Girl, where are the troublemakers? Uncle Li, they have already run away. What happened? How did you offend them? Wu Baohan asked, confused. Chen Qingqing explained the whole situation. Chen Zhanshan, looking worried, added, Uncle Li, Qing Girl hurt 2 people. I'm afraid they will report it to the authorities. If the officials come, please say it was me who hurt them. We can't let them take Qing Girl away. Don't worry, Dad. They wouldn't dare report it, Chen Qingqing said before Wu Baohan could respond. They came looking for trouble. If they dare to report it, I will ask them for compensation. Wu Baohan nodded in agreement. Yes, Qing Girl is right. Zhanshan, don't worry. Those people are just asking for trouble. They wouldn't dare report it. Even if they do, we aren't afraid. They started the fight, and hurting them is self-defense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Laohan and his wife, watching the commotion outside, were furious. They thought someone would deal with Chen Qingqing today. If they could just injure her or get her into trouble, everything she had would belong to them. But now there's no hope. The old couple returned home with disappointed faces. This scene made the old Chen couple, who were watching from outside, very angry. They thought someone would deal with Chen Qingqing today, either by seriously hurting her or getting her into legal trouble, and then everything she had would belong to them. But now there was no hope, and the couple returned home looking frustrated. As they walked, Mrs. Chen kept complaining, these useless fools, all big and strong, and they can't even handle that girl. But now there's no hope. The old couple returned home with disappointed faces. This scene made the old Chen couple, who were watching, exactly, it's frustrating to watch them, Mr. Chen said, grinning with schadenfreude. Those people are really stupid. Why are they trying to hit that girl? With so many of them surrounding her, they should be able to take her down. Right? If they actually managed to kill her, all that wealth would be ours. Don't worry, dear. That girl has made enemies. The butcher and his gang are all troublemakers who usually bully others. They've never faced this kind of humiliation. Sooner or later, that girl will be set up, and then Chen Zhanshan and his wife will be at our mercy. You're right, let's just wait for that day. The two joked as they entered the yard and saw Chen Zhan and Ru Hua just getting up. Dad, Mom, you're out so early? Chen Zhan said, stretching as he walked out of the house. Mr. Chen shot him a glare. Early? The sun is almost up. Dad, what kind of talk is that? I just got up a bit later. Is it necessary to mock me like this? Don't forget your status as a scholar. You need to take care of yourself and focus on your studies. You can't be distracted by romance all the time. Mr. Chen recalled the sounds from last night and felt a chill for his son. This was not something an ordinary person could handle. If it continued like this, he would wear himself out. Mrs. Chen added with a smile, Son, your dad is right. We're counting on you to bring glory to our family, so take care of yourself, okay? Hearing this, Chen Zhan felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly touched his nose. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. Good, as long as you understand. Last night, Grandma Chen couldn't sleep well and felt pain all over her body. She quickly said, Zhan Kai, come to my room. I need to talk to you about something.
Mom, what do you need to say?
I also wanted to talk to you. Chen Zhan Kai let Grandma Chen and Grandpa Chen into the room. Ru Hua, can you check the kitchen to see if there's any food left? I'm really hungry. Okay, just wait a moment. Ru Hua turned and left the room. Mom, what do you want to say? Chen Zhan Kai asked. The two side rooms had always been where the main house lived. They didn't know how bad it was until they slept there. It was shocking. The room was not fit for sleeping, and the bedding was damp enough to wring out water. There was also a musty smell inside. If she had to sleep there for a few nights, her old bones wouldn't handle it. Grandma Chen sighed and then gently patted her legs. Son, I'm getting older and can't stand the dampness. I felt terrible after sleeping in the side room last night. How about you? And Ru Hua moved to the side room for a while. Mom,
Ru Hua is your new daughter-in-law. How can you let her stay in the side room? Zhang Kai, you can still sleep in the west room, which won't affect your studies. Let Ru Hua stay in the side room for a few months. When you pass the autumn exam, I'll build you 2 nice rooms, okay?
Mom, how can you say that?
Ru Hua grew up in a comfortable place and has never faced hardship. Making her sleep in the side room is like sending her away. No, I won't agree. Zhang Kai firmly refused. Grandma Chen felt a bit angry. They say that once a man marries, he forgets his mother. She used to live in the side room and didn't know how they managed to sleep there. It wasn't easy. She felt a moment of guilt, but it quickly disappeared. She frowned and shook her head. Son, if Ru Hua can't handle hardship, can you bear to see me suffer? Of course, I care about you, Mom, but I paid for Ru Hua. If she runs away, wouldn't that be a waste of money? With her attitude, you still spent money? Grandma Chen looked surprised. Grandpa Chen couldn't help but scold. You reckless child, don't you know our family situation? Are you trying to drive your mother and me to our limits? Dad, Mom, I didn't spend the family's money. Ru Hua gave me her own money. He almost let it slip, so Zhang Kai quickly changed the subject. To avoid living in that dark and damp thatched house, he started talking nonsense. Even though I am now a respected scholar, I cannot stop here. I want to take the autumn exam and become a successful candidate. I need to study hard, but the dark room is so dim that I can't see anything without a light. How can you expect me to study in such an environment? Old Chin shook his head. Zhang Kai, you know your mother's old leg troubles. When it flares up, she can hardly move. You think the dark room is bad? Just add a few more lights.
Dad, it's easy for you to say that.
Lighting oil costs money. Zhang Kai started rambling. I have developed a good habit of being frugal over the years. I can't waste even a little. I study until midnight every night, and to save on oil, I read by moonlight. If you really don't want me to succeed, then I'll just move to the dark room, and I won't have to wake up to study at midnight. When old Chen heard this, she panicked. She was counting on enjoying a good life with her son. As the saying goes, to show off in front of others, one must first endure hardships. To stand tall in the future, to live in luxury, to have delicious food every day, and to manage that stubborn girl well, she thought, we've endured tough times before. Now, sleeping in the dark room is nothing. Thinking of this, she smiled and nodded. Zhang Kai, my good son, from your frugality, I know you will succeed. You and Ru Hua can stay in this house. Don't go anywhere. Just focus on your studies. Good days are ahead.
You're right, Mom.
Good days are coming soon. When I pass the exam, I'll ask Wu Bao and to help us find a new piece of land to build a big house with many rooms. You and Dad can choose any room you like, and if you feel uncomfortable at night, you can switch rooms anytime. Oh my, isn't that just a waste of effort? What about sleep? Old Chen laughed, charmed by his words. Old Chen also had a smile on his face, shaking his head and waving his hands. No, just the 2 of us don't need such a big house. 3 big rooms are enough. To get to the main point, Chen Jiansai started to dream big.
Dad, you're wrong to think that way.
We should do what we can. If I pass the exam, I will succeed. Once I become an official, it means wealth. An official's home can't be poor, right? A house with 4 courtyards is too small. We need one with 5. Then I can hire dozens of servants for you, so you can enjoy your old age. You can have whatever you want, and the servants will take care of it. That's the good life, where everything is taken care of. Old Chen listened, smiling widely. Good son, with your filial piety, I am already satisfied. But it's not the right time to talk about this. If you can pass the exam, that will be the best reward for me. Yes, son, you need to work hard to pass the exam in the fall. Then I, as your mother, can walk proudly in Nanshan village, Chen's mother said, beaming. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'm confident I will succeed. Chen Jiansai felt it was time to get serious. Now, there are less than 6 months until the fall exam. I need to go to Ningjing 2 months early, and the travel expenses will be quite a lot. So, Mom and Dad, you need to prepare in advance.
If we can't gather enough money for the trip, I would have to wait 3 years, and that would be tough. Hearing this, Chen's mother felt a tightness in her chest. She had been daydreaming and forgot about this important matter. To pass the exam, he needed to go to Ningjing for the county test, which was a long journey and a significant expense. Suddenly, she had an idea. Son, you know our situation. We only have a few bags of grain left and nothing valuable. You and Fengjiao have some savings, right? Why not use that? Yes. Don't you have 250 taels of silver? Why ask for more money from us? Old Chen agreed. Chun Jiansai was taken aback and felt a bit discouraged. He didn't have any silver left. All the betrothal money for marrying Chen Ruolin had already been spent by them. He couldn't let his parents know about this. It had to be a secret, or they would be very upset. He sighed dramatically. Mom, that silver is Ruolin's personal money. As a scholar with status, how can I use it without permission? That would be like stealing. If word got out, people would laugh at me. Zhang Kai, you're overthinking it. If you don't say anything, no one will know. Besides, just use it for now. Once you succeed, that little bit of money won't matter. Just give her a bit more. Oh dear. Why can't you understand? Chun Zhang Kai had no choice but to lie. We already gave the 250 taels of silver to Ruolan. What? You gave it all to Ruolan? Grandma Chen stomped her feet in distress. You're being foolish. How could you give her all the money? There's a saying, once a daughter is married, she's like spilled water. Why didn't you think about your own future? Now look, you're out of money. This is going to be the end of me. Yes, Zhang Kai, you really messed this up. The Fan family is wealthy in our town. Ruolan will have money to spend after marrying into that family. Now that you've given all the money to Ruolan, how will you go to the exams in Ningjing? Grandpa Chen was also frustrated, hitting his head. Chen Zhang Kai shrugged and scoffed. What's the big deal? If there's no money, then don't take the exam. Why are you both so upset? What nonsense are you talking? Grandpa Chen was almost furious. If you don't take the exam, all the hard work your mother and I put into raising you will be for nothing. Yes, son, you're hurting your mother with your words. Grandma Chen was anxious, clapping her hands. We sacrificed so much for your education. Your father and I went without food and clothes. After 20 years of hard study, you finally passed the first exam. Now, if you don't take the next one, how can your mother enjoy a good life with you? Seeing them in a panic, Chen Zhang Kai felt secretly pleased. He thought, let them worry about money. I'll make sure to get what I want from these two old folks. Even though he felt satisfied inside, he pretended to be troubled. Mother, it's not that I don't want to take the exam. I just don't want to make things hard for you. Grandma Chen shook her head. Son, you are my hope. I've given you the best of everything so you can have a good life. I'm not afraid of a little hardship now. It's just money. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you can take the autumn exam. Thank you, Mother. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Chun Jiansai let out a long sigh, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He had heard that Ningjing was a bustling place filled with all kinds of delicious food, and the lively streets were full of excitement. He had even heard about foreign women with blue eyes and others with very dark skin, which he thought was quite a spectacle. He had always wanted to broaden his horizons and experience the charm of foreign lands. Old Chen had a worried look on his face and shook his head repeatedly. Wife, it's easy for you to say. We're so poor right now. Where are we going to get money? I thought hosting a banquet would bring in some contributions, but in the end, we neither lost nor gained anything. It was all for nothing. Yes, we had good intentions. If we could have collected a few dozen taels of silver, we wouldn't be so worried. But who knew those stubborn folks would be so stingy? Just when we thought we had a big opportunity, that stubborn girl took it all back. It's infuriating, old Chen's wife said, recalling the situation with anger. Chun Jiansai frowned and said angrily, that ungrateful girl. I think she's gone mad with poverty. She charged us 2 taels for a few needles and smeared cow dung on her face. It's outrageous. If I get the chance later, I will make sure she learns a lesson. You're right, son. If we don't get back at her, I won't enjoy my meals.
But now is not the time to talk about that. We need to think carefully about how to get you the money for the exam, old Chen's wife said, glancing at old Chen. Don't look at me. I have no way to get money, old Chen replied, his expression tense. Old Chen's wife pouted in dissatisfaction and shot him an annoyed glance. Stop being so nervous. You think you can die? If we were depending on you, we would have starved long ago. If you can't help, just keep quiet. There's no need for so much talk. Old Chen shrank back at her words. Though he didn't dare to speak up, he felt quite resentful. This stubborn woman seemed to take her frustrations out on him. If she thinks she's so clever, let her figure it out. Where will she find the money? Old Chen's wife thought hard. This season was tough, and their food supplies were low, so selling grain was not an option. Their second son was already lazy and often slacked off at work. Asking him to carry heavy bags at the dock would be difficult, especially since he would only earn 10 coins a day, and that wasn't guaranteed. That little bit of money wouldn't be enough. She racked her brain but couldn't think of a solution. Frowning, she sighed, Zhang Kai, don't rush. Just focus on your studies, and we'll figure out the money situation later. Chun Zhang Kai looked unhappy. If the money issue isn't resolved, how can I concentrate on studying? Old man Chen didn't want to interfere, but he couldn't hold back any longer. He suggested cautiously, son, why don't you ask Ruolan for some money to get through this tough time? Once you pass the exam, you can pay her back. What do you think? Old Lady Chen nodded in agreement, smiling widely. Yes, that's a good idea. The Fan family is wealthy, and now that you've become a scholar, they will surely help you out. Chun Zhang Kai's expression darkened instantly. He replied angrily, Dad, Mom, what kind of idea is that? How can a son-in-law borrow money from his father-in-law? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Old man Chen quickly smiled and said, Son, this is just a temporary solution. Once you pass the exam, your reputation will be restored. Your father is right. Right now, you need to set aside your pride. Nothing is more important than your exam, Old Lady Chen added. I won't go. It's embarrassing.
Chen Zhan Kai Flauen.
The Fan family was his last resort. When he didn't pass the exam before, Fan Tong didn't even look at him. Now that he was a scholar, surely they wouldn't look down on him anymore. In a few days, he could visit the Fan family under the pretext of buying writing supplies, and he was sure Fan Tong would welcome him with a smile. Then he could secretly ask Ruolan for some money to enjoy later. Old Lady Chen was almost in tears. If you won't borrow money from the Fan family, what do you suggest we do? Chun Zhan Kai thought for a moment. Mom, how about selling some of our grain? Seeing him consider selling grain, Old Lady Chen quickly shook her head. No, we don't have enough food as it is. If we sell it, we'll be left with nothing. Mom, it's not as serious as you say. Last year, you said the same thing about selling grain, but we managed to get by. Son, last year, Dabao helped with money for food. We were able to survive on rice bran and corn. If we sell our grain now, do you think Dabao will still help us? A hint of despair flashed in Old Lady Chen's eyes. Last year, eating rice bran made her feel dizzy, and going to the bathroom was a struggle. She never wanted to eat rice bran again. Chun Jansai widened his eyes, feeling a bit impatient. Then what should I do? If I don't have enough money, how can I go to the exam? Son, don't rush. I still have a little money. I can give it all to you, his mother replied. Oh, my dear mother, you are so wonderful. I didn't expect you to have some savings, Chen Jansai said, his eyes lighting up at the thought of money. What savings? You know our family situation. Old Lady Chen shook her head with a bitter smile. A few days ago, you gave me some money. After paying for the feast and adding the gifts received, I can barely gather a few taels of silver. If you are careful with your spending on the way, it should be enough. Hearing this, Chen Jansai rolled his eyes. Mother, are you serious? The journey to Ningjing is long, and it takes several months to go back and forth. A few taels of silver won't be enough. I'm going to take an exam, not to suffer. As the saying goes, a poor family makes for a rich journey. When traveling, one should prepare more money for unexpected situations. If I pass the exam but run out of money halfway and starve, wouldn't that be a pity? Enough, enough. Old Lady Chen's expression changed, and she spat on the ground a few times, pretending to be angry. You child, if it's not enough, just say so. Why say such unlucky things? Then she asked, how much do you think is appropriate? How much is appropriate? I need to think about it, Chen Jiansai replied. He calculated in his mind that if he was frugal, 10 taels of silver would be enough for the round trip. However, the journey to Ningjing was long, and with his stamina, walking would be exhausting. He would need to hire someone to help, stay in decent inns, and eat well. If he got too tired, how could he participate in the exam? After the exam, he wanted to explore Ningjing and experience the sights he had longed for. The thought made his heart race, and he couldn't help but smile. Old Lady Chen noticed him lost in thought and looked at him with a furrowed brow, puzzled. Son, what's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. Chen Jiansai snapped back to reality, quickly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and clearing his throat. Mother, even though the journey is tough, I can start walking to Ningjing early. I can save money by eating and drinking sparingly and sleeping outdoors. But even with that, I roughly calculated that I would need at least 100 taels of silver.
What?
100 taels. Are you trying to take our lives? Unable to stay silent, the old man Chen couldn't help but speak out. Old Lady Chen was shocked and widened her eyes, saying, Son, how can you spend so much money? Chen Jiansai didn't expect such a reaction from them. He frowned and began to complain. What's wrong? Is 100 taels of silver too much? I'm actually saying less. Other wealthy students take carriages or ride horses to the exam, and they bring thousands with them. I know our family is struggling, so to ease your worries, I plan to walk there. But you should understand that it will take at least 2 or 3 months for a round trip. Am I supposed to not eat or drink during that time? If I get sick, how can I afford a doctor? Everything I said earlier was pointless. It's easy at home, but difficult outside. Don't you understand this? It seems you want the horse to run but don't want it to eat grass. If that's how you feel, I might as well find a teaching job at home and forget about taking the exams. If I starve in the wilderness, it would be better to just survive somehow. After hearing this, Old Lady Chen anxiously grabbed her hair. Son, what are you saying? You are our hope, the apple of our eye. We love you deeply. How can we not care for you? Isn't it just money? We will find a way. You are meant to be a great official. How can you talk about teaching? Then hurry and find a way to gather the money. I need to leave early. If I delay on the road and miss the exam, it will all be for nothing. Don't worry, son. I have already thought of a way. As long as you are willing to go, I guarantee you won't come back empty-handed. What plan? What do you want me to do? Chen Jiansai was taken aback. Old Lady Chen rubbed her hands together and smiled. You should go to Feng Jiao's father, your father-in-law. He has plenty of land and grain. Just ask him, and I don't believe he won't lend you some. No way, no way. Chen Jiansai immediately refused without thinking. Mother, what kind of nonsense is this? You know what kind of person my father-in-law is. He is very materialistic. And my brothers-in-law are worse than animals. When they see me, they act like I'm a mad dog and beat me with sticks. I would rather die poor than have anything to do with those people again. Please forget this idea. He said this because he had concerns. If he passed the exam, he would become a respected official whom everyone would try to please. But if he failed, he would still be a poor scholar. With his father-in-law and those few brothers-in-law, even if they didn't beat him, they would block the door to demand money, which would be very embarrassing. Mrs. Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, Chen Jiansai's eyes darted around, and he smirked as he came up with a bad idea. Mom, we have land, right? Why not sell a few acres? Hearing him talk about selling their land, Mr. Chen immediately exploded with anger. That's nonsense. We only have those few acres left. If we sell them, our whole family will have no way to survive. Dad, what did I say wrong? Why are you so upset? Selling land is just for urgent needs. Chen Jiansai pulled a face, clearly unhappy. You're too stubborn and not thinking clearly. You're fixated on those few acres. If you really need more land, once I pass the exam, I can buy you hundreds of acres to farm as much as you want. What nonsense are you talking? How can I farm hundreds of acres by myself? Do you think I'm a beast of burden? No matter what, we cannot sell the land. Enough. Stop talking and scaring everyone. Mrs. Chen shot Mr. Chen a glare and then smiled at Chen Jiansai. Son, your father is right. We only have about 10 acres left, and this land is essential for our family's survival. We cannot sell it. Let's think of another way. If this won't work and that won't work, what do you suggest we do? Don't worry, don't worry. As the saying goes, there will always be a way when the time comes. There must be a solution. Though Mrs. Chen said this, her heart was in turmoil. If they couldn't gather the money, her son couldn't take the exam. Without the exam, he couldn't become an official. If he couldn't become an official, she wouldn't enjoy wealth and honor. Without wealth and honor, she couldn't hold her head high in front of the big house or in front of the villagers. This was more painful than death for her. Since the big house was driven out by her, life has been getting better. The villagers have been making sarcastic remarks in front of her, saying she is unlucky for not appreciating her granddaughter and pushing her away. They even criticize her behind her back, saying she deserves it and that she is blind to the situation. This is making her very angry, and she still holds onto her resentment. As long as the third son passes the exam, she can find a chance to humiliate the big house. But where can she get the 100 taels of silver? Selling the land? No way. If she sells the land, the second couple would cause a huge uproar. The whole family relies on the second family to manage things. If they stop working, who'll do all the chores? So, selling the land is not an option. What about borrowing? The only one with money in Nanshan village is that heartless girl, and she definitely won't lend her any money. What to do? Just then Lu Fengjiao walked in. Mother, this is not difficult. I have already thought of a solution for you. Lu Fengjia had overheard their conversation and felt really disappointed. She didn't want to get involved in Chen Jiansai's matters, but then she thought about how Wang Qizhang was not a good person and had nearly caused her harm. If she could use the title of a scholar, it might scare him off. If her own man could really pass the exam, they might be able to go to Anyang County to work as officials, allowing her to escape from Qingshui town, which could be a way out for herself. When Chen Laodai heard this, she perked up. Good daughter-in-law, what's your plan? Tell me. Chen Jiansai eagerly approached, grabbing Lu Fengjiao's hand and sitting beside her. My dear wife, please tell us your good plan. Stop pretending to be nice now that you know my worth. Lu Fengjiao suppressed her disgust and playfully rolled her eyes at him, then turned to Chen Laodai with a smile. Mother, don't get anxious. I've already thought of a way that doesn't involve selling land or borrowing money. As long as the person involved is unaware, we can easily get the 100 taels of silver. Oh, that sounds good. Hurry and tell me, what's the plan? Yes, my wife, stop keeping us in suspense and just say it. Chen Jiansai urged, rubbing his hands together. Lu Fengjiao cleared her throat and lowered her voice. Don't forget, our town's tooth dealer is a good place. As long as we have the right person, we can definitely get a good price. Are you talking about human teeth? Chen Laotai was taken aback. Chen Jiansai understood the meaning behind Lu Fengjiao's eyes and excitedly clapped his hands. Right. How did I forget this place? Old Chen shivered, feeling goosebumps all over, and instinctively covered his pants. He knew that the local pawn shop specialized in human trafficking, where women were sold as slaves or prostitutes, and most men were castrated to become eunuchs. He trembled as he asked, What do you mean? Do you want me to become a eunuch? That wouldn't be good. Hearing this, old Chen's wife glared at him in anger. Stop causing trouble. At your age, no one would want you as a eunuch. That's good to hear. I thought you were going to sell me for money. Old Chen sighed in relief and then asked, So, who do you plan to sell? Old Chen's wife swallowed nervously and asked tentatively, You don't mean you want me to sell your second brother or sister-in-law, do you? I wouldn't dare do such a thing. I'm mainly afraid they would retaliate. Lu Fengjiao almost laughed out loud at this. Mom, what are you thinking? With how they look, they wouldn't fetch a high price. So, what do you mean? Lu Fengjiao snorted. If we can't deal with that stubborn girl, let's target that troublesome boy. We'll find a way to lure him out and then sell him to the pawn shop. That way, all our problems will be solved. Great, that's wonderful. Chen Jiansai happily slapped his thigh. He had never liked Chen Han. That boy seemed too clever for his own good, excelling everywhere. If he surpassed him, it would be troublesome. Only by ruining him could he feel secure. No matter how smart Chen Han was, if he became useless, he wouldn't be able to take the imperial exams, as the Daming dynasty didn't allow disabled people to enter government service. Old Chen felt a bit guilty. In farming families, having many sons was a source of pride. Although the eldest son had been sent away, Chen Han was still part of the Chen family. He shook his head and sighed. This doesn't seem right. Isn't it a bit cruel? Chen Jiansai shot him an annoyed glance. Dad, you agreed to send my older brother to the palace. Why are you pretending to be a good person now? I agreed to send your brother to the palace for a reason. First, he was older and wouldn't contribute much at home. Second, older people could survive in the palace. But Chen Han is so young. Sending him there would be like sending him to his death. Lu Fengjiao squinted her eyes and smirked before speaking. Dad, what are you saying? What's wrong with this? Think about it. Ever since the big house separated from us, they act like enemies. None of them have a good heart. If they had any conscience, they wouldn't just watch us worry over such small matters. So, we must not be soft-hearted when dealing with such people. I think Fengjiao is right. Those heartless folks from the big house, why should we talk about kindness and morality with them? Chen Jiansai said, looking at Grandma Chen. Mom, Fengjiao's idea is good. Now it's up to you. Grandma Chen shook her head. Fengjiao's idea is indeed good, but that little brat Chen Han goes crazy when he sees your dad and me. We can't do anything. Old man Chen realized he couldn't win against them and, with no other way to get money, decided to be tough for the sake of future wealth and honor. You're right. Don't be fooled by how quiet Chen Han seems. He's cleverer than he looks. Ordinary tricks won't work on him, unless... Unless what? Grandma Chen asked quickly. Old man Chen gestured with his hands. Unless we use force like a sneak attack. What a terrible idea you have. Grandma Chen glared at him. Being reckless could lead to trouble. If we accidentally hurt him, it would all be for nothing. We need a foolproof plan. If we can trick that little brat into town and sell him, everything will be fine. But who can lure him out? The group was puzzled. After a moment, Lu Fengjiao smiled lightly. Mom, this kind of thing is pointless for others. It has to be you and Dad who handle it. Grandma Chen looked troubled. No, Fengjiao, didn't I just say that little brat doesn't trust me? If it fails, it could alert them, and then we won't be able to act later. Right. Mom is making sense. Chen Jiansai nodded and added, if we're going to do this, we must do it quietly and make sure it succeeds without any mistakes. Son, what do you mean? Grandma Chen asked. Chen Jiansai smirked slightly. You can't handle this. I'll have to personally trick that little brat. Grandma Chen nodded. It seems we have no choice. But be careful, son. Don't let anyone find out. Yes, Zhang Kai, this is illegal, and it could land you in jail, Chen Laohan kindly reminded him. Chen Laotai, angry, shouted, You can't say anything nice, can you? What law am I breaking? What jail? You've lived your life so timidly, never achieving anything. You'll never get ahead. If you can't speak well, just keep your mouth shut. Chen Laohan was furious, but felt he couldn't respond. Chen Zhang Kai confidently smiled. Don't worry, I will handle it quietly. But if I manage to lure that kid out, the rest will be up to you, Mom, since I'm just a scholar and not good at dealing with tough people. All right, it's settled then. You'll bring that kid to town, and your father and I will take care of the rest. Finally, Chen Laotai felt relieved as she thought of a way to help her son with his studies. Chen Zhang Kai took the opportunity to dream big, making the elderly couple very happy. When his stomach started growling, he remembered he hadn't eaten breakfast and quickly said to Lu Fengjiao, Wife, please check on Ru Hua. I asked her to prepare some food, but she hasn't come back yet. I'm so hungry. Okay, I'll go see your sister Ru Hua. Lu Fengjiao reluctantly turned and left the room. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she was stunned by the sight before her. The floor was covered in discarded eggshells, and Ru Hua was seriously mixing eggs in a bowl. Ru Hua, what are you doing? Lu Fengjiao exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Ru Hua was lost in thought, recalling her days at Chunfeng Building. Before meeting Qin Zhangkai, she had no customers, and the madam made her do odd jobs. She had to clean and cook, thinking her life would always be like this. But unexpectedly, good fortune came her way. She finally met her first customer, Qin Zhangkai. To please him, she used all the skills she had secretly learned from her friends. She didn't expect to make Qin Zhangkai so nervous that he lost control, which almost scared her to death. Fortunately, she quickly slapped him a few times, and he regained his senses. Since that incident, the madam didn't let her take on customers anymore, fearing that something bad might happen. However, Ru Hua felt content. At least she experienced the joy of being a woman. Not long after, Qin Zhangkai came to find her, and from then on, the two developed feelings for each other and decided to be together for life. While she was thinking, a sudden scream startled Ru Hua, almost causing her to drop the dishes in her hands. She looked up to see Lu Fengjiao and smiled foolishly. "Oh, it's you, sister. You scared me." Seeing her silly expression, Lu Fengjiao rolled her eyes, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes, but her face quickly brightened with a smile. "Ru Hua, what are you busy with?" Ru Hua, acting friendly, replied, "Sister, our husband is hungry, and he asked me to get him something to eat. But when I came over, all I found was some coarse bread and thin porridge. Even a dog wouldn't eat that. How can I give that to our husband? So I plan to make something tasty, scrambled eggs, steamed egg custard, and egg drop soup to nourish him." "I didn't know you could cook," Lu Fengjiao said casually, but then noticed the bamboo basket on the floor and quickly asked, "Ru Hua, what about the eggs in there?" "They're all right here." Ru Hua pointed to the eggshells on the floor. "The egg custard is almost done, and I'm just frying some eggs and making egg drop soup." Seeing that a whole basket of eggs had been used, Lu Fengjiao couldn't help but smirk, thinking if the mother-in-law found out, she would be furious with this silly girl. With that thought, Lu Fengjiao raised her voice, "Ru Hua, how can you live like this? Using a whole basket of eggs for one meal? That's wasteful." "Sister, what are you saying? This is all for our husband, and it hasn't gone to waste, so how can it be called wasteful?" Right, you're not wrong," Lu Fengjiao said, shaking her head in disbelief. How did they end up with such a silly person? Was Qin Zhangkai blind? At that moment, old lady Chen heard Lu Fengjiao's shout and hurried to the kitchen. "What's going on, Fengjiao?" "Mother, you're just in time. Take a look." Lu Fengjiao crossed her arms, her eyes filled with mischief. The sight before old lady Chen nearly dropped her jaw, and she exclaimed, "My eggs." "Ru Hua, what are you doing?" Following closely behind, old man Chen was so angry his face turned green. Ru Hua was momentarily stunned, then grinned. "Dad, Mom, you're here. I'm asking you what you're doing." Old man Chen pointed at the floor. Ru Hua glanced down at the eggshell and then looked at old man Chen. "Dad, can't you see?
I'm cooking."
"It's too messy here. You should go outside and wait. I'll make you a couple of eggs to help you feel better." "Oh my goodness, what are you saying? Quickly tell me about your good daughter-in-law." Old man Chen shook his head and turned to leave. After a moment, Grandma Chen regained her composure and jumped up in frustration. "Ru Hua, why did you use so many eggs for one meal?" Ru Hua laughed dismissively. In the past at Chunfeng Tower, she didn't have guests, but she ate plain buns. Now, eating a few eggs made everyone act so surprised. They really had never seen much of the world. She grinned widely and said, "Mom, what are you worried about? I just want to help your son feel better. Is that a problem?" "Oh my dear, it's not that I disagree, but we have to be careful with our small budget." Grandma Chen replied, suddenly remembering something and gasping. "Ru Hua, where did you find those eggs?" Hearing this, Ru Hua couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, you won't believe it. I looked around and found some old steamed buns.
I thought, my husband is a scholar. He shouldn't eat something even dogs wouldn't touch. So, I searched the whole house and suddenly found a cabinet in the corner. It was obvious it had food inside, but it was locked. I didn't want to wait, so I found a rock and broke it open. To my surprise, there was only a basket of eggs inside. I thought I'd make a special egg feast for your son, and you and Dad can try some too. Grandma Chun was so upset she nearly fainted, shaking her finger at Ruhua. You. That's dozens of eggs. You silly child. How could you use them all? This is going to be the end of me. Mom, don't be angry. Ruhua meant well. Lu Fengjiao chimed in, enjoying the drama. Ruhua, this is your mistake. If you wanted to open the cabinet, you should have asked Mom first instead of breaking it open. That's disrespectful. You should apologize. Ruhua looked shocked. Sister, are you saying it was Mom who locked the cabinet? Oh, my dear sister, I didn't say Mom was foolish. Don't put words in my mouth. Mom, really? Ruhua widened her eyes and looked at Old Lady Chen. Did you lock that? Old Lady Chen replied irritably. Yes, I locked it. Oh, my dear mother-in-law, there's nothing valuable in there. Why lock it? Aren't you just being silly? This made Old Lady Chen so angry that she trembled all over. She wanted to scold Ruhua properly, but when she saw Ruhua's strong build and silly expression, she felt intimidated. If Ruhua got mad and retaliated, it would be a problem. Forget it, just a few words of scolding. After all, her son married someone a bit foolish. She shook her head and sighed. Ruhua, you really are a good match for trouble. Ruhua put down her dishes, walked over to Old Lady Chen, linked her arm, and acted cute. My dear mother-in-law, this isn't a fight. I promise to take good care of you. Just wait to enjoy life. Old Lady Chen felt helpless and waved her hand weakly. Feng Jiao, let's go. Let her do what she wants. After this little fuss, she'll forget about it. As they left the kitchen, Lu Feng Jiao quietly advised, Mother, don't be angry. After all, Ruhua comes from a different background. Think about it. She didn't have to worry about food and clothing, so she doesn't understand the hardships of life. Just take your time to guide her. Lu Feng Jiao mentioned that background on purpose to remind Old Lady Chen that Ruhua came from a place of pleasure and wouldn't handle hardship well, and eventually it would be her, Lu Feng Jiao, who would have to manage things. Old Lady Chen shook her head helplessly. My dear daughter-in-law, you really have it tough. I don't know if Zhang Kai is blind or foolish to not appreciate such a good wife and bring back someone so clueless. Mother, Zhang Kai is just caught up in the novelty. Once the excitement wears off, he'll realize who truly cares for him. Sigh, I hope so. Old Lady Chen said as she returned to her room to tidy up and open the windows for some fresh air. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The candy shop was in disarray. The family members were all injured, but fortunately, it was morning and most of the villagers who worked at the candy shop hadn't arrived yet. If they saw someone causing trouble, they definitely wouldn't just stand by, and if that happened, there would be even more injuries. Chen Qingqing instructed DeLongzi. Uncle DeLong, I'm leaving this to you today. Please clean up quickly. Got it, Qing girl. Don't worry, I'll make sure the candy production isn't delayed. DeLongzi agreed and got busy. Chen Qingqing turned to the injured Chen Zhanshan couple and Debao, saying, Mom and Dad, Debao, you all take a day off today and I will still pay you. I'm fine, I just bumped my head. A little rest will do. Lin quickly waved her hand. Chen Zhanshan shook his head, looking angry. I'm okay too. I can still work. If it weren't for that scar-faced man holding me back, I would have chopped that fat beast with an axe. Qingqing sis, I can't rest either. I still need to deliver goods to the town today, Debao said, covering his swollen face and shaking his head. Chen Qingqing said firmly, the delivery can wait. I'll ask Uncle Han to deliver the goods later, and we'll settle the payment next time. Now, you all go back and rest. Once they left, Chen Qingqing turned to Wu Baoan and said, Uncle Li, once I settle Xiaoyu, we can head to the fields. I will personally demonstrate how to plant beets, so please inform the villagers to come and learn. Qing girl, why not wait for another day to demonstrate in the fields? You should rest a bit too. I'm fine. Chen Qingqing shook her head. It was her idea to have the villagers plant beets, and, besides Chun Leahan's family, all the other farmers had signed up. She needed to guide them. If they planted incorrectly or something went wrong, it would betray the villagers' trust in her. Uncle Lee, the planting season is almost here, and we need to hurry. We can't delay spring plowing. On the other hand, the sugar factory is built, but there are limited beets. I want the villagers to plant them soon, so when we have a good harvest, I can expand the factory's production. All right, Qing girl, you have a good heart. Wu Baoan nodded repeatedly. You haven't forgotten your fellow villagers after making money. You're a good child. When the beets are harvested, will you need to hire workers? Of course. I'll definitely need your help to oversee things. Don't worry, I won't refuse such matters. Now, you go take care of Xiaoyu. I'll wait for you here. Qin Qingqing helped Xiaoyu walk home. Although Xiaoyu is skilled, she was still worried about the heavy stick hitting his head. She needed to check him carefully to feel at ease. If he developed any issues later, it would be hard to explain to his family. Xiaoyu let Qin Qingqing support him without any awkwardness or resistance. He had naturally gotten used to her care. When they reached Xiaoyu's room, Qin Qingqing said in a calm tone, "Lie down." Little Fish was taken aback. He remembered how Qin Qingqing used to take care of him, treating his injuries and giving him injections, and he didn't find it strange back then. But today, he was fully awake, and her familiar tone made his ears feel warm. Still, he obediently lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Qin Qingqing didn't know that Little Fish was awake. With a thought, she activated the medical space, and the X camera began to scan his body. Soon, the results showed everything was fine. There were no injuries to his head. Qin Qingqing sighed in relief. Little Fish, I checked you. That hit didn't hurt you. You were just temporarily knocked out. Rest well, and you'll be fine after a good sleep. Little Fish nodded. Okay, I understand. After Qin Qingqing gave him some more advice, she got up and left the room. Little Fish turned and sat up, his gaze sharp and clear, no longer showing any confusion. He remembered everything. He was the Prince of Ning, the third son of the current emperor, commanding a large army. He had led troops into battle at the age of 12, earning the title of the God of War for the Great Ning Dynasty, defending the western border for 8 years and defeating countless attacks from the Western Moon Kingdom. As long as he was there, the Western Moon Kingdom dared not act recklessly. 2 years ago, he was summoned back to the capital, and more supporters began to gather around him, which displeased his brother, the Crown Prince. Despite his impressive achievements, he valued brotherly love and never suspected his elder brother. 6 months ago, the emperor sent him to Anyang County to investigate salt smuggling. The Crown Prince used a farewell party as an excuse to invite him to the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Unbeknownst to him, behind the friendly smile was a twisted heart. He let his guard down and drank the farewell wine offered by the Crown Prince. Little did he know that the wine contained a slow-acting poison from the western regions, which would take a month to show effects. Upon arriving in Anyang County, he faced wave after wave of assassins, but he didn't take these nameless foes seriously, defeating them one after another. However, the Crown Prince hated him deeply and was determined to kill him, spending a fortune to hire the most skilled assassins in the underworld, the Black and White Duo, along with the Poison Master from the western regions, Purple Shadow, to ambush him. Upon arriving in Anyang County, the Poison King faced repeated assassination attempts from the Black and White Duo and also suffered from poisoning. His 2 subordinates, Chasing Wind and Pursuing Moon, tried to protect him by distracting the duo, but he ended up falling into a ravine during a fight with Zio due to the effects of the poison. Recalling that day, Xiuyu's eyes filled with rage. After they drew away the Black and White Duo, the poison weakened him significantly, and after several rounds with Zio, he was seriously injured. He attempted to escape into the forest, but Zio relentlessly pursued him. When he reached a cliff with no way out, in a fit of anger, he decided to take Zio down with him. Unexpectedly, Zio cornered him at the edge of the cliff, suddenly smiled wickedly, leaned down, and whispered in his ear in a teasing manner, "You truly have a handsome appearance. I find you quite rare." If you come with me to the western regions and make me happy, I will help you cure the poison, but you will no longer be the Prince of Daming. Forget everything here, and there will be no more scheming. You will just be my dear treasure. How does that sound? He felt a surge of anger, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and cursed, Zio, you're dreaming. After saying that, he tried to take Zio down with him, but she was prepared. He only managed to tear off a corner of her clothing before falling into the ravine. Fortunately, he was rescued by Chun Qingqing. Although he lost his memory, the past 6 months were the most stable and happiest days of his life. Now that his memory has returned, it was time to leave, but he felt an inexplicable reluctance. How should he tell her? Should he reveal his true identity? Xiuyu pulled back his thoughts. Chasing Wind and Pursuing Moon had already escaped the black and white duo and should be in Qingshui town now. He remembered that the clothes he used to wear had a signal flare inside. The flare was specially made to be fired within a 20-mile radius, allowing them to find him no matter where he was. He wondered if the flare was still there after the fall. With that thought, Xiuyu began searching his room. When he opened the wardrobe, his eyes lit up. His clothes from before the fall were still there, tucked away at the bottom of the wardrobe. After a moment, Xiuyu felt disappointed. Although the clothes were there, the signal flare was missing. It must have fallen during the fall. However, he wasn't worried. During his time of amnesia, he had seen Chasing Wind and Pursuing Moon. At that time, he didn't acknowledge them due to his memory loss, but he believed they wouldn't be too far away. Now, he just needed to wait for them to come find him again. Before this, he was still a silly little fish. Chun Qingqing came to her parents' room again. She first disinfected and bandaged Lin's forehead. The wound was small and did not hurt the brain. Although Chun Zhanshan's leg was hit by a rogue, it did not break any bones. It was just a minor strain on the muscles. Seeing that they were both okay, Chun Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She never expected that the butcher Li and the shopkeeper Li were actually relatives. Birds of a feather flock together. However, her crossbow had some power, and these two troublemakers had received their punishment. They should not cause any more trouble for a while, but they were not good people, so she had to be cautious in the future. While she was lost in thought, she heard Lin say, "Qing girl, now that I'm fine, I'll go with you to the fields to plant beets. It's a good chance for me to learn, so I can manage our 2 acres of sandy land in the West Mountain better." Chun Zhansai agreed, saying, "Your mother is right. This little injury is nothing. Since I'm just sitting at home, I'll go along to take a look." Chun Qingqing knew she couldn't argue with them, so she nodded in agreement. They called Wu Baoan, and dozens of people chatted and laughed as they headed toward the West Mountain. The sandy land was only 4 miles from the village, and they arrived in no time. A few days earlier, Chun Zhanshan had plowed the 2 acres of sandy land, and the prepared soil was loose and level, without any clumps. Chun Qingqing took out the beet seeds and placed the hoes together, saying loudly, "Uncles, aunts, and everyone, first, thank you for choosing to plant beets. Since you trust me, I won't let you down. Today, I will teach you the detailed process of planting beets. You must learn well so that we can have a great harvest." Wu Baoan cheerfully added, "Did everyone understand what Qing girl said? Study hard, and let's all make some money." The villagers were so happy they couldn't stop smiling and chimed in, "Don't worry, Qing girl, we will learn well from you. Yes, if I don't understand something, you have to teach me a few times. Don't mind if I'm a bother." "Exactly. You must teach us well." Seeing their enthusiasm, Chun Qingqing smiled slightly. "Don't worry, actually, when it comes to farming, you all have more experience than I do. You just haven't planted beets before. Once I explain, I believe everyone will learn quickly." After speaking, she casually picked up some seeds and continued, "Before we plant, we need to sort the seeds, removing any that are shriveled or damaged. This way, we can ensure that every seed will sprout. Qing girl, we understand this principle. Good seeds grow strong plants, just like a house needs a solid foundation, right? Uncle Yang is very right. If everyone understands, we can start planting now." Chun Qingqing raised her hoe and began to demonstrate. My father has already turned this soil. It needs to be well turned, about 1 to 1.5 feet deep, with no large clumps of dirt. This way, the beet roots can anchor properly and grow well. Next is planting. Remember the spacing, it should be about half a foot apart. If they are too close, the beets will compete for nutrients and space, which is not good for growth. If they are too far apart, it wastes land. This distance is the most reasonable. You shouldn't plant the seeds too deep, about an inch is enough. As Chun Qingqing planted, she gently covered the seeds with soil and pressed down with her foot. Danzi looked a bit confused. Qing girl, why do you need to press down with your foot? Chun Qingqing smiled and explained, pressing down helps the seeds make close contact with the soil, which helps them absorb moisture from the ground and sprout faster. Oh, I see. Is it similar to pressing corn with a roller? Yes, it's the same principle. Chun Qingqing said, looking at everyone, do you all understand? If you do, you can try it yourself. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. I understand. I'll give it a try. Danzi raised his hand and stepped forward. All the villagers also said they understood, and came over to plant. Even Chen Zhanshan and his wife couldn't resist and picked up seeds to join in. Chun Qingqing nodded repeatedly, impressed by how quickly the farmers learned. The beets they planted looked very good, and were quite standard. Wu Baoan frowned, looking worried. Qing girl, this area is about 50 acres. In previous years, planting corn didn't yield much. Are these beets really drought-resistant? If they don't grow, your loss will be significant. Chun Qingqing understood his concerns were valid. If the beets didn't grow or didn't yield, she would have to compensate 300 coins per acre, which would total 15 taels of silver for 50 acres. For a farming family that barely saved 2 taels a year, this was a heavy burden, so it was no wonder Wu Baoan was worried. However, since it was her suggestion, she was confident it would succeed. She had already checked the land in person and thought that sandy land would have a lot of sand, but that was not the case. This area is close to the mountain base and the soil is drier compared to other places, but it is very good quality. She also observed that there is a rocky outcrop on the mountain where water flows year-round into the cracks below. She guessed that there is an underground river at the base of the mountain. It can be said that the land the villagers do not value could actually be turned into good farmland with a little effort. As long as she plants beets, she plans to channel the water from the mountain down to irrigate these fields, solving the drought problem. Uncle Li, you know there is water there, right? Chun Qingqing asked, pointing to the rocky outcrop halfway up the mountain. Yes, that rocky outcrop has flowing water all year round. If it could flow down to these fields, they would become good farmland, Wu Baoan said, shaking his head with regret. Unfortunately, the people of Nanshan village are not fortunate. I don't know where that water goes. It's really something we can see, but can't use. Has anyone thought about bringing the water down the mountain? Of course, several generations have not given up hope, thinking about how to get the water to flow down. But you don't know. The rocky outcrop is surrounded by huge stones, and there's only a small water pool about a foot wide. The water just flows into the ground from there. Those big stones can't be moved. I have a way to make the water flow down, Chun Qingqing said seriously. Wu Baoan's eyes lit up, and he was so happy that his voice cracked. Girl Qing, are you serious? Chun Qingqing nodded. Uncle Li, is there a blacksmith shop in our town? I want to have some iron pipes made and create a large water bucket at the bottom of the water flow to direct the water down the mountain. We won't waste a drop of water. Wu Baoan looked confused. Iron pipes? What are those? Chun Qingqing understood from his expression that although the Danning dynasty was similar to Huaxia civilization, it was still relatively backward and probably didn't know what iron pipes were. She explained while gesturing, iron pipes are similar to reeds, hollow in the middle, connected together to channel the water source from the mountain to irrigate this land, so it won't be dry anymore. I see, but making such pipes might be difficult. I'll go to the town tomorrow to ask the blacksmith. All right, then this matter is up to you. If you can get the water down the mountain, you will be a great hero for our village. Uncle Li, you're too kind. It's only right to do something good for the villagers. Good. You are a good child. Wu Baoan said with a satisfied expression. At that moment, Liang Fugue shouted,
Girl Qing, do you think my crops are good enough? Chen Qingqing walked over to check everything and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone's crops are doing very well. It's the perfect season for planting beets, and we can start large-scale sowing tomorrow. At the end of the day, after dinner, Chen Qingqing began to draw plans in her room. She believed that the blacksmith would be able to forge what she designed. Qingshui Town. Butcher Li and manager Li lay on the bed, groaning in pain. The doctor, sweating profusely, carefully examined the arrow wounds on manager Li's leg. Manager Li, the arrows have pierced through your calves. Removing them will be very painful, and even if we do, you may be left with a disability. I've never seen arrows like these before. Their power is astonishing. I will do my best to save your legs. Butcher Li's eyes were filled with hatred. He wished he could tear Chen Qingqing apart. Manager Li stopped groaning. Dr. Li, we have been friends for many years. I trust you with my leg. The doctor brought 2 clean cloths and handed them to them. When I pull out the arrows, bite down on these. I will try to be quick. Okay, I will follow your lead. Manager Li nodded weakly. The doctor began the treatment, cleaning one end of the arrow with strong alcohol before pulling it out forcefully. He then applied a hemostatic powder and bandaged the wound. He used the same method to treat and bandage Butcher Li, giving them some advice before leaving. Brother, we can't just let this go after suffering such a great loss, Butcher Li said, his eyes blazing with anger. Manager Li shook his head weakly. What do you want to do? We should report this to the authorities. With such serious injuries, the county magistrate will take notice. Will reporting help? We started the trouble first. Besides, your men were not gentle either. We don't even know how badly that fool was hurt. Even if we report it, we won't win. Are we just going to let it go? A gentleman takes revenge. It's not too late after 10 years. Brother, don't rush. We will get our revenge eventually. Manager Li's face was pale from the pain, and large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. He vowed that the suffering he endured today would be repaid to Chen Qingqing in time. The night was dark, with no stars or moon. Outside Nanshan village, at a shack on the mountain, 2 young men, around 18 or 19 years old, sat by a roaring campfire. They were chasing wind and pursuing moon. One day, the master was attacked, and the 2 of them led the black and white duo away, thinking they could quickly return to rescue the master. However, they soon realized that the black and white duo was even more powerful than rumored. Bai Wuxia used his move Crimson Mist to unleash countless sword energies, creating a shadow of death. Chasing Wind was almost killed on the spot. Fortunately, he was very skilled and managed to escape just in time. Taking advantage of Bai Wuxia's moment of carelessness, he fled quickly. Zhu Yu was entangled by He Wuxia and faced near death, almost falling victim to him. He Wuxia's Night's Withering could turn day into night in an instant, allowing him to blend into the darkness and attack Zhu Yu from different angles, aiming for a swift victory. Luckily, Zhu Yu was also skilled and narrowly escaped several times, eventually finding the chance to break He Wuxia's Night's Withering. He Wuxia was forced to retreat, injured. After a day, the 2 met up in Qingshui Town, searching everywhere for their master, but finding no trace. Just when they were about to lose hope, they discovered their master was following a village girl, acting like a shadow. At first, they thought the master had disguised himself as a farmer to evade the pursuers. Chasing Wind excitedly called out, "Master." But the master ignored him and shot him a fierce glare, warning him to stay away. Chasing Wind was taken aback. When he approached again, the master even raised a fist as if to hit him. With no other choice, they followed the master to Nanshan village, thinking that if they fired a signal flare at night, the master would come to meet them. However, Chasing Wind and Zhu Yu waited all night, and the master did not show up. In the following days, Chasing Wind casually met with Xiao Yu in Qingshui Town, but the master seemed to not recognize him at all, hiding behind the village girl or glaring at him angrily. Eventually, they began to understand that their master had lost his senses. Despite this, they did not leave but continued to roam around Nanshan village,
secretly protecting their master's safety from the Black and White duo's assassination attempts. Chasing Wind sighed. Zhuyu, why has the master become like this? Will he ever recover? If he continues to stay hidden, the capital will surely find out. Zhuyu remained calm. Even if they find out, they must keep it a secret. If they learn the master has become foolish, it could cause chaos in the capital. Honestly, I think it's not so bad for the master this way. He is carefree and doesn't have to fight on the battlefield. He won't feel sad about being betrayed by the brother he trusted the most, nor will he have to worry about the Emperor's heart and fear being too accomplished. That's true, but if there is no master around, the Western Moon Kingdom, Northern Barbarians, and Southern Frontier might unite. At that time, our great Ning dynasty would be like meat on a chopping board, ready to be cut up. There was a moment of silence. Chasing Wind threw a piece of wood into the campfire. How about we launch a signal flare tonight? Maybe the master will remember us. Zhuyu frowned and shook his head. Forget it. We've already launched dozens of signal flares, and the master hasn't come. What difference does it make this time?
Who cares?
If he doesn't come, we can just watch the shooting stars, Chasing Wind said, pulling a signal flare from his pocket. He pulled the fuse, and with a whoosh, the flare shot into the sky, instantly becoming an exploding star. Meanwhile, Little Fish was wide awake, standing by the window, gazing at the sky and recalling fragments of the past. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the night sky, and he felt a surge of joy. He looked down into the yard, where everything was silent, and all the houses had turned off their lights. Little Fish gently pushed open the door, gathered his energy, and with a whoosh, flew up to the roof. After a few leaps, he used his lightness skill to dash toward a nearby hill. At that moment, he no longer felt lost. His gaze was deep and focused. He didn't understand why he had never cared about his position, but why was his good brother, the Crown Prince, secretly trying to harm him? After Chasing Wind launched the flare, he listened intently to the sounds around him. As time passed, he was about to give up when suddenly, a faint rustling sound grew closer. Chasing Wind felt a rush of excitement, and before he could stand up, a familiar figure appeared before him. Master, it's really you. You're not foolish anymore? Chasing Wind hurried forward, with a concerned expression. Zhuyu was much calmer, and quickly knelt on one knee. Congratulations on your safe return, Master. Little Fish nodded slightly. Get up. You've worked hard for over half a year. Chasing Wind's voice trembled with excitement. Master, what happened? How did you lose your memory? You were poisoned by the deadly 3-day soul return powder from the western regions. Who helped you detoxify? How did you escape from Zio's pursuit? And why were you following a village girl? Yes, Master. Once the 3-day soul return powder takes effect, there are only 3 days to detoxify. When we parted that day, you were already poisoned. Who could have detoxified you in such a short time? If this person is so powerful, the consequences could be dire if they were an enemy, Zhuyu asked seriously. Little Fish's eyes sparkled slightly. He never expected to survive after falling off the cliff. He also didn't expect to find a skilled person hidden in the wilderness, especially a young girl. During the 6 months he spent with her, he discovered that Chen Qingqing was kind, honest, and responsible, never giving up in adversity. Don't worry, the person who saved me is the village girl you mentioned. Little Fish briefly explained what happened, skipping over the teasing incident with Zio. Chasing Wind looked shocked. I didn't expect this remote place to have such hidden talents. Zhuyu nodded. Yes, thanks to that village girl. Otherwise, our master would surely be in great danger. By the way, how is the situation in the capital after these 6 months? Little Fish asked quickly. Zhuyu's expression became serious. Master, we have kept your amnesia a secret and only told the capital that you fell seriously ill and are not fit for travel. You will return to report when you recover. Did they believe it? Little Fish's voice was hoarse. He used to blame himself for being too focused on family ties, which blinded him and allowed the prince to take advantage. He vowed not to be soft-hearted again. Those who hurt him would pay the price. As for that position, the more they feared him obtaining it, the more he wanted it. Zhu Yu shook her head with a sigh. Everyone believes it, except for the prince, who knows the truth and is convinced you have died from the fall. He is now scheming and forming alliances in the court, strengthening his power. Chasing Wind chimed in. Someone has spread the rumor that you've fallen, and the borders are becoming restless. Recently, many merchants disguised as foreign forces have come to the capital, likely to confirm this rumor. That's fine. Keep watching and report any developments to me immediately. Master, since you have recovered, shouldn't we head back to the capital soon? Chasing Wind asked eagerly. Little Fish waved his hand. Not yet. I still have some matters to handle. Zhu Yu also advised, Master, we can hardly keep this secret in the capital any longer. We really need to return quickly. The prince's growing power poses a greater danger to you. I understand, Little Fish nodded. By the way, have there been any leads on the salt smuggling case over the past few months? Master, we have gathered evidence. You can take it back to the Emperor to report. Good, keep it safe. Little Fish leaped away, disappearing from their sight. The next morning, Chen Qingqing opened the door and saw Little Fish standing in the corridor. She smiled as usual and said, Good morning, Little Fish. Did you sleep well last night? Did you remember anything? I'm doing well, and I even dreamed that you bought me some candied hawthorn. Xiao Yu's eyes regained their usual clarity, losing the wisdom and depth from last night.
Great.
Later, I'll take you to the town to buy some candied hawthorn, okay? Okay. Xiao Yu nodded. Although these days were simple, he felt a bit reluctant to leave. Suddenly, he was startled by his own thoughts and quickly refocused. It was time to go. Let's go, Xiao Yu. De Bao is already waiting for us. Chen Qingqing called to the dazed Xiao Yu. All right, I'm coming. Xiao Yu followed Chen Qingqing out of the courtyard, happily hopping onto Lu Leiahan's ox cart. The cart quickly arrived at the entrance of Qingshui town. De Bao said, Sister Qingqing, I will go to Anyang County to deliver goods first. You and Xiao Yu can wait for me at this junction after you're done. I'll come back in the afternoon to pick you both up. No need. Xiao Yu and I will hire a horse cart to go back. You take your time on the road. Don't worry about us. Chen Qingqing jumped off the ox cart, with Xiao Yu following closely behind. Okay, don't worry, Sister Qingqing, De Bao replied, looking at Lu Laohan. Uncle Laohan, let's go. Ever since coming up with a wicked idea, Chen Zhansai was always looking for a chance to get close to Chen Han. But yesterday, Chen Han stayed inside all day. Early this morning, Chen Zhansai got up early and waited outside the door. Just as he settled in, he saw Chen Han running out of the house. Chen Zhansai was overjoyed, thinking, Little rascal, where do you think you're going this time? He hurried back home, panting, Mom, the opportunity has come. Grandma Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Son, are you saying that Chen Han has come out? He must be going to play with his friends in the village. He should be out for a while. I'll wait for him at the door. Good. Hurry up and go. Mom, don't rush. I'm just here to give you a heads up. Chen Zhansai smiled as he shared his thoughts. We need to act quickly to avoid complications. You should go with Dad to the town and contact the person in charge. Agree on a price and wait for me at the small square in town. I'll be there shortly. Grandma Chen paused. Isn't this too rushed? What if you don't succeed? Then your dad and I will just be waiting around like fools. Mom, what are you talking about? If you don't have the skills, you shouldn't take on this task. I don't act lightly, but when I do, I guarantee success.
Just trust me on this.
All right, son.
If you're so confident, I will feel at ease. I'll go to the town and contact someone. After saying this, Grandma Chen waved to Grandpa Chen, who was lost in thought. Hurry up, let's go to the town. Wife, are we really selling our grandson? Grandpa Chen felt uneasy. No matter what, Chen Han was still his grandson. If he were sold to someone and became a servant, his life would be ruined. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't harm its own cubs. This is too cruel. Seeing his hesitation, Grandma Chen became angry. Stop talking nonsense and move. If we delay, everything will be ruined. Calm down, dear. This isn't something to rush into. Maybe we should think it over.
What are you talking about?
Grandma Chen was furious and started to scold him. You're just pretending to be kind. If you were a real man with some skills, I wouldn't have to figure out how to make money. I've worked hard for this family, and in the end, I feel like I'm doing nothing. If you want to be the good guy, then you figure out how to get money for our son's exam. I'm done with it. Wait. What are you doing? Grandpa Chen panicked. Although this idea was indeed harsh, it was a last resort. If his stubborn wife refused to cooperate, he couldn't think of a better solution. Without money, their son couldn't take the exam, and with his wife's bad temper, she might throw a fit and cause trouble. Forget it, I don't want to deal with this. Thinking this, he quickly softened his tone. Don't be angry. I'm just worried about unexpected problems. That Chen Han really makes me mad. Maybe selling him is the right thing to do? Chen Jiansai, who had been waiting, grew impatient and urged, stop dragging this out and go to the town already. Grandma Chen shot Grandpa Chen a fierce look. Hurry up. Okay, let's go. Grandpa Chen agreed and followed Grandma Chen toward the town. Chen Jiansai also arrived outside the door, waiting and thinking about how to persuade Chen Han to come with him. Just then, he saw Chen Han walking from a distance, and he quickly smiled and approached him. Hey, Chen Han, where have you been? Chen Han stopped and smiled, greeting, Hello, Uncle Sen, I just took a stroll around the candy shop. Where are your parents? They're working at the candy shop. Do you need something from them?
No, it's nothing.
I was just asking. Chen Jiansai, wanting to ensure safety, asked again, What about your sister Qingqing? Chen Han paused. It seems my sister went to Anyang County with Da Bao to deliver goods. Do you need to find her? Chen Jiansai was so happy, he almost jumped up. It was great that the girl wasn't around. He quickly waved his hand. No, I was just asking. If Uncle Sen has nothing else, I should go back to studying, Chen Han said as he started to leave. Wait a minute, Xiao Han. It's rare to have a few days off. You can't just study all day. You need to learn to balance work and rest. Chen Jiansai rubbed his hands and looked around, then smiled. How about this? Uncle Sam will take you to relax a bit and walk around the town. What do you think? Chen Han felt something was off about him today, as if he were a different person. In the past, he wouldn't even look up when greeting him, but today he was trying to get close. As the saying goes, unusual behavior often hides something. When a person acts strangely, there's usually a reason. No one is kind for no reason, and no one is bad for no reason. When things seem off, it's important to stay alert and not be fooled by appearances. Seeing Chen Han lost in thought, Chen Jiansai quickly asked, So, Xiao Han, how about I take you to a nice place? I promise you'll like it.
I'm not going.
My parents won't let me wander around. Chen Han firmly refused. Chen Jiansai, hearing this, gritted his teeth in frustration but still tried to appear friendly. Uncle San is taking you to have fun. How can that be wandering? Come on, I won't let your parents know. Saying this, he grabbed Chen Han's hand to pull him along. Chen Han struggled to free himself. Uncle San, let go of me. I'm not going anywhere. Come on, Uncle Sam will take you to a great place with lots of delicious food and fun things. You'll definitely enjoy it. Thank you, Uncle Sam, but I really can't go. If there's something fun, you should take Jia instead. You just don't know what's good for you. Chen Jiansai's expression darkened, and he felt a bit anxious. This little rascal was quite difficult to deal with. If he didn't play along, it would be a problem. I can't keep wasting time with him. As the saying goes, opportunities are fleeting. I must find a way to get rid of him. Since he won't accept a gentle approach, I have to be more forceful. Determined, Chen Jiansai stepped forward and firmly grabbed Chen Han's wrist. Today, your uncle is happy, and you have to come with me, whether you like it or not. Uncle, please let me go. If I'm going, I need to tell my parents first, so they won't worry about me, Chen Han quickly replied, trying to escape. Chen Jiansai refused to let go. If he told his parents, they would ruin his plans. He pulled Chen Han forward, saying, We'll be back soon, and they don't need to know. Be good, and I'll buy you some candied fruit and a big chicken leg. No, I really must tell my parents first, Chen Han insisted. He struggled to break free, but he couldn't. Suddenly, he had a clever idea and shouted, Dad, my uncle wants me to go to town. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Chen Jiansai, feeling guilty, was startled by the shout and quickly let go, looking around for Chin but he didn't see him. Angrily, he called out, Xiao Han, come back here. Chen Han had already run to his own doorstep and called back, Uncle, I have other things to do. You go by yourself. Useless. I was tricked by a little rascal. Chen Jiansai realized he had been fooled and regretted it, hitting his head in frustration. This kid was clever and had too many tricks up his sleeve. What should I do now? If I can't trick Chen Han, I won't get any money. Without money, I can't take the exam. Without the exam, I can't gain a title. Without a title, I won't have wealth. How can I enjoy life without riches? I bet my parents are already in town making arrangements. If I don't take him, it would be like letting someone down. What a mistake. If I had known this would happen, I should have just taken Chen Han forcefully at the start, and I wouldn't be in this mess. Just as he sighed in frustration, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Erbao bouncing happily toward him from the front door. He frowned, and a wicked thought suddenly popped into his mind. However, there was a hint of hesitation and even a trace of conscience in his eyes, but this thought quickly vanished. As the saying goes, a real man must be ruthless to succeed. To achieve great things, one must have a heart of stone. Since he couldn't deceive Chen Han, he had to resort to this. Thinking this, Chen Jiansai quickly put on a fake smile and called out to Erbao, who was not far away, Erbao, where are you going? Erbao ran a few steps closer. Uncle, I'm going to play with brother Chen Han. Don't go looking for him. I have some free time today. Let me take you somewhere fun. Thank you, Uncle, but I can't go. I promised brother Chen Han that we would play chess together. What's so fun about that? Let me take you around the town. There are tasty treats and fun activities, like monkey shows and performances. I guarantee you'll love it. As Chen Jiansai spoke, he glanced around nervously, worried someone might come by. Erbao was tempted but still shook his head. No, I already promised brother Chen Han. If I break my word, I'll be untrustworthy. You should go by yourself. You little kid, what do you know about trust? Come with your uncle, and I'll buy you a roasted chicken leg. Then I'll go tell brother Chen Han. Erbao instinctively swallowed. Seeing this, Chen Jiansai was overjoyed. He had finally set his trap. He quickly called Erbao back. Don't go, Erbao. Let's hurry up and leave. Uncle, aren't you bringing Ji along? Not today, just the two of us. After saying this, Chen Jiansai grabbed Erbao's hand and started walking. Erbao glanced back at the house. Then let me tell my mom. No need. We'll be back soon. Uncle, is there really a monkey show in town? Of course. Not only that, but there are also candy sellers. I'll buy you some candied hawthorn when we get there. Thank you, Uncle. I love candied hawthorn and osmanthus cake. All right, I'll get you some. Chen Jiansai held Erbao's hand tightly and hurried toward Qingshui town. Erbao had no sense of danger. After all, Chen Jiansai was his dear uncle. He never imagined that his uncle intended to sell him. To avoid meeting acquaintances, Chen Jiansai took a shortcut, and along the way, the uncle and nephew chatted and laughed until they soon arrived in town. To keep the little one happy, Chen Jiansai reluctantly took out some money to buy him a roasted chicken leg and a stick of candied fruit. The little one was overjoyed, bouncing around happily. At that moment, Chen Jiansai seemed like a generous and loving uncle to him. Chen Jiansai brought the little one to the town square, where he saw Grandma Chen stretching her neck and looking around. He hurried over and said, Mom, I'm here. Oh, you finally made it, Grandma Chen said, glancing behind her, then paused. But where's that little rascal? Chen Jiansai shook his head and lowered his voice. Don't mention it. That little rascal is sneakier than a fox and more clever than a monkey. No matter what I say, he just won't cooperate. Grandma Chen was anxious and stomped her foot. Oh dear, this is a mess. I already negotiated the price with the buyer, but now we don't have him here. What are we going to do? Seeing that Chen Han hadn't arrived, Grandpa Chen finally relaxed. We didn't take any money from them, so what are we worried about? At worst, we'll just be seen as unreliable. Grandma Chen sighed. It seems we have no choice. At that moment, the little one ran up from behind and asked Grandpa and Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, you came to town too?
Little one, what are you doing here? Grandma Chun was surprised. Grandpa Chun was also taken aback. Little one, who brought you to town? The little one smiled and raised a hand. My uncle brought me. Look, he even bought me tasty food.
What?
Your uncle? Grandpa Chun glanced at Chin Jansai. Jansai, what's going on? Why did you bring the little one here?
Come on, Dad, what do you think?
Of course, I brought him to buy tasty food. All right then, since everything is fine, let's hurry back. Just as Grandpa Chin was about to take the little one away, Chin Jansai stopped him. Dad, why are you in such a hurry to go home? After saying this, he led the little one aside and pointed to the stone steps. You sit here for a bit. I need to talk to your grandparents before we go get more food. Okay. I'll listen to my uncle. The little one nodded understandingly. Chun Jansai then returned and, after a moment's pause, shared his thoughts. Grandpa Chin became upset. You rascal. The little one is your nephew.
How can you have such ideas about him?
Yes, son, the little one is sensible. You can't sell him to anyone. Old Lady Chin shook her head repeatedly. Chun Jansai let out a light snort, clearly unhappy as he rolled his eyes. You all make it sound like I'm a monster. I don't want to sell her Bao, but our family is in a tough spot. If there were any other way, I wouldn't choose this path. No matter what, as his uncle, you shouldn't think about selling your nephew. Old Man Chin was so angry, he pounded his chest. If you really sell her Bao, it will drive your brother and sister-in-law to despair. Old Lady Chin felt a bit reluctant. After all, Bao was well-behaved and often kept her company, chatting and helping her with little tasks. If she sold Bao, she couldn't bear to do it. Moreover, her eldest son was already hurt, and there was no chance for reconciliation. If she angered her second son too, there would be no one left to do the hard work at home. She joined in to persuade him. Jansai, Bao is your brother and sister-in-law's treasure. We shouldn't think about selling him. Chin Jansai was anxious and jumped up. Mom, how can you be so confused? I just want to ask you one thing. Do you still want your son to succeed and become an official?
Of course, I dream about that day.
Then doesn't that mean I need to take the exam? Don't I need money for that?
Yes, son.
How about we go back for now, and in a few days you can try to lure that Chin Han out. That way, we won't have to sell Bao. Mom, don't even think about Chin Han. He's too clever and won't fall for it. So, for your son's future, we have to sell Bao. Chun Jansai frowned and shook his head, then spoke again. Mom, I know what you're worried about, but you can rest assured. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. I'll tell them that Bao came to town with me, and I had to use the restroom. When I came out, I couldn't find him. They'll have to accept it, no matter how upset they are.
This.
Old Lady Chin felt a bit swayed. Her son was right. The family was in dire straits. If they didn't take this step, there really was no other way. Well, as the saying goes, to achieve great things, one must be ruthless. Thinking of this, a glint of determination crossed her eyes. Son, I'll listen to you. Let's sell Bao. Good, then you and Dad hurry and take Bao to the broker. Chun Jansai urged, worried that time would run out. Old Chin was almost driven to anger, glaring at Old Lady Chin. Wife, you're being foolish. Bao is a good child. How can you be so heartless? Why are you staring at me? Stop pretending to be the good guy. If you have the ability, find a way to get Bao some money. If you keep talking, I'll quit and leave you to deal with this mess. Old Chin opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Chin Jan Kai laughed. Dad, stop worrying so much. Our family has more than just Bao. We have other children who can take care of you. Enough, Jean Kai. Don't bother with him. He's stubborn and won't change his mind. When he gets angry, nothing will work. Old Lady Chin glared fiercely at Old Chun and said, Hurry up, take Bao to the dentist with me. Old Chin felt unwilling but had no choice but to follow her to Bao, forcing a smile. Bao, your uncle needs to go to the academy for something. How about I take you for a little walk first? Bao shook his head. Grandpa, I want to go home. Don't be in such a hurry. We rarely come to town. We should at least look around. No, if I don't go back soon,
My mom will be worried.
Please take me home, Grandpa.
All right, I'll take you home. Old Chen felt uneasy, but led Bao to leave. Old Lady Chen quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Wife, Bao wants to go home.
Why not just take him back? Get out of the way.
Old Lady Chen pushed him aside and smiled at Bao. Good grandson, you've grown up so much and Grandma hasn't bought you anything nice yet. Come on, let's get you a big pancake. Grandma, I don't want to go. Bao said, handing the chicken leg he had to Old Lady Chen. This is from Uncle. I didn't want to eat it yet because it smells so good. You should try it. Grandma won't eat. Old Lady Chen felt a pang in her heart, as if it were being cut. She really wanted to take Bao home, but how could she be so unkind and expect to gain wealth in the future? She gritted her teeth and smiled gently. All right, Bao, you're such a good grandson. Listen to Grandma, let's go somewhere first, and then I'll take you home. How does that sound? Okay, I'll listen to Grandma. The little one nodded obediently and followed Grandma Chen into the town. Chen Jiansai saw his parents leading the little one away and felt quite happy. Now that he had some free time, he thought it would be nice to visit the Fan family. He was now a respected scholar, so surely Fan Tong would not look down on him this time. Maybe he would even give his father-in-law some money to spend. The more he thought about it, the better he felt, and he headed towards the Fan family. Chun Ching and Little Fish were walking and chatting on the street. Little Fish, what did you love to eat the most before? Little Fish lowered his head and thought about what he used to enjoy. In that desolate border area, there were times when they marched for days without making a fire, living on dry rations and drinking snow water. Back in the capital, he was busy with various matters and rarely had a proper meal. Even the palace banquets were just formalities. Who would really feast in such situations? If he had to choose the best food, it would be the steaming bowl of wontons he had after waking up from his coma. Without any pretense, he enjoyed it so much, even if it was hot enough to make him wince. Seeing him lost in thought, Chun Ching was delighted and softly called out, Little Fish. Did you remember something?
Please tell me.
Little Fish pretended to be innocent and shook his head, looking confused. I was thinking about wontons. My favorite is wontons. All right, I thought you had regained your memory. Chun Ching sighed in disappointment. Let's go. You must be hungry. I'll take you to eat wontons first.
Okay.
Little Fish hid the guilt in his heart. I'm sorry, Ching girl, but I can't tell you my true identity. There are many enemies who want to assassinate me, and if someone knew about your existence, you might be in danger. I won't allow you to be harmed, at least not until I am strong enough to protect you. The two quickly arrived at the wonton stall. Chun Ching ordered 2 bowls of wontons and remembered that Little Fish wanted to eat candied hawthorn earlier, so she cheerfully said, Little Fish, you eat first. I'll go buy you some candied hawthorn over there, okay? Okay. Little Fish nodded in agreement. Chun Ching was a bit surprised by Little Fish's strange behavior today, but she didn't think much of it and turned to head towards the candied hawthorn stall. Little Fish watched Chun Ching walk away, feeling touched. No one had ever treated him so kindly before. His mother was a palace maid favored by the emperor for a short time, and she passed away shortly after giving birth to him. A prince from the palace, without power, cautious and careful. No one cares for him, no one loves him. He drifts like a floating leaf in the palace. Since he was 6, he knew that to be recognized, he had to work twice as hard. Only by becoming strong could he earn others' respect and stand firm. While others slept, he studied. While others rested, he practiced martial arts, pushing himself to become better step by step. At 12, his master, the national general, recommended him to the battlefield. From then on, he fought bravely and became the guardian of the great Ning dynasty. Everyone thought he was fearless, tireless, and unbothered by hardship, but only in the quiet of night did he feel the loneliness inside. Now, he found care, warmth, and acceptance from this girl, who didn't mind that he was a bit foolish. As the saying goes, when someone helps you, you should repay them generously, especially for a life-saving favor. If he could one day sit in that important position, He would repay her and make her the richest merchant in the world. Chun Qingqing noticed Xiaoyu staring blankly at the wontons and waved a candied hawthorn in front of him. Why aren't you eating? Didn't you just say you love wontons? Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, smiled at her, and said, It's too hot. Let it cool down. Oh, I didn't know our Xiaoyu also knows about hot food. Chun Qingqing teased lightly. Good job, you're improving. Xiaoyu blushed. Well, it seemed they were treating him like a child, but it felt nice. To hide his embarrassment, he picked up a spoon, scooped up a wonton, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. Delicious. You should eat too, my dear. Okay, eat up. Once we're full, we'll go to the blacksmith. Soon, the wontons were gone, and Chun Qingqing asked Xiaoyu, Are you full? If not, have another bowl. I'm full. Let's go. After paying, the two headed to the blacksmith. Meanwhile, sitting across the street, Chasing Wind looked confused. Zhuyu, is this really our master, the invincible King Ning on the battlefield? It was one thing when he was amnesiac and acted childishly, but now that he's recovered, why is he following that village girl around with a candied hawthorn? It's hard to watch. Shut up. Zhuyu scolded, giving him a light slap. It's not your place to comment on our master's matters. Hurry up and keep up. All right, our master has his reasons for doing things. Maybe it's to maintain a connection with a healer who can help him, Chasing Wind muttered as he followed closely behind. Chun Qingqing brought Xiaoyu to the blacksmith shop. There, a strong middle-aged man was busy forging metal, sparks flying with each strike. After a while, he placed a completed axe into the furnace to heat it further before continuing to hammer it. Noticing the customers, the blacksmith greeted them warmly. What can I help you with? We have all kinds of farming tools here. Chun Qingqing smiled and asked, I would like to have some iron items forged. Can you take on this task? The blacksmith nodded. What do you want to forge? Do you have a blueprint? The more complicated the item, the higher the cost. I understand. Chun Qingqing replied, pulling out a drawing she made the night before and handing it to the blacksmith. Master, I want to create these iron pipes, about 3 inches in diameter and half a meter long, hollow in the middle. I need 30 of them, and they should have fittings on both ends. I also need some screws to connect them together. Can you do this? Chun Qingqing had already calculated that the straight distance from the mountain to the base was about 50 meters. Given the blacksmithing technology of this time, a pipe could be made up to 1.5 meters long. She explained her requirements and waited for the blacksmith's response. Looking at the blueprint in surprise, the blacksmith asked, Miss, what do you need so many iron pipes for? Realizing he could forge them, Chun Qingqing smiled and explained, To be honest, there is a piece of land in our village that is too dry. I want to bring water from halfway up the mountain to irrigate it. Xiaoyu, curious, leaned in to take a look, her eyes lighting up. This girl was truly talented, understanding so much, and even able to draw such a complex blueprint. These iron pipes would be perfect for transporting water. If this could be implemented in Danning, it would benefit many people. That's a great idea. Once these pipes are in use, they will greatly conserve water. The blacksmith nodded repeatedly. I can make them, but if you're not in a hurry, you can pick them up in half a month. As for the cost, it will be 1 tael of silver per pipe, totaling 30 taels for 30 pipes. The screws will cost 10 taels, and I can forge the large iron barrel for free. Is that acceptable? Without hesitation, Chun Qingqing nodded. That's fine. I'll give you a deposit of 20 taels now, and I'll come back for the items in half a month, paying the rest on that day. The blacksmith laughed heartily. Great, no problem. Chun Qingqing paid a deposit, and half a month wasn't too long. She could accept the time. Although the price wasn't cheap, it was a one-time investment, and the pipe could last for 30 to 50 years. Considering that, it seemed reasonable, and she thought of it as doing something good for the villagers. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Chun Qingqing went to Qingfeng restaurant to check on Qingfeng. They had agreed that he would return home in 10 days, take a break, and then start planning to open his own restaurant. He took Chun Qingqing and another person to the carriage shop, hired a horse-drawn carriage, and headed home. In Nanshan village, Sun came back from working in the fields. As soon as she entered the yard, she called out, Heir Bao, Hurry and bring me some water. I'm so thirsty. After a while without a response, she shook her head and smiled. This boy must have gone to play with Xiaohan again. Just then, Chenhan shouted from outside the gate. Aunt, is Air Bao at home? Sun was surprised. Isn't he playing with you? No, we agreed yesterday that he would come to my house to play chess this morning, but he hasn't come yet, so I came to check. Where could he be? Sun frowned, feeling puzzled. Air Bao was usually well-behaved and never ran off. If he wasn't with Xiaohan, where could he be? Though she had doubts, she brushed them off and smiled. Maybe Air Bao went to play with Air Niu and Tai Dan in the village. When Chenhan heard this, he shook his head repeatedly. I just went to Tai Dan's house to look for Air Bao, and they said they hadn't seen him. Sun started to worry, then I need to go look for him. Saying this, she lifted her leg to head outside. At that moment, Chen Zhanliang came in carrying a basket of corn stalks. Sui Qin, where are you going? Air Bao isn't at home. I'm going to look for him. Maybe he went to the fields to find us. That's impossible. We just came back from the fields. If Air Bao went to find us, he would have run into us. Then where could he be? Sun was starting to panic. Chen Zhanliang set down the basket and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Don't worry. Maybe Air Bao went to play with other kids. Chen Han already asked around, and no one has seen Air Bao, Sun said, looking anxious. Chen Han nodded. Uncle, I've asked all the places Air Bao usually plays, and they said they haven't seen him. Chen Zhanliang felt a jolt of concern but quickly calmed down. Sui Qin, don't worry yet. I'll go ask my parents. Maybe Air Bao is at their house. Sun nodded repeatedly. Okay, you hurry and ask. Dad, Mom, are you home? Chen Zhansai shouted into the side room. Hearing the shout, Lu Fengjiao came out of the main house. Second brother, stop shouting. Mom and Dad are not home.
Not home?
Where did they go? I don't know. Do you know if Air Bao went with them? Chen Zhangliang quickly asked. Lu Fengjiao sneered inwardly, thinking she wouldn't tell them. She just needed to keep them calm. Once things were set in motion, even if they found him in town, they wouldn't be able to change anything. Thinking this, she started to make up a story. Mom and Dad left a long time ago. I just heard Air Bao shouting in the yard. He must have run out to play. Okay, that's good. Chen Zhangliang finally felt relieved. He went to Sun Shi. Sui Qin, the third brother's wife, just heard Air Bao in the yard. He shouldn't be far. I'll go look for him. Okay, hurry up. Sun Shi felt uneasy and quickly followed him. Chen Han also went along to look for Air Bao. Watching them leave the yard, Lu Fengjiao slowly smiled with a hint of malice. At that moment, Chen Zhansai had already taken Air Bao to town. As long as he handed the child over to the broker and signed the contract, they would never see the child again. Chen Zhangliang and his wife searched everywhere, combing the entire village and the surrounding mountains and ponds, but they couldn't find any trace of Air Bao. Sun Shi was anxious and worried. Where could he be? Is he in danger? Sui Qin, don't worry. I'll go check the candy shop. Maybe Air Bao is playing there. Chen Zhangliang was also anxious. Just as he turned to leave, he saw Chen Zhanshan and Chen Han running toward him. Did you find Air Bao? He didn't go to your place? Chen Zhangliang quickly asked. Chen Zhanshan shook his head. Lil Han just went to the candy shop, and that's when I found out Air Bao is missing. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in shock. She felt dizzy and was about to fall forward. Chen Zhangliang hurriedly stepped forward to support her, speaking urgently. Sui Qin, are you okay?
Don't worry about me.
Sun Shi pushed him away, anxious and stamping her feet. Hurry and find him. If anything happens to Air Bao, I can't live with myself. Okay, Sui Qin, don't panic. I'll go look for him right now. Little sister-in-law, don't stress yourself. We'll keep searching. Chen Zhanshan also tried to comfort her. The villagers began searching everywhere as well, but after looking inside and outside again, they still found nothing. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chen Qingqing returned in a horse-drawn carriage. Chen Zhanshan hurried to greet her. Qing girl, something bad has happened. Air Bao is missing. Chen Qingqing was taken aback and quickly jumped down from the carriage. Air Bao is missing?
Where could he have gone?
I don't know.
We've searched the whole village and can't find him. Your second aunt is almost in tears.
Qing girl, you have many ideas. Please help us think of a solution.
Dad, please don't panic.
Chun Qingqing quickly walked up to Sun Shi and asked, Second aunt, what exactly happened? When did you notice Bao was missing? Sun Shi was crying uncontrollably. Qing girl, your second uncle and I went to work in the fields, and when we came back, we found Bao was gone. Could he have gone to play with other friends? I asked around, but no one has seen Bao, Chen Han added.
Chun Qingqing frowned upon hearing this.
Where could Bao be? Could a family member have taken him out?
Chen Zhongliang shook his head. No, your grandparents left early. Your third aunt said Bao was playing in the yard just before we returned, but we've searched the village and still can't find him.
Isn't this strange? At this moment, the villagers started to speculate. Bao never runs off. Could he have been taken by a stranger? Now that you mention it, it is possible. I heard that those strangers are quite skilled. Just a light tap on the shoulder can make someone forget everything. That's not true. Those strangers are even more dangerous. If they target you, whether you're a young girl or a married woman, just passing by them can lead you to follow them. Is it really that serious? Yes, I heard that several children have gone missing from Xinghua village, 30 miles away.
Oh no, that's terrible. They must have come to our village. So, you think Bao was taken by one of those strangers? If that's the case, he might be far away now. Hearing the villagers' discussions, Chen Zhongliang felt anxious and broke into a cold sweat. Qing girl, do you think Bao could really have been taken? This is driving me crazy. If anything happens to Bao, I don't want to live anymore, Sun Shi said, becoming even more agitated and crying uncontrollably. Chun Qingqing knew that the flower picker mentioned by the villagers referred to the kidnappers. It was said that these people carried a powder that, when lightly sprinkled on someone, would make them obedient to the flower picker's commands. Not only would their eyes become dazed, but their minds would also be out of control. All they would see besides the flower picker was a world filled with dangerous creatures and cliffs, forcing them to follow closely. In fact, this powder was a modern hallucinogen. Just then, she heard someone in the crowd say, "What nonsense are you talking about? There's no such thing as a flower picker. That's just a story to scare children. I just saw Bao." Hearing that his son had been seen, Chen Zhongliang sighed in relief. Lao Lu's wife. Where did you see Bao? What was he doing?
Who was he with?
Yes, sister. Where exactly did you see my Bao? Is he still there? Sun asked anxiously. Lao Lu's wife recounted what she had seen. I was gathering firewood in the mountains and saw your Zhan Kai leading Bao. They were talking about going to the town to buy treats and to see a monkey show. I wanted to greet them, but they were in a hurry, and by the time I got there, they were already gone. Old Sen took Bao to the town? Sun was shocked. Chun Zhongliang was also taken aback. What does he want with Bao in the town? Why are you both looking at me like that? I already told you, your old Sen took your son to buy treats and to see a monkey show. Chun Zhongliang's mind raced as he recalled how last year old Sen had urged Grandma Chen to marry off Qing Yadu, wanting his older brother, Chen Han, to become a eunuch. He had been on guard against Grandma Chen's intentions toward Bao. Half a year had passed, and old San had passed his exams. In his happiness, he had neglected his son. His eyes filled with anger, he turned to Lu Fengjiao and said sternly, Old San's family, Bao went with Zhan Kai. Why did you just say Bao was still in the yard? Yes, Fengjiao. Why are you lying to us? Sun joined in questioning. Seeing the fierce looks from both, Lu Fengjiao felt a rush of panic, but quickly composed herself. What are you asking? I've been in the house the whole time and didn't see your child. How would I know where Bao went? As for whether Zhan Kai took him, Lao Lu's wife, don't make baseless claims. When the sixth sister-in-law heard this, she immediately became unhappy. When did I ever lie? I saw your husband take Bao on a shortcut to the town. There's no doubt about it. That's impossible. My husband did go to the town, but he went to the academy for business. How could he take Bao with him? Lu Fengjiao wouldn't admit it.
As long as she could keep these people busy searching in the mountains outside the village, Chen Laotai and the others would likely handle things smoothly. By then, even if they went to the town, they wouldn't find her Bao. Thinking of this, she added, "Don't forget, there are several paths up the mountain. Maybe her Bao went to play in the hills." Hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. She might be right. The kids in our village love to run up the mountain when they have free time. Yeah, if they went up to play, they should be back soon. Exactly. Kids are mischievous. Once they've played enough, they'll come back. Sun sure looked anxiously at Chen Zhongliang. You need to hurry up and search the mountain. Yes, yes. Urge, you all should quickly search the mountain. Maybe her Bao got lost. Lu Fengjiao pretended to be anxious and echoed. It can't be. My uncle was supposed to take me to the town this morning. I didn't go, so he must have taken her Bao, Chen Han said confidently. Chen Zhongliang felt a wave of panic. He knew Lu Fengjiao was lying. The sixth sister-in-law was honest and wouldn't deceive him. Chen Han had the closest relationship with Bao and wouldn't lie either. The only thing he could be sure of was that Bao had indeed been taken to the town by Zhang Kai. Thinking about how his parents weren't home, he was certain that something bad would happen to Bao. He stomped his foot in frustration and complained to Sun Shi, "I told you I could finish the work in the field by myself, but you insisted on coming with me. Now look, Bao is missing. Are you happy now? You really don't know how to appreciate things." "I was just trying to help you," Sun Shi said, her face pale and trembling. "What should we do now?" Seeing his wife in tears, Chen Zhongliang's heart softened. "Suiqin, don't panic." He knew how much his wife cared for him. With the main house split off, he was managing over 10 acres of land all by himself, with no one to help him. With red eyes, he stared intently at Lu Fengjiao. "You, from the third family, tell me the truth. Did the third brother take her Bao? What did he take her Bao to the town for? I have been staying indoors. How would I know where her Bao went? Besides, if Zhang Kai took her Bao to the town, what's the big deal? Is it against the law for an uncle to take his nephew out to play?" Seeing Lu Fengjiao's uncertain gaze, Chen Qingqing realized that her Bao must have been taken to the town by Chen Zhang Kai. A wave of unease washed over her. Chen Zhanshan quickly understood the situation. In front of so many villagers, he couldn't say much, so he hurriedly told Chen Zhanliang, "Don't panic. Qing girl came back by carriage, and Zhanliang and Bao are walking, so they won't be there yet. You should hurry and catch up. You might be able to find them." Chen Qingqing knew how serious this was and quickly jumped onto the carriage. "Uncle, Aunt, get in the car. We need to go to the town to find her Bao." "Okay." Chen Zhanliang and his wife quickly got on, followed by Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lu Fengjiao sneered inwardly. Even if they went to the town, they wouldn't guess that their own grandparents would sell their grandson. By the time they searched the whole town, the child would likely have been moved elsewhere. Chen Zhanshan also felt uneasy. He knew Chen Zhang Kai's character. He had never treated other people's children well. Why would he take someone else's child to the town? It felt like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. There was no good intention behind it. Thinking this, he hurried to the front of the carriage. "Qing girl, I'm going with you." "Dad, you stay at home," Chen Qingqing replied, then shouted to the driver, "Hurry up, let's get back to the town." The driver shouted, and the whip cracked as the carriage sped toward the town. At this moment, Chen Zhang Kai arrived outside the Fan family's door. He straightened his robe and stepped forward, knocking firmly on the door. "Open up. Your master-in-law is here." The servant heard the noise and came to open the door. Upon seeing Chen Zhang Kai, he frowned. "Why are you here again? How rude. How can you speak to me like that? Am I not allowed to come?" Chen Zhang Kai raised his chin, looking arrogant. "Quickly inform your master Fan that his father-in-law has passed the scholar exam and he should come out to greet me." The servant frowned, disgust evident on his face as he waved his hand. "Our master Fan has already passed away. You are not his father-in-law. Just leave." Chen Zhansai was very angry and pointed at him, saying, "You dog servant, even a mad dog doesn't bite everyone it sees. How dare you look down on your scholar master? You're finished this time." When you see Master Fan later, just wait and see how I make him punish you. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Passing the scholar exam isn't that impressive. Be careful, or I won't be nice to you. The servant laughed mockingly. I'll tell you, my uncle is the deputy magistrate of Anyang County. Even he wouldn't speak like that when he visits the Fan family. You think you're important? Wait until you become a top scholar before you show off. You are really outrageous. This is simply disgraceful. Chun Jiansai's face turned red, and after a long pause, he managed to say this. The servant snorted coldly and was about to close the door when he saw a carriage stop in front of the door. He quickly ran over with a smile, lifting the curtain of the carriage, saying, Master, you're back. You must be tired. Come inside and rest. Ani has prepared tea and is waiting for you. Fan Tong bent down and got off the carriage without even looking at the servant, striding inside. Chun Jiansai put away his displeasure and greeted him with a smile. Good son-in-law, you're back. Fan Tong paused, frowned slightly, and looked Chun Jiansai up and down, speaking in a cold tone. Who are you? Son-in-law, you really forget things easily. I am Rulin's father, your father-in-law. Chun Jiansai cleared his throat and continued seriously. Now that I have passed the scholar exam, I came to inform you and also to see my daughter Rulin, so we can enjoy some time together. Only then did Fan Tong remember he had such a poor relative. He had heard that the unlucky star mentioned that his father was a scholar. Seeing Chun Jiansai's insincere smile made Fan Tong uncomfortable, but he knew he couldn't defend him. If this person ever got lucky and became a successful scholar, it would be a hassle. Fan Tong's eyes rolled, and a fake smile appeared on his face. This is great news. Please, father-in-law, come inside. Great.
Please, son-in-law.
Chun Jiansai was very pleased. It seemed that being a scholar truly had its advantages. He shot a cold glance at the servant, his lips curling slightly in a mocking smile. Then he followed Fan Tong into the Fan family's main entrance. As soon as Chun Jiansai entered the courtyard, he was captivated by the magnificent building and couldn't help but admire it in his heart, thinking how impressive the wealthy family's home was. After entering the hall and exchanging polite greetings, the host and guests took their seats, and a servant brought in tea. Fan Tong smiled and raised his hand, saying, Father-in-law, please enjoy the tea. Thank you, son-in-law. No need for formality. Chun Jiansai watched the maids and servants coming and going, feeling envious. Rulin had truly landed in a life of luxury. When he saw her, he must find a way to give her some money to spend. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, Dear son-in-law, Rulin has been married to the Fan family for over 6 months now. I miss her very much. Could you please call her over so I can see her? Fan Tong was startled but kept a calm expression. Ever since that night of passion with the unfortunate star, he had thought marrying her would be wonderful, but unexpectedly, since that night, he had lost the ability to be with any woman. He was furious and had concluded that Chen Rulin was a bad omen, so to avoid seeing her, he had sent her away. He didn't even know if she was alive or dead. Now that her father was here to see her, if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have to pay him any mind. But Chun Jiansai was a scholar, and he had to show him some respect. How could he bring this up? If he said she had been sent away, Chun Jiansai would surely make a scene, which would be embarrassing. Just as he was in a dilemma, Shi Taisho shook his head sadly. In-law, Rulin.
She.
Chun Jiansai's heart tightened as he looked at Fan Tong. Son-in-law, what happened to Rulin? Shi Taisho kept signaling to Fan Tong, who understood and pretended to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes, saying, Father-in-law, I'm so sorry. I didn't take good care of Rulin. Last winter, she fell seriously ill and has passed away.
What?
My Rulin is dead. Upon hearing the bad news, Chun Jiansai felt as if his head had exploded. Although he loved money, his daughter had been cherished and raised with love since she was little. How could she just die like that? He shook his head in disbelief. No, it can't be true. This is impossible. Father-in-law, please accept my condolences. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the news, which is why I didn't inform you sooner. If you want to blame someone, just scold me as much as you like. Fan Tong said with tears in his eyes, full of regret. Sir Taisho also spoke up to comfort him. Sir, don't be too sad. You loved her the most when she was alive. If she knew you were so heartbroken, it would hurt her. Fan Tong shook his head and pretended to be sincere as he said to Chen Jiansai, although Wan is no longer with us, you shouldn't be a stranger. You should come by more often. You will always be my father-in-law. Chen Jiansai was momentarily lost in thought and took a while to regain his composure. He understood that once someone has passed away, they cannot come back, and even if he were to rush, his daughter would not return. Fortunately, Fan Tong still respected his status as a scholar and could speak a few polite words. He thought it was a good opportunity to ask for some money. Determined, Chen Jiansai pretended to be heartbroken and shook his head. My good son-in-law, since you say so, I won't be polite. In a few months, I need to go to Ningjing for the autumn exams, and I'm short on funds. Could you lend me 20 taels of silver? Upon hearing this, Fan Tong felt a surge of anger. This shameless old man was asking for money right away. Father-in-law, normally I would fulfill your request, but to be honest, times are tough for us too. We don't have any extra money. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you. He waved his hand toward Sir Taisho. Steward, see our guest out. Son-in-law, that's not fair. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Your family is well off. How could you be out of money? Fan Tong sighed. Every family has its struggles. Only those who are in it know the difficulty. Sir Taisho made a gesture to invite him to leave. Scholar, let's go. I'll see you off. Seeing that Fan Tong had issued the dismissal, Chen Jiansai fell silent, feeling disappointed. He had hoped to see his daughter and gain some support, but instead, he received bad news. He stood up, his head hanging low, and left the Fan family. Fan Tong laughed heartily. How's that? I reacted quickly, and my performance was good, right? Yes, you are clever, my lord, Sir Taisho flattered. Sun was anxious and wished she could instantly reach Qingshui town. Chen Zhongliang was fidgeting, repeatedly asking where they were and if they were close. The carriage sped along, finally arriving at Qingshui town. After Chen Qingqing paid the fare, they began searching along the busiest street in town. They quickly approached any child who was about the same height as Erbao to check, but after a long time, they still hadn't found Chen Jiansai or Erbao. At the intersection of the street, just as Chen Qingqing was about to split up, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure not far away. She pointed quickly and said, "Second uncle, look over there. Isn't that Chen Jiansai?" "That's right, it's your third uncle." At that moment, Chen Zhongliang wished he could swallow Chen Jiansai whole and hurried after him. Chen Qingqing and the others followed closely behind. At this time, Chen Jiansai walked ahead with his head down, feeling an indescribable sadness. He thought going to the Fan family would bring some benefits, but instead, he received this terrible news. How could such misfortune happen? Could it really be true, as Fan Tong said, that Rulin was seriously ill? Impossible. Rulin had always been healthy. How could she suddenly fall ill and die? Rulin's death was mysterious, and there must be a hidden secret behind it. It had to be that despicable Fan Tong who caused her death. He thought about going to the authorities to seek justice for his daughter. But the county magistrate was Fan Tong's brother-in-law, and even if he reported it as a scholar, it would be useless. The Fan family had too much power. He couldn't bring them down. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Fan Tong, just wait for me. When I succeed in the exams, the first person I'll deal with is you, the local tyrant. Chen Zhongliang quickly caught up with Chen Jiansai and noticed that Erbao was not with him. He immediately lost his temper and grabbed Chen Jiansai by the collar, slapping him hard. "You scoundrel! Where's Erbao? What have you done with him?" Chen Jiansai was stunned by the sudden slap. Just as he was about to curse back, he realized it was Chen Zhongliang who hit him. He was so scared that his legs went weak. Covering his face, he took a deep breath to calm himself and pretended to be surprised. "Second brother, are you out of your mind?
Why are you hitting me to find Erbao? Where is Erbao? If you don't tell the truth, I'll make you pay. Chun Zhongliang glared at him, demanding answers. Chun Zhansai's heart sank. He had secretly taken Erbao away and hadn't even used the main road to avoid being seen. No one in the village had noticed, so Chun Zhongliang must be trying to trick him. As long as he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. He pretended to be confused, saying, "Second brother, I'm here in town for some business. How would I know where Erbao went?" Seeing him act confused, Chun Qingqing didn't waste any more time. Every moment delayed meant more danger for Erbao. She questioned him sternly. "Chun Zhansai, stop lying. Someone just saw you take Erbao down the small path to town. If you don't want to get hurt, tell the truth. Where did you take Erbao?" Chun Zhongliang, anxious, grabbed Chun Zhansai's collar and raised his fist. "Speak up, or I'll make you regret it. Second brother, please, let go of me." Chun Zhansai was startled. This was bad. Someone must have spotted him, or they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. It seemed he had to admit something now, but if he told the truth, he would be in big trouble. No, he needed to come up with a story. He thought his parents should be at the pawn shop by now. He could only pretend to know nothing. Even if they thought hard, they wouldn't guess to look for someone at the pawn shop. With this in mind, Chun Zhansai quickly came up with an idea and forcefully broke free from Chun Zhongliang's grip. He immediately put on a worried and helpless expression. "Second brother, are you crazy? Why are you scaring me like this? I'm really anxious right now. What's going on? Why are you so anxious?" Chun Zhongliang asked quickly. Chun Zhongliang pretended to be worried and wiped his eyes, then started to speak nonsense. "Here's the thing. I finally had some free time today and wanted to take Erbao, who hasn't been far from home, to the town to have some fun and buy some snacks. At first, I bought him a roasted chicken leg and some candied fruit. After wandering around for a bit and eating well, we wanted to head home. But suddenly, I needed to use the restroom, so I told Erbao to wait outside. When I came out, I couldn't find him." "What did you say? You lost Erbao?" Chun Zhongliang felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Sun was also anxious, stamping her feet. Where could Erbao have gone? Chun Zhansai pretended to be sad and shook his head. "I don't know where Erbao went. I've searched the town several times already. You all came just in time. Please help me look for him. Maybe Erbao ran off to play by himself." Chun Qingqing didn't believe this sudden disappearance story and asked sternly, "Stop making excuses. Tell the truth. Where did you really take Erbao?" "Qing girl, what do you mean? Do you suspect I lost Erbao on purpose?" Chun Zhansai feigned calmness and argued back. "He has 2 legs. How would I know where he ran off to? If I had known he was so mischievous, I wouldn't have brought him to the town. It's really not worth the trouble." Sun, almost in tears, said, "Oh, the 3rd one. Why did you have to bring Erbao here? Are you bored? You could have helped with some farm work at home instead." Chun Zhongliang glared at Chun Zhansai with angry eyes, like he was looking at an enemy. "Let me tell you, if we can't find my Erbao, I won't let you off easily. Second brother, what are you trying to do?" Chun Zhansai was so scared that he trembled all over and argued, "I just wanted to take Erbao out to see the world. Why is all the blame on me? I didn't want to lose Erbao either, but who knew he would be so troublesome? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the bathroom at all." Seeing his sincere expression and urgency, Chun Zhongliang believed him. "Where did you go to the bathroom? Hurry and take us there. Maybe Erbao went back by himself." "Zhangkai, hurry up and take us to look for him," Sun urged. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, follow me. It's just ahead," Chun Zhansai thought to himself, feeling pleased. As long as they believed him and everything went smoothly with the deal, everything would be fine. Chun Qingqing noticed Chun Zhansai's nervous demeanor and shifty eyes, clearly showing he was guilty. She didn't trust his words. He was selfish and had no moral boundaries. For his own gain, he could do anything terrible. He was obviously stalling for time. "Uncle, Aunt, if Erbao is just playing around, we can definitely find him. But I'm worried he might have run into human traffickers. I think we should check the place first to rule out the most dangerous option, then we can search slowly." "Human traffickers?"
Chen Zhongliang was shocked and regretted believing Chen Zhansai's lies. This guy was full of deceit and not trustworthy at all. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, Qingqing, you're right. Let's go there first.
What?
You mean Erbao was sold to the traffickers? Sun was instantly terrified and collapsed to the ground. She knew that place was notorious for human trafficking, and even if they found him, it would be useless once a deal was made. Chun Qingqing hurried to help Sun up, and don't panic. I meant we should check there first to rule out the worst case. Chen Zhongliang quickly added, Suiqin, let's listen to Qingqing and check it out. There's a trafficker's place just past the street. Hearing they were going to the trafficker's place, Chen Zhansai turned pale with fear. If they went there and ran into Erbao, it would be a big problem. He had to stop them quickly. He stepped forward and blocked their path. You're being foolish. Why go there? Someone just saw Erbao heading down that street. We should hurry and chase after him. Chen Zhongliang swung his fist at him, glaring and warning, step aside, or I'll hit you. Chen Zhansai instinctively backed away, saying, Second brother, can you change your bad temper? Stop raising your hand to hit people. If you hurt my head, our parents won't let you off easy. Don't scare me with our parents. If anyone dares to harm my son, I won't just hit you. I'll hit our parents too. Seeing Chen Zhansai's many attempts to stop him, Chen Qingqing became even more convinced he was hiding something. Not wanting to waste time, she urged, all right, uncle, stop talking to him. Let's go. The group quickly walked towards the pawn shop. Chen Zhansai wanted to sneak away quietly but was startled back by a look from Xiuyu and had no choice but to follow. He thought to himself that if the pawn shop wasn't busy, their parents might have already signed the contract and left. There was no point in them going. Outsiders were not allowed to search the pawn shop. Thinking this way, his tense heart relaxed. Chen Laohan and his wife were coaxing Erbao as they arrived at the pawn shop entrance. Granny's son approached with small steps, saying, Oh, you finally made it. I thought you two were going to stand me up. Grandma Chen smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry. We got held up by something. All right, it's good that you're here. Granny's son glanced at Erbao. Is this the child you mentioned? Yes, that's him. Can we sign the contract now? Grandma Chen felt nervous and couldn't look Erbao in the eye, wanting to leave quickly. Granny's son shook her head with a smile. Don't rush me. I need to check the goods. Yes, of course. Come, follow me inside. Granny's son stepped into the pawn shop. Erbao was frightened by Granny's son's imposing figure and hid behind Grandma Chen, saying, Grandma, I'm scared. I want to go home. Silly child, with Grandma here. What are you afraid of? Grandma, what is this place? Good grandson, this is a wonderful place with tasty food and fun things. You'll definitely like it here. Really? I want to eat osmanthus cake and big pork knuckles. Erbao couldn't help but lick his lips. Yes, we have all of that. Soon, you'll eat as much as you want. Grandma Chen waved to the dazed Chen Laohan. Hurry up and take Erbao inside. Come on, Erbao, with Grandpa here, we have nothing to fear. Chen Laohan took Erbao's hand and entered the pawn shop. Entering a room with tiled floors, there was a round table in the center filled with pastries. Erbao's mouth watered. Grandma was right. There was indeed delicious food. Seeing this, Grandma's son casually handed him 2 pieces, saying, Good boy, eat up. After you finish, Grandma will take you in for a checkup. Erbao suddenly felt that Grandma's son wasn't so scary anymore. He took the treats with a smile and said, Thank you, Grandma. Good. You're a sensible child, Grandma's son said with a smile, though her eyes didn't reflect the same warmth. She settled down, gestured for Erbao to come closer, and pinched his chin, saying, Open your mouth. Erbao felt a rush of panic, dropping the snacks on the floor and pulling away forcefully. He widened his eyes in caution, asking, What are you going to do? Grandma's son scoffed coldly. Oh, this child is quite difficult. Be good and open your mouth so I can check your teeth. Realizing the danger, Erbao immediately ran to Grandma Chen's side, saying, Grandma, let's go. I don't like it here. Grandma Chen first shot him a glare, then softly coaxed. What are you talking about? Grandma's son likes you and wants to help check your teeth.
Just be good and let her see if you have any cavities. I won't. I don't want her to look. Bao protested with a defiant expression. Why are you being so stubborn? Grandma Chen lost her patience and ordered, hurry up and open your mouth. Bao cried out in distress. Grandma, you're being mean to me. Talk to the child nicely. Grandpa Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He came closer, squatted down, and spoke gently. Bao, listen to Grandpa. Just open your mouth for Grandma to check, and then Grandpa will take you home, okay? Hearing this, Bao reluctantly nodded. Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa. Grandma's son then shoved her dirty fingers into Bao's mouth, making him gag. Grandpa Chen felt a pang of sympathy and rushed forward, saying, Grandma's son, be gentle. The child's throat is delicate. What's the fuss? I know to be gentle. Don't teach me. Grandma's son rolled her eyes and snapped, stay back. Grandpa Chen reluctantly stepped back to Grandma Chen's side, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, Dear, this isn't about selling the child. It feels more like checking livestock. If we don't sell Bao, how will we get money for our son? Without money, how can he succeed? If he doesn't become an official, how can we live a good life? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. At the entrance of a large Han Dynasty house, Granny's son shouted, Everything is normal. At that moment, Old Man Chen, hearing Bao's cries, felt his heart breaking. My dear wife, I beg you, can we not buy Bao after all? Granny Chen also felt uneasy, but if they backed out now, all their efforts would be wasted. As the saying goes, kindness can lead to failure, and a woman's mercy can disrupt plans. For the sake of their youngest son's bright future, they had to give up their grandson. She shouted angrily, Shut your mouth. It's too late to back out now. Just go wait over there. Old Man Chen knew that saying more would only get him scolded, so he lowered his head and stopped talking. Granny's son locked the door and said, Come on, let's go sign the contract. Okay, let's hurry. Granny Chen couldn't bear to hear Bao's cries any longer and quickly turned to leave. In the front hall, Granny's son handed the pre-signed contract to Granny Chen. 80 taels of silver, it's a done deal. Please put your thumbprint here. Granny Chen's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Wait, Granny's son, we agreed on 100 taels. How did it drop to 80? Yes, how can the price change like that? Old Man Chen added, clearly unhappy. Granny's son adjusted her sleeves. Having worked as a midwife for most of her life, she was quite shrewd. She knew that most people who came here were in urgent need of money, so she would offer less to keep more for herself. She chuckled lightly. How are you two talking? When did I set a fixed price for you? You saw there were over 10 children inside, and none went for more than 50 taels. I gave you extra because of your age. If you think this price is fair, please sign, and the deal will be done. If not, I won't force you. Just take the child and leave. Granny Chen had thought getting 100 taels would be easy, but now she realized Granny's son was not keeping her word. She felt angry and wanted to argue, but these people were ruthless, and she couldn't afford to offend them. Yet, she was reluctant to accept losing 20 taels, which was enough for her and her husband to live well for a year. After thinking it over, she nodded and smiled. Granny's son, we did agree on 100 taels. How can you suddenly take away 20? How about this? You give us 98 taels, and you can keep 2 for yourself to buy some wine. What do you think? Hearing this, Granny's son's face immediately turned cold.
What are you talking about?
Do you think I need your 2 taels of silver? If you want to sell, hurry up and put your handprint down. If not, leave quickly and stop wasting my time. Can't you see I'm busy? Please don't be angry. I'm just trying to discuss this with you. Old Lady Chen stiffened at the harsh words. She didn't dare to say anything but felt furious inside, cursing silently. This deceitful old woman really had no shame, willing to earn any money without a conscience. Just wait until my son becomes an official. I'll settle the score with you. Old Man Chen also thought this woman was too greedy and her words were worthless, showing no honesty at all. He felt like a fool being toyed with, and it left a bad taste in his mouth. Unable to hold back, he tugged at Old Lady Chen's sleeve and whispered, If it's missing 20 taels, then let's not sell. Be quiet. You blockhead, Bao isn't foolish. He understands everything now. If we don't sell, how will we explain to him when we get home? Do you think they will let us off the hook? After saying this, old lady Chen shot him a glare. Hearing her words, old man Chen dared not speak again. Granny's son looked down on them, realizing they were secretly trying to sell their own grandson. How shameless. But once they entered her place, they were her guests. It didn't matter who they sold. Wealthy people in the capital liked to play with small officials. This child looked decent, just a bit dark, but that could be fixed, and he could be sold for a good price after some care. Feigning impatience, she scoffed, "Are you selling or not? Just give me a clear answer." "Fine. We'll sell for 80 taels." Old lady Chen quickly agreed to avoid any delays. "Good. Then let's put your handprint on the contract." Granny's son placed the contract on the table. Old lady Chen, being cautious, asked, "Will the money be paid first?" "Don't worry, as long as the paperwork is done, you won't lose a single coin." "All right, that makes me feel better." Old lady Chen nodded and dipped her hand in the red ink. Just then, as Chun Ching and the others arrived at the door of the pawnshop, they saw old lady Chen about to put her handprint on the contract. They hurried inside. Little you knew that if they were any slower, it might be too late. Quick as a flash, he picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it at old lady Chen's wrist. Suddenly, her wrist throbbed with pain, and old lady Chen cried out, "What was that? It hurts so much." She covered her hand and jumped in place. Before she could understand what was happening, Sun had already approached and grabbed her by the collar. "You heartless old fool, selling your own grandson. Give me back my precious one." Old lady Chen was stunned by this sudden turn of events and couldn't speak for a while. Old man Chen was so frightened that he trembled all over, his legs weak, and he stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. Chun Jianshan was furious, his anger boiling over. He glared with bloodshot eyes and pulled old man Chen closer, shouting, "You two troublemakers, tell me, where is my precious one?" "Calm down, good son Zhanliang, let's talk nicely," old man Chen said, unable to hold back his fear and wetting his pants. Sun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. Seeing someone causing trouble, she slammed her hand on the table and shouted angrily, "You all stop right now. How dare you make a scene here? Don't you know where you are? You're really asking for trouble." Chun Qingqing knew that places like this had the support of the authorities, but since the deal wasn't finalized, there was nothing to fear. She coldly looked at Sun and said, "Where's the child they brought in? We want to take him back." Sun scoffed dismissively, "Let me give you some advice. If you know what's good for you, leave here quickly and don't waste our time. If you keep pushing, you'll regret it." Old lady Chen regained her composure and forcefully broke free from Sun's grip. "You foolish person. How dare you act tough here? If you want to live, get back and stop embarrassing yourself. Mother, I beg you, give me back my precious one. Don't sell him to those people." "Be quiet. I am in charge of this family, and you have no say in it. Get out of here." Old lady Chen had made up her mind. Now that her precious one was locked away, as long as she wanted to sell him, it wouldn't matter who came. Moreover, as long as she didn't admit it, no one could do anything to her. She coldly glanced at Qin Qingqing and said, "You little brat, it must be you spreading rumors. Who said I sold my precious one? I have nothing to hide, and I'm not afraid of anyone. If my son and daughter-in-law cause trouble today, I won't let it go. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning when you say those words?" Qin Qingqing quickly picked up the contract on the table and shoved it in front of Grandma Chen. "This contract is very clear. You still refuse to admit your wrongdoing. It's truly cruel of you to sell your own grandson. Are you even human? If you have any conscience left, hurry up and return her bow. You foolish girl. Don't you realize where you are? Yelling like this is really overestimating yourself," Grandma Chen said, looking at Granny Sunday Granny Sun. "This girl has nothing to do with me. She has no right to meddle in our family's affairs. Get someone to throw them out." Hearing this, Granny Sun shouted, "Help! There's someone causing trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, a dozen strong men rushed out from the back room.
The leader, a big man, stepped forward and looked down at Chen Qingqing and the others with a sneer. You think you can cause trouble here? Brothers, teach these clueless kids a lesson. Seeing that Chasing Wind and Chasing Moon were outside the door, Little Fish quickly signaled them. The two received the order and swiftly charged forward, easily knocking the big men to the ground. They then dragged the leader in like a sack of potatoes. Chasing Moon, with a serious expression, ordered, "Quickly release all those children, or you'll pay with your life." The fat manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, "Hero, that's not possible. These children were bought with real money, and we have signed contracts. This is legal." Chasing Wind knew that most of these children were either kidnapped or begging on the streets. He stared coldly at the fat manager. "Bring me the contracts. I want to see which ones are legal." The fat manager's face turned pale. Most of the contracts were fake, with only a few being real. If they were investigated, the truth would come out. He cautiously glanced at Chasing Wind and said, "I don't know where you come from, but I am a legitimate agent approved by the county magistrate of Anyang. I have never done anything illegal. Please let me know how I have offended you." Chasing Wind kicked him, saying, "Do you think someone like you can find out our names? If you want to live, let them go quickly." The fat manager hesitated.
"Hero, please spare me.
"I can release them, but you need to make it clear first." Zhu Yu expressionlessly took out a token from his waist and waved it in front of the chubby manager. "Quickly release all those children, or you'll pay dearly." The chubby manager was stunned. When he saw the words "as if I were personally present on the token," he trembled in fear, his face turning pale. He realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have, and it was clear he had to release the children. To save his life, he ignored his pain and bowed repeatedly, saying, "Please spare me. I deserve to be punished. I beg you to show mercy, and don't kill me." Chasing Wind glanced at him coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. Let those children go." Okay, I'll release them all. I promise not to keep any." The chubby manager hurriedly crawled to the room where the children were held, trembling as he opened the door. "Come out, hurry. You're free now," he urged. The children were scared and shivering, their faces showing fear as they looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The manager waved his hands, signaling them to leave quickly. The children curled up, hugging their knees, murmuring, "Please don't hurt us. We won't run away again." Seeing the frightened children, Zhu Yu felt a pang of sadness. He walked over to them and gently said, "Kids, the bad guy has been taken care of. You can go home now." "Brother, can we really leave?" one child asked. "Yes, really. Go quickly," Zhu Yu replied, signaling the chubby manager to lead the children to the front hall. The situation had unfolded so suddenly that everyone present was left in shock, staring blankly as if in a dream. Only Little Fish understood what was happening. While everyone was confused, the chubby manager limped out, followed by the group of children. Sun hurried over and tightly hugged her child, saying, "My dear Air Bao, you scared me to death. Dad, Mom, Grandma doesn't want me anymore. They were going to sell me," Air Bao cried. Seeing the children scatter, Grandma Sun was completely stunned. What happened? Had the manager lost his mind by letting all the children go? This was money. She rushed to the chubby manager. "Manager, what is going on here?" "Shut up. I'll deal with you later." He glared at her fiercely. Grandma Sun shivered, not daring to say another word. A chubby man bent down and approached Chen Qingqing with a smiling face, saying, "Miss, please forgive me. It's all my fault for not recognizing your importance. Please don't hold it against me. I've let all the children go, so spare me, please." Chen Qingqing was confused. What was going on? Why was this man being so polite? Could it be that people in this era valued customers above all else? That couldn't be true. Just a moment ago, these people were ready to fight without hesitation. Oh, it must be those two brave individuals who scared him. Thinking of this, she quickly cupped her hands in gratitude towards the two, saying, "Thank you for your help. If there's a chance, I would like to treat you both to a drink."
Chasing Wind smiled and was about to agree when he was stopped by a glance from little fish behind Chen Qingqing. Thank you for your kindness, but we have important matters to attend to. Until next time, said Chasing Moon, pulling Chasing Wind away quickly. Seeing this, Chen Qingqing couldn't help but smile and shake her head. These two were quite interesting, appearing and disappearing without a trace, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Were they the legendary heroes who helped the poor? The chubby manager, seeing that Chen Qingqing was ignoring him, quickly knelt down and kept bowing his head, saying, "Please spare me, miss. We are only doing legal business. Don't hold it against us." The dozens of big men struggled to get up from the ground. They were not used to this kind of treatment and wanted to curse to regain some dignity, but when they saw the manager bowing, they were too scared to say anything and lowered their heads, stepping aside. Chen Qingqing instinctively took 2 steps back. She knew she had to clarify the situation. If these people reported it to the authorities, they would definitely capture those 2 heroes. If they thought she was an accomplice, she could face serious consequences, especially since such things happened often in feudal times. Manager, please get up. We are only here to find the children. We won't pursue anything else. Miss, there's no need to explain. I understand everything. As long as you promise not to pursue it, I will be grateful. Don't worry, we won't pursue it. Although Chen Qingqing was still confused, she knew that her bao was safe now and that they needed to leave quickly. She turned to Chen Zhanliang and his wife, saying, "Uncle and Aunt, please take her bao, and let's go home." Okay, let's go home. Chen Zhanliang picked up her bao and followed Chen Qingqing out of the pawnshop. Outside, Chen Zhansai watched closely as he saw Chen Qingqing and the others rescue her bao. He hurriedly approached with a feigned concern, saying, "Bao, what happened? Didn't I tell you to wait for your grandparents? Why are you here? Where are your grandparents?" The second child lay in Chen Zhanliang's arms, eyes unfocused, looking almost silly. "Dad, the bad guy, he's a bad guy." Seeing Chen Zhansai's hypocrisy, Chen Zhanliang spat on the ground in anger. "Stop pretending to be a good person. Don't you know what's going on? If you don't want to get hit, get out of my way. Why are you taking your anger out on me? I didn't do anything to you," Chen Zhansai said, scared of being hit, quickly stepping aside. The chubby manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as the others moved away. "Oh dear, which ancestor did I offend? I almost lost my life." He was furious, glaring at Granny Sunday. "You waste of space, you nearly got me killed." Granny's son looked confused. He was the one who let them go, so why was he blaming her? She slapped her thighs. "Oh my money manager, you've made me all mixed up. Quickly tell me, what is going on?" "I won't tell you anything. Every time I tell you to be more careful and not to get involved in every business, look what you've done this time. You've stirred up a hornet's nest. If they come after us, we could lose our heads. Manager, it can't be that serious. I've checked everything thoroughly. There shouldn't be any mistakes." The chubby manager snorted. "If it's not serious, those 2 could easily kill us. Stop acting so smug and get those 2 old folks out of here." "Okay, I'll make them leave right now." Granny's son realized she had caused a big problem and offended the wrong people. Turning to the stunned old couple, she gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "You 2 old folks, what was going on with that child just now? If you don't tell the truth, I'll make you pay." You're asking me? We don't know either." Old lady Chen shook her head in shock. Old man Chen looked even more confused, waving his hands. "If you don't know what's happening, how could we know? Are you really going to let them leave like this?" Hearing this, Granny's son was so angry she started jumping up and down. "What do you want to do if you don't let them go? Are you going to chop off our heads first? You 2 clearly aren't good people, bringing a child of unknown origin to cause trouble. You've put us in a terrible situation, and you must bear the losses today." Old Mrs. Chun was so scared that she lost her wits and quickly explained, "Granny's son, that child is truly my grandson. If I tell a lie, may lightning strike me. You can't blame us for your losses." "Exactly, everything should be reasonable. We didn't do anything. You let the children go, and it has nothing to do with us old folks," Old Man Chen chimed in.
Granny Sun was furious. Money matters. You see, this really has nothing to do with me. There must have been a mistake somewhere else. We are being targeted. Today's incident was purely an accident. The fat manager could tell that the Chin couple was dressed in rags and couldn't possibly know any important figures. It was likely just a coincidence. Perhaps a powerful person was secretly visiting Anyang, and they happened to be caught in a bad situation. He waved his hand. All right, let's end this here. Don't cause any more trouble. If those two come back, we are all in danger. Hurry up and leave. Close the shop. Okay, I understand. Granny's son wanted to take advantage of the old couple, but since the manager spoke, she had to listen. However, she was still angry and kicked each of them. Get out. If I see you two old fools again, I'll make you pay. All right, we're leaving. Old Mrs. Chin felt relieved and quickly pulled Old Man Chin out, fearing they would be blamed. Chun Jonsai was hiding in a corner, stretching his neck to look around when he saw the Chin couple stumbling out of the shop. He rushed over. Dad, Mom, are you all right? Oh, my son. Why are you here? Your mother just went through a terrible ordeal and almost had a heart attack. Old Mrs. Chin kept patting her chest. Old Man Chin was also panting heavily. Son, you don't know how close your mother and I came to being scammed. Chun Jonsai ignored that and quickly asked Old Mrs. Chun, Mom, what happened?
Who were those two?
The manager of the shop was so scared, he didn't dare say a word, yet he was bowing and scraping to that girl? How would I know? I'm still in shock. This is strange. That girl must be very powerful, Chin Jonsai said, confused. Old Man Chin snorted. It has nothing to do with that girl. I think those two must be officials. Otherwise, the shop staff wouldn't be so scared. Old Mrs. Chin shook her head in disagreement. You might be right, but I just can't understand why they let those 10 children go. This is just bullying. Wife, how can someone as smart as you not see this? It's definitely those kids from wealthy families. They got upset and let everyone go. You're right. We're really unlucky. We rushed here and ended up with this mess. If I had known, I would have come back in a few days. Chun Laotai was frustrated and kept hitting her head. Chun Jonsai agreed and stomped his foot in anger. These people are just making things worse. They're trying to ruin my career. It makes me so mad. Calm down, son. If you get too upset, it will worry your mother. As the saying goes, there's always a way when you reach a mountain. I'll think of a solution. No need to rush. Chun Laotai was worried about her precious son and hurried to comfort him. Chun Jonsai was troubled and didn't know how to face his brother and sister-in-law when he got home. He shook his head weakly. Mom, it's easy for you to say. Can't I be anxious? Everything is a mess now. I didn't get any money and ended up in trouble. You should think about how to explain this to my brother and sister-in-law. Oh, my good son, there's nothing to explain to them. Selling my own grandson isn't illegal. I'm not afraid of what anyone says. If they talk behind my back, it's no concern of yours. I'll handle it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Just relax. They won't dare to do anything to me. Okay, hearing you say that makes me feel better. Chun Jonsai felt a weight lift off his shoulders, but then remembered the lost money and sighed. Now that I have no money, how can I go take the exam? How will I provide for you and Dad? How will we enjoy life? Chun Laodai didn't have a solution either, but smiled to comfort him. Son, I know you're filial, but at this point, it's impossible to get back at the second treasure. Don't worry. There's always a way. We'll think of a plan when we get home. Hearing this, Chen Laohan frowned and shook his head, unable to help but mumble, Stop with the pointless talk and think about how to handle things when we get home. Chun Laotai glanced at him and surprisingly didn't argue back. Remembering her second son's fierce gaze, she felt a shiver. Yes, how would they explain this at home? Forget it, she thought. As the saying goes, what is meant to happen will happen. Sooner or later, they would have to face it. She decided to be bold and face whatever came their way. Thinking of this, they walked home. Chun Qingqing took a few people out of the dental clinic. To avoid any further trouble, she directly hired a carriage to head to Nanshan village. At this moment, Erbao was filled with fear, curled up in Sun's arms, trembling. Sun's heart was breaking as she held Erbao tightly, softly comforting him. It's okay, Erbao. Don't be afraid. Mom will never let anyone bully you again. Chun Zhanliang also felt immense pain, filled with guilt and regret. My son, it's all my fault. If I had listened to your mother earlier and separated our family, your grandparents and your uncle wouldn't have thought of harming you. Sun shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Zhanliang, this isn't your fault. I've been indecisive, thinking that if the third child became a scholar, our family would have reduced taxes and labor, and life would surely get better. But I never expected your parents to be so heartless, even willing to sell their own grandchild to support the third child. They are worse than animals. Hearing them mention the old Chin couple, Erbao snapped out of his fear and shouted loudly, They are not my grandparents or my uncle. They are bad people. Bad people. Sun gently stroked Erbao's head, reassuring him, Don't be afraid. Mom is here. Erbao, don't be scared. Dad is here too. They won't dare to bully you anymore, Chen Zhanliang added, patting Erbao's back. Erbao looked up at Sun, sobbing as he shared his grievances. Mom, my uncle said he would take me to eat chicken legs and see monkey shows, so I went with him. Then I met my grandparents in town, and they took me to a strange place. Those people were fierce and made me take off my clothes, touch me all over, and even looked at my backside. Finally, they locked me in a small dark room. Those wicked beasts are utterly heartless. They will get their comeuppance and won't die well. Sun gritted her teeth in anger, wishing to tear those evildoers apart immediately. Chun Zhanliang clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. I have worked hard for this family, yet I never expected them to do such inhumane things for money. Suichin, rest assured, I will never compromise again. Hearing this, Chun Qingqing realized their hearts had been deeply hurt. The old Chin couple repeatedly provoked their two most filial sons, and it was only a matter of time before they separated and lived independently. Now that the second aunt and uncle could see the truth, it was not too late. Sitting in the corner of the carriage, the little fish lowered his head, lost in thought. He had hoped to leave tonight, but it seemed it wasn't time for him to go yet. Chun Zhansai was selfish and had no limits. If he targeted Qing Yada next, how could he repay his kindness later? Never mind, he would wait a little longer, at least until Qin Zhansai sorted out the travel expenses for the exam. The carriage soon arrived at Nanshan village. Debao returned from delivering goods in Anyang and heard that Erbao had been taken to town by Chen Zhansai. He quickly turned around to leave, but Chen Zhanshan stopped him. Debao, don't rush. Your sister Qingqing and the others have been gone for over an hour. They probably found Erbao by now. Uncle, my third uncle wouldn't just take Erbao to town for no reason. He must have some bad intentions. I'm worried. I have to go find them. Chen Zhanshan was also concerned. In that case, let's go together. As they walked a few steps, they saw a carriage driving into the village. When it stopped, Chun Qingqing and the others jumped down one after another. Debao hurried over, looking anxious. Dad, Mom, you're back. Erbao, where did you go with your third uncle? Is he really so kind to take you to buy treats? Erbao cried as he ran into Debao's arms. Big brother, I was tricked by my third uncle. He and Grandma want to sell me. What? They want to sell you? Don't be scared, Erbao. I'll deal with them. I'm going to teach Qin Zhansai a lesson. Debao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Chun Zhanshan quickly advised, Debao, calm down. Don't do anything foolish. Hitting a scholar could land you in jail. I'm not afraid. I have to make Qin Zhansai pay for what he did. Even if I end up in jail, I need to release this anger. Seeing Debao's determined expression, Chun Qingqing worried he might do something reckless. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. Debao, Chun Zhansai does deserve a lesson, but if you get into trouble over him, it won't be worth it. There are many ways to vent your anger without getting caught. That would be much safer. Debao understood what Chun Qingqing meant and nodded seriously. Sister Qingqing, I'll listen to you. Chun Qingqing didn't want to get too involved in other people's affairs. Whatever plans Chen Zhanliang and his wife had, they could handle it themselves. Take good care of Erbao. If you need my help, just ask. But remember, don't act impulsively. Think about your parents and your brother. Don't worry, Sister Qingqing, I won't do anything foolish. That's good. You all should discuss how to resolve what happened today. I've already thought it through. I'm going to find Uncle Li Jing soon and ask him to write a document for me. I want to split the family. If you've made up your mind, go ahead and do it. There's no need to hesitate. Remember, in this world, anyone can live without anyone else, and some can even live better. Qin Qingqing said this on purpose for Qin Zhanliang and his wife to hear. Although this couple is a bit more cunning than her parents, Qin Laohan and his wife raised them well. At least they are very filial. If Qin Zhansai hadn't been spoiled, he probably wouldn't have become so selfish. Qin Zhanliang nodded thoughtfully. Qing girl, don't worry. I know what to do. Qin Qingqing smiled and nodded, showing she understood her point. Second uncle, we can't help here, so we'll head back. All right, take care on your way. After sending off Qin Qingqing and the others, Qin Zhanliang's smile faded. He should have left his biased parents and the greedy brother long ago. That little bit of blood relation almost harmed his child. What was there to hold on to? Dabao, go ask Uncle Li Jing to come over. I have something to discuss. Okay, I'll go right now. Dabao noticed his father had come to a decision and felt lighter as he stepped outside. Chun Zhanliang and Sun Shi led Air Bao into the yard and saw Lu Fengjiao leaning against the doorframe, looking outside. When she saw Air Bao, she froze instantly. This was bad. The plan had failed. These three useless people couldn't even handle this small matter. Now that the situation was exposed, the second family would surely cause a huge uproar. Thinking of this, she felt a shiver and hurriedly turned to go inside. Before long, Wu Baohan rushed over. After learning what happened, he was furious, grinding his teeth and cursing, those heartless beasts. No, they are worse than beasts. How could they do such a terrible thing? It's simply unforgivable. Zhanliang, what do you think we should do? Chun Zhanliang suppressed his anger and snorted, I don't have such parents or brothers. I want to split the family. Splitting the family is possible, but Zhansai is currently a scholar. If you split, you will no longer enjoy the tax exemption and labor relief. Think this through. I've thought it over. Although being a scholar brings many benefits, if I can't even protect my son, what good is it? Chun Zhanliang said with a bitter smile. Wu Baohan nodded in agreement. Zhanliang, to be honest, you should have made this decision a long time ago. Your family used to be the most respected in the village, but in just a few years, to support Qin Zhansai's education, your situation has worsened. You can barely afford food. Why are you still involved? Others would have separated long ago. That's true, Li Jing. I used to think about this too, but us farmers are afraid of what others say, right? My foolish brother, as the saying goes, a big tree branches out and many people split up. This is a timeless truth. Moreover, outsiders see things clearly while those involved are confused. Everyone in the village knows your parents are biased, and if they aren't ashamed, why should you be? With a sigh, Wu Baohan continued, Zhanliang, what conditions do you have? Tell me, and when they return, I will speak on your behalf. Chun Zhanliang frowned. I have no conditions. Just being able to separate is better than anything. Hearing this, Sun spoke up, head of the family, we have worked hard over the years. We must fight for what we deserve. Why should we let those heartless people take advantage of us? Yes, my mother is right. The house and land that belong to us must come back, Dabao added. Chun Zhanliang shook his head and smiled bitterly. If they had any conscience, they would divide things fairly. But if they don't see me as their son, even if we leave with nothing, we still need to separate. Seeing the determination on the men's faces, Sun's eyes turned red. Head of the family, you're right. We can't keep mixing with them. If they can sell or bow today, who knows what worse things they might do in the future. We can't live like we're always on guard against thieves. Wu Baohan nodded. All right, since you've made your decision, I will fight for what you deserve. However, I believe that after this incident, they should feel some guilt and won't go too far. At that moment, old Lady Chen walked into the village with her head down. As she reached the entrance, she saw Qin Zhanliang's family and Wu Baohan chatting in the yard. She was startled and thought, what's going on? Why is Wu Baoan here? Is Chen Zhanliang planning to confront them in front of the village head? Forget about it. As long as you have thick skin, you can get what you want. At this age, why be afraid? If it comes to a confrontation, I'll just act like I know better because of my age. I don't believe anyone would dare to challenge me. With that thought, Grandma Chen held her head high and walked straight inside, pretending not to notice anything. Grandpa Chen followed closely behind, keeping his head down. Chen Zhansai, feeling confident because of his scholar status, strutted into the yard without even glancing up. Seeing that they ignored him, security guard Wu quickly called out to them, "Andy, wait. Don't go inside just yet. Can you tell me what's going on today?" Grandma Chen stopped and sneered. "Don't you already know? What else do you want me to say?" Seeing her unrepentant attitude, Wu's expression darkened. "You really are unreasonable. Don't you feel even a little guilty?" "What do I have to feel guilty about?" Grandma Chen replied defiantly. "Heir Bao is my grandson. I want to find him a good family so he can have meat to eat every day. Is that wrong?" Wu's forehead throbbed with anger as he struggled to hold back his urge to lash out. "You're just making excuses. Anyone knows the consequences of selling a child. They either end up as eunuchs in the palace or as playthings for the rich. How can you twist it into finding a good family for him? Heir Bao is your own grandson. How can you be so heartless?" Grandma Chen rolled her eyes impatiently. "Wu, are you done? If you disagree, just let it go. The child is fine now, and his parents aren't saying anything. Why are you making a fuss about it? You're just worrying about things that don't concern you." "Enough, dear. Just say less," Grandpa Chen said, unable to listen any longer. He felt that Grandma Chen was being unreasonable. If someone with a bad temper heard her, she would surely get into trouble. He quickly turned to Wu, admitting their fault. "Guard Wu, we really didn't handle this well. We owe an apology to Zhanliang, but thankfully, it hasn't turned into a big mistake. Don't worry, we will make it up to Heir Bao." Before Wu could respond, Chen Zhansai put on a serious face. "You two are getting more confused with age. I never imagined you would want to sell Heir Bao. I'm embarrassed for you." He then looked at Wu. "This is my fault. If I hadn't taken Heir Bao to town, my parents wouldn't have had this opportunity." Wu was speechless. Passing the blame like this person truly was hopeless. Chen Zhansai pretended to look at Chen Zhanliang with a guilty expression, saying, "Second brother, I almost caused trouble for Heir Bao. You can hit me or scold me. Enough, stop pretending to be a good person. I don't want to argue with you right now. No matter whose bad idea it was, you, Chen Zhansai, are the one who benefits. I hope you can live up to our parents' sacrifices and not let them down." "What do you mean by that, second brother?" Chen Zhanliang replied calmly. "It means you go your way, and I'll go mine. From now on, we each live our own lives." Chen Laodai was almost ready to jump up, pointing at Chen Zhanliang. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by living separately?" "Living separately means dividing the family. I want to split the family, do you understand?" "No way, I don't agree." Chen Laotai blurted out without thinking. Chen Laohan was also shocked. "Second, what nonsense are you talking? This family cannot be divided." Chen Zhanliang looked determined. "Whether you agree or not, this family will be divided today." Chen Laotai panicked. She knew that everything in the family relied on the second couple to manage. If the family was divided, who would do the farming, laundry, and cooking? It would all fall on her, and it would wear her out. She already regretted that the eldest family had separated. If she hadn't been so stubborn, this wouldn't have happened. With that lesson in mind, no matter what, she couldn't allow the family to split. Resolutely, she waved her hand. "Don't talk nonsense with me. I don't agree to the division." Son mocked. "Mother, if we don't split, do you think we can continue living like this? Can you face Heir Bao, Zhanliang, and me?" Chen Laotai's face twitched, and she stubbornly said, "What's there to face? Stop using Heir Bao to threaten me. I'm just trying to find a good path for Heir Bao. You two shouldn't be ungrateful. Besides, Heir Bao is part of the Qin family. If I want to sell, I can sell. You have no right to interfere. If you want to divide the family,
Don't even think about it. Exactly. How dare you threaten your elders? That's too much. Chun Laohan agreed with a serious face. Chun Jiansai also looked unhappy. He knew the family relied on Chun Jianliang and his wife to work. If they separated, he would be the only one to support their parents, which would bring him trouble. For him, dividing the family would bring nothing but harm, so it was better to enjoy the current carefree life. Thinking of this, he spoke up to advise, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, you can't act impulsively. Although our parents' actions today are not very honorable, you shouldn't hold on to this so tightly. As the saying goes, nobody is perfect. They are our parents who raised us. Is there really nothing that can be discussed? Must we tear apart the family? By doing this, aren't you forcing our parents into a corner?" Chun Jianliang was so angered by his righteous words that he felt like slapping him, but he held back the urge to hit him and coldly snorted, "Don't give me that nonsense. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't be in this situation." Then, he turned to old lady Chun and said, "Mother, if you really can't bear to part with me, we can stay together, but as the head of the family, you must be fair. The third brother never works, so from now on I won't work either. If someone in the third family is studying, then someone from our side should study too. Let Erbao go to school, and you will cover the tuition. If you agree, I won't insist on splitting the family." Chun Jianliang knew that old lady Chen wouldn't agree, so he deliberately said this to pressure her into a split. De Bao chimed in, "What my father said is right. Why should all the benefits go to the third family? From now on, our side should have the same." Old lady Chen was furious. "What are you thinking? You want me to pay for your children's education? Does Erbao even have the brains for that? And you dare to threaten me with a family split? You are truly outrageous." Old man Chen also spoke angrily. "How can you even think that? The third brother doesn't work because he wants to study, and you want to avoid work too? Why don't you just fly to the sky?" Chun Jianlai shook his head and laughed. "Second brother, you should take a look at whether Erbao has the brains. All he does is eat. What can he do?" Erbao, nestled in Sun's arms, listened to the words of his grandparents and uncle, gritting his teeth in anger, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He vowed to change and become as smart as Chen Han, not to be easily deceived by others. Chun Jianliang coldly snorted. "Since you disagree, there's nothing more to say. This family must be split." After saying this, he turned to Wu Bao and Li Zheng. "Please help witness this and write up a separation document." Wu Baoan nodded and looked at old lady Chen, sister-in-law. "How should we divide the family?" "Baoan, what do you mean by this? Is this how a Li Zheng should act?" Old lady Chen was upset and started to argue. "Everyone advises to stay together, but why do you want us to separate? Are you jealous because our family is doing well? All right, sister-in-law, don't be unreasonable. You know the truth better than anyone. As the saying goes, a tree fears its roots being harmed, and a person fears their heart being hurt. If a tree's roots are damaged, it can't survive. If a person's heart is hurt, it can't heal. Forcing things doesn't work, and holding on to someone who doesn't want to stay won't last. You should understand this. Since Zhang Liang wants to separate, he must have thought it through. It's not just a sudden decision. At this point, it would be better to be straightforward to avoid hurting feelings. Besides, living apart is better for everyone. Even if you disagree, living together will be awkward." "No, I don't agree. Don't lecture me about life. I can't bear this shame." Old lady Chen shook her head vigorously. She didn't want to do farm work, wash clothes, cook, or take care of the whole family. Wu Baoan frowned and shook his head, remaining silent. Chun Jianliang felt anger rising in him. "If you don't agree, that's fine. Even if we don't separate, we will move out and won't mix with you anymore." Old lady Chen nearly fainted with anger. "You ungrateful child. Get out. I don't have a son like you." "Jianliang, what do you want to do?" Old man Chen knew how important Jianliang was to the family and was anxious. "What your parents did today was wrong, but you can't be so heartless as to force a separation." "Father, it's not that I'm heartless. It's that you've gone too far. You've never treated me like a son. I don't have parents like you, and my children don't have grandparents like you. Old man Chen knew he was in the wrong and had no words to respond. Hearing Zhanliang's words, old lady Chen was furious, pointing at him and shouting, "You ungrateful brat! If I hadn't cared for you, would you have grown up? Did you grow up eating dirt? Now that you think you're independent, you don't need me anymore, do you? You think I'm a burden and will cause you trouble in the future, so you want to get rid of me? You are truly lacking in virtue, and you will face consequences for being so cruel. I tell you, even if I die, I won't agree to this separation. Say whatever you want. I don't care. I won't live with you anymore." Chen Zhanliang was determined. He turned to Sun Shi, Suiqin, take her bow back to pack. "We are leaving." Seeing this situation, Chen Zhansai quickly stepped forward and said, "Second brother, what are you doing? Can you please talk to our parents properly? Think about it, our good days have arrived. I am now a respected scholar, and not only have we been exempted from taxes, but you and Daba also no longer have to do labor. This is a huge blessing for you. Why aren't you satisfied? If you keep being stubborn, there's no way to buy regret later. I need to remind you, soon I will take the autumn exam, and if I succeed, you will benefit greatly." Chen Zhanliang scoffed. "You? Let me tell you, Chen Zhansai, it's not that I look down on you, but even though you pass the scholar exam, to me, you are nothing. I see through your abilities. You think you can succeed?
Dream on."
Sun also muttered, "All you know is to eat, drink, and waste our family's hard-earned money. I doubt you'll ever succeed." All right, you said it. "One day, I will make you regret this," Chen Zhansai said, feeling humiliated and shaking with anger. He looked at old lady Chen and said, "Mother, they want to split the family, right? Let's do it quickly. They will regret it one day." "Zhansai, why are you adding to the chaos?" Old lady Chen pulled him aside and whispered, "My dear son, you are being foolish. We cannot split this family. Everything relies on this couple to manage. If we split, we won't have anyone to help with the work." Chen Zhansai felt his pride hurt. He believed that with his intelligence, passing the scholar exam meant he could succeed in the future. He vowed to stand out and make those who looked down on him come to him for favors. He wanted to use his power to take revenge on those who belittled him. Thinking of this, he said angrily, "Mother, they are just poor souls suffering. Let them endure hardships. Trust me, it won't be long before I achieve success, and then there will be plenty of people to serve you. They won't even be worthy of licking your feet." Old lady Chen felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. "Son, I believe in you, but I still feel uncertain. I'm telling you, Mom, now that your son is doing well, you have nothing to worry about. Trust me, I promise to provide you with a good life without worries." "All right, I believe you." Hearing this, Grandma Chen felt reassured and approached Chen Zhanliang. "Are you really going to split the family? Don't regret it later." Chen Zhanliang gritted his teeth and said, "I will split and I won't regret it." "Son, think it over carefully. Don't act impulsively." Old man Chen tried to persuade him. "Just because the eldest son has become successful after leaving doesn't mean you can do the same. They got lucky, but if you leave the old home, you might end up struggling. Enough. They have decided to leave us behind, so what good is your advice?" Grandma Chen shot a glare at old man Chen and turned to Chen Zhanliang with a fierce look. "You ungrateful son, if you want to split, go ahead. Hurry up and leave my house. I don't want a son like you." "Fine, since you agree, let's discuss how to divide the family." "How to divide? This house was left by our ancestors. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think you can take even a single blade of grass from it." Grandma Chen crossed her arms and looked at Chen Zhanliang with disdain, thinking to herself, "You want to split the family? I won't give you anything. Just leave with nothing. Let's see how you manage to eat or find a place to live. You'll end up begging for forgiveness like a child." Chen Zhanliang felt a chill in his heart. He had thought his parents would give him some of the family assets for a place to stay. Now it seemed he was mistaken. In this family, he could only give without expecting anything in return. Since they were so heartless, he had nothing to be embarrassed about. With that thought, he scoffed and said, "What is rightfully mine? You must give me. Don't forget, the house I live in was built through my hard work, and I have a share in the land too. Why shouldn't you give it to me? Stop talking nonsense. If you say that, then let's discuss it properly. Yes, you built those shacks, but they are on our family property. Over the years, I haven't asked you for land rent, and now you want the house?
Dream on.
Fine. The house may belong to you, but I must have my share of the land, right? Chun Zhanliang's anger grew, but thankfully, a bit of reason kept him somewhat calm. Old Lady Chen sneered. Those fields were left by our ancestors. They have nothing to do with you. To be honest, I don't want to give you anything. What can you do about it? Mrs. Sun had been holding back her anger for a long time and could no longer contain herself. She shouted, "Do you even have any sense of reason? You won't give us the house, and you don't want to share the fields either. Where are we supposed to live? What will we eat and drink? How will we survive? Oh, come on. Why are you yelling? It was you who first suggested splitting the family. I don't care where you live or what you eat. It would be better if you all starved." Seeing Old Lady Chen becoming more unreasonable, Wu Baoan frowned and scolded. "All right, sister-in-law, let's stick to the point. You shouldn't just insult people. The couple just wants a place to live and a few acres of land. This is an easy issue to solve. Why can't you give it to them?" Old Lady Chen stubbornly replied, "No means no. Aunt, you're in the wrong here. No matter where you go, you won't be justified. If this gets out, it won't matter to you. But for Zhang Kai, his reputation is more important than anything. People will say he has an unreasonable mother. You're just tarnishing his name." Hearing this, Old Lady Chen felt a jolt in her heart. She had been too careless to forget this matter. Chun Zhangkai quickly leaned in and lowered his voice. "Mother, Wu Baoan is right. They just want a little something.
Give them something.
We can't ruin my reputation over this small matter. Don't worry, I know what to do." Old Lady Chen cleared her throat and said, "All right, for the sake of the village leader, I will take a step back. I won't give you the house, but I will give you 4 acres of sandy land in the West Mountain. Is that acceptable?" Chen Ziang sneered. "You really know how to bargain. That land in the West Mountain is useless. Even in a good year, it barely yields a small amount of grain. It would be better if you didn't give us anything. Take it or leave it." "I wouldn't want to give you anything anyway." Old Lady Chen shot him an annoyed glance. Wu Baoan knew that the land in the West Mountain was considered poor quality in previous years. But now, things were different. The young girl had started to bring water down from the mountain, and soon it would become good farmland. Although this information wasn't public yet, it was almost certain. He squinted his eyes and pretended to be unhappy. "Andy, that piece of land has a poor harvest. Is it really suitable to give it to Zhanliang? Why isn't it suitable? Do you dare say it's not farmland?" Old Lady Chen shot him a cold glance. "We still have about 10 acres left. Giving him 4 acres is already very generous. What more do you want? If you don't want it, then forget it." Wu Baoan sighed dramatically. "If that's the case, then that piece of land belongs to Zhanliang." "Zhan, you have no objections, right?" "I have no objections. I'll let my parents decide." Although Chun Zhanliang didn't work the fields, he knew that the land in Xishan was dry and wouldn't grow any crops. Even selling it wouldn't bring in much money. Wu Baoan nodded. "Good, then it's settled. The 4 acres in Xishan belong to Zhanliang." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhanliang's eyes widened. "Village head, that land has poor yields every year. The harvest isn't even enough for one person's food. How can you agree to this?" "Zhanliang, I think that piece of land is fine. Besides, your family only has about 10 acres left. Your parents giving you 4 acres is already quite a lot. What more do you want?" Chen Zhanliang was momentarily speechless. He couldn't understand what Wu Baoan was up to. Just a moment ago, he was saying nice things to help him get a better deal, and now he was giving him 4 acres of unwanted land. Wasn't this unfair? He wanted to argue, but then he remembered that his older brother had only received 2 acres, so getting 4 acres today was indeed not bad. "Fine, let it be." Chun Zhanliang weakly waved his hand. "Please help write a division document. Village head." Wu Baoan wanted to negotiate a bit more for Chen Zhanliang and turned to Old Lady Chen. "Annie, since the land is divided, shouldn't we also discuss the house?"
Otherwise, Zhanliang's family won't have anywhere to live. I already said I won't give them the house. They can live wherever they want. It's none of my business. Before Wu Baoan could respond, Chen Zhanliang got stubborn. I don't want the house. Village head, please just help write the document. Wu Baoan knew old lady Chen wouldn't budge any further, so he sighed. All right, I'll write the division document for you. DeBeo prepared the paper and ink, and just as he picked up the pen, old lady Chen interrupted. Wait a moment. Since they want to divide, I have to set some conditions. Chen Zhanliang frowned. What conditions do you have? Chen Zhanliang, I am your mother, who raised you. You owe me for life. Don't think that just because we're dividing you're off the hook. You must provide me with support in my old age. Support in old age? Chen Zhanliang was taken aback and asked coldly, How much do you want? How much? Old Madam Chen snorted lightly. I know you don't have much ability. As your mother, I won't make it hard for you. Just give me 200 coins a year as a sign of respect. Sun Shi immediately jumped up. You really dare to ask? The grain from our 4 acres of land won't even sell for 200 coins. You want 200 coins just like that? I don't have it. Shut your mouth. It's only right for a son to honor his parents. If I ask for 200 coins, you think it's too much? Go ask around. Which family doesn't give their parents 300 to 500 coins a year? If you complain about this little amount, I'll report you to the authorities for being unfilial. Old Madam Chen shouted angrily. Wu Baoan quickly tried to mediate. Second daughter-in-law. Please say less. Our country values filial piety, and you need to pay this money. Sun Shi, unwilling to accept, gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I can give you the money, but other matters have nothing to do with me. Old Madam Chen coldly huffed. Of course, I have a son who is filial. I don't need anyone else to show respect on my behalf. Good, very good. Remember what you said today. Sun Shi ignored her and turned to Wu Baoan. Li Zheng, you heard everything just now. Please write it down to avoid any future disputes. Don't worry, I will write it clearly. Seeing that there were no objections, Wu Baoan took out his pen and wrote the division of property document. Both parties pressed their fingerprints, and the family was officially separated. Noticing the worried expressions on Chen Zhanliang and his wife, Wu Baoan said, Zhanliang, you two should quickly pack up and move to my old house for a while. We can discuss things later. Thank you, Li Zheng, Chen Zhanliang said with a smile, looking at Sun Shi. Suiqin, hurry back and pack.
We're moving out now.
Okay, I'm going. Sun Shi turned to enter the house, and old Madam Chen followed closely, coldly huffing. Let me tell you, you can take your things, but anything that doesn't belong to you, you can't take from this house. Sun Shi ignored her and quickly started packing. Just as she was about to carry out half a bag of grain, old Madam Chen rushed forward and snatched it away, saying fiercely, Put it down. Don't touch my grain. Are you serious? This grain was bought with the money DeBao earned. Why can't we take it?
Why?
Because this is my house. Let me tell you, aside from the clothes on your back, you can't take anything else. You are being unreasonable. Sun could no longer hold back and grabbed the bag, saying, I must take what belongs to my family. Old Lady Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, hugging the rice bag tightly and shouting outside, Hurry! Someone is trying to steal our food. Come help. Hearing this, Old Man Chen rushed in with a stick, saying, What do you want, second family? Let go, or I'll fight you. Wu Baohan pulled Old Man Chen outside, saying, Uncle, stay out here and don't make things worse. Then he sternly scolded Old Lady Chen. Annie, they are packing up. Why are you causing trouble? Let go. Why should I? This is my family's food. No one can take it. Why are you being unreasonable? Wu Baohan was speechless at Old Lady Chen's antics. Old Lady Chen stretched her neck, glaring at Wu Baohan, and loudly asked, What do you mean I'm being unreasonable? I am very reasonable. Chen Daba is working for Qin Yadu, earning 10 coins a day, which adds up to 300 coins a month. It's been over 6 months, so he should have at least 2 taels of silver. But he hasn't given a single coin. If they want to take the food, they need to share Daba's earnings. Otherwise, They can't take the rice. I have no right to manage Daba's earnings, and we don't want this food, Chen Zhanliang said, waving his hand to Sun. Suichin, let's not get angry, let's go. Mom, Dad is right. Let them have the food. We don't want it, Daba said angrily. Sun knew old lady Chen's character and decided not to argue further. She turned and moved the packed luggage outside. Daba took this opportunity to return inside to gather his things, secretly relieved that he had saved his earnings in the bank over the past few months. If he had hidden them in a jar, it would have been hard to take them out. In the yard, just as he was about to help Sun with the kitchenware, old lady Chen stopped him, saying, "What are you doing? Second family?" Sun patiently replied, "We can give up the house, but we should have our share of the cooking utensils." Share? Nonsense. I bought everything in this house. Since you married in, what have you contributed? Don't think you can take anything. Fine, even if I haven't contributed anything, after all these years of hard work from Zhanliang, we should have our share of the household items. Why can't we take anything? I won't give you anything, so what can you do about it? Grandma Chen smirked, showing that she wouldn't back down. Seeing this, Debeo was furious. Don't go too far. Leave yourself some room. I won't leave any room. My third son is a scholar and will pass the exam this autumn. Then I can enjoy a good life. As for you, don't think that just because the main house has been driven out you can follow their example. Not everyone gets lucky. If you end up starving, don't come to me for help. By then, I won't care if you starve. Seeing Grandma Chen being unreasonable, Wu Baoan couldn't hold back. Auntie, you're wrong here. You can't stop them from taking some cooking utensils. You're just making things hard for them. Grandma Chen scoffed. Why should I care? The division papers didn't say they could have the pots and pans, so I'm not at fault. Auntie, if you keep saying that, I'll have to rewrite the papers. You can't do things like this. Wu Baoan, what do you mean? You can't take back what you've already given. I'm telling you, if it's not written in the division papers, they don't get anything. With that, Grandma Chen shot him an annoyed glance. Enough. This is none of your business. Go do what you need to do and stop meddling here. Wu Baoan was shocked by Grandma Chen's lack of compassion and felt frustrated, blaming himself for not being clearer. When dividing property, family members should be considerate. Parents should care for their children and give what is needed, not be so cruel as to withhold even basic utensils. He angrily waved his sleeve. Auntie, you are truly disappointing. Grandma Chen laughed derisively. I'm disappointed too, raising such an ungrateful child who would cause a family split over a kid. That's just disrespectful. Chen Zhanliang now understood that in his parents' eyes, he was just a laborer, of no use at all. He didn't want to argue with the unreasonable Grandma Chen anymore and waved to Sunshur. Suichin, let's go. We can live without these things. You're right, head of the household. I don't even want this junk. Sunshur picked up her things and let her bow out of the yard. Watching them turn and leave, old man Chen frowned tightly, feeling anxious and frustrated. Wife, you really are confused. Why did you divide the family again? How are we going to live from now on? Old lady Chen glared at him angrily and shouted, Stop acting so pitiful in front of me. Can you blame me for this? It was that troublemaker who caused the division. Why didn't you do anything back then? Why didn't you say a word? Now you ask how we will live. You think you can't survive without that ungrateful person? Look at you. I was just saying it casually. Why are you scolding me? I just think the second son and his family are terrible and made you angry. You deserve to be scolded. You only know how to complain after the fact. What were you doing when that troublemaker was causing a scene? You should have hit him with a stick. I don't believe he would have dared to retaliate. But you, like a coward, didn't even make a sound. Now that they've left, you want to act tough. If you want to stand up for me, go find them and settle the score. I'll go to jail with you if you dare. All right, dear wife, calm down. Don't get so worked up. I could never let you go to jail with me. Old man Chen scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile, not daring to say more. Seeing his weak demeanor made old lady Chen even angrier. Look at you, so spineless. I must be blind to have married someone like you. Just go away. You make me upset. Really, what a problem.
You always take your anger out on me. What kind of person does that? Old man Chen muttered as he took a couple of steps back, ignoring her. Chun Jansai saw the couple arguing and hurried over to old lady Chen, saying, Mom, what are you doing? The family is already divided. Why are you still so angry? If you get upset, it will worry me. Oh, my dear son, I'm not angry. I'm just worried. Old lady Chen frowned and shook her head. The family is divided, but who will do all the work for us in the future?
Don't worry, Mom.
With your daughter-in-law here, you won't go hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ru Hua strode over. Mom, I saw everything from the house. They may not care about you, but I do. From now on, all the work in our family will be my responsibility. I promise to take good care of you and Dad. Hearing this, old lady Chen felt a wave of happiness, and looking at Ru Hua, she found her much more agreeable. My dear daughter-in-law, you're not just saying this to make me feel better, are you? Mother, what are you saying? I, like a flower, can handle anything. I've grown up without being fooled by anyone, not even a dog. Why would I deceive you? Whether it's washing clothes, cooking, or making steamed buns and scrambled eggs, there's nothing I can't do. All right, if you say so, I'll be counting on you from now on. Don't worry, Mother. Even if you're resting on the bed, I won't mind. I promise to take good care of you. You're a good child, but you really need to watch your words, Grandma Chen said with a smile, playfully scolding Ru Hua. Ru Hua grinned. Zhang Kai likes my straightforward nature, right, husband? Exactly, I love your honesty. It feels different. Mother is still here. What are you saying? Okay, I won't say more. Chun Zhang Kai straightened up and smiled at Grandma Chen. Mother, now that Ru Hua is managing the house, you can relax. Yes, I can relax. From now on, I'll enjoy life with you too, Grandma Chen said happily as she took Ru Hua's hand and went inside. Lu Feng Jiao watched everything happening outside clearly. Seeing Ru Hua and Grandma Chen so close, she couldn't help but snort with a cold smile. They are such fools, pushing away the one who does all the work. Let's see how they manage from now on. They haven't even gathered money for the exam, and Chen Zhang Kai will surely cause trouble. If he passes the exam, that's good, but if he doesn't, with his proud nature, he won't lower himself to earn a living. At that point, the Chen family might end up begging. It seems she needs to plan for herself. At the Wu family's old house, Sun Shi was very happy to finally separate from her biased in-laws and the demanding younger brother. She could do whatever she wanted without worrying about others' opinions and focus on her own life. But when she entered the empty house, her joy faded. The house was separated, but now there was nothing. No food to eat, no money to have, not even basic cooking pots and dishes. Sun Shi felt mixed emotions and sighed helplessly. How will we get by from now on? Hearing this, Chen Zhanliang felt uneasy and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry. As the saying goes, the heavens won't let a blind sparrow starve.
There will always be a way.
Tomorrow, I'll find work to ensure you and the children have enough to eat. Sun nodded with red eyes. Head of the family, it's hard for you. You don't need to be polite, but today you and the kids will have to go hungry. We've been hungry before. Missing a meal or two won't kill us. At that moment, DeBeo walked in. Seeing his parents looking worried, he handed over a couple of silver coins to Sunday Dad. Mom, don't worry. I told you before, as long as we separate from the old house, I can support you. Take this money and buy food and cooking supplies in town tomorrow. Sun quickly shook her head. No, no, no. DeBeo, put that away. This is your hard-earned money. I can't take it. Mom, it's not a big deal. I'm now the manager at the candy shop, and Ching Ching has already raised my salary to 2 silver coins a month. 2 silver coins. Sun was surprised and then reminded him seriously, DeBeo, Ching girl treats you well, but you must not earn money unethically. Yes, DeBeo, your mother is right. In life, you can lose everything, but you must never lose your conscience. Don't act recklessly, Chun Zhanliang added. DeBeo understood his parents were suspicious about his money, so he quickly explained, What are you thinking? Ching Ching really raised my pay. You can ask her if you don't believe me. Why didn't you tell us before? Sun still seemed doubtful.
Debeo shook his head and smiled. I didn't want you to let it slip to my grandparents. If they found out I was making this much money, they would never let us separate. They would find ways to take advantage of me, so I didn't tell you. Seeing he didn't seem to be lying, Sun smiled with relief. You've become quite clever, much better than me. Of course. My Ching sister taught me that relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. If I work hard, we'll soon have a nice house with 3 rooms. Then you can buy whatever you want just like uncle and aunt. Saying this, Debeo stuffed the silver into Sun's hands. All right, Mom. Don't be polite. Quickly take the money. Sun accepted the silver without further refusal. Debeo, I'll use this money for now, and I promise to pay you back later. Yes, this money must be returned. Chun Zhanliang agreed. Debeo waved his hand. Dad, Mom, why are you being so polite? You don't need to worry about the household expenses or cooking supplies. I'll borrow what I need from Ching. Sun was taken aback. Your sister Ching usually treats you well. Isn't it a bit rude to trouble her again? Chun Zhanliang also felt it was inappropriate. Yeah, how about we just go hungry for a few meals and not bother her? Dad, Mom, Ching doesn't have that many issues. Just stay home and tidy up a bit. I'll be back soon. After Debao said this, he left the house. Leaving the Qin family home, Chen Qingqing, Xiao Yu, and Chen Zhanshan returned to the candy shop, which had finished work for the day. Chen Zhanshan stayed behind to check if the fire in the stove was out and whether the brown sugar made today was up to standard. Chen Qingqing took Xiao Yu home. As soon as they entered the house, Chen Han rushed over and asked, Sister, where did you find Bao? At the human trafficking place. The human trafficking place. Chen Han was shocked, knowing it was a place that sold people. Lin was also alarmed. These people are so heartless.
How could they sell Bao there?
Is he okay? Did he get hurt? Chun Qingqing shook her head. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Bao wasn't harmed, but he was quite scared. Lin sighed helplessly.
Chen Zhansai is really something.
He wanted to sell Bao just to pay for his education. I think your uncle and aunt are completely heartbroken now. This can't just be overlooked. Chun Han raised his head and said, Mom, my third uncle didn't want to sell Bao. He tried to drag me to town this morning, but I managed to escape. Lin's hand trembled, and her face turned pale. These people are not human. They even want to scheme against my child. Xiao Han, you must not wander around anymore.
Don't worry, Mom.
I won't be fooled. That's not enough. From now on, stay far away from anyone from the old house. Who knows what else they might plan? Seeing Lin's worried expression, Chen Qingqing smiled to reassure her. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Han knows how to tell right from wrong and won't let the bad people succeed. Though she said this, she didn't truly believe it. The people from the old house had already lost all moral standards to support Chen Zhansai's education. Some things had to be prevented. It seemed that when Xiao Han went to school, she needed to give him some emergency medicine. In case Chen Zhansai tried anything shady, he would have a way to protect himself and avoid a big loss. Lin nodded but still felt uneasy. She advised Chen Han, Xiao Han, you must not run around everywhere, especially when someone invites you to play. Don't agree easily, okay?
Mom, I understand. Tien han är plid obediently.
After chatting for a while, Chun Qingqing noticed that Xiao Yu hadn't come in, so she got up and went outside. As soon as she reached the yard, she saw him sitting on the stone steps, staring off into the distance. Chun Qingqing sat down next to him and asked, Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? Xiao Yu moved his lips, wanting to tell the truth that he had regained his memory, but he swallowed the words. He was afraid that if he revealed the truth, Chun Qingqing would not treat him the same way as before. After all, his identity was special, so it was better not to say anything. He pretended to be clueless, blinking at Chen Qingqing. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just wondering what my wife really wants to do. Does she like being a merchant to make money? Of course not. Why do you ask? Xiao Yu fell silent. Ever since he woke up, he noticed that Chen Qingqing had been busy making and selling candy, so he assumed she enjoyed making money and being a merchant. He decided that once he took on that role, he would help her become the richest merchant in the great Ning dynasty. Because my wife knows I love eating wontons, I also want to know what she likes to do. Chun Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Making money through business is just to provide a better life for my family. I don't want my loved ones to go hungry or live in hardship, so I want to change that by earning money. But my true passion isn't business. It's medicine. My dream is to open a clinic, train many apprentices, and teach them my skills. I want to establish clinics throughout the Great Ning dynasty so that all the poor people can afford treatment and medicine and no longer suffer from illness. Chun Qingqing's eyes sparkled with hope as she envisioned the future. These thoughts had crossed her mind countless times, but she had never shared them with anyone. This was her dream, her lifelong goal. Although it might not be achievable, she would strive for it. Xiaoyu had only asked casually to figure out how to repay her kindness, but he hadn't expected Chun Qingqing to have such a broad mind, caring for the common people. Was she really just a simple girl from the countryside? At that moment, the light in Chun Qingqing's eyes stirred up strong emotions in Xiaoyu, completely changing his perception of her. Beneath her seemingly ordinary appearance was a heart full of compassion for others. My dear, I believe in you. You can do it. Seeing Xiaoyu's serious expression, Chun Qingqing lightly patted him and smiled self-deprecatingly. I can't even believe it myself. Yet you do. Our Xiaoyu is getting better with words. Though Chun Qingqing had often referred to him as my Xiaoyu over the past 6 months, today it sounded especially pleasant, making Xiaoyu smile. Just then, Chun Qingqing teased, "Oh, my Xiaoyu looks great when he smiles. Definitely a handsome guy. If he weren't silly, he would attract so many young ladies." It was playful teasing, pure and simple. If this were in the capital, no noble lady would dare to comment on him like that, and the consequences would be serious. But hearing Chun Qingqing praise him felt especially nice. After all, he was a bit foolish. As they were talking, Dabao walked in. Chun Qingqing quickly stood up and asked, "Dabao, how did you solve today's issue? We've already separated. Besides the 4 acres of sandy land in the West Mountain, we got nothing. They didn't even give us a house, and we still have to pay them 200 coins each year as respect money." Dabao spoke lightly, not feeling down about the unfair separation. Chun Qingqing genuinely felt happy for the second family. It's good to separate. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my place. We have room. No need, Qingqing Jia. The village head has already agreed to let us stay at his old house for now, so we won't trouble you. All right, then you can temporarily stay at the Wu family's old house. Chun Qingqing paused and asked, "Dabao, what do your parents plan to do? If they want to work, they can come help us at the sugar shop. The pay is the same as everyone else, 10 coins a day." That sounds great. My parents won't have to worry about making a living anymore. Dabao's face showed a hint of joy. Thank you, Qingqing Jia. I will show them that we can still live well without them. You can do it. You are already managing all the affairs at our sugar shop. You are a capable manager now. As long as you work hard, life will definitely get better. I will work hard, Jia. Dabao said, changing the topic. Qingqing, my family doesn't even have rice or flour right now, let alone pots and pans. Can you lend me some food and cooking utensils? I will return them tomorrow when I go to town to buy some. The people from the old house are really something. Chun Qingqing smiled and shook her head. We have plenty of cooking utensils at my home. You can take them without returning. There will be many places to spend money in the future, so save where you can. All right, I'll listen to you, Qingqing. Come on, follow me to get the things. When they reached the kitchen, Chun Qingqing, remembering how hard it was when they first separated, gathered all the commonly used items. Then she packed corn, white rice, various oils, salt, and seasonings into a bamboo basket, and they headed towards the Wu family's old house. At that moment, Chen Zhanliang was not happy about the separation. Instead, he sat in the yard, lost in thought. Recalling the danger in Wolf Valley and the gratitude he felt when old Chen carried him back, he had vowed to be a good son. But he never expected his parents would turn against Erbao. How could he forgive such heartless parents? For Erbao and for his wife, he had to separate. Now that the family was divided, could the third son really honor his parents in the future? If he were cold-hearted, could he truly ignore everything? The more he thought, the sadder he became, feeling sorry for himself and for his parents. Seeing the gloomy man, Sun sighed softly. She approached him. Zhanliang, I know you don't want to separate. I'm sorry for putting you in this position. Zhanliang snapped back to reality and looked at Sun, feeling waves of guilt wash over him. Since the day she married him, she had taken on all the household chores. In addition to taking care of the family, she also worked in the fields, never having enjoyed a day of ease. Now, at not even 40, his hair had already turned gray. Kyukin, you've suffered with me all these years. We've made it through the hardships, so why dwell on it? Sun smiled, pressing her lips together. As long as I'm with you, nothing feels hard, and everything will get better. Zhanliang nodded. You're right. Everything will get better. Just then, Debeo entered the yard with a bamboo basket on his back. Dad, Mom, my sister Qingqing is here to see you. Qing girl is here. Quickly, come inside, Zhanliang said, hurrying to greet her. Sun went up and tightly held Qingqing's hand, her eyes shimmering with tears and endless gratitude. Thank you, Qing girl. If it weren't for you today, I might never see your Bao again in my life. Don't say that, second aunt. It's really second treasure who is lucky to have met two righteous people willing to help. If it were just up to me, I wouldn't have been able to rescue second treasure from the tooth shop. Regardless, it's all thanks to your help. If you hadn't suggested checking the tooth shop, we would never have thought those unscrupulous people would try to sell second treasure. Seeing her bring up a sad topic again, Zhanliang quickly reminded her, all right, Suiqin, don't just stand here. Hurry and take Qing girl inside to sit. Yes, let's go inside. When Sun Shi entered the house, she saw Debeo and Xiuyu unloading a full bamboo basket of goods from their shoulders, and her eyes turned red again. Qing girl, second aunt doesn't know how to express her gratitude. You've really helped our family a lot. Yes, how did you bring so much food? We don't know how to thank you, Zhanliang said, feeling emotional. Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Second uncle, second aunt, there's no need to be polite. Remember when we were driven out and had no food? You secretly helped us. Now that you are separated, it's only right that I help you since we are family. Yes, family, Zhanliang nodded repeatedly, touched to the point of tears, quickly turning his head to hide them. Sun Shi wiped her tears and smiled broadly. Second aunt didn't misjudge you. You are a good-hearted child. Hearing this, Debeo quickly chimed in, Dad, Mom, my sister said that if you want, you can work at the candy shop for 10 coins a day. Really, Qing girl? Do you really want me to work at the candy shop? The sudden surprise warmed Sun Shi's heart. Qingqing nodded. Second uncle, second aunt, as long as you want to go, the candy shop will always welcome you. Sun Shi clapped her hands in joy. Oh, that's wonderful. If it weren't for your grandmother stopping me, I would have wanted to work at the candy shop long ago. I want to go too. Zhanliang nodded happily. Qingqing smiled, great. You can go directly tomorrow, and Debeo will arrange the work for you. Sun Shi was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, but then suddenly remembered something and looked at Qing. Qing girl, I need to ask you for a favor. What is it, second aunt? Just tell me. It's like this. We've been given 4 acres of sandy land on the West Mountain. Although that land doesn't yield much every year, we don't want to leave it abandoned. Isn't everyone in the village eager to plant beets? I want to try planting some on that 4 acres of land. Can you give us some seeds? Yes, everyone has been planting beets these days. I talked to your second aunt, and if you have any extra seeds, we would like to plant beets on our few acres too, Zhanliang agreed. Before Qingqing could speak, Debeo quickly said, Dad, Mom, aren't you making things more complicated? The beet seeds were bought by my sister Qingqing according to the registered land. There aren't any extra seeds now, and if you want to plant, you'll have to wait until next year. We can't make decisions about this. Otherwise, we would have registered earlier, Sun said with a regretful smile. Qingqing replied, since you want to plant beets, I will ask the village head tomorrow to see if anyone has leftover seeds. If there are, I will bring some to you.
That sounds great. By the way, how is Erbao? Does he need some calming medicine?
No, Erbao is fine. He is already asleep in the west room.
That's good to hear.
But a young child might still feel scared after such an event. You should spend more time with him and talk to him, so he doesn't hold on to any worries.
Sun nodded. Even adults would be terrified in such a situation, let alone a child. I can't help but feel heartbroken thinking about how desperate he must have felt.
Second aunt, don't be too sad.
I think Erbao should go to school with Chenhan in the future. We don't expect him to achieve much, but at least he'll learn to read and write.
Debeo added, Sister Qingqing, I already asked Erbao.
It's not that our parents don't want him to study. He simply doesn't want to. He said that just looking at the books gives him a headache.
Chun Qingqing smiled slightly. In that case, we shouldn't force him.
We can talk about it later.
Sun nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Chun Qingqing stood up to leave. As night fell, the busy people of the day went to bed early. Debeo lay on the kong, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind filled with Qinzhan's ugly face, selling Erbao to someone without a conscience. He truly had a heart of stone and was utterly heartless. The thought of such a person made him angrier, and he suddenly sat up, clenching his fists. That despicable person, lower than an animal, needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he would never learn. With that thought, he quietly got dressed, tiptoed out of the room. He found a stick in the yard and decided to wait at the old house. He planned to hit Chinjansai when he got up at midnight to use the bathroom, teaching him a lesson. When he arrived at the Qin family's old house, he noticed the oil lamp was still lit in the east room. Debeo gently pushed open the gate and quietly entered. He tiptoed to the window and heard voices inside. Peeking through the gap in the window, he saw Chen Jiansai with a serious expression, scolding Chen Laohan and his wife.
Dad, Mom, I just don't understand.
You both made a deal with that tooth dealer, signed the contract, and took the money. Why are you dragging this out? You're going to lose the money we just got. Now, where will you find more?
Oh, my good son, you don't know.
This has nothing to do with us. It's all that old woman's fault. The child is fine, but she keeps checking everything so thoroughly, it's like she wants to taste it herself.
I don't even know what she's looking for, said Chen Laohan.
Yeah, son, your mother is right. That woman inspects us like livestock. If it weren't for her wasting our time, we would have left with the money already, and those kids wouldn't have blocked us, Chen Laohan added. Hearing this made Debeo furious. He wanted to rush in and defend Erbao. But reason told him it wasn't the right time to act. Chun Jiansai sighed and shook his head. Yeah, if we have to blame someone, it's that girl. If she hadn't been around, my brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have thought we would sell Erbao to that dealer. Chun Laotai nodded repeatedly. Jiansai, you're right. It's all that girl's fault. If she hadn't caused trouble, your brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have fought with us. If you had listened to me and not sold Erbao, we wouldn't be in this situation. Chun Laohan couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Chun Laodai got angry and kicked him. You can't stand not being scolded, can you? If you can talk, then speak up. If not, just listen. You always bring up things after they happen. If you had acted quickly and not wasted time, we wouldn't have been discovered. Chin was kicked hard on the backside, making him wince in pain. Wife, what are you doing? I was just joking. Why did you kick me? You deserve it. You can't get anything done, but you sure can talk nonsense. Can't I just stay quiet? Chun felt frustrated. His wife was getting out of hand. A few harsh words weren't enough, and now she was even getting physical. He had spoiled her too much. Just because he was a good-natured person didn't mean he could be pushed around. If she kept it up, he would definitely find a way to teach her a lesson. Seeing the couple argue again, Chinjan sighed and rolled his eyes. All right, both of you, stop with the useless chatter. Instead, think about how to get me some money. Hearing this, Chen's wife became worried. They couldn't delay their son's future, but the family was so poor that they had no money for him to take the exam. What could they do? After thinking hard, she couldn't come up with any solutions. Seeing her silent for a while, Chinjan grew impatient.
Mom, time is running out.
You need to find a way to get some money. I have to leave in 2 months, and if we delay the exam, my future and your wealth will all be lost. Good son, I understand, but I really can't think of anything right now. Oh, my dear mother, how can such a smart person be stumped by this small matter?
What do you mean by that?
Chen's wife frowned, confused. Chun-Jan smiled softly. Mom, think about what valuable things we have. What valuable things do we have? Just some old pots and pans and… Suddenly, Chen's wife had an idea, her eyes widening. Son, are you talking about our 6 acres of land? Chun-Jan nodded with a smile. Mom, you really are clever. You got it right away. But we can't sell that. That's all we have left. If we sell it, what will we eat? Yes, Jean. That land was passed down from our ancestors, who worked hard for it. We can't sell it. Chen also spoke up in disagreement. Chen-Jan huffed in annoyance. You both are so short-sighted, only seeing the small benefits in front of you. It's just a few acres of land. What are you so attached to? Selling the land for money is meant to bring me glory, not for indulgence. As long as my son can pass the exams, wealth will come pouring in. By then, don't mention just 6 acres. I could promise you hundreds of acres. Would that be acceptable? Hearing Chun-Jansai's nonsensical words, old man Chen frowned. It's easy for you to say. There's a saying, you won't go hungry from eating or wearing clothes, but if you don't plan, you'll be poor. If you pass the exams, great, but what if you fail? Without land or food, we'll be left with nothing. Oh, my dear father, don't blame my mother for always scolding you. You're good in many ways, but you speak poorly. What ifs are not helpful? Can't you say something positive? Of course, you talk nonsense. Old Lady Chen glared at Old Man Chen. If our son doesn't pass, I will make sure you regret your words. I just don't agree with selling the land. Why are you all staring at me? Old Man Chen instinctively shifted away, fearing a kick. Old Lady Chen looked at him with annoyance. If you don't agree to sell, then find a way to get money for our son's exams. Where am I supposed to get it? That's unreasonable.
See?
You get all flustered when it comes to serious matters. Old Lady Chen scoffed. If it weren't for me, you'd starve in this house. Old Man Chen was infuriated by her words, wanting to slap her. He gritted his teeth, cursing this self-righteous woman. If it weren't for her stubbornness, their lives wouldn't be so poor. He regretted not teaching her better, as she had become increasingly arrogant. Now, just seeing her made him feel like a mouse facing a cat. Even the smallest thing scared him. If he were 20 years younger, he wouldn't have put up with her at all. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He turned away from Old Lady Chen, saying, I've never had a say in this family. You all do as you please. Look at your attitude. Old Lady Chen scolded, ignoring him and turning to Chin Jansai. Son, there's a saying, leave some room to walk ahead and behind. How about this? We have 6 acres of land, so let's sell half. That way, we can have money for your exams and still keep some land to live on. Does that sound good? Chun Jansai was silent upon hearing this. He thought to himself that the normal price for 3 acres of land was 30 taels of silver. After accounting for food and other expenses on the journey, 15 taels would be more than enough. However, if he wanted to experience the rumored charm of the entertainment district, that amount of silver would not suffice for leisure. As the saying goes, when it's time to enjoy, one must enjoy. When it's time to be carefree, one must be carefree. It wasn't easy to travel all the way to Ningjing, so he needed to prepare enough money. Thinking this, he shook his head as if troubled. Mother, you don't know that traveling from here to Ningjing involves crossing mountains and rivers, which takes 2 to 3 months for a round trip. Home is comfortable, but going out is full of difficulties, and everything costs money. If I run out of money halfway and can't return home, what good is it even if I pass the exam? Lu Fengjiao sat quietly on the edge of the bed, feeling increasingly disappointed in Qin Jiansai after hearing his words. She realized she had been blind to choose someone so irresponsible. The Qin family only had 6 acres left. If they sold it all, the old couple would starve by winter.
Relying on her precious son to pass the exam was simply wishful thinking. Others might not know, but Lu Fengjiao was well aware that for over a year, Chen Jiansai claimed to be studying in town, yet he only visited the academy during the day and never studied or rode at home at night. He either slept in or went out with friends to eat and drink. If someone like him could pass the exam, then even a toad could eat swan meat. Although she found Chen Jiansai unappealing, she had no better options now. If they sold the land and he still couldn't pass the exam, they would surely suffer in winter. To prevent her precious son from going hungry, she reluctantly interrupted him and said, "Zhang Kai, what I'm saying makes sense. Why don't we sell the 3 acres of land?" Hua was frowning. She had thought that once Chen Jiansai redeemed her, she would enjoy a good life with him, but she didn't expect the Chen family to be so poor. Fortunately, Chen Jiansai treated her well. Even if they only had simple meals, it was fine. However, when she heard Lu Fengjiao's words, her expression darkened. "Sister, I don't like what you're saying. Since my husband is confident he can pass the exam, why do we need those few acres of useless land?
You can farm it."
Lu Fengjiao was taken aback.
What are you talking about?
"I can't farm. That's a problem. Since you can't farm, you should listen to your husband and sell the land. I'm worried that if we don't pass the exam, what will our family eat and drink? Will we have to beg?" Lu Fengjiao glared at Rihua with anger. Rihua smiled slightly. "Sister, are you doubting our husband's abilities? Look at him. With his broad forehead and round chin, he naturally has the look of someone destined for wealth. How could he possibly fail? Besides, even if he does fail, with his skills, he can easily find a teaching job in town which would provide enough to support our family. Isn't that better than just farming a few acres?" Rihua's words reminded Grandma Chen that her son is a scholar, someone of status. A teaching job pays 2 taels of silver a month, which is more than enough to support the family. They just need to take a chance now. The worry on her face faded, replaced by a smile.
Rihua is right.
Tomorrow, we will sell all 6 acres of land to ensure my son has enough money for his journey. Chen Jiansai immediately smiled. "Thank you, mother. I knew you cared for me the most. There's no need to be polite with me. I will be counting on you from now on. Don't worry, mother. With me around, I promise you will have a worry-free life." Grandma Chen was so pleased she could hardly contain herself. She glanced at Chen Laohan, who had his back to her, and gently nudged him with her foot. "Old man, you need to come with me to find Wu Baohan tomorrow. I'm just a useless old man, always saying things after the fact. What can I do? You should go by yourself. Look at you, getting all worked up over a simple task. If I could sign and stamp it myself, I wouldn't need you to go. Anyone can go, but I'm not going." Chen Laohan was still sulking, muttering under his breath. Though his voice was low, Grandma Chen heard him clearly. She gritted her teeth and pulled his ear. "I'm giving you a chance here. Let me ask you again, are you going with me or not?"
Ouch.
"That hurts." Chen Laohan quickly begged for mercy. All right, I'll go." Seeing the two of them bickering again, Chen Jiansai shook his head and smiled helplessly. Just then, he felt the urge to use the restroom. "I need to step out for a moment," he said, and left the room. De Bao saw his chance and quickly hid away. Chen Jiansai was in a great mood, eager to rush to Ningjing with the money and enjoy himself. He hummed a tune as he walked toward the restroom. Seeing him enter the restroom, Daba raised a stick and followed him in. He thought about hitting Chen Jiansai when he wasn't paying attention, but then reconsidered. Chen Jiansai was weak and couldn't handle such a blow. It wouldn't be worth getting into trouble over someone like him. He squinted and smiled mischievously, thinking it would be better to kick this terrible person into the pit. That way, he could vent his anger without worrying about consequences. With that thought, Daba lowered the stick. Chen Jiansai entered the restroom, fumbled with his belt for a while, and began to relieve himself. Daba saw his chance and suddenly lifted his leg, putting all his strength into a hard kick to Chen Jiansai's backside. Caught off guard, Chen Jiansai, who was trying to hold up his pants with one hand, stumbled forward in pain, not realizing he was heading straight for the deep pit. With a loud splash, he fell into the pit. Panic set in as he flailed his arms, trying to grab onto something to pull himself up, but it was dark all around, and he ended up covered in filth. The terrible smell made him dizzy, and he nearly fainted in the pit, shouting, "Dad, Mom, Fengjiao, Ruhua, come help me. I'm going to suffocate." Daba, hiding nearby, felt a rush of satisfaction seeing Chen Jiansai in such a predicament. He sneered and quickly ran out of the yard. Inside, Grandma Chen was about to get up and rest when she vaguely heard Chen Jiansai's cries. She waved to Grandpa Chen, saying, "You should go check on him." "What's he yelling about?" "Dear, you know our son's habits. Every time he uses the restroom, he makes noise." "No need to check. He's probably just frustrated." "You're right. Those who don't know might think he fell into the pit." Grandma Chen chuckled and turned to Ruhua, saying, "Tomorrow, give Jiansai a couple of fresh eggs to help him." "Got it, Mom." Just as Ruhua finished speaking, Chen Jiansai's cries for help echoed again. Concerned, she asked, "Mom, it sounds like he's really calling for help. He wouldn't have actually fallen into the pit, would he?" Grandma Chen waved her hand with a smile. "Oh, my dear daughter-in-law, how could that happen? Zhang Kai is already a grown man. If he fell into the toilet, he would be a real fool." "Mom, you're wrong. I need to go check." Ruhua, feeling worried, quickly stepped outside. She stretched her neck to look into the toilet. "Husband, where are you? Are you done in there?" Chen Zhang Kai was almost suffocated by the smell. Hearing someone, he weakly replied, "Ruhua, come help me. I've fallen into the pit." He raised both hands. Ruhua saw something dark moving in the waist and felt disgusted, covering her nose and stepping back. "Oh my goodness, you really fell into the pit. Don't panic, just pull me out quickly. I'm going to suffocate." "Wait a moment, I'll go get help." Overcome by the stench, Ruhua turned and ran, shouting, "Dad, Mom, come quickly. Zhang Kai has fallen into the pit." Hearing the shout, Grandma Chen hurried out. "What happened, Ruhua? What's wrong with Zhang Kai?" "Oh my goodness. You need to check the toilet. Zhang Kai is stuck in the pit." "What?" "Zhang Kai really fell in." Grandma Chen jumped in panic. "How could this happen? He'll suffocate in there." "Enough of this. Stop standing around and hurry to get Zhang Kai out." Old Man Chen quickly grabbed a lantern and went to the toilet, where he saw Zhang Kai standing in the pit, looking like a mess, trying to climb out but slipping back down. "You poor child. How could you fall into the pit at your age?" Zhang Kai, feeling dizzy from the smell, said, "Dad, please stop talking and just get me out of here. The smell is overwhelming." Grandma Chen, Ruhua, and Lu Fengjiao also rushed over. Seeing Zhang Kai covered in filth, they felt both pity and amusement. Then, a terrible stench hit them, almost making them vomit their dinner. Lu Fengjiao covered her nose and shouted to Ruhua, "Hurry up and get our husband out." "Sister, it's easy for you to say. The pit is about 10 feet deep, and I can't go down there. How can I save him?" "You're strong. If you stand on those 2 beams at the edge of the pit, you should be able to reach his hands." "I won't go. What if I fall in?" Ruhua said, covering her nose and shaking her head. Mrs. Chen was anxious and paced back and forth. "You need to think of a way to get our son out. If we wait any longer, it will be a disaster." Mr. Chen was also worried and didn't know what to do. "I want to get our son out, but I just can't figure out how." "You old fool, it's all your fault for digging the pit so deep. He can't climb out. Why do you blame me for everything? Who falls into a pit like that on purpose? Are you blind? Our son fell in." "Oh my goodness, you're being unreasonable. I didn't push him into the pit, so why blame me? Who else can I blame? You're my husband." Seeing them argue again, Chen Zhang Kai felt hopeless. "Mom, Dad, please stop arguing and help me get out. It's not just disgusting in here. If I stay too long, it could be dangerous." Mrs. Chen, hearing this, started to panic and shouted, "Don't hide back there. Come help." Lu Fengjiao shook her head. "Mom, the pit is too deep. If we fall in too, it will be a real problem. Let's go get some strong young people from the village to help." "We don't have time for that.
Didn't you hear Zhang Kai? He can hardly breathe. Hurry, everyone, lend a hand. I'll hold a light for you. Mom, there's no way to get a foothold down there. It's better to find a sturdy stick to help Zhang Kai climb out. Yes, that's a good idea. Mrs. Chen called to Mr. Chen, quick, find a long piece of wood. Okay, I'll do it right now. Soon, Mr. Chen brought a long stick and lowered it into the pit. Son, hurry up and climb up using this stick. Zhang Kai was weak and, with the awful smell making him dizzy, he struggled but couldn't climb out. Dad, I can't do it. I don't have the strength. Try again, put in more effort. Yes, son, you can do it. Mrs. Chen cheered him on. Ru Hua realized this wasn't working and shouted to Zhang Kai, hang in there. I'll find a rope to pull you out. Okay, hurry. Zhang Kai felt like he was going to suffocate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, hiding on the roof, watched everything unfold clearly. De Bao was clever to come up with such a disgusting trick to get back at them. That's ruthless. That's cruel. But when dealing with a petty person, you must repay them in kind. Little Fish's eyes darkened. It would be a shame if no one saw the scholar fall into the pit, so he might as well help him gain some notoriety. Thinking this, a sly smile appeared on his lips as he quietly jumped into the backyard of Old Man Chen's house. He took out a fire starter, blew on it, and tossed it into a small pile of straw. Flames quickly erupted, and Little Fish shouted, help. Someone come quickly, there's a flood. The once peaceful village instantly lit up with lamps as villagers hurriedly dressed and rushed outside to see what was happening. When they realized it was a fire at Old Man Chen's house, those with buckets and basins rushed toward it. Old Man Chen heard the shouting and looked up to see the straw catching fire near the outhouse, illuminating the area brightly. He panicked. What should we do? If the villagers see the scholar fall into the pit, they'll laugh at us. What if it spreads? If the fire reaches the house, we won't have anywhere to live. To save face, Old Lady Chen shouted to her son, Son, stay quiet inside. We'll come to rescue you once the fire is out. Zhang Kai wanted to drown in the mess, but lacking the courage to be discovered, he nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wu Baoan and several villagers rushed into the Qin family's yard. He shouted, Uncle Zhongho, there's a flood at your place. Hurry to put out the fire. Ru Hua came out of the kitchen with a rope and, seeing the newcomers, her face lit up with joy. Li Zheng, you're just in time. My scholar fell into the pit. Please help me get him out. Wu Baoan was taken aback. Ru Hua, did you say Zhang Kai fell into the pit? Ru Hua nodded anxiously. Li Zheng, please come with me to rescue him. If we wait too long, it will be too late.
All right.
Wu Baoan followed Ru Hua, instructing the villagers, let's split up. De Bao and I will go to the outhouse to rescue him, while you all put out the fire. As they reached the backyard, a foul smell nearly knocked everyone over. Some wanted to see the scholar's embarrassing situation, but they had to follow Li Zheng's orders. De Bao walked beside Wu Baoan and spotted Zhang Kai standing in the pit from a distance. He felt a sense of satisfaction. It served him right. Why didn't he just stink to death? Wu Baoan had seen many things, but this was the first time he encountered someone in an outhouse, and he couldn't help but grimace. Ugh.
Ugh.
Forgive him. He couldn't stand the smell, and immediately turned his head to start retching. Chen Zhanshan wasn't in a good situation either. He covered his mouth and nose and backed away. De Bao, that fire looks pretty big. Should we go help put it out? Okay, let's go help. De Bao didn't want to deal with Zhan, so he let him wake up in the pit and stop thinking about harming others. Old Man Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Ru Hua to bring someone to the restroom. He felt so angry, thinking she was being foolish. Now he had lost face completely. Ru Hua, eager to help, threw one end of the rope to Zhan. Darling, grab the rope and tie it around your waist. We'll pull you up. Zhan struggled to tie the rope securely. Okay, hurry and pull me up. Wu Baohan was struggling to breathe, but still helped pull the rope. 1, 2, 3, pull hard. Ru Hua shouted loudly, not minding the smell at all. Zhan was slowly being pulled up. But just as he was almost out, the mess on him was too slippery and the rope slipped off, falling back into the pit, splashing everywhere. The elderly Chen shouted, "Oh no, that's so disgusting. Hurry, bring me some water." Okay, wait here." Old man Chen quickly ran back inside and brought a scoop of clean water. "Wife, where did you get dirty? Let me rinse it off." Hurry. The elderly Chen grabbed the water and rinsed her mouth vigorously. Seeing this, Old man Chen felt a bit amused. "Serves you right. Now you know how it feels." After using the scoop of water, the elderly Chen finally felt a lot better and remembered her son. "Jean, are you okay?" Chen Jean was dizzy and started to cry. "Mom, are you all okay? Are you trying to kill me?" "Oh my dear son, you can't blame me. You should have tied the rope tighter." "Enough. Just throw the rope down quickly. I can hardly breathe." This time, Chen Jean was careful, wrapping the rope around himself several times and tying multiple knots. The elderly Chen, still feeling sick, learned her lesson and signaled to Old man Chen, "You come forward." "No need, I'm fine here. I can still help. When I say come, you come. No more talking." All right, I'm coming forward." Although Chen Laohan was somewhat reluctant, he had to change positions. The group put in more effort and finally pulled Chen Jiansai out of the deep pit. Chen Jiansai sat on the ground, gasping for air. By the light of the oil lamp, his appearance was hard to look at. He was covered in a yellowish substance that gave off a terrible smell. The others instinctively covered their mouths and noses and stepped back several paces. At that moment, the people who had gone to put out the fire returned and gathered around. Upon seeing the scene, they felt nauseated and frowned in disgust. "Oh dear, scholar, how could you be so foolish to fall into the pit? It's so smelly." With all that mess, the scholar has truly become a legend.
Haha.
The scholar fell into the pit. What a ridiculous situation. This is a disaster. Who would want someone who fell into a pit? The scholar must be disgusted with himself.
Haha.
It's so bad. Hurry and wash up. You make it sound easy. While the mess on my body can be washed off, how can I clean my mouth? Ugh, please stop talking, it makes me feel sick. Hearing the villagers' comments, Wu Baoan suppressed his laughter and waved for them to be quiet, changing the subject. "Why are you all here? Did you put out the fire?" "It was just a small pile of straw that caught fire. A few buckets of water took care of it." "Good. As long as it's out," Wu Baoan said, frowning as he glanced at Chen Jiansai. "Jiansai, how could you be so careless and fall into the pit?" "Yes, son, what happened?" Grandma Chen frowned, puzzled as to how someone so big could fall into a pit. Chen Jiansai frowned and closed his eyes tightly. Feeling disoriented, he realized he was okay and began to cry in frustration. Tears mixed with the mess flowed into his mouth, and he quickly spat several times. He tried to wipe his face, but found his hands completely covered in something sticky. He shook his hands vigorously to get rid of the filth. "Stop talking about that for now. Hurry, and get me some water to wash up." Okay, just don't move around too much, or you'll make a bigger mess," Grandma Chen said, quickly sending Ru Hua to fetch water. Chen Jiansai squinted his eyes and noticed that the area was crowded with villagers watching. He felt so embarrassed that he wished he could hide his head. Unable to contain his anger, he snapped at the old Chen couple. "You are really foolish. Who told you to call these people? Hurry up and send them away." Old Mrs. Chen looked at her son's dirty face and wanted to help him clean it, but the smell was unbearable, so she had to stand back. "Son, I didn't call them here. They came on their own." "Yes, Jiansai, I don't know what happened. The straw stack behind our house caught fire, and the village leaders came to help put it out," old Mr. Chen added. Hearing this, Chen Jiansai was so angry he felt like he could explode. It was just his luck that everything was going wrong at once. "All right, it's fine now. Just let them go." Okay, son, don't be angry. I'll send them away right now." Old Mrs. Chen knew this was too embarrassing and quickly turned to Wu Baohan, village leader. "Thank you for coming to help with the fire. Now that everything is fine, you all can go back and get some sleep. Do you need us to help with anything like getting water?" No, just please don't talk about this outside." "Don't worry, Auntie. This kind of thing is better left unsaid,"
No one will gossip about it. Wu Baohan didn't want to get involved in such matters. If he got dirty, he wouldn't be able to eat for days. He waved his hand at the onlookers. All right, everything is fine here. Go back and sleep. You'll need to work tomorrow. Village leader, shouldn't we help the scholar clean off the mess? Yeah, he's covered in filth. Shouldn't we stay a bit longer to help him wash up? The villagers joked, feeling a sense of relief. They thought to themselves, he deserves it. Acting so proud after passing the exams. Selling his own nephew to a moneylender. What a heartless person. He should really face the consequences. Wu Baohan didn't say anything, but he felt quite satisfied inside. Chen Jiansai was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, lacking any humanity. For his own selfish desires, he didn't care about others' lives. If he gained power, the common people would surely suffer. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. All right, hurry back and get some sleep. Right, let's go home. They don't need our help. If he wants help, I'm not interested. Exactly, it's so disgusting. I'm afraid to get it on me. That's right. I heard that people who fall into a pit always smell bad. Is that so? Then the scholar must be unbearable. Who cares? He brought this on himself with his bad behavior. Exactly. He deserves it for not being a good person. The villagers laughed as they left the yard and went home. Chen Jiansai listened to their words clearly and cursed silently in his heart. These shameless villagers dared to gossip behind his back. If there were a fire in the world, it would surely burn them one day. Just wait. When I succeed, I will make you all kneel and bow to me. Just as he was grinding his teeth in anger, Ruiying came over with 2 buckets of clean water. Dear, quickly take off your clothes. I'll help you wash. Chen Jiansai snapped back to reality and didn't hesitate, stripping down completely. Ruiying scooped a full ladle of water and splashed it on Chen Jiansai. He washed from head to toe several times until he was shivering from the cold, then returned to the house. Ruiying, please help me check. Do I still smell? Chen Jiansai sat on the bed wrapped in a blanket, sniffing himself. I still feel like I smell bad. Ruiying leaned closer and sniffed. There is still a bit of a smell, but it's much better than before. Chen Jiansai frowned, looking miserable. Oh no, I've washed so many times. Why is there still a smell? How will I face people now? Lu Fengjiao covered her mouth and pinched her nose, saying insincerely, Don't worry, dear, I don't mind the smell, and no one at home minds either. Seeing her like this, Chen Jiansai's face darkened. Enough, don't pretend. Look at Ruiying. Ever since I fell into the pit, she has been right here helping me, while you keep your distance and say you don't mind. Do you think I'm blind? Since you don't want comforting words, I won't flatter you. Honestly, you smell terrible. It makes me want to gag. I've really become a smelly person. How will I face anyone in the future? Don't worry, dear. Ruiying doesn't mind. Ruiying quickly came over to pat Chen Jiansai's back. Lu Fengjiao looked at Ruiying with disdain and mocked. Ruiying, you really are something. I admire you. Sister, my husband treats me well, so I will treat him well too. Even if he smells forever, I will still care for him. Flower speaks with such sincerity. Chen Jiansai felt so moved that he wanted to cry, but he shook his head and sighed. Flower, you may not mind, but others can't stand it. As he spoke, he hit his head hard a couple of times. Grandma Chen looked at him with concern and couldn't help but say, Son, I don't mind either. Don't worry, it will be fine in a few days. Mom, will I really be stuck in that mess? If that's the case, I'll truly become a smelly person. Oh, dear, my good son, you think pickled vegetables just taste salty after being put in? You just rolled in a muddy place, and in a few days, it won't smell anymore. Really, Mom, please don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Your father used to work in the fields and got into a mess too, but he doesn't smell now, does he? Grandma Chen tried to comfort Chen Jiansai with a little white lie. Old man Chen immediately felt displeased and was about to argue when a look from Grandma Chen silenced him. Chen Jiansai almost cried at Grandma Chen's words. My dad's feet smell worse than a jar of pickles, and you say it doesn't smell? You're just trying to fool me. Grandma Chen was at a loss for words, secretly blaming herself for being careless and forgetting how smelly old man Chen's feet really were. In summer, they could not only drive away flies but also keep mosquitoes away at night. To help her son overcome his fears, she hurriedly explained, "Son, you're wrong. Your father's feet smelled like that even before he got into the mess. Just ask him." Old man Chen was so angry he wanted to take off his shoe and shove it in Grandma Chen's mouth to ask her when he ever fell into a pit. Was he really that foolish? If he could fall into a toilet, he might as well drown. Though he felt frustrated, he had to go along with it. "Yes, son, your mother is right. I had smelly feet when I was young, and it has nothing to do with falling into a pit." "What do you mean it has nothing to do with it?" Grandma Chen shot him a glare. "It has everything to do with it. Yes, your mother is right. It has nothing to do with it at all." Old man Chen quickly changed the subject. "Son, I just can't understand how you fell into such a big place." "Yes, son. Did you slip, or were you just not paying attention?" Grandma Chen asked as well. Chen Jiansai frowned and thought for a moment. "At that time, I had just pulled up my pants when I felt a kick on my backside and my body lost control and fell in." Grandma Chen was shocked. "You mean someone kicked you in?" "Yes, my backside still hurts now." "I'm not kidding. Who would come to our house at this late hour?" "Yeah, who would talk nonsense in the middle of the night?" "Are you sure you're not just confused?" Old Chen also seemed skeptical. Chen Jiansai tried to recall the situation. "No, it must have been someone who kicked me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen into the pit." When old Chen's wife heard this, she thought for a moment, could it have been Zhang Liang and his friends? Old Chen shook his head. "No way, I know his character. He's timid and wouldn't do something so mean." "You're right. It's not Zhang Liang. Could it be Daba?" "Daba is also timid. He wouldn't dare." "Then there's no one else." Hearing this, Chen Jiansai was getting frustrated. "Why don't you believe me? I really was pushed. Don't forget, desperate times call for desperate measures. It must have been those from the second house." Ruhua, listening nearby, shook her head seriously. "Husband, don't be upset. I think this doesn't seem like something a person would do." Old Chen's wife felt overwhelmed. "Ruhua, stop saying strange things. It's scary at night." Lu Fengjiao shivered. "Ruhua, don't talk nonsense. Don't mention anything strange at night. Just be quiet." Ruhua glanced at her and shook her head. "Why don't you believe me? I'm telling you the truth. I've seen strange things like this before." Ruhua glanced at Lu Fengjiao and shook her head. "Why don't you believe me? I'm telling you the truth. I've seen strange things like this before. There was someone who also went to the restroom at night and somehow fell into a pit. When they pulled him out, he claimed someone had pushed him in. But there were no other guests around, and everyone thought he was just sleepy and fell in by accident. A few days later, another person fell in, and the madam had to call someone knowledgeable to take a look. They were shocked and said it was called ghostly mischief, a spirit that likes to cause trouble. If it doesn't like someone, it might push them." "Ruhua, please stop. I'm scared." Lu Fengjiao covered her ears and shook her head. Old Chen's wife felt chills run down her spine and hugged old Chen's arm. "Don't talk nonsense. I've only heard of ghosts causing confusion and ghosts pressing down, but I've never heard of ghostly mischief. You're just trying to scare us." "Ruhua, don't say such things. How could something like that exist in the world?" Old Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clearly frightened. Ruhua snorted. "Dad, don't be skeptical. Why don't you go sit in the bathroom for a while? You might just get haunted too." "Oh my goodness, why would I go sit in the toilet for no reason?" Old Chen instinctively covered his backside. Old Mrs. Chen swallowed hard. "Ruhua, are you really telling the truth?" "Of course. Last time, I personally burned paper in the bathroom, and since then, no one has fallen in." As Ruhua spoke, she seemed to remember something and looked at old Mrs. Chen. "Mom, think about it. The fire that suddenly started behind the house was a bit strange, right? Some things are mysterious and hard to explain, but we have to believe it." Yes, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it." Old Mrs. Chen looked uneasy. Luckily, someone shouted, or that fire would have burned down the house. Old Chen was taken aback. "Wife, who shouted?" "It doesn't matter who shouted. Hurry and see if the fire is out. It's out, it should be out. Old Chen was too scared to go out alone, fearing something unclean would come after him. He quickly looked at his son, Chen Jiansai. Son, are you okay? Chen Jiansai's eyes widened in terror, and after a moment, he managed to speak, his voice trembling. Ruhua, are you serious? Don't scare me, I'm easily frightened. Husband, when have I ever scared you? This really happened. Ruhua put on a serious expression. Think carefully. Didn't you feel a cold breeze, and then you were suddenly thrown out? That's right. Just as I was about to pull up my pants, I felt a whoosh of cold air, then pain in my backside, and I fell into the pit. Exactly. You must have encountered something supernatural. Oh my goodness. I'm a decent person. How could I encounter a ghost? Chen Jiansai's mind was in a jumble, and he felt increasingly scared. He was relieved it was just a fall into the pit. If something had grabbed him from behind, he might have been in serious trouble. Old Mrs. Chen turned pale with fear. Ruhua, since you know about this, please help us figure it out. We can't let that thing bother our family, or we won't even dare to go to the bathroom at night. Don't be afraid, my daughter. I'll handle this. But you all need to go outside when necessary. You can't just hold it in. Just shout a few times when you go to the bathroom to scare away the bad spirits, and everything will be fine. But how do we shout? It's easy. Just say something like, I'm going to the bathroom, make way, or I'm going to use the toilet, I forgot my paper. Is it really that simple? Grandma Chen asked, looking confused. Ruhua nodded seriously. Yes, it's that simple. As long as the bad spirit gets the paper money, if we shout loudly, we can scare it away. After that, going to the bathroom will be fine. All right, you have experience with this. Tomorrow, prepare some paper money, and I'll leave it to you.
Don't worry, Mom.
I promise to scare the bad spirit away, Ruhua said confidently. Old Man Chen didn't want to hear any more about ghosts. If this continued, he wouldn't dare go out at night. He quickly interrupted. Okay, it's settled. Let's stop talking about this and check on John Kai. What's wrong with him? Hearing this, Grandma Chen turned to Chin John Kai, who was shivering. She quickly asked, Son, are you okay? Mom, I feel nauseous and want to throw up. Good son, you just threw up your bile. Don't throw up anymore. Try to hold it in.
I can't, Mom.
I still taste something awful in my mouth, Chin John Kai said, gagging again. Grandma Chen felt worried and sighed. This constant throwing up isn't a solution. Lu Fengjiao covered her nose and took a couple of steps back. Mom, don't worry. Let John Kai clear his mouth first. He might get hungry later. You're right, Grandma Chen agreed, feeling it made sense. She quickly instructed Ruhua, hurry and prepare some food for John Kai. Okay, I'm on it. Ruhua casually asked Chin John Kai, how about I make you some porridge? Don't mention porridge. That stuff is disgusting. I don't want to eat anything, Chin John Kai said, thinking about the slimy texture, and gagged again. Grandma Chen was anxious and patiently tried to comfort him. John Kai, I know you feel awful, but this is just an accident. Don't take it too hard. You'll feel better in a few days. Chun John Kai forced a smile. Mom, falling into a sewage pit is minor, but my reputation is important. If everyone finds out I fell into a toilet, how will I ever face anyone again? What's the big deal? Let them talk. Every farmer has had their share of troubles, right, old man? Grandma Chen looked at Old Man Chen, urging him to help persuade the others. Old Man Chen quickly agreed. Yes, your mother is right. Farmers deal with messy situations every year. Who hasn't faced a little trouble? Besides, our village's silly ones have fallen into trouble several times, and no one laughs at them. Hua also chimed in, Dear, don't forget, you are a scholar. Even those rough folks wouldn't dare to mock you. If anyone is foolish enough to do so, just remember it, and when you succeed, we can settle the score then. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. When Xiaoyu saw Chen Jiansai being pulled from the pit, he quickly slipped away into the dark night. What happened? Xiaoyu asked sharply. Chasing Wind knelt down and reported, Master, news from the capital says that the claim of your serious illness can no longer be hidden. Various factions are moving, and the court is in chaos. The armies of Xia and Bei are stirring at the borders.
trying to invade our territory. If you don't show yourself soon, the crown prince might take action. Xiao Yu smiled indifferently. They are just clowns. I don't take them seriously. As for the crown prince, let him jump around for a few more days. Chu Jinxian, the pain you have caused me will be repaid 100-fold. I will make sure you never get what you cherish most. Chasing Wind looked anxious. Master, the situation is urgent. We shouldn't delay any longer. I urge you to return to the capital quickly. Xiao Yu frowned, remaining silent. He had been struggling with whether to reveal his true identity to that girl. Zhu Yu, sensing his concern, quickly said, Master, are you worried about Miss Jin? Why not take her back to the capital with you? Her medical skills are excellent, and having her by your side might be beneficial. No, she saved my life, and I haven't repaid her yet. I can't put her in danger. Xiao Yu waved his hand, prepare to leave immediately. Chasing Wind's expression brightened. I have already prepared a fast horse, just waiting for your command. Wait a moment. Xiao Yu paused. Make sure to bring the token for the royal guards with you. I have it, Chasing Wind said, pulling out a piece of black jade engraved with the words, Dragon Shadow. Master, what do you need it for? The little fish took the token and sighed with relief. I'll leave this as a token. If she ever gets into trouble, she can bring it to find me. Chasing Wind quickly spoke up to stop her. Absolutely not. This is the token to summon the Dragon Shadow Guards. There are only 2 of them, and giving one to Miss Chen could cause unnecessary trouble. It's fine, I trust her. The little fish swiftly moved a few steps away. Prepare the fast horse. I'll be back soon. Holding the jade pendant tightly, the little fish returned to the room and looked around, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Here, he was carefree, without scheming or deceit, and there were people who cared for him. If he could, he would want to forget everything and stay here forever. But he couldn't. He had to confront the prince's hypocritical facade himself. Assassination and poisoning. He must take revenge for these wrongs. The little fish took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote something down, pressing the jade pendant on top before leaving the room without looking back. Outside Nanshan village, Chasing Wind and Chasing Moon had been waiting for a long time. The 3 of them mounted their fast horses and headed toward Xingjing. In Xingjing, in the palace, Emperor Chu Yao sat at his desk with a dark expression. Why hasn't Prince Ning returned to the capital yet? Hurry, and send someone to Anyang to summon him back quickly. General Cheng, seeing the emperor's anger, quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, Prince Ning is seriously ill and shouldn't travel long distances. That's why he is delayed for so long. It's been over 6 months. What illness could be so stubborn? If he doesn't return soon, let him die there. Chu Yao gripped the memorial tightly, his hand trembling slightly, speaking helplessly. The Western Moon Kingdom is harassing our borders, and the border guards are failing in their duties. If he doesn't come back soon, there may be trouble at the borders. General Cheng replied respectfully, Your Majesty, please allow me to lead the troops. I will not fail your command, and will teach those Western Moon brats a lesson. Prince Chu Jinxian lowered his head slightly, sneering inwardly. The provocations at the Western Moon Kingdom's borders were part of his and Prime Minister Lu's scheme to trouble the emperor. He was waiting for Prince Ning to return to the capital, but how could a dead man come back to save the day? Chu Jinxian concealed his smugness. Father, distant water cannot quench a near thirst. I humbly request that you issue a decree. I am willing to lead the troops to suppress the Western Moon Kingdom. Chu Yao looked at the prince, disappointment filling his eyes. Since Prince Ning went missing in Anyang, this son had become increasingly merry, forming cliques and secretly building power while eliminating rivals. Everyone could see his ambitions. He had already received news that Prince Ning was dead, a rumor spread by his own son. He had known about Prince Ning's disappearance for a long time. Could it be that he was truly dead? No, he doesn't believe it. Prince Ning is so outstanding that the crown prince is no match for him. However, that child values family ties, so he might have fallen for the crown prince's trick. It's impossible. General Cheng received secret news that Prince Ning has been found, but he cannot return to the capital yet.
No matter what, he must not act rashly. He needs to wait. Xian'er, you have been weak since childhood. You can't endure the harsh conditions at the border. It's better for you to manage affairs in the capital. Yes, I will obey. All right, everyone step back. We will discuss border matters again tomorrow. Chu Yao waved his hand weakly. Chu Jinxian bowed and left, feeling resentful. Father, you have been in this position for too long. It's time for me to take over. Now, with the armies of Xia and Bei pressing in, it's to make you anxious. Your capable son has already met his fate, and you still want to wait for him to secure the border. I'll give you a chance. If you can't come up with a good plan, I will take your place. The next morning, Chun Han was going back to the academy to study. Chun Qingqing woke up early, went to Chun Han's room, and handed him the itching powder she had prepared last night, reminding him to use it only in danger and not to harm anyone. Chun Han nodded in agreement. Mrs. Lin had already prepared breakfast. When she saw the siblings arrive in the dining hall, she quickly called out, "Come and eat." Chun Qingqing noticed that Little Fish was not there and felt puzzled. "You all eat first. I'll go call Little Fish." Mrs. Lin smiled and said, "Go ahead. This child has been acting a bit strange lately. I wonder if he remembers something?" Chun Qingqing frowned slightly. Little Fish had indeed been acting odd these past few days, often lost in thought and not as diligent as before. He hadn't even gone to the candy shop lately. Could it be that he regained his memory? Arriving at Little Fish's door, Chun Qingqing knocked softly and called, "Little Fish, are you up? It's time to eat." After calling a few times with no response, she pushed the door open and entered. The bedding on the Kong was neatly arranged, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Feeling puzzled, she wondered where he could have gone so early. At that moment, she noticed a dark jade tablet on the table with a piece of paper underneath it. Chun Qingqing was taken aback. Could it be that Little Fish regained his memory and left without saying goodbye? She picked up the jade tablet and saw that it was entirely dark, with the words Dragon Shadow engraved on it. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Qingqing picked up the letter on the table. It read, "Dear Qing girl, I hope this letter finds you well. Please don't blame me for calling you my wife, as I have been calling you that for quite some time. Receiving help saved me at a critical moment and gave me a chance to start anew. I am grateful and will do my best to repay this kindness. However, I have a mission and responsibilities that prevent me from acting freely. That is why I couldn't say goodbye in person. Please forgive my sudden departure. Keep this jade token safe. If you face difficulties in the future, you can send someone to the Ningwang mansion in Shengjing to find me, and I will do my best to help you. Although we part now, you are always in my thoughts. Once my mission is complete, if fate allows, I hope to see you again to repay my debt. From Xiaoyu." Chun Qingqing was taken aback and muttered, "He just leaves like that? Is it really so hard to say thank you in person? Just because he's from the capital doesn't make him special." I'm not impressed. Even though she said this, she felt a little sad, but that feeling quickly faded. Xiaoyu was the first person she saved in this time, and as long as he was safe, that was what mattered. She wished for him to never be bullied again, to have a smooth path ahead, to encounter warmth, and for all his wishes to come true. Thinking this way, Chun Qingqing felt relieved and put the jade token and letter into her space. When she returned to the dining hall, Lin looked outside and asked, "Where's Xiaoyu? Didn't he go to the town with you to see Xiaohan?" "Xiaoyu has left, so you don't need to cook for him anymore," Chun Qingqing said as she pulled out a chair and began to eat. Lin paused while serving rice. "Left? When did he leave?" "Last night, I'm not sure. He was just a passerby who happened to be saved. As long as he's okay, we shouldn't worry too much." "You're right, but it's still surprising he left without saying goodbye." "It feels ungrateful after we took care of him for so long," Lin said, a bit upset. Chun Qingqing smiled but didn't respond. With Xiaoyu gone, Chun Han was sent to the academy, and the house felt quiet. However, in the past few days, Chun Qingqing became very busy. Whenever a family finished planting their fields, they would call her over to check if everything was done properly. She never declined and happily helped guide them. She collected any leftover beet seeds to save for Qin Zhangliang's family. If she promised something, she made sure to follow through. Fortunately, she had given each family extra seeds when they ordered, so she easily gathered enough for 4 acres. Since Chun Zhansai fell into the manure pit, the village children started singing nursery rhymes. It's so funny, really funny, the scholar fell into the pit. With courage, he paddles forward, climbing up the wood. Covered in mess, with a piece of paper in his mouth, the scholar almost lost his life as he encountered a ghostly surprise. Hearing this, Chun Qingqing almost laughed out loud. This rhyme is truly disgusting, and she knows who made it without guessing. One day, Chun Zhansai had nothing to do and decided to go out and enjoy some compliments from the villagers. As he stepped out of his house, he heard a group of children shouting outside, "How funny! Really funny!" The scholar fell into the pit. With courage, he paddles forward, climbing up the wood. Chun Zhansai's face turned green with anger. He grabbed a stick and stormed out. "You little rascals, be quiet. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The children ran away, shouting, "Run. The scholar is coming out with a stick." Hearing this, Chun Zhansai was furious and chased after them, panting heavily, "You little rascals, wait until I catch you. I'll make you pay." The children stopped and taunted him, "Come on, scholar, come chase us." "Yeah," the scholar who fell into the pit. "We won't run anymore. Come and catch us." Chun Zhansai gritted his teeth and cursed, "You little troublemakers, I'll make sure you regret this." Seeing him catch up, the children ran faster, chanting, "Oh dear." The scholar fell into the toilet, his belly full, smelling so good. "You're driving me crazy." "Stop right there." Chun Zhansai was sweating profusely, but he couldn't catch up to them. Just as he was about to chase again, he heard someone behind him say, "Zhansai, why are you getting angry with those kids? Just ignore them." He turned to see old lady Chen approaching. "Mom, did you hear what those little troublemakers said? They made a rhyme about me falling into the pit. I heard it long ago. Now all the kids in the village are singing it. You can't stop them, so don't get upset. I can't let it go. It's those 2 rascals from the Dalong and Goshing families making the most noise. I'm going to their houses to talk to their parents and give them a piece of my mind. Son, please don't go. Those kids are a handful. If you really upset them, it might spread to other villages, and then it will be even more troublesome. I'm so annoyed that those kids keep making noise right outside our door," Chun Zhansai said, stomping his feet in frustration. Old Lady Chen was equally upset, gritting her teeth. "I can't believe that person has nothing better to do than make up these ridiculous stories. If I find out who it is, I will make sure they regret it." Old Man Chen couldn't help but chime in, "Kids wouldn't come up with such nasty things. Someone must be trying to upset our son on purpose." "You're right, old man. It could be that troublesome girl." Old Lady Chen immediately thought of Qin Qingqing. Chun Zhansai sighed and shook his head. "I just don't understand how. Besides our family, no one else knew the details that night. How do they act like they saw everything, saying it almost harmed the scholar? How do they know all this?" "Son, there's nothing strange about it." Old Lady Chen chuckled lightly. "That girl of yours talks too much. Wherever she goes, people will hear about it. I've told her so many times not to spread nonsense, but she just can't change her ways. When I get home, I'll give her a good talking to. If she keeps talking like this, I might just send her away." Hearing Chun Zhansai, Old Lady Chen waved her hands. Even though Ru Hua wasn't pretty and talked too much, she worked hard. If she got upset, no one would help with the household chores. To avoid that, she said, "Good son, don't be too hard on Ru Hua. Right now, she does all the work for our family. If she gets angry, who'll take care of everyone? Let her talk for now. Once you become successful, we won't let her go out freely." "You're right, Mom. Let's just let her be for now." Chun Zhansai paused and then asked, "Mom, how did you and Dad do with Wu Baoan? Did he sell the land?" "Yes, he sold it," Old Lady Chen said, pulling out a cloth bag from her pocket. "We got the money back, a total of 60 taels of silver. Is that enough for your journey?" "Yes, that should be enough." Chun Zhansai's eyes lit up as he quickly reached for the bag. "I have to say, Wu Baoan is quite efficient.
He sold the land the day after we talked about it. Old man Chen sighed. Son, we are in a tough spot right now with nothing left. Your parents are counting on you. Yes, son. You need to work hard this time and aim to become a scholar. Your mother is waiting to enjoy the good life with you. Grandma Chen reminded him. Chen Jiansai tucked the money into his pocket and smiled. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will not let you down. Let's go home and celebrate properly today. Chen Jiansai pushed aside his earlier displeasure. With the money, he could head to Ningjing for the autumn exam, and once he became a scholar, he would settle scores with those who had wronged him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early one morning, Chen Qingqing went to the blacksmith shop in town to bring back the forged iron pipes. Villagers saw the straight iron pipes on the ox cart and looked puzzled. What are these? Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. They're hollow in the middle. What can they be used for? Who knows what Qingqing is doing with these? Let's listen and find out. At that moment, Wu Baoan squeezed through the crowd and approached Chen Qingqing with a smile. Qingqing, are these the iron pipes you said could bring water down the mountain? Yes, Uncle Li Zheng. If we connect these pipes, the water can flow down the mountain through them.
Great.
That's wonderful. Wu Baoan nodded excitedly. He knew Chen Qingqing wouldn't spend so much money on something uncertain. If she could really bring water down, it would be a great benefit for the village, and he would make sure she wouldn't have to pay for it. Determined, he decided to gather the villagers to discuss this once the water was successfully brought down. He waved his hand to quiet everyone. Everyone, hurry up and unload the pipes from the cart. Let's carry them to the West Mountain. Qingqing has a way to bring the spring water down from halfway up the mountain. Let's all work together and finish before dark. Li Zheng, are you serious? Can these pipes really bring water down? Yeah, Li Zheng. Our ancestors have lived here for generations and have tried many methods without success. How can a few pipes do the trick? This is a joke. That's right, it's impossible. I heard from my dad that people have tried before, digging for months around the spring, but the huge rocks made it impossible. Listening to the villagers' doubts, Chen Qingqing smiled calmly and shook her head. Don't worry, everyone. I am confident that I can bring the water down from the mountain. I have calculated that the water source halfway up the mountain is about 15 zhong away from the bottom. As long as we connect these iron pipes, the water will flow down naturally. Look at this. She pointed to the large iron barrel on the cart. I had the blacksmith leave a pipe connection at the bottom. The water will be stored here and then flow down through the iron pipes, just like pouring water from a teapot. The crowd's eyes lit up at her words. This method is indeed good, similar to building a water channel. Yes, it sounds reasonable, but how can we connect these iron pipes? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Qingqing can't. Remember when she brought back the sugar beets? You thought they were for feeding pigs, but she ended up making brown sugar. Exactly. Qingqing is very clever. The method she thinks of will surely work. Clever? Chen Qingqing imagined her own bald head and involuntarily thought of the 3 bald men from the Fan family. Feeling a bit queasy, she quickly changed the subject. Uncle Li, this is quite a big job.
Please call some more people to help.
Let's try to finish today so we can have water for the fields tomorrow. Okay, I'll go find more people, Wu Baoan replied, instructing the crowd, don't just stand there. Hurry and carry the iron pipes up the mountain. With that, he turned and walked quickly toward the village. He knew time was of the essence. After all, the sugar beets had been planted for half a month, and some fields already had small sprouts breaking through the soil. If they didn't water them soon, they might dry up in just a few days. Chen Qingqing knew that without the right tools, connecting the screws would be impossible. While the villagers unloaded the cart, she went to a large locust tree, opened her space, and took out some tools from her outdoor rescue space. Before long, Wu Baoan returned with the whole village. Many came just to watch, including Old Man Chen and his wife. The West Mountain was mostly a rocky hill, and they didn't believe water could be brought down. The mountain path was steep and difficult to climb. Even with more than 10 people, it took them half a day to move the heavy iron barrel less than a zhong. Chen Qingqing couldn't help much, and could only cheer them on.
Everyone, keep it up. As long as we get this up there, we will have succeeded. Dan was already out of breath. Don't worry, Ching girl. As long as we can get the water from the mountain down here, we will find a way to bring it up. Yes, we have plenty of strength. Everyone agreed. More than 10 people worked hard to climb the mountain. They all wanted the water to flow down because with water, dry land could become fertile fields, which had been their ancestors' wish for generations. Wu Baoan and the others also got busy. With many hands, they quickly arranged the iron pipes in order. Chen Qingqing and the others carried the iron barrels to the water source halfway up the mountain. She had observed that the water flowed from a crack in a cliff, and below was a large, flat stone, as if it had been cut by modern machines. It measured about 6 meters in length and width, with a natural round hole in the center, where the water flowed underground. Thanks to this flat stone, once they placed the iron barrels correctly, the water flowed into them. Seeing this, everyone cheered, great. The water really changed direction. Yes, this is a great solution. Wu Baoan nodded happily. Qing girl, you did a great job. We tried to block this hole before to let the water flow down, but it never worked. The waterway under the stone looks small, but anything can be washed away. It can't be blocked at all. Now, with this water barrel, we can store the water. Chen Qingqing wrapped some hemp rope around the joints of the iron pipes and picked up the wrench she had prepared. She tightened the screws clockwise. Since her strength was limited, she handed the wrench to Dan and the others. Follow my example and connect all the iron pipes together. Remember to wrap the joints with this thin hemp rope several times before tightening them with the wrench. We can't let a single drop of water leak out, or the pipes will corrode and rust, making them unusable. Don't worry, Qing girl, we will remember. Everyone agreed and got busy. Some connected the iron pipes while others reinforced the pipeline. With many hands, they completed connecting all the iron pipes from halfway up the mountain to the bottom before sunset. Wu Baoan watched the mountain spring water flowing from the pipes with wide eyes, unable to contain his joy.
Great.
We did it. At that moment, the villagers cheered with excitement. Wonderful. The water really came down. Yes, it's all thanks to Qing girl. She is truly a blessing for our village. With water, this large piece of land can become fertile, and we won't have to worry about drought anymore. You are right. Qing girl has done a great thing for our village. Facing the villagers' praise, Chen Qingqing simply smiled gently. You all flatter me. This is the result of our collective effort, not just my work. She is such a humble child. She was clumsy and messy as a kid, but look how smart and capable she has become now. Exactly. Luckily, she wasn't married off to the butcher Li by the old Chen couple. Otherwise, our village wouldn't be enjoying such good days. Yes, my wife can earn 300 coins a month at the candy shop, which is more than farming. This is all thanks to Qing girl. That's right. Without Qing girl, our family wouldn't even have enough to eat. Hearing the villagers, Wu Baoan felt the same way. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Fellow villagers, Qing girl has worked hard to turn this dry land into fertile fields. We enjoy the benefits, but we can't let her bear all the costs alone. Don't you agree?
See?
Good things don't just fall from the sky. On the surface, it seems selfless, but in reality, they don't lose anything. Old Chen scoffed, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Old Lady Chen looked furious, thinking about how Wu Baoan had acted so generously when dividing the dry land a few days ago. He must have known that the girl had a way to bring water down the mountain. Now, they had lost out significantly. If she had known this would happen, she should have taken half of the land during the division. At least they would have had 2 acres left, which could have been worth 20 taels of silver. Now, it felt like they had given money away to Qin Zhanliang, that ungrateful scoundrel. She wished she could get those 4 acres back, but it was already signed and sealed, and there was no way to back out. She regretted it so much that she was hitting her head in frustration. She felt hopeless. Old Lady Chen spat on the ground and glared at Old Chen. You're just wasting time. This isn't our land, so why are you getting involved? Hurry up and go home. With that, she walked away without looking back. Old Chen didn't dare say much and hurried after her. Chun Qingqing didn't expect Wu Baoan to fight for her interests. The several taels of silver weren't much to her, but if the villagers were willing to share the costs, she wouldn't refuse. If the villagers are unwilling and take her efforts for granted, then she doesn't need to be so kind anymore. As long as she can keep her face, that's enough. Just as she was thinking this, all the villagers began to speak up. The village head is right. I agree to share this cost. Exactly. Qing girl's money didn't come from nowhere. We must share it. Yes, I agree too. I agree as well. Chun Qingqing felt a bit surprised. After all, they were all farmers who could hardly save 2 taels of silver in a year. If they shared the cost, each family would have to contribute over a tael, which was a significant amount for them. Liang Fugue and the crowd asked, "Village head, just tell us how much this cost is." My family doesn't have cash right now, but don't worry, once we harvest the beets in autumn, I will definitely give the money to Qing girl. Wu Baoan nodded reassuringly. I know that no family is wealthy right now, and this money doesn't have to come from everyone. Our village has common land, right? If anyone wants to build a house or farm in the future, they can use the money from selling the common land to pay Qing girl. This way, no one has to spend a penny, and we solve the water issue. What do you all think of this idea? Everyone nodded in agreement, and the matter was settled. On the way home, Chun Qingqing felt a bit lonely. Xiao Yu left so suddenly. She wondered how he was doing now. After taking care of him for so long, he shouldn't have left without saying anything. If he had just told her, she could have given him some antidotes to avoid being poisoned again. As she approached her home, Chun Qingqing shook her head vigorously to clear her thoughts, putting on a nonchalant expression. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since he has left, there's no need to worry anymore. She should focus on living her own life. Lin Shi was washing vegetables in the yard. When she saw Chun Qingqing return, she smiled and asked, "Qing girl, I just heard Fugue's wife say that you really managed to bring water down the mountain with that iron pipe." "Yes, Mom. Now that we have water, we won't have to worry about the harvest for our 2 acres of land," Chun Qingqing replied, looking around. "Where's my brother? He hasn't come back yet?" "No, he might be delayed by something. Let's wait a bit longer. He promised to come back this month, but it's been delayed again and again. It's already been 5 days, and he's still working for Wu Shuren for free. Is he foolish?" "Your brother is not foolish, he is honest. If the shop is busy, he wouldn't feel right just leaving. Let's wait a few more days." "Yes, my older brother is too naive and can't let go of his pride. If he doesn't come back in a few days, I will have to go find him. Otherwise, he might not return for a long time." Chun Qingqing had already thought it through. Since her parents had a source of income, she could quickly help Chen Feng open a restaurant, allowing her to pursue what she truly enjoyed. In Qingshui town for more than half a year, Chen Feng had been extremely busy at the Qingshui restaurant, with endless tasks every day: cleaning the yard, washing vegetables, carrying waste, taking out the trash, butchering chickens and geese, wiping tables, and washing dishes. In short, he did all the dirtiest and hardest jobs at the restaurant. Despite this, he never complained because he could secretly learn cooking skills while doing these chores. The head chef did not mind him being around, so Chen Feng memorized the entire cooking process and ingredients used by the chefs every day. Over time, he clearly understood what ingredients were used, how to control the heat, and the cooking techniques and durations. Although he hadn't earned a single penny in over 3 years, he had learned all the signature dishes from the chefs and was just waiting for the chance to showcase his skills. At that moment, Chen Feng was squatting on the ground, vigorously scrubbing a large iron spoon. He felt particularly happy today because Manager Wu had promised him that as long as he finished his tasks today, he could go home tomorrow. The last time he returned home was during the New Year, and his sister had managed to build a new courtyard, with the candy shop business thriving. If it weren't for his promise to Wu Shuren, he would have left long ago. Chen Feng was eager to finish his work and hire a carriage straight home. Wu Shuren was chatting with the accountant, Wang Ditsai, when the topic of hiring a few helpers came up. Wu Shuren sighed. "It seems there will be more extra expenses in the future. It would be great if that fool would just leave. Wang Ditsai, with his squinty eyes, smiled and said, Manager, it's not difficult. Just say that the restaurant can't hire anyone for now and let him stay a bit longer.
No, decaí.
That fool has approached me several times already, and I've been putting him off. I promised him he could leave tomorrow. Manager, why not let our young lady help persuade him? Don't mention Suehua. That girl is too troublesome. She never supports me and always goes against what I say. Did you really let Chen Feng leave like that? Wang Ditsai shook his head and chuckled. Wu Shiren scratched his head, sighing helplessly. Let him go. Who knows, he might come back after a few days to ask me for work. You're mistaken. Once he leaves here, he won't come back. Wang Ditsai frowned as he spoke. A relative of his went to Nanshan village last year and heard about the new big house Chen Feng's family built. He thought Chen Feng was just a poor fool, but it turns out he's actually a hidden wealthy young man. Even though that guy seems dull, he's quite clever. Over the past 3 years, he has been serving the chefs in the kitchen, flattering them, making them think he's just a simpleton, while secretly learning all their skills. If Chen Feng leaves, it would be a disaster for him and those chefs. It could even cost them their jobs. As the saying goes, if one doesn't care for oneself, they will face dire consequences. To secure his future, Chen Feng might not feel guilty about it. A shadow crossed his eyes as he said, Boss, I've heard that Chen Feng's sister is quite capable. She can make candy and has medical skills. Their family is doing better than you, the restaurant owner, so how could Chen Feng possibly come back? Really? If his sister is so talented, why is he still here doing menial work? Is he really that foolish? You don't understand. Chen Feng isn't lazy. He's not just working mindlessly. In fact, Wang Ditsai looked around and lowered his voice. Actually, he's staying here to learn cooking. From what I know, Chen Feng is no longer just a helper. His cooking skills are on par with any of our chefs. Hearing this, Wu Shiren was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Ditsai, you're joking. I already ordered that no one should teach Chen Feng cooking. How could he possibly cook? Boss, I'm not joking. Do you remember last month when we had dinner with the chefs? Of course, I remember. That day Zhao Tian, Wang Qi, Li Lu, Sun Kai, Chen Shaoer, and Chang Dashan were all there. I got a bit carried away and drank too much, which made me stumble outside and fall. Now my teeth hurt just thinking about it. Do you remember the dishes we had, like the steamed onyang fish, crystal pork, and braised pork knuckle? I can't forget that steamed onyang fish. It was even tastier than before. And that red braised pork was so authentic, rich but not greasy, melting in your mouth. Wu Shiren licked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Now that you mention it, I'm getting hungry. Let's have a good meal together later. Wang Ditsai waved his hand in refusal. What you don't know is that all those dishes were made by Chen Feng. Without thinking, Wu Shiren exclaimed, No way, that's impossible. Why not? Think about it. The chef was drinking that day. Who was cooking in the kitchen? Right, who was cooking? Wu Shiren suddenly remembered seeing Chen Feng handling the spatula at the stove before. He thought Chen Feng was just being diligent, but it seemed he was learning the craft. He gritted his teeth. That rascal is learning to be a chef right under my nose. He's really clever. Becoming a chef isn't the problem. I'm just worried. Wang Ditsai trailed off, teasingly. Wu Shiren urged, Ditsai, we've been friends for years. Just say it directly. Don't be vague like a woman. I'm worried he might go work at another restaurant as a chef. If that happens, we'll lose our signature dishes. We must find a way to keep him here. Yes, you're right. Wu Shiren nodded repeatedly. Brother Ditsai, you have good ideas. Quickly think of a plan. That's not hard, Wang Ditsai said, leaning in to whisper a few words in Wu Shiren's ear. Wu Shiren hesitated. Will that work? If he really refuses to cooperate, we'll go with the backup plan. He needs to face some challenges, so he won't think about cooking again and won't dare return to Qingshui town. All right, let's do it your way, and let's also call Zhao Tian, Wang Qi, and the others. Sure, I'll arrange the banquet right away. Wang Ditsai was always focused on money, greedy and narrow-minded. He had been the accountant at Qingfeng restaurant for many years, handling countless amounts of money and always finding ways to profit. Although Wu Shiren was cautious and had his daughter Wu Tsuehua watching, Wang Dicai was cunning, and Wu Tsuehua couldn't detect any signs of his schemes. Out of jealousy and concern, they were plotting against Qingfeng. They feared that if he left, it would hurt the business of the Qingfeng restaurant and they wouldn't be able to benefit from it anymore. At that moment, several chefs in the kitchen were chatting over tea. Wang Dicai lifted the curtain, and Zhao Tian, Wang Qi, and others greeted him with smiles, saying, "Hey, Wang, what brings you to our kitchen?" "Yeah, this greasy place might ruin your clothes." Wang Dicai playfully glared at them and waved his hand. "Stop joking around. Come here, I have something to say." Zhao Tian and Wang Qi quickly moved closer, asking, "Brother, why so serious?" Wang Dicai glanced at Qingfeng, who was working outside, and whispered a few words. "Did you all understand? Just act according to the situation later." Zhao Tian smirked. "Don't worry, we've never liked him. Right? He looks weak, but secretly learned all our skills. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time," Wang Qi said with a fierce expression, his fists cracking. These men had a good relationship with Wang Dicai and often enjoyed meals together. They viewed Qingfeng as a thorn in their side, fearing that his departure would harm them. After hearing Wang Dicai's words, they all nodded in agreement. Wang Dicai nodded in satisfaction. "All right, go get ready." After giving his instructions, he walked to the back door with a big smile, saying, "Brother Qingfeng, take a break from scrubbing those pots." Qingfeng was surprised and puzzled. This man usually stayed in the office and never came to the kitchen. Why was he so relaxed today? Though confused, he replied, "I'm not tired. I need to finish cleaning these pots before dark." "Enough of that work. Come with me to the front hall. The manager specifically asked me to invite you," Wang Dicai said. "Invite me?" Qingfeng was taken aback. Seeing Qingfeng's silence, Wang Dicai chuckled. "Don't be so surprised. The manager just wants to invite you for a meal." Hearing this, Qingfeng was shocked. Wu Shiren never acknowledged him, so why was he sending someone to invite him for dinner today? What was going on? As the saying goes, when there's nothing to do, flattery is either deceitful or harmful. The weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year has bad intentions. Wang Dicai is just Wu Shiren's lackey. When these two are together, nothing good comes of it. It's better not to get involved. Determined, I waved my hand to refuse. "Please thank the shopkeeper for his kindness, but I'm not hungry right now. You all go ahead and eat." Seeing Qingfeng focused on the big spoon again, Wang Dicai gritted his teeth in frustration. He was really annoyed that Qingfeng was being so stubborn. He forced a smile and said, "Come on, brother. The shopkeeper is waiting for you. Let's go." With that, he pulled Qingfeng up. Qingfeng wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist Wang Dicai's insistence and reluctantly went to the private room. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Tian and several chefs there, which surprised him. Wu Shiren quickly got up and pulled him to sit beside him, smiling. "Qingfeng, you've been with us for over 3 years, but we've been so busy that we haven't had a chance to sit down and chat. Since we have some free time today, I arranged a feast for you to enjoy with the brothers in the shop." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone chimed in. The shopkeeper is right. Qingfeng has been with us for so long, and we haven't had a drink together. Today, we must celebrate. Yes, we've worked together for many years. We should take this opportunity to drink together. Hearing this, Qingfeng felt even more confused. Usually, these chefs acted superior and treated him like a servant. Why were they suddenly being friendly? Had they had a change of heart, or did they have other motives? Noticing his silence, Wang Dicai raised his glass. "Qingfeng, let's all raise a glass together." Everyone lifted their glasses and drank. After a round of toasts, Wang Dicai personally filled Qingfeng's glass, smiling broadly. "Qingfeng, let's have a drink, just the two of us." Feeling a bit tipsy, Qingfeng waved his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, but I still have work to do and can't drink anymore." "Work? What work? You shouldn't be doing that anymore," Wang Dicai replied, pausing for a moment. "You're not just a helper anymore. You shouldn't be doing those heavy tasks. Mr. Wang, I appreciate your concern, but I have no special skills and can only do what I'm capable of. All right, brother, stop pretending. The dishes you made last time are something that some people in the kitchen could never achieve in their whole lives. With your current skills, you're already a skilled chef. How can you say you have no special talent? Chun Feng was startled, secretly blaming himself for being too eager and letting those tough masters catch him trying to learn their skills. It might ruin everything. He quickly explained, those were just random dishes I made, not worth mentioning. Wang Dicai shook his head and waved his hands. Don't be modest. I've never misjudged anyone in my life, and you, my friend, are impressive. That's right, Dicai. I've seen from the start that Chun Feng is a rare talent, Wu Shiren chimed in. Chun Feng, ever since you came to our restaurant, I felt you were different. I knew you would achieve great things. Look, you've learned to cook without even realizing it. You haven't let my efforts go to waste. Chun Feng felt sickened by this insincere praise, wanting to slap him to wake him up. It sounded better than it was. Before he could respond, Wu Shiren continued, maybe you feel dissatisfied, thinking I've been too harsh on you, always either scolding or making you do hard work for years. But this was all for your own good. As the saying goes, when great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure hardship. Saying this, he filled a glass with wine and respectfully handed it to Chun Feng, saying politely, Xiao Feng, you've learned a lot now. From this moment on, you are no longer just a helper. I officially announce you as the new head chef of our restaurant, with a salary equal to Zhao Tian and Wang Qi. If you agree, drink this glass. Chun Feng was surprised. He didn't expect Wu Shiren wanted him to stay. If this were before, he would have immediately agreed without hesitation, but now it was different. He planned to open his own restaurant. He didn't dare take the glass because he understood the rules here. Once he drank it, it meant sharing joys and sorrows together, through thick and thin. Seeing him in a daze, Wang Dicai patted his shoulder and reminded him with a smile, Brother, don't just stand there. Quickly take the wine. The boss is still holding it up. The others also chimed in, Chun Feng, hurry up and take the wine. Don't let the boss down for believing in you. Well, the boss is really raising you up by making you the head chef. Don't embarrass him. Yeah, I remember when I worked as a helper for over 5 years, spent 3 years learning to cook, and it took me more than 10 years to become a head chef. But you went straight from being a helper to the head chef of the Clearwater restaurant. That's quite a leap. Who can argue with that? It's all thanks to our boss Wu. Without him, you, Chun Feng, would probably still be a helper after 3 more years. That's right. You need to show your gratitude to Boss Wu. Chun Feng's expression changed slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction from being recognized. After all those years of hard work and enduring their scolding, he finally earned respect. It was all worth it. However, he was determined not to stay as a head chef. He wanted to open his own restaurant and be a boss, just like his sister, to bring honor to his parents and protect his sister and brother. Thinking about this, he shook his head and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Boss Wu, but I know my own limits and can't take on such a big responsibility. I hope you understand. Wu Shiren's face darkened immediately, and he slammed his cup on the table, angrily saying, Chun Feng, don't be ungrateful. You learned the skills here, and now you want to go off on your own. Let me tell you, nothing comes easy in this world. Zhao Tian, Wang Qi, and others chimed in, Chun Feng, this isn't right. You're taking advantage of the situation. The boss is giving you a chance to stay. Don't refuse a toast and end up with a punishment drink. Exactly. If you're smart, apologize to the boss and drink this cup. Then we can forget about it. Chun Feng finally understood that this banquet was a trap, and Wu Shiren was feeling threatened. He had already made up his mind. Even though Wu Shiren didn't think much of him, he had learned enough here, and he wouldn't take away the jobs of those skilled chefs. He planned to go to Anyang County, or even farther to make his way. Don't worry, boss. Although I've only learned a little, I do want to open my own restaurant, but I can promise I won't open one in Clearwater Town and won't compete with you. You promise? What can you guarantee?
If you really open a restaurant, can I just destroy it? Wu Shiren glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled lightly. If you don't believe me, I can write a guarantee. All right, enough with the guarantee. Wang Detsai quickly stood up to smooth things over. Shopkeeper, you've had a bit too much to drink. Chen Feng has said it, so it can definitely be done. As the saying goes, everyone has their own ambitions, and we shouldn't force things. Young people are full of energy, and we should support them. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Wu Shiren. Wu Shiren understood and quickly added, "Oh dear, look at my behavior. I can't keep my mouth shut after a few drinks. Chen Feng, don't take it to heart. I just feel a bit reluctant to see you go. Since you don't want to stay, that's fine. Just remember to come back and visit us often." Though he said this, he secretly gritted his teeth, thinking how shameless it was. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being harsh. Chen Feng was already used to Wu Shiren's attitude. Not wanting to stay longer, he decided to take his leave. Thank you, shopkeeper Wu, for understanding. You all enjoy yourselves. I need to get back to work. No, don't rush off. What work do you have to do? Wang Ditsai quickly stopped him. It's rare for us to gather like this. And you're leaving tomorrow. Let's drink to send you off properly. I can't anymore, I'm already tipsy and can't drink more. The others, already aware of Wu Shiren's intentions, began to persuade him as well. We've been together for over 3 years. If you're leaving, I really don't want you to go. We must drink to our heart's content today. Exactly. You're leaving tomorrow, and who knows when we'll meet again. Let this be our farewell. Right, you can't refuse. If you don't drink today, it's like looking down on us. Unable to decline any longer and not wanting to hurt their feelings, Chen Feng sat back down. They all raised their glasses to him, and after a while, he had drunk quite a bit, feeling a little lightheaded. Seeing this, Wang Detsai smirked slightly, pretending to be friendly as he put his arm around Chen Feng's shoulder. Little Feng, I know you have big dreams. If you succeed in the future, don't forget to help your brother out. Don't worry, brother. If I really make it big, I'll invite you to be my accountant. With you, Wang Ditsai, by my side, I'm sure we can make a lot of money. Chen Feng, feeling carefree, started boasting. Wang Ditsai gently tapped him. Look at you. We haven't even parted yet, and you've forgotten my name. It's Wang Ditsai, not Wang Kai. I didn't forget. You might not know, but everyone behind your back calls you Wang Kai. Why? You really don't know this? You're such a fool. Don't forget, you old man, you've done plenty of bad things before, whether it's picking on the weak or flirting with someone else's wife. That's why you're called Wang Kai Kai. Let me tell you, if you want to work with me one day, you can't keep being so untrustworthy, or I won't be able to use you. Wang Ditsai was so angry, he nearly choked. He wanted to strangle Chen Feng and thought to himself, this reckless guy has no idea what he's getting into. Just wait, I'll make sure you regret it and end up in jail. He filled another cup with wine and handed it to Chen Feng. Brother, go ahead and have fun. If you need money, just ask me. I may not have much, but I can manage 100 or 80 taels. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Don't act tough. Everyone knows you're afraid of your wife. You have to hand over your entire salary every month. How could you possibly have 100 or 80 taels? That's just bragging. Everyone at the table couldn't help but laugh at this. Wang Ditsai held back his anger and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Brother, it's not that I'm afraid of my wife. I just care for her. After a few cups of wine, Chen Feng lost his usual shyness. The more he drank, the more confident he became, and he spoke freely. He mockingly said, Oh please, you talk about caring for your wife, but you have a mistress in the east of town who has already given you 2 kids. If you really cared for your wife, you wouldn't be fooling around like that. Wang Ditsai's heart raced. How did this guy find out about his mistress? What else did he know? A flood of questions rushed through his mind. As the accountant at the Qingfeng Tavern, he had made quite a bit of money. If this guy knew about his affairs, would he also discover his embezzlement? If that got out, Wu Shiren would definitely report him. Even though he had been careful, his false accounts wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny. It seemed this person couldn't be left alive. A fleeting look of coldness crossed his eyes,
but he quickly smiled and said, "Brother, don't say such things. If my wife finds out, it would be a disaster. You wouldn't want to make things difficult for me, would you?" Chen Feng, a bit tipsy, shook his head and smiled. "You treat me like a brother. How could I betray you?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. This matter is only known to us." Hearing this, Wang Dicai really wanted to slap him to wake him up. Now everyone knows about it. To avoid raising Wu Shiren's suspicions, he quickly changed the subject. "Brother, stop with the nonsense. I just want to know, do you need my help?" Chen Feng, fueled by the alcohol, changed from his usual modesty. "Yes, I do need help. But, do you have any money?" "I do, of course. To be honest, this money is my savings. If you don't believe me, ask the shopkeeper." Wang Dicai said, giving Wu Shiren a knowing glance. Wu Shiren nodded with a smile. "Yes, what Dicai says is true. He really has money. He keeps 100 taels of silver under his pillow." "Hey, shopkeeper, why did you say that?" "There's a saying that wealth should be kept private. If it gets lost, I'll hold you responsible. Don't worry, we're all brothers here. Who would touch your little savings?" "You're right, we're all brothers. Who would bother with such small money?" Wang Dicai said, glancing at Chen Feng with a sly smile. "If you need money, I can get it for you later."
How about that?
Chen Feng was already quite drunk and had lost his sense of reality. He believed he was an excellent cook, or else these people wouldn't be so polite to invite him to the table. He felt transformed and no longer had to live by others' opinions. Besides, he didn't care for Wang Dicai's 100 taels. His sister could afford a large house. His family had plenty of money. If he wanted, his sister could open a restaurant 10 times bigger than this one. Feeling a bit overconfident, he smiled and declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but we're not short on money. You should keep it safe." "All right, since you're not short on money, we can talk about it later. Just ask, and I'll have the money ready for you. Now, let's drink." "Okay, let's drink." As they spoke, a few cups were downed. Wu Shiren felt it wasn't enough and signaled to the chefs. Zhao Tian, Wang Qi, and the others understood and quickly raised their glasses. "Chen Feng, let's keep drinking." Chen Feng held his forehead and waved his hand. No, I'm feeling dizzy. I can't drink anymore." "No way, you have to drink this cup."
If you don't, it means you look down on me, Zhao Tian.
"All right, I'll drink." Chen Feng came up with determination and drank it all down. Wang Qi also stepped forward. "Chen Feng, let's have a drink together." No, I really can't drink anymore. If I do, I'll be truly drunk. I already feel like I can't walk." "What do you mean you can't drink?" "If you don't get drunk and I don't get drunk, who'll sleep under the table? You take a sip, I take a sip, and when we finish, I'll help you walk. That should work, right?" "Right, count me in two," Li Lu chimed in. "Chen Feng, you drink 1 cup, I drink 1 cup, and then we can keep chatting." They kept urging Chen Feng to drink, and soon he was completely drunk, lying on the table, unconscious. Wu Shiren saw this and smirked with satisfaction. Shameless. Instead of taking the right path, you choose to seek your own downfall. Today, I will show you Wu Shiren's methods. As you just said, let's make him suffer a bit first. Once we squeeze out what we need, we'll send him to the authorities. Wang Dicai stood up with a smile. "Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure it's flawless." He then looked at Zhao Tian, Wang Qi, and the others' brothers. "I'm sure the boss has already told you about what's next. This kid Chen Feng is untrustworthy. He has learned all your signature dishes. If he goes out on his own, we'll all be in trouble. For the sake of the shop and our livelihoods, we must set him up today so he spends the rest of his life in prison. Only we brothers need to know about this, and we must keep our mouths shut. If word gets out, it will be a serious crime." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Wanga, we're close. We won't say a word." "Exactly, we're not outsiders here. Who would talk about this?" "You're overthinking it, Wanga. Right, I've never liked that Chen Feng kid. This is a good chance to teach him a lesson." "Yes, let's give him a good beating first." Wang Dicai nodded with a smile. "Good, let's get this kid out of here, arrange everything, and then come back to drink." A few people hurriedly dragged Chen Feng back to the room, preparing everything before they started eating and drinking heartily. The next morning, Chen Feng slowly woke up from his sleep. He felt a terrible headache and struggled to sit up, rubbing his temples as his mind gradually cleared. Remembering what happened yesterday made him frown in regret. How could he have drunk so much? He didn't even know how he got back. It was so embarrassing. Just as he was putting on his shoes, he heard a commotion outside, followed by someone shouting, "Search every room. How dare they steal on my turf? They must be very bold." Chen Feng recognized the voice of Wu Shiren and felt a jolt of concern. What happened? He rubbed his aching temples and hurried outside, where he saw Wu Shiren and several chefs from yesterday standing at the door, looking furious. "Wu, what's going on?" Chen Feng asked, confused. Before Wu Shiren could respond, Wang Qi scoffed, "Brother, you don't know? Mr. Wang's 100 taels of silver were stolen from under his pillow." "Really? How could this happen?" Chen Feng turned to Wang Detsai, who looked respectful instead of his usual arrogant self. "Mr. Wang, you didn't misplace it, did you?" "Oh my good brother. That was 100 taels of silver. How could I misplace it?" Wang Detsai stomped his foot in frustration. "I was so afraid of losing it that I wrapped it in my blue robe and used it as a pillow. But when I woke up today, the pillow is gone. This is a disaster." Wu Shiren quickly tried to calm him down. "Mr. Wang, don't panic. It's not worth getting upset over. It's easy for you to say. That's 100 taels of silver. How can I not be worried?" Wang Detsai glared at Wu Shiren. "This is your fault. If we can't find it, you'll have to pay me back." "What do you mean? I didn't steal it, so why blame me?" Wu Shiren replied, his expression darkening. "It's your fault. If you hadn't mentioned the silver under my pillow yesterday, it wouldn't have gone missing today. Why are you being unreasonable?" Wu Shiren's face grew serious. Seeing the two about to argue like roosters, Chen Feng quickly stepped in to mediate. "Calm down, both of you. Mr. Wang, don't be too anxious. If the silver is really lost, we should report it to the authorities right away." Yes, let's quickly send someone to report to the authorities." Wu Shiren nodded in agreement. "No, we can't report to the authorities," Wang Qi objected. "Shopkeeper, think about it. Going to the county office and back takes 2 hours, which gives the thief a chance to escape. I think we should first search the room where the people we drank with yesterday stayed. If we find something, it will be clear evidence. If not, we can report to the authorities later." Once he said this, others also expressed their agreement. Wang Qi makes a good point. We should search first to prevent the thief from getting away. Right. Everyone who drank yesterday is now a suspect. We must search them one by one. That's a good idea, to prove our innocence. "Let's start with my room," Li Lu said, looking at Chen Feng. "Brother, you don't mind, do you?" Chen Feng felt something was off, but he believed he was innocent, so he nodded. "Since everyone agrees, let's start with my room." Hearing this, Wu Shiren couldn't help but smile slyly. "All right, let's do as everyone says. Let's get to work." Zhao Tian and Wang Qi rushed into Chen Feng's room and began searching through everything. Before long, they all came out empty-handed. "Shopkeeper, there's nothing here." "That's good. Let's hurry and check Li Lu's room." Wu Shiren turned to leave, but heard someone behind him laughing. "Hey, Chen Feng, I didn't know you were so fond of fancy clothes. Look, I found this long robe. How do I look in it?" Everyone turned around to see Wang Qi holding a blue robe and posing. Chen Feng was confused and asked, "That's not my robe. Where did you find it? If it's not yours, then whose could it be? I don't understand why you hid it under the bed." "No, this really isn't my robe." Chen Feng shook his head. Wang Detsai quickly approached, examining the robe closely, with a surprised look. "This is the robe I used to wrap my silver. How did it end up here?" "Wang, why are you looking at me?" "I have no idea. You need to ask Chen Feng." Everyone was astonished and turned their attention to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was bewildered and quickly waved his hands. "I don't know how this robe ended up in my room." Wang Ditsai grabbed Chen Feng by the collar. "You little rascal, stop pretending. Tell me, where's my silver?" No, Mr. Wang, you are mistaken. I truly don't know what happened. The sudden turn of events caught Chen Feng off guard. He quickly looked at Wu Shiren beside him. Manager Wu, you know me best. I would never do something sneaky. Yes, Dakai, this child, Chen Feng, is honest and wouldn't steal silver, Wu Shiren said insincerely. You should really check again if this clothing is yours. We can't wrong an innocent person. Wang Dakai snorted. No mistake, this clothing is mine. I used to wear it often, but it got a hole burned in it by charcoal. If you don't believe me, you can check. Zhao Tian nodded in agreement. Right, Mr. Wang is correct.
I can testify to that.
If I remember correctly, the hole is on the front.
Let me see.
If you wrong Chen Feng, I won't let this go. Wu Shiren took the clothing and examined it closely, his expression changing dramatically as he glared at Chen Feng. I can't believe you did this. I wasted my trust in you. This is truly disappointing. Seeing everyone doubting him, Chen Feng was stunned. He regretted saying things he shouldn't have after drinking a few cups, realizing he had let slip his thoughts about Wang Dakai. Thinking back, he vaguely remembered discussing 100 taels of silver at the table, but he had no memory of how he left or returned home. Feeling uneasy, he thought it was strange that the silver went missing just as he was leaving the restaurant. Could someone be targeting him? With this in mind, Chen Feng quickly explained, someone must be trying to frame me. The silver was stolen by one of them, and while I was drunk, they quietly put the clothing in my room.
It has to be that way.
Wu Shiren scoffed. Then tell me, who is trying to frame you?
This.
Chen Feng hesitated, glancing around at the angry faces of several masters. Feeling panicked, he raised his hand and swore, Manager Wu, I swear, this truly isn't my doing. Swear all you want. You were caught red-handed, so what are you arguing about? Hurry and return the silver to Mr. Wang. Considering your years of work, let's pretend this never happened.